Chapter 1 We are not from the same world. Soothing music is playing in the elegant cafe. Tao Ran, right? He looks more energetic than in Aunt Juan's photo. The girl sitting opposite smiled slightly, gently pressed the delicate little silver spoon in her hand into the milk foam of the latte, and then put it down. The emerald green bracelet on her wrist emitted a warm luster under the light. Tao Ran's eyes moved away from the countdown on the phone screen. 3 minutes. He nodded. Hello, Miss Lin. Don't be so formal, just call me Wanner. Lin Wanner folded her hands on the table, leaned forward slightly, and looked at Tao Ran with interest with her beautiful eyes. Auntie Wang always mentioned you to me, saying that you are very hard-working. It's not easy to work hard in Jiangcheng alone. Her voice was soft and she spoke slowly, as if she was afraid of disturbing something. Every word she said landed precisely on people's minds, easily bringing them closer. If it were in the past, Tao Ran might really feel a little touched. He has traveled to this world for 18 years. His parents died early, and he has mediocre talents. The words he hears most often are waste and idiot. This was the first time someone had affirmed his efforts in such a sincere tone. Unfortunately, he doesn't have time to be moved now. 2 minutes and 45 seconds. It's okay, I'm used to it. Tao Ran forced out a perfect shy smile, but he was urging himself in his heart. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. What I admire most are boys who work hard and make progress. Lin Wanner blinked and picked up the coffee cup with elegant movements. The city-wide martial arts awakening ceremony will be held in a week. How are the preparations going? She asked casually. The qi and blood value should be 100 calories, right? After she finished speaking, she took a sip of coffee, but her eyes were always fixed on Tao Ran, with expectation and concern on her face. Here it comes. Tao Ran's heart sank, but he still talked about this sharp issue. Qi and blood value is 100 calories. The natural barrier between ordinary people and warriors. Step over it, leap over the dragon gate, and reach the sky in one step. If you can't overcome it, you will be trapped in the mud all your life and become an ant. He practiced frantically for 12 hours every day, soaking his body in sweat, and swallowing the cheapest blood and qi pills at the right time. He tried his best and only just reached 99 calories. It's just the finishing touch, but it's as difficult as climbing to the sky. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Tao Ran met Lin Wanner's encouraging eyes and said a few words in a very cooperative manner, almost. How much is the difference? Lin Wanner continued to ask, her tone as gentle as the March breeze. Currently it's 99 cards. After Tao Ran finished speaking, he picked up the water in front of him and took a big gulp, quietly watching Lin Wanner's next performance. 99 cards. Lin Wanner sighed softly, her voice filled with just the right amount of regret, and even a hint of heartbreaking pity. Tao Ran, you have really tried very hard. Really, I've never seen anyone work harder than you. Then, she changed the subject, her voice tinged with helplessness. However, some things can't be achieved by hard work alone. In the martial arts world, talent determines 99% of one's fate. She put down the cup, stared at Tao Ran, and said the cruelest words in the softest tone. My cousin, who didn't practice much since he was a child, awakened last month. He was born with a B-level talent. His qi and health value directly surged to 180 calories. He was immediately recruited as a reserve member of the Jiangcheng Jingya Bureau. Among my best friends, the least talented one was C rank. After graduation, their families arranged for them to go to school. At the very least, they joined the warrior security department of a large company, with an annual salary starting at 1 million. Tao Ran, I don't look down on you, please don't misunderstand. I just feel that we, maybe are not from the same world. Our plans for the future are completely different. I hope my significant other can accompany me to see the glaciers of the far north, hunt deep sea monsters alongside me, and explore ancient ruins in the folded space with me. She paused, looked at Tao Ran, and said softly, instead of wasting your entire life in logistics for a few thousand credits a month, and not even enough to buy me a bracelet. Her gaze fell vaguely on her wrist. Kill without shedding blood, destroy the heart without leaving any trace. What a big cup of green tea. Tao Ran applauded her in his heart and checked the time at the same time. 30 seconds. The timing is just right. He suddenly smiled, raised his head, and calmly met Lin Wanner's eyes. Ms. Lin, you are absolutely right. We are indeed not from the same world. Your ideals are great, to visit glaciers, kill giant beasts, and explore ruins. My world is very small, so small that it only includes me. But in my world, I have the final say. After saying that, he ignored her, leaned back in his chair, and waited calmly. Ever since he could remember, there had always been a task reminder in his mind: complete 1,000 tasks to officially activate the system. The types of tasks are varied, including a 200-meter sprint, helping an old lady cross the road, and finding the lost dog of neighbor Aunt Wang. The most common ones are long-distance running and physical training. So his hard work and F-level garbage talent spread throughout Zhongcheng Martial Arts Academy. Now, the last of the 1,000 tasks is to keep a date and end the blind date with Lin Wanner, with a minimum time limit of 5 minutes. Tao Ran took a last look at his phone. Last 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Bite. A cold mechanical sound exploded in his mind. National Destiny Redline System officially activated. System binding successful. Host, Tao Ran. Martial arts talent, F level. Cultivation, none. Kung Fu, none. Number of people bound, 0. System function: bind to the daughter of National Destiny to share her talents, carry the National Destiny, and receive incredible rewards. Tip: the more daughters of National Destiny you bind, the stronger the bonus the host will receive, and the human race's National Destiny will also prosper. A series of loud noises caused Tao Ran's brain to go blank for a moment. The golden finger that has been late for 18 years has finally arrived. A virtual light curtain, visible only to him, unfolded before his eyes. In the center of the curtain, a thread emitting a faint red light slowly rotated. Tao Ran? Tao Ran? Are you listening to me? Lin Wanner's voice brought him back to reality. She saw Tao Ran in a trance, his face still with that gentle expression, but there was a hint of contempt in that gentleness. These words may hurt, but a short pain is worse than a long one. I hope you can face reality, find a girl who lives in the same world as you, and live a stable life together. That would be great too. Tao Ran raised his head and looked at her. Lin Wanner in front of him was still as beautiful as ever. But in his eyes, that delicate face looked extremely hypocritical and ridiculous. Yes, yes, yes. Tao Ran suddenly stood up, and the movement was so abrupt that Lin Wanner was startled. You're right. He fished out 50 credits from his pocket, flicked his finger, and the coin spun a few times on the table before stopping with a ding. This latte is for you, as a thank you for teaching me a lesson today. Goodbye. After saying that, he turned and left without any hesitation or any reluctance. Lin Wanner was completely stunned. She had anticipated that Tao Ran would be angry and embarrassed, distraught, and even beg for mercy. But she never thought that he would be so calm. It was so calm that it made her feel a strong sense of unease. Especially the smile he wore before turning around, the fleeting glint in his eyes. Was it carefree and unrestrained? Or contempt, like looking at a clown? Where does a waste with F-level talent get the confidence from? Lin Wanner looked at the credit point still shaking slightly on the table, then looked at Tao Ran's resolute back as he disappeared at the door. Her brows were furrowed, and she felt inexplicably upset. Chapter 2 Bind to the School Beauty, Reward God-level skills. Tao Ran walked out of the cafe, facing the sunshine, and let out a long breath. He muttered to himself, System? Ding. Host, I'm here. This time, the sound was incredibly clear. The translucent panel appeared again in front of his eyes. He suppressed his pounding heart and asked, What is the daughter of National Destiny? Ding. The daughter of National Destiny is a person favored by a nation's destiny. They are the treasures of the human race and the carriers of national destiny. They are gifted with unparalleled talent and shoulder the fate of the times. By binding them, you can share a bit of national destiny and share the genius. Tao Ran understood. To put it simply, it means finding those gifted girls, binding them, and then you can copy their talents. His first thought was the woman just now. Lin Wanner, does she count? Despite his disgust, he had to admit that his C-level talent was enough to crush 90% of his peers in Xia country. Ding. Scanning target person, Lin Wanner. Name, Lin Wanner. Talent, C-level water element affinity. Lucky level, ordinary not up to standard. Binding value, none. Overall evaluation, a vulgar woman, mistaking fish eyes for pearls. Not a woman of national destiny, not eligible for binding. Tao Ran's mouth twitched violently. A vulgar woman? System, your evaluation is quite toxic. But I like it. At this moment, the system prompt sound in Tao Ran's mind rang again. Ding! High concentration of national destiny detected. 5-star bound target found. Tao Ran looked up suddenly. At the end of the site, a girl wearing the uniform of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy was walking towards the coffee shop. She has no makeup on, but she is beautiful. Her long black hair was simply tied into a ponytail, and her loose school uniform could not hide her proud figure. Her facial features are as delicate as a white porcelain doll, and her temperament is cool and clear, like a snow lotus blooming alone in a valley. In front of Tao Ran's eyes, a brand new information panel suddenly popped up. Target, Xia Yuwei, daughter of national destiny, candidate for destiny. Qi in blood, 300 calories. Realm, first-class warrior. Talent rating, S rank Ice Phoenix bloodline unawakened. National fortune index, 85 national treasure, favored by fortune. Binding value, 5 stars. Current status, the Ice Phoenix bloodline is about to awaken for the first time and urgently needs to be suppressed by extreme cold energy, otherwise there is a danger of blood and Qi running wild. Do you want to bind this girl of national destiny? Xia Yuwei. This name is an insurmountable mountain in the hearts of all students of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy. For 3 consecutive years, she dominated the top spot in the grade with an overwhelming advantage. He is recognized as the #1 genius and the moonlight that countless people dare not desecrate in their dreams. Tao Ran could never have imagined that this goddess hanging high in the sky was in danger of her life at this moment. He stared at the blood-red status indicator. Danger of explosion. This means that she may die at any time. This is not just the fall of a genius, but also a huge loss to the destiny of the Xia kingdom. More importantly, this is Tao Ran's only chance to break free from the shackles of fate. Saving her is saving yourself. Without any hesitation, Tao Ran turned around and pushed open the door of the cafe again. At this moment, Lin Wanner was just about to get up and leave when she caught a glimpse of Tao Ran coming back from the corner of her eye. The calmness on her face froze in an instant, and then a sneer mixed with contempt and understanding spread at the corner of her mouth. Really? Still not giving up? The cool and resolute look just now was nothing but the man's pathetic self-esteem. In the end, you still have to come back in shame and beg for my forgiveness? She was too lazy to pretend anymore and sat back leisurely, holding up her coffee cup, ready to enjoy Tao Ran's humble performance with the most perfect attitude. However, Tao Ran acted as if he didn't see her. He walked straight back to his original seat and sat down, his eyes fixed on Xia Yuwei as she walked towards the bar. Lin Wanner's hand, holding the coffee cup, froze in mid-air. The expression on his face changed from amusement to astonishment and then to a hint of shame. What does this mean? He actually ignored me? Just when Lin Wanner was in great shock, Xia Yuwei's appearance made the entire coffee shop quiet. If Lin Wanner is a carefully trimmed expensive bouquet of flowers, then Xia Yuwei is the white snow covering the entire mountain range. The former is a creation of the human world, and the latter is a miracle of heaven and earth. There is an insurmountable chasm between the two. The sense of superiority that Lin Wanner had carefully constructed was crushed to pieces at this moment. Her face turned a little ugly, and she was almost losing her patience to continue performing. She couldn't help but speak in a cold voice, trying to draw Tao Ran's attention back. I'm sorry, we're really not suitable. However, Tao Ran didn't even look at her. The system voice in his mind continued. Ding. Bind? The system asks again. Bind. Tao Ran roared in his heart. This is the opportunity he has been waiting for 18 years. Ding. Binding confirmed. The National Destiny red line is binding. Binding target, Xia Yuwei. Binding successful. In an instant, Tao Ran felt an invisible thread crossing the space and connecting him with Xia Yuwei in front of the bar. It was a mysterious resonance of destiny. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the first daughter of National Destiny, sharing 1% of the target talent and 1% of the National Destiny. You have obtained S-rank Ice Phoenix Bloodline Week. You have obtained the protection of the National Fortune Golden Dragon prototype. Boom! 2 vast energies that were completely different but originated from the same entity exploded in his body at the same time. A force of icy cold and extremely pure Ice Phoenix bloodline appeared out of nowhere in Tao Ran's limbs and bones, madly flushing his meridians. The other was a weak but extremely majestic golden aura, which transformed into a faint mini golden dragon, sinking directly into the depths of his sea of consciousness, entrenched on the foundation of his martial arts, and exuding a vast aura that suppressed everything. The 99-card chi and blood barrier that had troubled him for so long and was as solid as a rock, became as fragile as a piece of thin paper under the impact of the power of the Ice Phoenix bloodline, and collapsed at the slightest touch. Snap! A crisp sound came from inside the body. Chi and blood value, over 100. Congratulations to the host for breaking through 100 calories of chi and health, and officially entering the realm of a first-grade warrior. Health value, 101,102,105,110 calories. Tao Ran could clearly see that the energy and blood in his body were surging wildly, and his physical fitness was improving at an incredible speed. This is just sharing 1% of the talent and national destiny. S-level talent, with the blessing of national fortune, so terrifying. Congratulations to the host for completing the first binding and receiving the novice gift pack. Newbie gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine level technique Dao Yen Ju. Dao Yen Ju, the great Dao has 50 elements, and the heavenly Dao has 49 elements. It operates on its own, requiring no deliberate guidance. This technique can deduce all things and transform all laws. Practicing this technique can accommodate any technique in the world, automatically deducing and optimizing it to its most perfect state. Tao Ran's heart started beating wildly. This Dao Yen Ju can actually deduce and optimize all methods. This means that no matter what rubbish skills he gets in the future, in his hands, they can be transformed into divine skills. And the golden dragon of national destiny that guards the foundation of martial arts is his greatest confidence to fight hard and rebuild after breaking through in the future. Is this the influence of national destiny? The Dao Yen Ju has automatically started to operate. Detecting the energy of the Ice Phoenix bloodline within the host, deduction begins. Deduction successful. The Dao Yen Ju automatically evolved into a matching mental method, Bing Xan Ju. The Ice Heart Art is in operation. The host's Ice Phoenix bloodline energy is perfectly controlled, and the affinity for ice energy has been greatly enhanced. Tao Ran was overwhelmed by a series of system prompts. It all happened in a flash. From an F-class loser struggling to become a warrior, to a top-tier warrior with supernatural powers and S-class bloodline. Tao Ran only took a thought. Chapter 3 You are a nice person. A glass of ice water, with lots of ice. Xia Yue walked to the bar, her voice trembling slightly. Her cheeks were flushed with a sickly color, beads of sweat were oozing from her smooth forehead, and even her loose school uniform could not hide the slight trembling of her delicate body. The blood-red warnings on the system panel were coming true on her one by one. The Ice Phoenix bloodline awakened for the first time, and the energy in the body surged. Without the extremely cold energy to suppress it, the consequences would be disastrous. A mere glass of ice water is like a drop in the bucket. Tao Ran's gaze fell on the glass of ice water in front of him that the waiter had just poured. Fine water droplets were condensing on the wall of the glass. That's it. Tao Ran, are you listening to me? Lin Wanner completely lost her patience. She stood up and looked down at Tao Ran. The gentle disguise on his face had been completely torn off. I'm talking to you, but you keep looking around. This is the most basic respect, do you understand? Tao Ran slowly raised his head and looked at her calmly. It was strange that just a few minutes ago, this woman could easily stir up his emotions and make him feel humiliated and angry. But now, there was no more ripple in his heart. As the saying goes, a summer insect cannot talk about ice. When there is a leap in the level of life, the ridicule and contempt that you once cared about become boring. Ms. Lin, Tao Ran said calmly, you're right, we are not from the same world. He returned this sentence intact. Lin Wanner was stunned. She didn't expect Tao Ran to admit it so straightforwardly. She thought he would make some excuses unwillingly. I'm glad you understand. She snorted coldly, but felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She always felt that Tao Ran was too calm, almost abnormally so. Tao Ran ignored her, picked up his glass of ice water and walked straight to the bar. Under Lin Wanner's astonished gaze, he walked to the side of the cold school beauty. The burning sensation in Xia You's body was like magma surging, making her extremely upset. Just then, a glass of water was handed to her. A thin layer of white frost suddenly condensed on the wall of the cup. An extremely pure chill emanated from her, rushing straight to the top of her head, and even the thoughts churning in her mind were frozen for a moment. She looked up in surprise, and what came into her sight was a pretty but unfamiliar face. It was Tao Ran. He had just practiced the Ice Heart Art and silently injected a trace of the power of the Ice Phoenix bloodline into the glass of water. Classmate, you don't look well. Tao Ran's voice was neither humble nor arrogant, and carried just the right amount of concern. This glass of water may make you feel better. Xiaoyue's eyes were fixed on the glass of water, and a crazy desire came from deep in her blood. She needs it. She took it without any pretense and said softly, "Thank you." Ice water down your throat. An extremely cold current instantly rushed into her limbs and bones, precisely pouring onto the burning blood in her body that was about to get out of control. Sizzle. The violent force was instantly calmed and suppressed. Xiaoyue breathed a sigh of relief, the abnormal blush quickly faded away, and her face returned to its calm state. She looked at Tao Ran with some surprise. How does this person know what I need? The coldness in this glass of water is incredibly pure. You. She was about to ask further questions. Tao Ran just nodded and smiled at her, then turned and left. When the work is done, he will leave, hiding his achievements and fame. Ding. First interaction with Xiaoyue completed, favorability plus 10 first acquaintance. Favorability increased, host-sharing ratio increased to 1.5%. Health value plus 5. Current health value, 115 calories. Tao Ran was delighted. The reward came too quickly. He returned to his seat and Lin Wanner was still standing there, looking at him with a grim expression. Tao Ran, what do you mean? He went to flirt with the campus beauty and did it on purpose for me to see? Prove you're attractive? That's ridiculously childish. Tao Ran picked up his coat and said calmly, Ms. Lin, you're overthinking it. We will never meet again. After saying that, he walked out of the cafe without looking back. Only Lin Wanner was left standing there, her face turning pale and blue, as if she had been slapped hard in the face. At the bar, Xiaoyue held the glass of water that still exuded coldness. For the first time, a hint of curiosity appeared in her cold eyes towards a boy. She looked at Tao Ran's departing back, then looked at Lin Wanner who was standing there in a daze, and the 1,000-year-old glacier at the corner of her mouth gradually melted. Tao Ran? You're quite a nice person. After leaving the cafe, Tao Ran felt full of strength. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and a slight explosion sounded in the air. This is the power of a warrior. In the past, he could only lift 90 kilograms even if he tried his best. And now, he felt that he could knock down a grown bull with one punch. We need to find a place to test our current strength. Tao Ran's heart was burning with excitement, and he headed straight for the Warrior Public Testing Hall in the city center. This is an official convenience facility where you can test your chi and blood and fist strength for free by simply swiping your ID card. It is the place most frequently visited by ordinary students. The testing hall was bustling with people, most of whom were students like Tao Ran, wearing school uniforms from various schools and making their final sprint for the upcoming awakening ceremony. Damn! Wang Hao has gotten stronger again. 165 calories of chi and blood. 280 kilograms of punching power. He's definitely going to make it to the Jingye division. As expected of the top student in class 3, this talent is at least C+ level. There was an exclamation from the crowd. Tao Ran looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall, arrogant boy retracting his fist from a punch strength testing machine. Wang Hao. Tao Ran's classmate, a guy who relies on his talent and often mocks him. Wang Hao obviously also saw Tao Ran. He wiped the sweat off his face, put on a sarcastic smile, and strode over. Hey, isn't this Tao Ran, the famous king of rolls from our Jianqing Martial Arts Academy? Wang Hao's voice was loud, deliberately letting everyone around him hear. Why? The awakening ceremony is about to begin, and you're still struggling here? Is your chi and blood over 90 calories? Several of his followers also laughed. Brother Hao, don't say that to me. What if I break through today? Ha ha ha, is he dreaming of a breakthrough? If he can become a warrior, I'll wash my hair while standing upside down. Faced with this familiar ridicule, Tao Ran didn't even raise his eyelids. He walked straight to an empty blood and chi tester and pressed his palm on it. Pretending. Wang Hao sneered, crossed his arms, and prepared to laugh at Tao Ran's joke. The attention of many people around was also attracted. Buzz. The blood and chi tester lit up, and the numbers on the screen began to jump wildly. 50, 80, 99. When the number jumped to 99, there was a slight pause. The mockery on Wang Hao's face intensified. See, I told you, this is the limit, useless. Before he could finish his words, the numbers on the screen suddenly jumped. 100. 101. 105. 110. Finally, in front of everyone's horrified gaze, the number froze firmly at 115 calories. The whole place was dead silent. The smile on Wang Hao's face froze, and his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. 115, card? Am I seeing that correctly? That's fake. I saw them take the test a few days ago, and it was only 98 calories. Hiss. This kid is hiding too deeply. Tao Ran calmly withdrew his hand, not caring about the small commotion he had caused. 115 calories. This was the result of him not practicing the Dao Yin Ju. It was just the natural reaction of his body. He turned and walked towards the punch strength testing machine next to him. Wang Hao subconsciously took a step back, his eyes full of disbelief. Tao Ran glanced at him and said calmly, "Please make way and don't block the way." Wang Hao's face instantly turned purple, but he couldn't say a word. Facts speak louder than words. With a health value of 115, although not as good as his, he has firmly stepped into the ranks of first-grade warriors. Chapter 4 Sorry, I lost my strength and accidentally broke it. Tao Ran moved his wrist and stood in front of the cold fist strength testing machine. He had no intention of using the power of the Ice Phoenix bloodline. It's not time to reveal that trump card yet. At this moment, he just wanted to try to see to what extent the divine skill Dao Yin Ju could optimize his originally weak body. Take a deep breath. The qi and blood in Dantian flowed slowly, and the muscles in his right arm tightened in an instant. An extremely condensed force instantly flows through the tendons and bones to the tip of the fist. Tao ran through a punch. There was no whistling wind from the fists, and even the movement seemed a little random. Boom! A loud bang that was extremely dull, as if a siege hammer hit the city gate, suddenly exploded. The entire floor of the testing hall trembled violently. The students who were nearby felt as if their hearts were being gripped by an invisible hand, and their breathing even stopped for a beat. Looking at the testing machine that was cast from a special alloy and weighed half a ton, it was actually knocked back several centimeters by this punch, and the metal base left 2 white marks on the ground. The harsh friction sound makes one's teeth ache. There was a mournful creaking sound from inside the fuselage as if it could not bear the heavy load. The numbers on the screen are rising in a straight line. 300 kilograms. 500 kilograms. 800 kilograms. The number continued to rise without any stagnation and directly broke through the 4-digit mark. 1,000 kilograms. The moment this critical point was crossed, the digital display began to become disordered, and the screen flashed wildly at an unprecedented frequency. Finally. Sizzle. Pop. There was a crisp sound of electronic components burning, and the screen went completely black. A wisp of green smoke mixed with a burnt smell slowly floated out from the heat dissipation vent on the top of the machine. The entire testing hall was dead silent. Everyone's movements froze, dozens of pairs of eyes stared at the smoking machine, then at the boy who slowly retracted his fist and even shook his wrist. Machine. A staff member rushed over, crawling and rolling, looking at the black screen and the wisp of green smoke. His voice was filled with tears. Classmate. You pierced the force sensor inside. The upper limit of this machine's physical endurance is 1,000 kilograms. Tao Ran looked at his fist and was also a little surprised. He knew that Dao Yin Ju was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so outrageously powerful. With 115 calories of qi and blood, the normal punching force limit of a first-grade warrior is 220 kilograms. However, the punch he just threw probably exceeded 1,200 kilograms. Feel sorry. Tao Ran spoke sincerely. I didn't control the strength well. Wang Hao was completely dumbfounded. He lowered his head stiffly, looked at the fist that he had just used to hit a 280-kilogram record, and then looked up at the smoking wreckage. An indescribable sense of absurdity overwhelmed his sanity. Is this the fucking beginner level of a first-grade warrior? Can a human exert such brute force? He felt that his martial arts philosophy, along with that pitiful sense of superiority, was shattered by this punch. Classmate, please come with me to register. The staff now looked at Tao Ran with a bit of awe. Tao Ran nodded and had no choice but to follow him to the front desk to register and file for abnormal damage to public property. Within just a few minutes of Tao Ran registering, the campus forum of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy exploded. A post was pushed to the top of the homepage at a speed that could be described as viral. A shocking nuclear explosion. Tao Ran from Class 5 destroys the downtown test machine with a single punch. The perennial laggard is actually a hidden master? High-definition photos from the scene included Below the post is a photo taken by an unknown person. In the photo, the boy's handsome profile is calm, and in front of him, the fist strength testing machine is emitting wisps of green smoke. The extreme movement and the extreme stillness create a picture with an extremely impactful effect. The comments section was refreshed with thousands of comments in just 1 minute. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Is this the Tao Ren I know? The hard-working brother who spends every day in the training room? The internet is only just coming up upstairs? The video is already showing 115 calories. Then one punch, bang. The machine started smoking. I was right there, and my legs are still weak. Can someone help me up? 115 calories of chi and blood, and you can blow up a machine with a 1,000 kilograms upper limit? This is unscientific. This is not martial arts. What kind of power transmission efficiency is this? Even my professor wouldn't dare write this in his thesis. The guy above knows nothing. This shows that Boss Tao Ran's use and compression of power has reached an incredible level. He's a fucking genius. We used to laugh at him. It's hilarious. That idiot one how mocked Boss Tao Ran in public today. I saw with my own eyes that his face turned green. I guess he's already found a hole to crawl into by now. I declare that from today on, Tao Ran is my only male god. B-level and C-level talents are nothing but rubbish in front of the big boss. At the same time, in a high-end girls' dormitory, Lin Wanner was applying a facial mask and irritably browsing luxury goods websites. I tried to use spending to relieve the frustration of being ignored by Tao Ran in the afternoon. Wanner, check the forum. Something big has happened. My best friend handed me the phone while yelling. Lin Wanner glanced at him impatiently. When she saw the familiar name and the impactful photo, her hand slipped and the latest photon phone worth 30,000 credit points fell to the floor with a bang. The screen instantly shattered into a dense spider web. But she didn't react at all. She snatched her best friend's phone and read the post and the comments 3 times over. Tao Ran? 115 calories of chi and blood? Blow up the test machine with 1 punch? How is this possible? The color on her face faded little by little, becoming as pale as the mask on her face. The waste who she asserted was not from this world. The ant she thought would spend his entire life struggling at the bottom of society. In the blink of an eye, he became the hidden boss that was hotly discussed in the whole school and sought after by thousands of people? She felt a burning pain on her face, more painful than being slapped a dozen times. On the other side, in the quietest corner of the Zhangcheng Martial Arts Academy library, Xia Youwei's slender fingers turned a page of the unique book about the ancient bloodline, and the coldness in her body had completely subsided. This made her more curious about the boy who delivered water. The bracelet vibrated slightly, and it was a push notification of campus news. She wanted to cross it out, but the word Tao Ran in the title made her stop her fingertips. Click on it. The photo caught her cold eyes. The boy in the photo slowly overlapped with the figure who handed her ice water in the afternoon. First, he could accurately sense the abnormal movement of his blood and then send water containing pure cold air. He turned around and used a strength far beyond his own level to smash the alloy testing machine into pieces with 1 punch. For the first time, a faint curve appeared on Xia Youwei's cold face. This person has too many secrets. Quite interesting. Tao Ran completed the registration and walked out of the testing hall. Wang Hao's group had long disappeared. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Xia Youwei, the daughter of national destiny, is becoming much more curious about you. Favorability +5. Current favorability, 15 curious. Sharing ratio increased to 1.7%. Health value +3. Current health value, 118 calories. Tao Ran paused. Can you still improve your favorability this way? He was in a good mood, took out his mobile phone and opened the campus forum that had exploded. Looking at those 999 plus comments, I couldn't help but laugh. Now, he is no longer the Tao Ran who allowed himself to be ridiculed and had to concentrate on his studies. Next, we must use all our strength to deal with the awakening ceremony. Chapter 5 Awakening Ceremony. The whole city is paying attention. Time passed quietly as Tao Ran trained day after day. Tao Ran's mastery of Bing Xin Ju became more and more proficient. The time for the awakening ceremony to begin has arrived. Zhangcheng Center Gymnasium. This huge building, which can accommodate 100,000 people, is packed today. Several huge holographic projections were suspended in the sky, playing the glorious moments of previous awakening ceremonies in a loop. Outside the gymnasium, countless parents were eagerly waiting, looking even more nervous than the candidates inside. This is a major event that determines a family's social status for decades to come, and no one can take it lightly. Quiet. A majestic command came from the loudspeaker, and the noisy gymnasium instantly became quiet. Tens of thousands of graduates, dressed in their respective school uniforms, entered the gymnasium in an orderly manner through the aisles on all four sides, divided into classes and marching in neat steps. At Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy, in the queue of Class 5, Tao Ran was moving forward with the flow of people. Since that day's test, his treatment at school has changed dramatically. The contempt and ridicule of the past have all turned into awe, curiosity, and exploration. Look, it's him. Tao Ran from Class 5. The ruthless guy who blew up the test machine with one punch? He looks ordinary. What do you know? This is called returning to basics. I heard that the Jingya Bureau has been keeping an eye on him. It's amazing that a class like Class 5, which always ranks last, could produce such a great person. TSK, I guess it's just luck, or maybe there was something wrong with the machine. A discordant voice came from the queue of Jiangcheng's second martial arts academy next door. The student who was speaking had a top-class badge on his chest, and his face was full of dissatisfaction. A first-rank warrior has 115 calories of chi and blood, and can deliver a punch with over a ton of force? You're kidding. We'll know for sure when we shine a light on the awakening stone. The classmates around Tao Ran were about to retort, but were stopped by his look. Tao Ran turned his head, his eyes fell on the face of the top student, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He raised his right hand and clenched it in the air, and his finger bones made a series of crisp popping sounds. That casual gesture and that calm smile were like a silent slap in the face, causing the top student's face to freeze instantly, and the rest of his words were stuck in his throat. Lu Zhen, the head teacher of Class 5, gathered the students together after they walked to the designated area and stood there. Lu Zhen is a middle-aged man in his 50s with a little gray on his temples. He has always been worried about his poor grades in the class. But today, he looks rosy-cheeked and full of energy. Classmates, I've said everything I need to say. The awakening ceremony is the first turning point in your lives. Give it your all and leave no regrets. He gave Tao Ran a few simple words of encouragement and then pulled him aside. Tao Ran. Lu Zhen's eyes were complicated, showing relief, surprise, and a hint of pride like an old father. Teacher Lu. Tao Ran responded respectfully. I've been teaching martial arts for 20 years. I've seen countless so-called geniuses, and I've also seen idiots who fought as hard as you did before. Lu Zhen patted Tao Ran's shoulder heavily. But you are the first person I have ever seen who can perfectly combine the two identities of idiot and genius. You're hiding well enough. Lu Zhen squeezed his shoulder and said in a low voice, but today, don't hide. Let everyone in the city see that our Class 5 can also produce a real dragon. He squinted his eyes, his tone filled with excitement. Those punches you threw on the forum, give me another one. But be careful not to damage the official equipment. They're much more expensive than the ones downtown. Tao Ran felt warm in his heart and nodded solemnly, Teacher, I understand. At this moment, a bright light appeared on the high platform in the center of the gymnasium. A host dressed in gorgeous clothes walked onto the stage. His voice was loud and clear, and it was carried throughout the audience through the loudspeaker. Now, let us welcome the jury of this awakening ceremony with the warmest applause. The spotlight suddenly hit the VIP seats in the center of the podium. First up, our Jiangcheng's guardian deity, the city lord, Lord Yin Pejuan. The camera focused on a man in the VIP seat. He was wearing a simple black training suit and had an ordinary appearance, except for his eyes, which were as deep as the starry sky. He just sat there quietly, yet he seemed to be the center of the entire gymnasium, his invisible aura suppressing everything. The whole audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. The second one is the distinguished guest who came all the way from Kyoto, the 7th grade Grandmaster certified by the Martial Arts Alliance, Master Lei Qianjue. The camera turned to a white-haired old man next to Yin Pejuan. The old man has an immortal look and is in high spirits. He smiled and waved to the audience, sparking another wave of enthusiasm. The Grandmaster's personal presence is the greatest honor Jiangcheng has had in the past decade. The third one is General Qin Lai, the commander-in-chief of the Jiangcheng Jingya Bureau. A man wearing a black straight uniform and with a hideous scar on his brow appeared on the screen. His expression was stern, his eyes as sharp as lightning, sweeping sharply over the thousands of students in the audience. He came to recruit soldiers. The appearance of the three big figures brought the atmosphere in the venue to a climax. Tao Ran looked up, his gaze lingering on the white-haired master. On the high platform, Lei Qianjue seemed to sense something. His cloudy old eyes inadvertently swept across the sea of people below, and finally fell in front of the queue of another school. There, Xia Yue was dressed in her school uniform, looking cool and independent, as if she didn't belong to this noisy place. She also felt the Grandmaster's gaze, but she just looked up calmly, then retracted her gaze and turned towards the direction of Class 5, where her eyes met Tao Ran's for a moment in the air. She nodded slightly as a greeting. Ding! Xia Yue, the daughter of national destiny, expresses her approval of you. Favorability +5. Current favorability, 20 appreciation. Sharing ratio increased to 2%. Health value +2. Current health value, 120 calories. Tao Ran's heart moved slightly, and he smiled back. On the other side of the stadium, in the family seats, a well-dressed woman was clutching her designer bag tightly in her hand. Lin Wanner looked at Tao Ran's profile on the holographic projection with a pale face, listening to the people around her talking about him, her nails almost digging into the expensive leather. How could it be? How could that loser stand there and become the focus of the whole city? She felt a burning pain on her face. On the high platform, Lei Qianjue retracted his gaze and smiled at Yin Pijuan beside him. Old Yen, you have quite a few talented students this year. That girl, is she the Xia family's little phoenix? She's born with a spiritual body, and I think she's perfect for cultivating with me. Master Lei, you're joking. Qin Lai immediately interrupted, refusing to give in. Classmate Xia Yue has already been chosen by our Jingye Bureau. She will stay in Jiangcheng and work hard to protect our homeland. Qin brat, are you trying to steal someone from me? Lei Qianjue glanced at him and smiled. Don't worry, there's another one. I smell a more interesting scent. Pearls hidden in the sand are the rarest. His gaze drifted vaguely towards Class 5. The host waited for the applause to subside before continuing loudly. Now, I will announce the rules and rewards for this ceremony. The grand ceremony consists of 2 assessments, talent awakening and actual combat testing. Anyone who awakens a D-level talent will be rewarded with 1 million credit points. There was a commotion among the crowd. C-level talent, admission to a key martial arts university. Countless students were breathing rapidly. B-level talent, guaranteed admission to 2 top universities in Kyoto and Magic City. And qualified to enter the Hidden Dragon training camp. The whole audience was in an uproar. This was the highest treatment possible, like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. The top 3 on the overall ranking will receive an extra bottle of Blue Dragon Body Refining Fluid as a reward. The host paused, took a deep breath, and shouted in a voice that was almost roaring. And this year's top scholar. You will receive the legendary holy medicine, the 9 Apertures Guiyuan Pill. Boom! This name, like a thunderclap, exploded in everyone's mind. 9 Apertures Guiyuan Pill. It cleanses the meridians and marrow, and reshapes the bones. An ordinary person could be reborn after taking it. Oh my god! The city lord's mansion has invested a huge amount of money this time. Tao Ran's heart also skipped a beat. Others only knew that this pill could cleanse the meridians and marrow, but he learned from a fragment of an ancient book that the 9 Aperture Guiyuan pill had another most important effect, stabilizing the blood. Xia Yue's Ice Phoenix bloodline is extremely unstable. This time she suppressed it with a glass of water, but what about next time? If she could obtain this pill, it would help her completely stabilize her bloodline awakening and she would no longer have to worry. By then, how terrifyingly will the shared talents and luck be improved? At this moment, Tao Ran felt an unprecedented desire for the position of top scholar. And the host stretched out his voice, a personal letter of recommendation from Grandmaster Lei Qianjue. If elixirs are the ultimate material rewards, then this letter is the ladder to status in future. The atmosphere in the venue was completely ignited. The 36th Jiangcheng Martial Arts Awakening Ceremony is now officially beginning. Chapter 6 S-Level Talent, Ice Phoenix Bloodline. Jiangcheng's #1 Martial Arts Academy, Top Class, Entrance Exam. With the host's command, the awakening ceremony officially began. The first class to go on stage is always the class with the best grades every year. This is a tradition and also an honor. In the queue, the students around Xia Yue all held their heads high and chests puffed out, their faces full of confidence. Class 1, Liu. Please come on stage. A tall girl walked onto the stage and placed her palm on the huge black awakening stone in the center. Buzz. The awakening stone emitted a soft blue light, and a 3-meter-high beam of light shot up into the sky. Sea-level talent, affinity with wind element. Not bad, the judge on the podium announced loudly. There was a burst of envious discussions from the audience. With sea-level talent, one is destined to live a worry-free life and have a bright future. Class 1, Zhao Feng. C+ level talent, huge strength enhancement. Class 1, Sun Qian. B-level talent, healing light. When a B-level talent appeared, the atmosphere in the room reached a small climax. Even Qin Lai in the VIP seat nodded slightly. This girl is good. If she is well trained, she will be an excellent logistics talent. In the queue of Class 5, the students were watching with envy. As expected of a top class, the minimum grade is C. That Sun Qian, I heard her qi and blood are already 170 calories, that's amazing. Lucian clapped his hands, bringing the students back to their senses. Don't envy others, take care of yourselves. Whether you are a dragon or a worm depends on this. His gaze lingered on Tao Ran for a second without leaving a trace. The test is proceeding in an orderly manner. Soon, it was the turn of the top class of Jiangqing Second Martial Arts Academy. Second Martial Arts Academy, Zhou Kuan. The boy who had provoked Tao Ran before walked onto the stage with high spirits. A dazzling red light appeared on the awakening stone, and the light column was 5 meters high. B-level talent, exploding flame. Qi and health value check, 178 calories. Wow. The whole audience was shocked. With B-level talent and a health value close to the peak of the first level, this is definitely a top genius. Zhou Kuan had a smug smile on his face. When he walked off the stage, his eyes deliberately swept towards Class 5, and finally fixed on Tao Ran with contempt, and silently uttered 2 words with his mouth. Rubbish. The classmates around Tao Ran were so angry that their faces turned red. Tao Ran just smiled and didn't care. In the VIP seats, Grandmaster Lei Qianjue picked up the teacup and took a sip, seemingly unimpressed by this B-level talent. His eyes were always fixed on the cold figure who had not yet appeared on the stage. Finally. Jiangqing First Martial Arts Academy, Class 1, Xia Yue. The moment the name was called out, tens of thousands of eyes were focused on the girl who was slowly walking towards the platform. She was still wearing a simple school uniform, but she exuded an aura that attracted everyone's attention. On the high platform, City Lord Yin Pejuan sat up straight. General Qin Lai's eyes were as sharp as an eagle. Grandmaster Lei Qianjue put down the teacup, and a gleam of light flashed in his cloudy old eyes. In the family seats, Lin Wanner clenched her fists and stared at the figure. Jealousy and resentment surged in her heart, but she couldn't help wanting to see what heights this person, who was hailed as a favored daughter of heaven, could reach. Xia Yue walked to the awakening stone. She stretched out her right hand, as white as jade, and pressed it gently. 1 second. 2 seconds. The awakening stone showed no reaction. Huh? What's going on? Broken? There were whispers from the audience. Zhou Kuan, who had just awakened his B-level talent, couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Could it be that the so-called number 1 genius is a fake? The moment this thought came to his mind. Click. A crisp sound came from inside the awakening stone. Immediately afterwards, a white chill visible to the naked eye exploded with Xia Yue's palm as the center. The frost spread at a crazy speed, and in the blink of an eye it covered the entire awakening stone that was more than 1 person tall. The temperature in the gymnasium suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees. The audience in the front row couldn't help but shiver. This is... The host was so shocked that he took a step back and couldn't speak clearly. Buzz. A beam of extremely brilliant blue light, as if containing the entire world of ice and snow, suddenly shot up into the sky from the awakening stone. The beam of light penetrated the dome of the gymnasium and exploded high in the sky. A high-pitched and clear phoenix cry resounded through the sky. In the beam of light that pierced the sky and the earth, an ice phoenix phantom composed of endless ice crystals slowly spread its gorgeous wings. Everyone was shocked by this magical scene and was speechless. In the VIP seats. Crack. General Qin Lai crushed the alloy armrest in his hand. He stared at the ice phoenix phantom, his breathing becoming heavy. City Lord Yin Pejuan suddenly stood up, his face showing an unconcealable shock and ecstasy. Ha ha ha. Good. 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 A talent of national destiny has appeared in my Jiangcheng. Grandmaster Lei Qianjue's beard was trembling with excitement. He took a step towards Yin Pijuan and his voice changed. Ice Phoenix. The legendary Ice Phoenix bloodline. The second person to awaken the Ice Phoenix bloodline after the Xia family ancestor has appeared. The future is limitless. After flashing wildly, the screen of the awakening stone finally froze on a line of golden characters that would be recorded in the history of Jiangcheng. Talent level, S level. Talent name, Ice Phoenix bloodline. The next second, the host's beautiful voice spread throughout the audience. S level. It's an S level talent. Xia Yue has awakened an S level talent, the Ice Phoenix bloodline. Boom. The entire stadium was completely blown up. The thunderous cheers, screams, and exclamations almost blew the roof of the stadium off. Oh my god. S level. It's been so many years since we've had an S level in Jiangcheng. Ice Phoenix bloodline. That's a legendary bloodline that only exists in textbooks. We are witnessing history. We are witnessing history. In the family seat, Lin Wanner sat back in her chair with a plop, her face as pale as paper, and she didn't even notice that the bag in her hand had fallen to the ground. S level. The C-level talent that she was proud of was nothing compared to this S-level talent. The words she had said to Tao Ren kept echoing in her mind, "We are not from the same world." Now it seems so ridiculous and ironic. She and Xia Yue are the ones who are truly separated by a world. In the queue of Jiangcheng's second martial arts academy, the sneer on Zhou Kuan's face had long since solidified, replaced by despair and confusion. He looked at the girl surrounded by brilliant light and felt like a toad at the bottom of a well who had just laughed at the flying posture of a swan. At this moment, in the queue of Class 5, a series of dense system prompts were ringing in Tao Ran's mind. Ding! Xia Yue, the daughter of national destiny that you have bound, has successfully awakened her S-level talent, inciting national destiny, and her reputation has reached its peak. The national destiny redline feedback mechanism is triggered. Your shared talent S-rank Ice Phoenix Bloodline week has been greatly enhanced. Your control over the Ice Phoenix Bloodline has increased. Congratulations to the host. Health plus 50. Boom. An energy that was more powerful and pure than any previous one turned into a warm current and flowed into Tao Ran's limbs and bones. The warm current instantly turned into a rushing river, washing over every inch of his bones, flesh and blood. He could even hear the crackling sound of his bones. His energy and blood value instantly soared from 120 calories. 130,150,170. Current chi and blood value, 170 calories. Tao Ran clenched his fist slightly, feeling the unprecedented explosive power in his body. This is the horror of S-level talent. Just because the other party awakened, the dividends he received as a shareholder allowed him to cross a distance that countless people could never reach in their lifetime. On the high platform, Xia Yue was bathed in light, and she slowly withdrew her hand. The earth-shaking vision slowly dissipated, but the cold and noble aura around her became even more thrilling. She walked off the stage, ignoring everyone's awed and enthusiastic gazes. Her gaze, across the crowded crowd, fell precisely on the calm young man in the queue of Class 5. Then, under the gazes of countless people in the audience, she nodded slightly, almost imperceptibly, in the direction of Tao Ran. At that moment, the boiling stadium became quiet again. Everyone followed Xia Yue's gaze, and finally, tens of thousands of eyes were focused on the ordinary young man. Who is she looking at? Chapter 7 This waist is a level? Tens of thousands of gazes shifted from the dazzling Xia Yue to the young man in the fifth squad. Who is she looking at? Am I seeing things right? That person is Tao Ran? Oh my god, he knows school beauty Xia? What's the relationship? Sharp exclamations made the name spread throughout the audience in an instant. In the queue of Jiangcheng's second martial arts academy, the muscles on Zhou Kuan's face twitched unnaturally. He had just been mocking the other person as trash. But now, the supreme goddess in his heart was paying tribute to that trash in front of the whole city. This is more embarrassing than slapping him 10 times in public. He felt like a clown, funny and pathetic. In the family seat, Lin Wanner trembled all over, and her body, which had just sat down, suddenly jumped up again. She stared at the big screen intently, watching Xia Yue's gaze fall precisely on Tao Ran, and watching Tao Ran's calm response. An indescribable bitterness and regret instantly filled her heart. She once thought that pursuing a higher circle was the right choice. But now she realized that what she had pushed open with her own hands might be the ticket to the highest circle. No. Impossible. She muttered absent-mindedly. She didn't even notice that her proud and valuable brand name bag had fallen to the ground with a plop. In the queue of Class 5, the students were all confused. They looked at the radiant Xia Yue, and then at Tao Ran, who stood beside them with a calm expression, their minds full of question marks. The head teacher Lu Jin was so excited that his face turned red. He rubbed his hands and walked to Tao Ran, his voice trembling. Tao Ran, you kid, you and classmate Xia. He wanted to ask, but didn't know how. Tao Ran smiled and said, Teacher Lu, I'm just an ordinary student. Ordinary classmate? Lu Jin didn't believe a word of it. An S-class genius would greet an ordinary classmate at a ceremony watched by the entire city? You're kidding. But he knew that now was not the time to ask further questions, so he patted Tao Ran's shoulder heavily, his eyes filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. Good boy. Well done. You made the teacher proud. The atmosphere in the VIP seats on the podium also became subtle. General Qin, it seems that the soldiers you have selected have their own ideas. Grandmaster Lei Qianjue held the teacup, but his eyes were fixed on Tao Ran. There was no expression on Qin Lai's stern face, except that the scar on his brow seemed to have become deeper. It's normal for young people to have some friendships with each other. Friendship? Lei Qianjue shook his head. What I smelled was more than just friendship. That boy had the same aura as the girl from the Xia family. Although it was faint, it was more refined. He looked at Yen Pijuan. Old Yen, who is that kid? Let me see his file. Yen Pijuan was also very interested and immediately signaled his assistant. Soon, an electronic file was presented to several bigwigs. Tao Ran, 18 years old, both parents dead, orphan. Qin Lai read out the first line and frowned slightly. Previous talent tests were all F rank? Yen Pijuan's voice suddenly rose. Is the file correct? Can an F rank person make the Xia family's little phoenix look at him differently? Looking down, Lei Qianjue's expression became more amused. His qi and blood value has been hovering around 90 calories for years, until a week ago, in the first grade punching power test, he delivered over a ton of destructive power. An orphan with F-level talent, who leaped from the edge of being a quasi-warrior to a first-class warrior within a week, and was even related to a genius with S-level bloodline? Every word in this file is weird. Interesting. Grandmaster Lei Qianjue laughed. The pearl hidden in the sand is indeed the most interesting. I want to see what kind of brilliance this pearl can bloom. Just when everyone's focus was on Tao Ran, the host's voice sounded again. The test continues. Classes 5 and 6, please get ready. Here we come. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Class 5, Lu Qi. F-level talent, physical enhancement. Class 5, Shang Lishuan. E-level talent, dynamic vision enhancement. Class 5 was indeed the last place class, with 7 or 8 students promoted one after another, and the best one was only a D-level talent, which caused a burst of sneers from the queues of other schools around. Lu Jin's face flushed red and his fists were clenched tightly. Class 5, Tao Ran. The moment this name was called out, the entire stadium fell into an eerie silence again. Tens of thousands of eyes were focused on the young man who walked out slowly. It's finally his turn. I want to see what kind of ability this person who can make school beauty Xia look at him differently has. Don't be like a silver-plated spearhead, it looks good but is useless. Zhou Koan gritted his teeth and stared at Tao Ran's back. Tao Ran ignored all the gazes and walked steadily and firmly, step by step. He came to the awakening stone that had just endured the power of the ice phoenix and still had a faint chill on its surface. He turned his head and scanned the entire audience. He saw Lin Wanner, who was distraught in the family seats, Zhou Koan, whose eyes were full of resentment in the queue of the second hospital, and the students in Class 5 and Teacher Lu, who were so nervous that they clenched their fists. Finally, his eyes fell on Xia Yue. There was also a hint of curiosity in the girl's cold eyes. Tao Ran smiled at her, then slowly placed his right hand on the cold awakening stone. At that moment, the ice heart in his body started to work automatically. An extremely pure cold air flowed through his palm and into the awakening stone. Buzz! The awakening stone emitted a low yet long resonance, as if a sleeping giant beast had been awakened. A soft blue light lit up with a chill that penetrated deep into the bone marrow. It was a color deeper and purer than Xia Yue's azure blue, Several staff members who were close to the scene shuddered uncontrollably and subconsciously took a step back. A deep blue beam of light rose from the ground. It does not have the domineering power that penetrates the heaven and earth like Xia Yue, but it climbs upward steadily and powerfully with an unyielding posture. The beam of light easily passed the 3-meter height that represented sea-level talent. Then, he broke through the 5-meter line representing B-level talent without any hesitation. Zhou Kuan's pupils suddenly contracted. The beam of light did not stop and continued to move upwards. Up. The beam of light finally stopped at a height that left everyone dumbfounded. It was only a hair's breadth away from the devastating S-level vision. On the screen of the awakening stone, light flickered, and a line of dazzling golden characters appeared clearly. Talent level, A level. Talent name, control of extreme cold elements. A level. If the previous B level was a sensation and the S level was a myth, then this A level is truly shocking. Jiancheng hasn't had an A level talent for 5 consecutive years. Moreover, it is a rare elemental talent. A grade. Another A grade talent. The host almost roared out the result. Holy crap! A level. Tao Ran from Class 5 has an A-level talent. You're kidding, right? A laggard who's been at the bottom of the class for 10,000 years has awakened an A-level talent? Control of the extreme cold element. No wonder. No wonder School Beauty Xia is looking at him. They both have ice attributes. Oh my god, our Jiangcheng class is about to take off. 1S class, 1A class. In the queue of Class 5, the students hugged each other madly, jumping and dancing, venting the frustration and depression that had accumulated for 3 years. Tao Ran is awesome. I don't know who was the first to shout, but immediately afterwards, the entire Class 5 formation erupted in thunderous cheers. Teacher Lucian, a man in his 50s, could no longer control his emotions and tears welled up in his eyes. In the tall figure on the stage, he saw the brightest glory of his 20-year coaching career. Ha ha ha. Okay. In the judging panel, City Lord Yin Pijuan slapped his thigh and laughed out loud. For the first time, Qin Lai's face showed emotion. A level is enough for him, the chief commander of Jingya Bureau, to come out and recruit him personally. Grandmaster Lei Qianjue clapped his hands and laughed loudly. What a mastery of the extreme cold element. What a pearl hidden in the sand. Qin boy, you can't snatch this from me again, right? In the family seats. Plop. Lin Wanner's legs went limp and she collapsed completely on the seat. A level. The man whom she despised as trash and declared to be not from the same world was actually a genius with a level talent. Her mind was blank, and the only thing left was the arrogant look she had on her face in the cafe. A hot tear rolled down from the corner of her eye, carrying with it endless regret and humiliation. Just as the whole audience was boiling with excitement, Grandmaster Lei Qianjue slowly stood up on the podium. His loud and resonant voice spread to every corner of the gymnasium, instantly suppressing all the noise. The guy on the stage is called Tao Ran, right? Tao Ran turned around and looked at the platform. Old man Lei Qianjue. The rules of this ceremony are too complicated. I'm asking you now. Would you like to be my disciple? Chapter 8 The Grandmaster wants to steal his apprentice, but the city lord refuses to accept it. Lei Qianjue wants to accept a disciple in public? The entire gymnasium fell silent again. Everyone widened their eyes, suspecting that there was something wrong with their ears. Who is Lei Qianjue? A 7th grade grandmaster certified by the Martial Arts Alliance. A top figure who can make the whole Xia country tremble with just a stomp of his feet. He actually wants to accept a disciple in public? Is the one who was taken and still Tao Ran from Class 5? If Tao Ran's awakening of his A-level talent was shocking, then this scene simply overturned everyone's cognition. The Grand Master is so strict when accepting disciples. Many S-level geniuses want to become a disciple of a Grandmaster but are unable to do so. Now, a newly awakened A-level actually received a public promise from Grandmaster Lei Qianjue? This represents a leap to heaven. Countless envious, jealous, and disbelieving gazes converged on Tao Ran. At this moment, he was even more dazzling than Xia Yue, who had just awakened her S-level bloodline. In the family seat, Lin Wanner felt as if someone had pulled all the bones out of her body. A-level talent. Grandmaster's personal disciple. These 2 words were like 2 of the hardest slaps in the face, hitting her from both sides and making her lose her mind. She once thought that what she gave up was just a piece of stubborn stone on the roadside. But I didn't expect that it was a piece of peerless jade covered by dust. Now, this beautiful jade is held in the palm of the Grandmaster's hand, and she has become the biggest joke in the entire Jiangcheng. No, why is this happening? Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Unable to endure the torture of this public execution any longer, she scrambled to her feet from her seat and fled the gymnasium with unsteady steps. In the ranks of Jiangcheng's Second Martial Arts Academy, Zhou Kuan buried his head deeply, and his shoulders trembled slightly uncontrollably. His face, which had once been full of vigor and spirit due to his B-level talent, was now shrouded in shadow, and his expression could not be seen clearly. Only he himself knew that his teeth had bitten his lower lip tightly, and a fishy and sweet taste spread in his mouth. Rubbish. The two words he uttered before crushed his dignity to the ground over and over again. The formation of Class 5 has been completely destroyed. They were so excited that they wanted to rush onto the stage and throw Tao Ran up. Teacher Lucian was so excited that he was shaking all over and tears were streaming down his face. Grandmaster's disciple. His students are going to become the Grandmaster's disciples. This is a glory he never dared to dream of. However, just when everyone thought that Tao Ran would kneel down in ecstasy and become his disciple, he simply bowed towards the platform, neither humbly nor arrogantly. Thank you, Master Lei, for your kindness. His voice was calm, without much emotion. It's my honor, kid. There was a commotion in the crowd, and everyone thought the next sentence would be disciple greets master. But Tao Ran paused and raised his head. However, the awakening ceremony has not yet ended. I want to compete for the top spot with my own strength. The whole audience was in an uproar. Crazy. This guy is absolutely crazy. He didn't agree immediately? That is an olive branch from a 7th rank grandmaster. If you miss this village, you will miss this store. He didn't even kneel down and kowtow on the spot? Are you still thinking about that damn top scholar? Can the top scholar compare with the master's disciple? The city lord Yen Pijuan, who had been sitting firmly in the VIP seats, and the stern-looking Qi Lai, relaxed their tense bodies almost at the same time. There is still a chance. Upon hearing this, Grandmaster Lei Qianjue was stunned for a moment, then burst into a resounding laugh. Ha ha ha. Good. Good boy. Ambitious. Proud. You're worthy of being the one I've chosen. He took a step forward, and an invisible pressure made the entire platform quiet. I just like your unyielding spirit. All right. Then I'll sit here and wait for you to win the first place in the imperial examination. Then you can come and become my disciple in style. Once these words were spoken, they carried more weight than the previous declaration of accepting a disciple. This is no longer a promise, this is an internal decision. City Lord Yen Pijuan could no longer sit still. How can this be? Jiangcheng finally produced 2 real dragons, and one of the S-level ones has been reserved by the Jingya Bureau. Now, if this A-level animal is kidnapped by the old fox from Kyoto, where will his face as the city lord be? He immediately stood up and interrupted Lei Qianjue with a smile. A gentle aura belonging to a superior spread out, cleverly neutralizing the master's pressure. Hey, Master Lei, you're really breaking the rules. We are Jiangcheng's own genius, so we must prioritize Jiangcheng first. He turned to Tao Ran, his voice loud and full of temptation. Student Tao Ran, I promise you in the name of the city lord's mansion. As long as you place in the top 3 of the ceremony, the position of captain of the 9th Battalion of the City Guard will be yours. The city lord's mansion will provide you with enough skills, elixirs, and cultivation resources. Hiss. There was another gasp from the whole audience. He was directly appointed as the team leader even before graduating. This is another step to success. Before everyone could digest this bombshell news, Qi Lai, who had been silent all the time, spoke coldly. City guards? They're just there to guard the house. His voice carried a murderous aura, like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath, which lowered the temperature around him a few degrees. His sharp eyes locked on Tao Ran. Come to my Jingya Bureau. I will allow you to join the Zhanya reserve team and let me personally guide you. Whatever the city lord's mansion can give you, Jingya Bureau will double it. Whatever the city lord's mansion can't give you, such as the chance to kill a 3rd-level monster, I can also give you. Boom. City lord's mansion. Jingya Bureau. The 2 major violent organizations in Jiangcheng actually started a naked kidnapping in front of the whole city. The Zhanyi reserve team. That was a legendary existence, the most sacred temple in the hearts of every Jiangcheng martial arts student. Everyone has become numb. They looked at the calm young man on the stage. On one side was the disciple of the great master with a bright future, and on the other side was the powerful boss who held great power. In this scene of gods fighting, the protagonist is actually the waste who was once famous throughout the school. However, in this tense confrontation and explosive atmosphere, something strange happened. Buzz. A low humming sound came from deep underground. The hearts of the warriors above the first rank present suddenly sank, and they felt an inexplicable pressure squeezing in from all directions. The lights in the gymnasium flickered strangely. Before anyone could react, a sharp, piercing, heart-wrenching alarm pierced the sky without warning. Woo 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 woo. Bloody alert. It is the highest level of bloody alert. The entire dome of the gymnasium was instantly dyed in ominous red. On the high platform, Lei Qianjue's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his expression was no longer gentle. The smile on Yan Pejuan's face disappeared instantly, turning into an iron-like solemnity. Qin Lai made a clang sound and his hand was already on the hilt of the knife at his waist. Boom! An extremely dull roar came from the distant east. The entire huge stadium shook violently. Countless spectators were shaken to the ground, and panic and screams spread like a plague in an instant. What's going on? It's a bloody alarm. A strange beast is attacking the city. East. Something happened in the direction of the East City Wall. In the VIP seats, the expressions of the three bosses instantly became extremely solemn. The military communicator on Yan Pejuan's waist vibrated harshly. After he answered it, he listened for only 1 second before his smiling face turned ashen. Report to the city lord. The A3 section of the East City Wall's defense shield has been struck by a powerful attack from a high-level alien beast. The energy core has overloaded, leaving a 30-meter-long gap. A large number of black armored earth dragons and corrosive demon spiders have poured into the city through the breach. Requesting support. Requesting support. Black armored earth dragon. Corrosive demon spider. These two names made everyone who heard them turn pale. Both of these are extremely aggressive second-level monsters, and they live in groups. This means that this is not simple harassment. This is a beast tide. At the same time, when the whole audience fell into panic, a cold and rapid system prompt sound exploded in Tao Ran's mind. Warning! A large-scale invasion of alien beasts has been detected, and Jiangcheng's luck has been severely impacted. Emergency mission released, protect Jiangcheng. Mission description, go to the battlefield, kill the alien beasts, and protect the human territory. The host's performance in this battle will directly affect the human race's luck feedback and receive massive rewards. Current Jiangcheng luck value, 12 points. Continuously decreasing. Tao Ran suddenly looked up and looked towards the east. The sky there was dyed blood red. He seemed to be able to see that outside the towering city walls, the dark tide of beasts was like an inky flood, madly attacking the human defense line. Chapter 9 The beast tide is coming, I declare, I will definitely be the top scholar. Quiet. A thunderous roar suppressed the noise of tens of thousands of people. On the high platform, the city lord Yan Pejuan stood straight, instantly calming everyone's minds. All citizens, immediately follow the evacuation instructions and evacuate in an orderly manner. All members of the city guards in Jingye Bureau, level 1 combat readiness. Follow me. His orders were clear and decisive. Then he turned to the more than 10,000 candidates in the venue who had pale faces, but were nervous and confused. Dear students. Yan Pejuan's voice resounded throughout the venue. Unfortunately, your graduation ceremony was interrupted by a group of blind beasts. But at the same time, I'm lucky. Because you are about to face the most real, cruel, and glorious test. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed to the eastern sky, which had been dyed an ominous dark red by the fire. I declare. The second test of the awakening ceremony, the simulated battle, is cancelled. New test content. All candidates, proceed to the front lines of the East City Wall immediately. Slaughter all those beasts who dare to set foot in our homeland. Your combat achievements will be recorded in real time by the battlefield recorder. The final ranking will be based solely on the number of enemies killed. And that 9 apertures Guiyuan pill, and all the glory of the top scholar, is only worthy of a true warrior. Yan Pejuan's voice suddenly rose and was full of incitement. Now, I ask you. Are there any cowards? No. A boy yelled out heart-wrenchingly. Kill all those beasts. Defend Jiangcheng. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. The young people's blood was completely ignited, fear was replaced by fighting spirit, and the young faces were filled with fearlessness and determination. On the high platform, Qin Lai and Lei Qianjue looked at each other and saw approval in each other's eyes. At this moment of intense emotion, a calm voice sounded. City Lord, Grandmaster Lei, Commander-in-Chief Qin. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Tao Ran walking down from the test bench. He ignored the chaos around him, walked straight to the platform, and bowed slightly to the three big guys. I will definitely be the top scorer in this awakening ceremony. He turned around and scanned the entire audience, and finally, his eyes met the cold figure in the queue. The battlefield is the final examination hall. The whole audience fell silent. If Yin Pujuan's words ignited them, then Tao Ran's words were like pouring a whole bucket of boiling oil on the fire. Mad. At this critical moment of life and death, he is still thinking about the top scholar? But this arrogance, far from disgusting anyone, made the blood in the hearts of countless students burn even more vigorously. All right. Grandmaster Lei Qianjue made no secret of his admiration. I'll be waiting for you on the city wall. Bring the Beast King's head and come to me to become your disciple. Qin Lai, who had always had a cold face, moved his Adam's apple slightly and made a low hum. It was impossible to tell whether it was approval or something else. The Zanya reserves need soldiers like you. Yen Pujuan nodded heavily. The future of Jiangcheng depends on you. As soon as the words fell, Xia Yue moved. She walked straight through the crowd and came in front of Tao Ran. Those icy eyes were astonishingly bright, burning with the same fiery fighting spirit. 9 orifice Guiyuan pill, I need it too. Her voice was clear and her words were concise. She also wants to fight for the top spot. Tao Ran smiled and looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. Then it depends on your ability. Okay. Xia Yue nodded. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the queue of Class 1. Wherever she passed, the crowd automatically made way for her. The two people's conversation as if they were the only one around made Zhou Kuan, who was not far away, so jealous that his facial features were distorted. He stared at Tao Ran's back and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Swords and knives have no eyes on the battlefield, you must not die too quickly. The voice was very low, but Tao Ran still caught it keenly. He paused, turned his head, gave Zhou Kuan a cold back, and ignored him. Tao Ran. The head teacher Lucian squeezed over, his eyes red, not because of fear, but because of excitement. He grabbed Tao Ran's arm and didn't say anything about coming back alive. Instead, he roared with all his strength. Bring the top scorer back to me. Let the whole of Jiangcheng see that there are no cowards in our Class 5. Tao Ran felt warm in his heart and nodded heavily. Teacher Lu, don't worry. When I come back, I will treat the whole class to a drink. All candidates. Urgent assembly. Head to Platform 1. Military maglev train, departing in 3 minutes. The city guard's orders resounded throughout the venue. Let's go, teacher. Tao Ran patted Lucian's shoulder, turned around and joined the crowd heading to the battlefield. Platform 1. Several extended military maglev trains are already on standby. Next to the platform, teams of city guards were efficiently distributing weapons and emergency supplies. Each person will receive a standard alloy longsword, 3 primary healing potions, and 5 explosive grenades. The officer in charge of the distribution had a loud voice, and there was a bloody smell in his voice. Tao Ran took the heavy long sword and supplies and tried to swing it. The blade flashed with cold light and felt steady in his hand. He sheathed his sword, put away his potions and grenades, and said to the students from Class 5 beside him, check everything, don't drop anything. The students in Class 5 also quickly collected the supplies. Although there was nervousness on their faces, they were more determined to fight to the death. Brother Ran, we'll follow you. That's right. Today, let's show those bastards who's the last one standing. Tao Ran looked at these familiar faces and smiled. Okay, then, kill them all. Kill them all. The roar shook the sky. The students boarded the bus quickly and orderly according to their respective colleges and classes. There was no more laughter in the carriage, only the sound of metal friction as weapons were unsheathed and inspected, and the sound of heavy breathing. As soon as Tao Ran and his classmates from Class 5 got on the bus, they felt unfriendly gazes coming from the other carriage. They were from Jiangcheng's 2nd Martial Arts Academy, and Zhou Kuan was among them. Zhou Kuan's eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at Tao Ran and made a gesture as if he was wiping his neck. Tao Ran ignored him and just found a seat to sit down. There is no need to say much to a dying person. The train started slowly, speeding up, and outside the window, the city was rapidly receding. Suddenly, the lights in the car flickered violently, and a bottle of water on the table began to vibrate violently. A foul odor came in through the vent, making people want to vomit. Arrive! In the far east, the shocking gap in the city wall is already right in front of us. The dark tide of beasts was like an inky flood, madly attacking the defense line built of flesh and blood. The deafening roars of beasts and the roars of humans intertwined to form a cruel symphony of war. In the carriage, many students looked pale and their hands holding weapons were shaking like sieves. Tao Ran remained calm. In his eyes, the battlefield of blood and fire was turning into a series of cold data. Warning! A large-scale invasion of alien beasts has been detected, and Jiangqing's luck has been severely impacted. 12:13. Emergency mission released, protect Jiangqing. Task 1, kill 100 rank 2 monsters black armored earth dragons corrosive demon spiders. Reward, HP plus 100. Task 2, kill a level 3 monster for the first time. Reward, increase sharing ratio by 5%. Mission 3, guard the breach until the beast tide recedes. Based on your final battlefield contribution, you will receive a massive national fortune reward. Swish! The train braked with a screeching sound and came to a sudden stop. Everyone in the car was shocked. Before anyone could react, the car door suddenly slid open to both sides after a mechanical warning sound. Roar! A fishy wind blew in my face. A giant earth dragon as big as a truck and covered with a black shell was roaring and tearing the half-broken defensive turret into pieces. Its scarlet compound eyes instantly locked onto the car door that had just been opened. Inside the carriage, all the students took a step back in shock at the hellish scene. However, a figure went against the flow of people and was the first to step out of the car. Tao Ran stood on the platform, the alloy long sword was instantly unsheathed in his hand, and the cold air began to spread under his feet. Class 5, he said without turning around, follow me. Chapter 10 The battlefield is a meat grinder, I am the line of defense. The compound eyes of the black armored earth dragon were fixed on Tao Ran at the car door. It treated Tao Ran as the first dessert after breaking out of the cage. Foul-smelling saliva dripped from its hideous mouthparts, corroding the hard alloy platform with a sizzling sound. Roar! The giant beast roared, and its huge body brought with it astonishing wind pressure, and it suddenly rushed towards Tao Ran. Inside the carriage, all the students instinctively stepped back. Many people even closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch the bloody scene. However, Tao Ran, who was standing at the center of the storm, stared at the black armored earth dragon in front of him without even blinking. Just when the black armored earth dragon was less than 3 meters away from him, he moved. He took a sudden step forward. A deep blue chill visible to the naked eye instantly spread across the platform, centered on the soles of his feet. Snap! Snap! The black armored earth dragon that was rushing in the front had a thick layer of frost condensed on its thick limbs in an instant. The inertia of the high-speed charge made it unable to stop, and its joints were instantly frozen. Plop! This huge beast fell flat on its face in front of Tao Ran in an extremely funny posture, and its hard head hit the ground heavily. The whole audience was in an uproar. Tao Ran didn't give it any chance to react. His figure flashed and appeared at the neck of the black armored earth dragon like a ghost. That's the weakest point in the carapace. The alloy sword in his hand was covered with a thin layer of blue ice crystals at some point, and the blade was flashing with cold light. Ice hard art. He whispered softly, and the long sword drew a cold arc. There was no earth-shattering noise, only a slight puff sound. Like a hot knife through butter. The hideous head, as big as a car tire, just rolled down. Black blood gushed out, but the moment it came into contact with the air, it was frozen into black ice crystals by the remaining cold air. Flash sale. A peak-level second-order black armored earth dragon was killed instantly with one sword. Inside the carriage, all the faces distorted by fear were frozen at this moment. They looked at the huge headless corpse on the ground, then at the back of the young man holding a long knife without even a drop of blood on his body, and their minds went blank. What are you standing there for? Tao Ran didn't even turn his head as his voice came calmly. Waiting for the monsters to line up and come up one by one to die? This sentence, like thunder, exploded in everyone's mind. Fuck. Brother Ran is awesome. In the queue of Class 5, a boy was the first to react. His eyes turned red, he raised the long knife in his hand, and was the first to rush out of the car. Fear? When they saw with their own eyes a monster that could easily tear them apart being dealt with by their classmates as easily as chopping melons and vegetables, all their fears were transformed into the most primitive excitement and passion. Kill. Follow brother ran and killed them all. The students of Class 5 rushed out shouting as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and subconsciously formed a small attack formation with Tao Ran as the center. The students from other classes finally came to their senses. Looking at the fearless appearance of the students from Class 5, shame and fighting spirit surged in their hearts at the same time. Damn it! Everyone from Class 5 is here, we have nothing to fear. Kill all these beasts. For Jianchang. Young figures, holding weapons, roared and rushed out of the carriages, joining the battlefield of blood and fire. At this moment, the door of another carriage suddenly slid open. A cold breath that was even more domineering and more majestic than Tao Ran's coldness suddenly erupted. Ice Phoenix arrives. A cold female voice sounded. Xia Youwei's figure fluttered out of the carriage like an elegant butterfly. She stood in the air, releasing the power of her S-level bloodline without reservation. Countless ice crystals appeared out of thin air and gathered around her to form a giant Ice Phoenix phantom. Go! She tapped her jade fingers lightly. The Ice Phoenix let out a clear cry, and with the power to destroy the world, it swooped down towards a group of dozens of corrosive spiders not far away. Boom! An extremely cold storm swept across the entire place. The temperature in that area plummeted to below freezing point. Dozens of ferocious second-level monsters were instantly frozen into lifelike ice sculptures before they could even scream. The shadow of the Ice Phoenix flew past, and the ice sculptures shattered into pieces, turning into crystal ice chips all over the sky. With one move, an area was cleared. The dominance of this S-level bloodline made everyone speechless. Xia Youwei landed lightly on the ground. She did not look at the strange beasts that she killed instantly, but instead cast her gaze on Tao Ran, who was not far away. Their eyes met above the chaotic battlefield, and they both saw the fiery fighting spirit in each other's eyes. The competition for the top spot has only truly begun from now on. Damn it! In the queue of the Second Martial Arts Academy, Zhou Kuan looked at the huge gap that had suddenly widened between the two of them, and his eyes turned red with jealousy. One A level and the other S level were like two huge mountains, pressing him so hard that he couldn't breathe. Exploding flames. He roared angrily, pouring all the resentment and unwillingness into his talent. A huge fireball formed in his hand, and he threw it with all his might towards a charging black-armored earth dragon. Boom! The violent explosion blew the earth dragon's shell away, leaving it bloody and mangled, but it did not die immediately. Instead, it became more ferocious and roared as it charged towards Zhou Kuan. Brother Kuan, be careful! The classmate next to him exclaimed and rushed forward in a hurry to finish him off. Although Zhou Kuan's attack was extremely powerful, it obviously lacked Tao Ran's precision and Xia Youwei's control, and appeared rough and chaotic. Tao Ran ignored the farce over there, his attention was completely focused on the battlefield in front of him. Ding! Killing a level 2 monster for the first time, reward, HP plus 10. Current Chi and blood value, 180 calories. Task 1, kill 100 second level monsters 100. Current Jianchang luck value, 25 points. Continuously decreasing. The luck value is still decreasing. This shows that the situation on the front line is more severe than he imagined. Can't waste time here. Tao Ran's eyes focused, and the alloy sword in his hand once again glowed with an ice blue light. Class 5, follow me, we're going to the gap. He did not choose to clear out these stragglers near the platform, but instead aimed directly at the most dangerous and most meritorious gap in the city wall in the distance. Walk! The students in Class 5 followed Tao Ran's footsteps without any hesitation. They formed a sharp arrow formation, with Tao Ran as the spearhead, and like a sharp knife, they plunged fiercely into the chaotic beast herd. Phew! Tao Ran raised his knife and slashed it. With a flash of cold light, a corrosive spider was neatly cut in half from the middle. The green venom was frozen into ice before it could splash out. 3 on the left. Chang Lishuan, it's up to you. Receive. A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of a thin boy in the team. His dynamic vision enhancement talent was activated, and the 3 high-speed moving spiders instantly became extremely slow in his eyes. At 3 o'clock, jump and slash. At 7 o'clock, stab straight. There's another one above your head. Under his precise command, the students next to him cooperated well, and with the flash of swords and the shadow of sabers, the 3-headed demon spider was killed instantly. This is the power of the class. Tao Ran was responsible for breaking through the formation and tearing open the strongest defense, while the classmates behind him were responsible for dealing with the scattered monsters that he had scattered. The efficiency is amazingly high. On their combat recorder, the numbers representing the number of enemies killed are jumping rapidly. The students from other classes were stunned. Is this still the famous last place class 5 in the school? This kind of coordination and decisive killing ruthlessness are even more tacit than some veterans. Teacher Lu Jin was watching this scene from behind, trembling with excitement. He clenched his fists tightly and kept muttering to himself, "Good boys. Good boys." Just as Tao Ran led the 5th squad forward at full speed and was about to rush to the gap in the city wall, an extremely sharp roar suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up in horror. I saw a giant snake with a body length of more than 20 meters, a wingspan like a glider, and covered with green scales all over its body, hovering above the battlefield. The 3rd-level exotic beast Gasfong. Its cold vertical pupils swept over the humans and beasts below that were like ants. Finally, it locked onto Tao Ran, who was at the front and had the highest killing efficiency. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, causing the hearts of all the students under its gaze to sink suddenly and making breathing difficult. It's a 3rd-level monster. Disperse. This is not something we can handle. Panic spread instantly. Gale Fong suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a stream of pale green venom shot towards Tao Ran in Class 5's formation like a high-pressure water gun. Before the venom even hit the ground, the air along its path was corroded and made a hissing sound. Spread! Tao Ran shouted loudly. Instead of dodging, he suddenly stuck his long knife into the ground and clasped his hands together. Ice Heart Art, Mysterious Ice Wall. A huge ice wall half a meter thick and shining with a deep blue luster rose from the ground, accurately blocking Venom's attack path. Sizzle! The highly toxic liquid splashed onto the ice wall, causing a large amount of pungent smoke to erupt. The ice wall was corroded and melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. But in the end, he still blocked the fatal blow. Hoo-hoo! The students in Class 5 looked at the corroded and bumpy ground at their feet, feeling terrified and their backs soaked with cold sweat. In the sky, the Gale Fong seemed to be enraged because it missed its attack. It let out an angry roar, flapped its wings, and its huge body swooped down towards Tao Ran on the ground like an out-of-control fighter jet, with a sonic boom that tore through the air. Task 2, kill a level 3 monster for the first time. Reward, increase sharing ratio by 5%. The system prompt sounded in Tao Ran's mind at the right time. Tao Ran raised his head and looked at the huge black shadow that was getting closer and closer. There was no fear in his eyes, but instead a burning desire to fight. He slowly pulled out the long knife that was stuck in the ground. The coldness on the knife was stronger than ever before. He gave a confident smile to the frightened classmates behind him. Don't be afraid. Look at me. I'm going to kill a dragon for you guys to play with. Chapter 11 Killing a Dragon for Fun. Slay the dragon? The students from Class 5 who were following Tao Ran felt their calves trembling when they heard these words. That's a 3rd-level monster. With a wingspan of over 20 meters, the wind pressure from the dive alone makes them unstable. In their eyes, this is no different from the evil dragon in mythology. And Tao Ran, a classmate who had just been promoted to a 1st-grade warrior a few days ago, actually said he wanted to slaughter it? Playing with this kind of thing? Everyone's heart was in their throat, and fear almost burst out of their chest. However, facing the giant beast swooping down with the power to destroy the world, there was no fear on Tao Ran's face. He just raised his head calmly and looked at the huge black shadow that was getting closer and closer and almost covering the entire sky. The Dao Yen Ju, running at full power. Ice Heart Art, condense. He slammed the alloy sword in his hand back into the ground and clasped his hands in front of his chest. An icy blue chill, purer and deeper than any previous one, gushed out of his body like crazy. This chill was no longer simply spreading, but as if it had substance, it gathered, condensed, and took shape crazily on the ground in front of him. Snap! Snap! Under everyone's horrified gaze, a giant spear made of pure ice rose from the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. The gun body is crystal clear, and there seems to be a stream of light running at high speed inside, reflecting a heart-pounding blue light. The ice spear rose higher and higher, and the tip of the spear was aimed at the Fong of the Gale swooping down from the sky with incredible precision. The size of the ice spear is even thicker than the snake body of Gale Fong. What kind of move is this? Xia You's pupils in the distance suddenly shrank. She could feel that the purity and control of the ice energy mobilized by Tao Ran were far superior to hers. This is not something that an A-level talent can do. The fang of the gale in the sky also felt the deadly threat. It let out a sharp hiss and tried to twist its body in the air to avoid the huge ice spear that was shooting up into the sky. But it was too late. Its dive speed is too fast and its inertia is too great. Roar! Under the gazes of countless shocked people, the huge snake body crashed straight into the tip of the ice spear. Puff! There were no earth-shattering explosions. There was only an extremely dull sound of flesh and blood being pierced. The ice spear, flashing with a faint blue light, pierced through the hard scales of gale fawn like a rotten wood, pierced through its lower jaw, passed through its entire head, and came out from the top of its head. The huge snake body twitched violently several times in the air, and the light of life in its cold vertical pupils quickly dimmed. Then, its huge corpse was nailed high above the battlefield by an ice spear that pierced the sky and the earth. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Whether it was the students who were fighting or the dignitaries watching the battle on the distant city wall, everyone stared blankly at the giant beast that was pierced and nailed to death, their minds blank. One move? Killing a third-level monster instantly with just one move? Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a third-level monster for the first time. Task 2 completed. Reward, sharing ratio increased by 5%. Currently bound target, Xia Yue's rank, Ice Phoenix Bloodline. Current sharing ratio, 7%. Reward, health plus 20. Current chi and blood value, 200 calories. The system prompt sounded in Tao Ran's mind. A far more powerful energy than before surged from the void into his limbs and bones, and his chi and blood value instantly broke through the 200-calorie mark. Tao Ran slowly exhaled a breath of white air, feeling the surging power in his body, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Done, call it a day. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge ice spear that pierced through the sky and earth shattered and turned into ice crystals all over the sky. The huge corpse of Gale Fong also fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a large amount of smoke and dust. Gudong. In the queue of Class 5, someone swallowed hard. I'm not dreaming, am I? Level 3, just like that, gone? Is Tao Ran still human? The next second, thunderous cheers erupted from Class 5's camp. Brother Ran is awesome. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? In the queue of the Second Martial Arts Academy, Zhou Kuan stared blankly at the corpse of the giant beast, then looked at the calm figure in the distance, and the blood color on his face instantly faded. Jealousy? Resentment? No, those emotions are gone. All that remains is a fear and powerlessness that comes from the depths of the soul. He finally understood that he and Tao Ran were never from the same world. On the city walls, flames of war were raging and blood was gushing into the sky. City Lord Yen Pijuan had just killed a 4th-level black-armored earth dragon that was trying to jump onto the top of the city wall with one sword, and turned around to deal with the 3rd-level giant snake Gale Fong that had escaped. Seeing this scene below, he couldn't help but shout, "Well done." A few meters away from him, Xin Lai had just used the tip of his knife to pick up a corrosive demon spider, and the sharp blade was still dripping with green venom. For the first time, his icy face, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, showed an expression that could not be concealed. Grandmaster Lei Qianjue was surrounded by a powerful energy that instantly shattered several flying monsters that were charging towards him. He paid no attention to the battlefield, staring intently at Tao Ran, his eyes gleaming with astonishing brightness, as if he were looking at a priceless treasure. This kid. Same origin, but more refined and more domineering. This is definitely not a grade. This kid is hiding a huge secret. He turned sharply towards Qin Lai. Qin boy, this disciple, no matter what you say, I will definitely snatch him away. Qin Lai did not refute this time, but his Adam's apple rolled slightly, and his eyes were extremely complicated. They were all powerful warriors who had experienced many battles and were well aware of the horror of the attack just now. I also understand more clearly what a student's performance in such an urgent situation represents for their future. Just when the whole audience was immersed in the huge shock brought by Tao Ran, something strange happened. Xia Yue, who was not far away, suddenly let out a muffled groan, and her pretty face turned pale in an instant. A far more violent and colder air than before erupted with her as the center. Snap! Snap! The ground beneath her feet instantly solidified into a thick layer of ice, which spread wildly around at an uncontrollable speed. Not good. A hint of panic flashed in Xia Yue's eyes. She had just seen Tao Ran's earth-shattering attack, and she felt competitive. She also wanted to mobilize the power of her bloodline and launch a more powerful area attack. But she never expected that the pure cold energy caused by Tao Ran's ice spear piercing the sun would resonate with the Ice Phoenix bloodline in her body. This external, higher-level energy, like a fuse, instantly detonated the already unstable S-level bloodline in her body. Ah! Xia Yue knelt on the ground in pain, hugging herself tightly with her hands. She felt as if the blood in her body was about to freeze, and countless violent Ice Phoenix energies were rampaging through her meridians, trying to tear her body apart completely. Ice blue cold air overflowed from her body uncontrollably, forming a small ice and snowstorm around her. The students around were forced to retreat again and again by the violent cold air, their faces full of fear. What happened to school beauty Xia? Her power is out of control. Get away from us. This energy will freeze us all into ice sculptures. Even Xia Yue herself felt despair in the face of this power. She could feel her life force rapidly fading away, and her consciousness began to become blurred. Just when she was about to lose consciousness, a pair of warm hands suddenly pressed on her back. Chapter 12, Bloodline Runaway? I'll pull it back for you. The palm was warm and dry, pressing on Xia Yue's back. A strange heat flow actually penetrated the layer of violent cold that was enough to freeze steel and was accurately injected into her body. Xia Yue trembled violently, and her consciousness, which was on the verge of collapse, was forcibly pulled back. She could feel that the Ice Phoenix bloodline in her body had completely transformed into a wild beast that had broken free from its reins, madly biting at her meridians, trying to freeze her internal organs into ice chips. School beauty Xia's power is out of control. Back off. That cold air will kill us. The surrounding students retreated in horror, forming a huge vacuum zone around Xia Yue. No one dared to get close. The overflowing energy has condensed a thick layer of ice crystals on the ground, and any matter that approaches will be instantly frozen to pieces. Except for the figure going against the flow. Tao Ran. Are you crazy? Come back quickly. Lu Jin was terrified at the sight from a distance and shouted at the top of his lungs. That's the rampage of S-level bloodline. Even the Grandmaster might not dare to intervene easily in person. What's the difference between Tao Ran, a first-grade warrior, rushing forward and flying into the fire? Zhou Kuan watched the scene not far away, his face showing astonishment at first, and then a morbid pleasure surged over him. Idiot! You're looking for death. He wished that Tao Ran would be frozen into an ice sculpture by Xia Yue's uncontrolled power. In this way, one of the two mountains pressing on his heart would disappear in an instant. However, in the center of the battlefield, Tao Ran turned a deaf ear to everything outside. Ding! It has been detected that Xia Yue, the daughter of National Destiny, has suffered a blood backlash and is in critical condition. Emergency side quest released, save Xia Yue. Quest requirements, assist Xia Yue in calming down the runaway Ice Phoenix bloodline. Quest reward, favorability plus 30. Sharing ratio increased to 10%. Special reward item, Ice Phoenix Heart Fragment. The system's voice sounded in Tao Ran's mind, cheering him up. He increased his energy output and concentrated on helping Xia Yue comb her meridians. His palm was firmly placed on Xia Yue's back, and his other hand was on her wrist. It felt icy cold when he touched it, as if what he was holding was not a girl's wrist, but a piece of 1,000-year-old black ice. Under her skin, the blue blood vessels were clearly visible, and her vitality was fading at a terrifying rate. Don't resist, just follow my spirit. A calm voice clearly reached Xia Yue's ears. This voice seemed to have some strange magic, allowing her to find a piece of driftwood to rely on in the endless coldness and pain. She no longer had the strength to answer and could only instinctively give up the last bit of resistance in her body. The next second, a stream of energy that originated from the same Ice Phoenix bloodline in her body, but was purer and gentler, slowly flowed into Tao Ran's palm. This energy did not forcibly suppress the violent force. Instead, it was like an experienced aqueduct, gently wrapping around the rushing torrent and beginning to carefully sort out and guide it. The Dao Yanju, the Bing Xianju. Tao Ran united his mind and spirit, bringing the profound meaning of the two magical skills to the extreme. The Ice Phoenix bloodline in his body weak became the best bridge at this moment because it was of the same origin as Xia Yue's S-level bloodline. He could clearly see that countless streams of ice blue energy were running around in Xia Yue's meridians like headless flies. What he needs to do is to twist these tangled energies into a rope again and let them return to their normal track. This is an extremely delicate and dangerous process. If she is not careful, the two forces will collide and Xia Yue will explode and die on the spot. And he himself will definitely not get any good result. On the city wall, Grandmaster Lei Qianjue's eyes, which could see through everything, were fixed on Tao Ran below. The expression on his face changed from shock to horror, and finally to incomprehensible fanaticism. He's combing it. He's using his own strength to sort out the runaway energy of the S-rank bloodline. How is this possible? Yan Pujuan and Qin Lai were also stunned. They are all top experts, so they naturally understand what Tao Ran is doing. This is no longer a question of talent, this is a suppression of the Tao at a higher level. It's like a top animal tamer facing a ferocious tiger. He did not whip the tiger, but used a method that the tiger could not understand but had to obey to make it docile. This kid, the secrets he carries are bigger than we thought. For the first time, Qin Lai's icy face was filled with solemnity. On the battlefield, the small ice and snowstorm around Xia Yue began to weaken at a speed visible to the naked eye. The layer of white frost on her body that could freeze the air was slowly fading away. Her furrowed brows relaxed and her rapid breathing became steady. She could feel that the warm energy was establishing a new order in her body, incorporating the runaway rebels one by one and returning them to the long river of blood. This process made her feel an unprecedented sense of security. It was like a small boat about to capsize in a storm suddenly sailing into a warm and solid harbor. And the source of that harbor is the young man behind him. I don't know how long it took, but the last trace of the violent coldness was soothed. Xia Yue's whole body went limp, she completely lost all her strength and fell forward. Tao Ran had anticipated this and took a step forward, holding her firmly. The girl's body was very light, yet surprisingly cold, and as she leaned against his arms, he couldn't help but shiver. You. Xia Yue in his arms slowly opened her eyes. For the first time, all the coldness and aloofness faded from those icy eyes, leaving only an extremely complicated look. There was shock, confusion, gratitude, and a dependence that she herself had not even noticed. She tried to stand up straight, but found that she had no strength at all. Don't move. Your blood circulation has just recovered and your body is still very weak. Tao Ran supported her to prevent her from falling. The postures of the two at this moment seemed extremely ambiguous in the chaotic battlefield. A young man half holding a beautiful girl. All around were deafening shouts of killing and ferocious beasts. But between the two of them, it seemed as if they formed a world of their own, quiet and strangely harmonious. The students in Class 5 watched this scene and subconsciously slowed down their breathing. No one dared to step forward to disturb them. Damn it! Damn it! Zhou Kuan dug his nails into his palms tightly. He looked at Xia Yue and Tao Ran's arms, and he felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. The poisonous fire of jealousy almost burned his sanity to ashes. Xia Yue leaned on Tao Ran, feeling his body temperature in the breath that made her feel at ease, and an abnormal blush appeared on her pretty face. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. I haven't won the top prize yet, you can't fall down here. Tao Ran suddenly laughed, breaking the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Xia Yue was slightly startled, raised her head, looked at the familiar smile on his face, and her heart inexplicably relaxed. She gently broke free from Tao Ran's embrace and managed to stand firmly. Thank you. Her voice was soft, but she spoke with great seriousness. You're welcome. Tao Ran nodded and turned his gaze back to the herd of beasts that were still surging like a tide not far away. Recover first, the battle is not over yet. After saying this, he turned around and faced the battlefield of blood and fire. Xia Yue stood behind him, looking at that extremely reliable figure, her icy eyes gleaming with excitement. For the first time, she discovered that a person's back can really shine and make people feel at ease. Chapter 13 School Beauty's Self-Strategy. Warning! The defense shield of Area 6 of the city wall has been completely shattered. The breach is widening. High energy reaction detected. There's a 4th level alien beast lord approaching. All students, abandon the battle immediately and retreat to the second line of defense. This is not your battlefield. Repeat. All students, retreat immediately. The highest level of blood-red alarm resounded throughout the battlefield, and the city lord Yan Pujuan's anxious voice came through the loudspeaker, urging the candidates who were still fighting. 4th level alien beast lord. The fear brought by these words is like the scythe wielded by the god of death. The students who were fighting bloody battles were instantly dispersed. Run! Run! Level 4. That's not a monster we can handle. The instinct to survive overrides everything. The crowd was like a hornet's nest that had been pierced, and they fled backwards desperately. Even Joe Cohen, who had previously threatened to kill Tao Ran, was now running faster than anyone else, crawling and rolling, fearing that he would become a snack for the strange beast if he was a step slower. The entire candidate team collapsed in an instant. In the chaotic crowd, there was only one place that remained firmly in place like a nail. Tao Ran and the 5th squad he led. Ding! Urgent side quest, rescue Xia Yue, completed. Task reward, favorability plus 30. Current favorability, 50 trust. Task reward, sharing ratio increased to 10%. Quest reward, special item, Ice Phoenix Heart Fragment X1, stored in system space. It is detected that the host and the bound target have reached the trust level of favorability, and the shared talent amplification effect is improved. Reward, health plus 50. Current chi and blood value, 350 calories. A surge of heat emerged out of nowhere and instantly spread throughout Tao Ran's limbs and bones. Bones, muscles, and meridians all become tougher and stronger under the impact of this energy. 350 calories of chi and blood value. He has firmly stepped into the middle stage of a first-grade warrior. From the awakening ceremony to now, in just over an hour, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Tao Ran suppressed the feeling of surging power and turned to look at Xia Yue. Her pretty face was still pale, and her lips were bloodless. It was obvious that the blood rush just now had taken a huge toll on her. As soon as her eyes met Tao Ran's, she quickly looked away, her long eyelashes trembling constantly. "Why, do you want to save me?" In the end, it was Xia Yue who spoke first, her voice trembling so much that she herself didn't even notice. In that situation, the S-level bloodline was out of control and even the Grandmaster was helpless. If he rushed forward, it would be like throwing away his life. He had no reason to do that. "We are classmates." Tao Ran smiled and said frankly. Xia Yue was startled, raised her head, and looked straight at him with her clear eyes. "Classmate? Just because of this?" This reason was too simple, so simple that she couldn't believe it. Tao Ran looked into her searching eyes and added. "Besides, my top scorer competitor can't fall like this. Otherwise, it would be meaningless even if I won. Number 1 scholar, 9 apertures Guiyuan pill." These words exploded in Xia Yue's mind, causing her to freeze completely. She knew better than anyone the hidden dangers of her own body. Her Ice Phoenix bloodline was incomplete and extremely unstable. She tried her best to get the Jiuqiao Guiyuan pill in order to stabilize her bloodline. This matter is her biggest secret. But now, Tao Ran, an A-level talent, is also determined to get the Jiuqiao Guiyuan pill. Before, she just thought he was after the medicinal properties of the pill. But recalling just now, when he sorted out his bloodline, that same but more refined power. A thought that made her heart beat wildly came to her mind uncontrollably. Does he know about my situation? He fought hard to win the top spot, not for himself, but for me? As soon as this thought came to mind, it was like a wildly growing vine, instantly entangling all her thoughts. Why did he do that? How did he know my secret? Countless questions made her feel confused. When he looked at Tao Ran again, his eyes had completely changed. If she felt curiosity and admiration before, now there was something more that she herself could not understand. Tao Ran didn't know that Xia Yue had imagined a shocking drama in her mind in just a few seconds. His attention was drawn back by an explosion on the battlefield. Boom! Not far away, a middle-aged captain of Jiang Chengwai was knocked away by 3 black-armored earth dragons at the same time in order to protect several students. The alloy armor on his body dented, blood spurted out, and he fell heavily to the ground. The 3 strange beasts didn't stop at all, and rushed forward with their ferocious mouthparts. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Captain Zhang. The rescued students' eyes were bloodshot and they roared in despair. On the other side, a boy stood there in fear and was dragged into a pit by a corrosive demon spider that drilled out from the ground, leaving only a short scream. Death is happening in every corner of the battlefield. The strong smell of blood and the stench of strange beasts mixed together, making people sick. War is a grinding mill of flesh and blood. Tao Ran's expression gradually turned colder. I have to fight. Xia Yue behind her struggled to stand up. The tragic scene before her made it impossible for her to stand by and watch. You'll be courting death if you go up there, Tao Ran said without even turning his head. Your bloodline has just recovered. Exploiting your power will only cause a more severe backlash. He gathered the students around him who had not had time to retreat. Class 5, form a formation. Build a defensive position with us as the center. Protect Xia. Yes. Brother Ran. The students in Class 5 had already regarded Tao Ran as their backbone, and they immediately took action upon hearing his words. They quickly contracted their formation, protecting Tao Ran and Xia Yuwei in the middle, with their swords pointing outward, forming a simple but solid circle. Xia Yuwei looked at the people surrounding her, then looked at Tao Ran's back, and didn't know what to say for a moment. At this moment, the earth shook violently. The entire battlefield was shaking violently, as if an ancient giant beast was awakening. Brother Ran, we. Cheng Lishuan's voice trembled and his face was pale. The order to retreat had been given and everyone ran away, but they were trapped because they wanted to protect Xia Yuwei. Tao Ran raised his head and looked at the widening gap in the city wall in the distance. There, a heart-pounding and terrifying atmosphere was spreading wildly. Retreat? He glanced at Xia Yuwei, who was sitting cross-legged behind him and trying to recover against the clock. Retreating from the mad beast tied with her who was unable to move is tantamount to seeking death. Tao Ran slowly tightened his grip on the long knife in his hand. The coldness on the blade was sharper than ever before. His eyes were more serious than ever before. Boom! There was another more violent tremor, and everyone staggered and almost couldn't stand. An extremely huge shadow extended from the gap in the city wall and enveloped all of them. The pressure made the air thick and sticky, making it hard to breathe. The students in Class 5 were shaking even with their hands holding the knives. Don't panic! Tao Ran roared, took a step forward, and stood in front of Xia Yuwei and all the classmates. He was alone, facing the bottomless shadow. I said, the top prize is mine. No one can take it away. Chapter 14 A bloody battle with the 4th level Beast King. Rumble. The earth is wailing. The entire East City ruins were shaking violently. The shadow that covered everything finally revealed its full appearance through the huge gap in the city wall. A head larger than a heavy truck, covered with hideous scales as dark as the abyss, slowly stretched out. Its eyes are different from the vertical pupils of animals. Instead, they are 2 wheels of burning golden lava, full of tyranny, wisdom, and contempt for ants. The 4th level alien beast Lord the Abyss Dragon Lizard. It's over. Is this a 4th level lord? The students, who had just ignited their hope because Tao Ran had killed the 3rd level monster in seconds, had their last bit of fighting spirit completely crushed the moment they saw the monster clearly. The pressure rising from the depths of their souls alone made their bodies tremble uncontrollably, and they couldn't even hold the knife. Run! Run! The fleeing crowd became even more frantic and even a stampede occurred. On the entire battlefield, only the small circle formed by Class 5 was still nailed to the spot, facing the huge waves. Ding! Jiangcheng is facing a devastating crisis. Jiangcheng's luck value is 100. Current Jiangcheng luck value, 125. National Destiny Mission released, guard the national border. Mission 1, protect the daughter of the nation's fortune in front of a rank 4 monster lord and survive for 10 minutes. Quest reward, HP plus 100. Sharing ratio increased to 15%. Favorability plus 20. The system's voice was more solemn than ever before. Tao Ran looked at the task panel, then looked at the terrifying mountain-like beast in front of him, and a wry smile appeared on his face. 10 minutes? In front of a 4th level lord, 10 seconds, let alone 10 minutes, seemed like a luxury. He turned around. Behind him, Xia Yuwei was sitting cross-legged on the ground. She bit her bloodless lips tightly, trying desperately to mobilize the blood power that had just calmed down in her body. But every time she tried, her pretty face turned paler, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She was so anxious that her eyes turned red, but she was powerless to do anything. She looked at Tao Ran's back. The back figure was not very broad, and even looked a little thin under the shadow of the giant beast. But it was this back that blocked the terrifying pressure that was enough to destroy everything. He held up a shaky sky for everyone behind him. Why? Xia Yuwei's voice was so soft and tearful that it was almost inaudible. Why don't you leave? He could obviously leave. With his strength, he will definitely be the first to escape back to the safe zone. But he stayed. In order to protect himself, he took off his clothes, this burden that almost froze him to death. He competed for the top spot in the imperial examination in order to obtain the 9-aperture Guiyuan pill that could save his life. Now, in order to survive, he faced the 4th-level lord alone, a person who even the Grandmaster had to be on high alert for. Xia Yue felt her heart suddenly tighten, and a heart-wrenching pain instantly deprived her of all ability to breathe. Once this idea comes into being, it can no longer be stopped. She looked at the back, and tears finally burst out and slid down her pale cheeks. It turns out that there really is someone who was willing to make the whole world his enemy for you. It turns out that this is what it feels like to be protected by someone with their life. Walk? Tao Ran didn't turn around, but the voice came clearly. Behind me are my classmates and comrades. Under my feet is Jiangcheng, my home. He slowly raised the long knife in his hand, pointing the blade directly at the giant beast standing tall. What will they do if I quit? This simple sentence made all the students in Class 5 behind him stop trembling instantly. Cheng Lishuan and others looked at Tao Ran's back, and their eyes, which were originally filled with fear, were rekindled. Yes, even Brother Ran didn't retreat, so why should we retreat? Let's die. Together with Brother Ran. Class 5, fight to the death. The low roars gathered together, and the small circle formation miraculously became stable again. On the city wall. Brute. Yan Pujuan's eyes were bloodshot. He split a 5th-level alien beast lord in half with one sword, and looked at the tiny figure below with anxiety. Just when he was distracted, a huge claw came towards him. Another level 5. Master Lei. Xin Lai. Stop it. The students are still down there. Seeing that he was entangled, Yan Pijuan had to call for support. It's too late. Lei Qianjue's expression was extremely solemn. The Abyss Dragon Lizard has raised its giant claws that cover the sky and the sun. With this claw, not to mention a first-grade warrior, even a small mountain would be razed to the ground. Tao Ran. Lucian in the distance let out a heart-wrenching roar and watched the giant claw coming down, but he was powerless to do anything. Zhou Koan looked back and saw this scene among the fleeing crowd, and a look of morbid ecstasy appeared on his face. Die. Die. Die together. You monster, and that bitch Xia Yue, both of you, die. However, facing this devastating blow, there was no despair on Tao Ran's face. He calmly thrust the long knife back into the ground. Then, he took a step forward, opened his arms, and protected everyone behind him in his shadow. The Dao Yanju, the Bing Xi Yanju. Give me everything. Give it to me. Ning. The energy and blood in his body were burning wildly without reservation at this moment. The 350-calorie chi and blood value instantly hit the bottom. An unprecedented extremely cold air erupted with him as the center. Snap. Snap. Above the earth, a huge barrier made of the purest black ice rises from the ground. A 30-meter-high ice fortress, layer upon layer, covered with hideous ice spikes pierced the sky. The top of the fortress is shaped like a giant frost dragon roaring towards the sky, which is lifelike. This is the strongest defense he can do at the moment. This is also his final dedication to this city. After doing all this, Tao Ran's eyes went dark, his body swayed, and he fell to one knee on the ground. He had used up his last bit of strength. And in the sky, the giant claw has arrived. Boom! There was no earth-shattering explosion as imagined. There was only an extremely dull crashing sound. The giant claw slammed down on the ice fortress. Time freezes at this moment. Next second. Click. An imperceptible crack appeared on the top of the fortress. Immediately afterwards, the crack spread at a crazy speed. Snap. 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 Countless cracks spread across the entire fortress like a spider web. The seemingly indestructible ice miracle only lasted less than 3 seconds after being hit by a casual blow from a 4th-level lord. It's about to break. Behind the fortress, Xia Yue closed her eyes in despair. Just then. How dare you, you beast! You dare to touch the disciple of the Jingdu Lei family? An old yet domineering voice resounded throughout the world. Grandmaster Lei Qianjue had stood in mid-air without anyone noticing, and he pointed his finger. A purple thunderbolt as thick as a bucket tore through the sky and headed straight for the giant beast's head at a speed faster than sound. Zhang Yi is here, the evildoer will be slain. A bone-chilling voice rang out. Xin Lai appeared behind the giant beast like a ghost. The dagger in his hand turned into a dark stream of light and stabbed silently into the giant beast's scaly neck. Two of the three most powerful men in Jiangcheng, after repelling a 6th-level alien beast king, attacked the abyss dragon lizard at the same time. Boom! Boom! Two completely different, but equally terrifying energies hit the abyss dragon lizard at the same time. Roar! The abyss dragon lizard let out a painful and angry roar. Its huge body crashed to the ground and it died instantly. A 7th-rank grandmaster and a 6th-rank martial artist launched an angry attack together. Not only a 4th-rank beast lord, but even a 5th-rank beast king would not be able to survive. The crisis is temporarily resolved. The ice fortress that was about to break was miraculously saved. Behind the fortress, everyone collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, with a look of surviving a disaster written all over their faces. But the young man who supported all of this could no longer hold on. The pressure that enveloped him dissipated, and the exhaustion that had drained all his energy came over him like a tide. Tao Ran's vision went completely dark, his body softened, and he fell forward. Tao Ran! A scream filled with panic and heartache. Xia Yue rushed over desperately, and before he fell to the ground, she hugged him tightly from behind, letting him fall into her arms. The girl's embrace was cold, soft, and trembling slightly. Tao Ran leaned on her, feeling the coldness, his consciousness gradually sinking into darkness. This mission reward should be obtainable. Chapter 15. You idiot, you still owe me a top scholar. At the last moment when Tao Ran's consciousness completely sank into darkness, the system's cold prompt sound turned into the last ray of light in the depths of his soul. Ding! The mission of guarding the national border has been completed. Mission 1, protect the daughter of the nation's fortune from the 4th-rank monster lord and survive for 10 minutes. Status, completed. Verdict, the host single-handedly exhausted all of his energy and blood to condense a profound ice fortress, head-on withstanding the attack of a 4th-tier lord, successfully protecting the target and his comrades, and buying precious time for a Grandmaster-level warrior to rush to his aid. Mission over accomplished. Task rewards are being distributed. A warm torrent of life, as if born out of thin air, violently rushed into his almost dry limbs and bones. Reward, health plus 100 calories. The heat repaired his meridians that were on the verge of collapse, and restored his almost stopped heartbeat to a weak pulsation. Reward, sharing ratio increased to 15%. Reward, Xia Yue's favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 70 infatuated. Correction, because the affinity with the bound object Xia Yue exceeds 60, the sharing ratio has been increased to 40%. Current chi and blood value, 570 calories. In his last moment of consciousness, he seemed to feel an extremely warm and soft emotion enveloping him. Then, the world fell silent. Outside world. Time seemed to have passed in just a moment, yet it also seemed like an eternity had passed. Xia Yue could not feel the passage of time. In her world, there was only the boy in her arms who was in a state of death. He was very heavy, and his iron body now felt like a collapsed mountain, weighing heavily on her thin shoulders. His breathing was weak, his lips were cracked, and his handsome face was covered in blood and dust. He was so high-spirited just now, able to slay a dragon with one move and stand alone against the enemy, but now he was so weak that her heart ached. Xia Yue hugged him tightly, as if she let go, this person would completely disappear from her life. Cold tears slid down from the corners of his eyes like a dam bursting, dripping onto Tao Ran's cheeks, leaving tiny traces. She never cried. In addition to supreme talent, the S-level Ice Phoenix bloodline also brought her aloofness and indifference that froze all emotions. But now, the man in her arms made her feel heartbroken for the first time. Why not leave? You could have been the first to escape. You clearly had a chance to survive. You idiot. A complete idiot. She wanted to question him loudly, but only suppressed sobs came out of her throat. Boom! Above the sky, sword lights, lightning flashes, and shadows intertwined, and the terrifying energy storm tore the clouds into pieces. Those were City Lord Yen Pijuan, Grandmaster Lei Chenjui and Commander-in-Chief Qin Lai, who were fighting for their lives with the three strange beasts. A 7th-grade Grandmaster, 2 6th-grade martial artists, a 6th-grade Beast King, and 2 5th-grade Beast Kings. Both sides fought evenly. Every collision caused the earth to tremble violently and the sky to change color. But all this could no longer attract Xia Yue's attention. There was only Tao Ran in her eyes. Her world is reduced to the space in her arms. Medical team. Quick! Clean up the battlefield and treat the wounded. All students, retreat to the second line of defense immediately. Quick! Jiang Qingwei's support troops finally arrived at this Shura field. A team of medical personnel in white combat uniforms, carrying first aid kits, rushed to the two most conspicuous people in the center of the battlefield. Classmate, let him go quickly. His energy and blood are exhausted. First aid must be given immediately. The leading medical captain reached out anxiously, trying to take Tao Ran. Xia Yue seemed not to hear and instead hugged Tao Ran even tighter. For the first time, all the coldness in her eyes faded away. Only a primitive, food-protecting beast like vigilance and ferocity remained. Don't touch him. Her voice was filled with a chilling determination, as if it could freeze one's soul. Click. An uncontrolled icy blue chill erupted with her as the center. The ground beneath the feet of the rushing medical captain instantly condensed into white frost, causing him to stagger and almost slip. The temperature of the surrounding air suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees because of her emotional fluctuations. The medical captain stepped back in horror. He had never seen a student dare to speak to him in such an attitude, and he was even more frightened by the terrifying cold air. When he saw the girl's face clearly and the aura of her S-level talent that had not yet completely dissipated, he suddenly didn't dare to force it anymore. Xia classmate, he's seriously injured. If he doesn't get treatment, his life will be in danger. I said, don't touch him. Xia Yue suddenly raised her head, her red eyes filled with bloodshot and stubbornness. At this moment, a burly figure fell from the sky and landed in front of them. The strong wind he brought blew away the strong smell of blood. Yan Pejuan still had a murderous aura on his body, obviously he had just escaped from a fierce battle. He took a look at the black ice fortress that was full of cracks but still standing, and an unconcealable shock flashed in his eyes. Looking at Tao Ran, who was tightly held in Xia Yue's arms, the shock turned into deep praise and regret. Good boy. With the strength of a first-rank warrior, he was able to withstand a blow from a fourth-rank lord and survive. This can be called a miracle. Xia Yue. Yan Pejuan's voice was steady and powerful. Hand him over to the medical team. He is a hero of Jiangchang. We will use the best resources to save him. Xia Yue moved her lips, but still did not let go. She doesn't trust anyone. In that desperate situation just now, it was this person who used his own life to hold up the sky for her. Yan Pejuan saw her distrust and inner fear, and did not make any firm demands. He squatted down and reached out to Tao Ran's wrist. In just a moment, the expression on Yan Pejuan's weather-beaten face froze. He suddenly grabbed Tao Ran's wrist, his eyes widened, and a look of horror as if he had seen a ghost appeared on his face. How is this possible? He felt that although Tao Ran's blood and energy were exhausted, a weak but tenacious vitality was repairing itself at an incredible speed. And deep in his meridians, there seemed to be an even more powerful and vast energy of chi and blood hidden, like a dormant volcano. Monster. This kid is simply a monster. Yan Pejuan muttered to himself, and his eyes when he looked at Tao Ran changed completely. He looked at Xia Yue, who was full of vigilance, and made a decision. How about this, let the medical team give him initial treatment here, and you stay here. When his condition stabilizes, we'll transfer him to the special ward in the city lord's mansion. He could see that the bond between the two little guys went beyond just ordinary classmates. Forcibly separating them now might have a worse impact on the exhausted Xia Yue. The emotional stability of an S-level genius of national destiny is more important than anything else. After hearing this, Xia Yue's tense body finally relaxed a little. She nodded, her voice so hoarse that it was almost inaudible. Thank you. City Lord. The medical team immediately stepped forward and carefully connected Tao Ran to various life support devices. And Xia Yue never let go of his hand from beginning to end. She just knelt on the cold ground, tightly holding the hand that was cold due to exhaustion, as if she was holding her whole world. The students of Class 5 did not retreat. Cheng Lishuan led everyone to spontaneously form a larger circle, protecting Tao Ran and Xia Yue in the center, and looking around vigilantly. They looked at the cold girl kneeling on the ground and the unconscious brother in her arms. At this moment, no one felt that Xia Yue was out of reach. They just felt that this girl, like them, was guarding the same hero. Xia Yue stretched out her other slightly trembling hand and gently brushed the dust off Tao Ran's face with her sleeve. Her movements were gentle and cherishing, as if she was wiping a rare treasure. She lowered her head and leaned close to Tao Ran's ear. Warm breaths, accompanied by words so soft that only the wind could hear them, drifted in the smoke-filled air. You idiot! Wake up quickly! You still, only a top scholar. In the distance, among the fleeing crowd, Joe Cohen turned around and saw this scene. The city lord is here in person, surrounded by medical teams, and even the S-rank school beauty risks her life to protect him. And Tao Ran, who was supposed to be dead, became a hero that everyone admired. The poisonous fire of jealousy burned wildly in his heart, burning his sanity to ashes. Tao Ran. You are not dead, that's great. When I awaken a stronger power, I will personally take away everything you have today, including your glory, your status, and the woman in your arms. I will step on you hard and make sure you will never be able to stand up again. Chapter 16 Fight to the death for a new life, one step into the second rank. The return of consciousness to the body is a slow and painful process, like sinking to the bottom of the sea and then floating up bit by bit with difficulty. Tao Ran felt as if he had been run over by countless heavy trucks and then forcibly put together. Every inch of muscle fiber and every gap in the bones were emitting a cry of pain from the heavy burden. He tried hard to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as mountains. In his ears, the monotonous and regular beeping of medical equipment proved that he was still alive. In addition, there was a suppressed, crying murmur that scratched his eardrums gently like a feather. Fool! You're a complete idiot. Who told you to show off? Who told you not to run? If you die, I. It was Xia Youei's voice. It is no longer the kind of coldness that keeps people at a distance. Instead, it was filled with fear, heartache, unspeakable grievances, and panic that was almost overflowing. Tao Ran's heart suddenly felt warm for no reason, and even the tearing pain in his body seemed to be relieved a lot. He wanted to move his fingers, wanted to tell her that he was fine, but his body was like a rusty machine, completely unresponsive. I don't know how long it took, but the weight on my eyelids finally eased a little. Tao Ran's eyelashes trembled and he opened his eyes a little with difficulty. What comes into view is a pure white ceiling and the strong smell of disinfectant in the air. He was saved. He slowly turned his head and saw Xia Yue sleeping on the edge of the bed with her arms as a pillow. The soft light shone on her delicate profile, and there were still traces of tears on her long eyelashes. Even in her sleep, her eyebrows were still tightly furrowed, as if she was trapped in an inescapable nightmare, and she was still murmuring unconsciously. Idiot, don't die. The beautiful face that was usually covered with frost now only showed heart-wrenching weakness and helplessness. Tao Ran's heart trembled, and he subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to smooth out the wrinkles on her brow. But he found that his right hand was being held tightly and forcefully in her two small hands. The cool and soft touch is very real. She held on tightly, as if it were the only piece of driftwood she could hold on to in the storm. Tao Ran did not disturb her, but closed his eyes again, immersed his mind in his body, and began to check his condition. This examination left him completely stunned. The sea of qi and blood that had long been burned out, dried up and cracked, was now not only filled again, but also turned into a rushing golden river, flowing violently in his body. This force is more than twice as strong as before. Moreover, the texture of qi and blood has also undergone earth-shaking changes. If the qi and blood before were light qi, then now they are mercury with a metallic luster. Every drop contains explosive power. He immediately immersed himself in his thoughts and called out the system panel. Host, Tao Ran. Realm, second rank warrior beginner. Qi and blood value, 570 calories. Kung Fu, Dao Yen Ju, Bingxin Ju. Talent, a level control of extreme cold elements. Bound target, Xia Yue favorability 70 devoted. Sharing ratio, 40%. A second grade warrior. In the split second between life and death, he actually broke through the barrier and reached the second level. The first level of warrior is to build the foundation, and the peak is when the blood value reaches 500 calories. The second level is Kai Zhang, which requires opening up a Shun Zhang in the Dantian in the body to store and condense qi and blood, allowing the qi and blood to undergo a qualitative change and transform into mercury. This step is extremely dangerous and has stumped countless top-level geniuses. However, because of that life and death battle, he completed this most critical step without any danger with the incredible blessing of the system. The current 570 calories of qi and blood are the qi and blood of a second-grade warrior. Its power is far beyond that of a first-grade warrior. One drop is enough to crush the previous 10 drops. Tao Ran suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and tried to mobilize a trace of new energy in blood. As soon as the mercury-like blood and qi began to flow, the temperature of the air around him dropped a little. It was this slight movement that woke up Xia Yue from her light sleep. Xia Yue suddenly raised her head, and her red eyes met Tao Ran's gentle gaze. Their eyes met. I'm most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. You're awake. After a brief moment of shock, Xiaoyue's voice burst out with great joy that she herself had not even noticed. She stood up suddenly, but because she had been sitting in the same position for too long, her blood circulation was blocked and she staggered and almost fell. Tao Ran was quick-witted and quick-handed. He stretched out his free left hand like lightning and grabbed her arm. The warm touch made Xiaoyue's body stiffen instantly. Only then did she realize that her hands were still tightly clasped with Tao Ran's right hand. Brush! A touching blush spread from her snow-white neck to her ears at a speed visible to the naked eye. She pulled her hand back as if she had been electrocuted, and her movement was so flustered that it even pulled the quilt. Doctor! I'll go call a doctor. She turned around incoherently, her heart pounding like a drum, and she didn't dare to look Tao Ran in the eye again. I'm fine. Tao Ran's unusually calm voice came from behind him, no need to bother. Xiaoyue paused. She had her back to him, her thin shoulders trembling slightly. After a long while, he said viciously in a voice with a strong nasal tone. Who cares if you're okay or not? You idiot! Idiot! Mesmerized. As she cursed, her voice couldn't help but become tearful, and tears fell like broken strings. If you die. She couldn't say any more, only suppressed sobs. The ward fell into a long silence, with only the girl's soft sobs. Finally, it was Tao Ran who spoke first. He looked at the girl's distressing trembling back and said softly. How could I die when I haven't even won the first prize yet? Xiaoyue's body shook violently. She turned around slowly, tears welling up in her red eyes again. She looked at the young man lying on the hospital bed, whose face was still pale but with a warm smile. Her lips moved, and there were thousands of words stuck in her throat, but she couldn't utter a single word. At this moment, the door of the ward creaked and was pushed open from the outside. The city lord Yin Pijuan, Grandmaster Lei Qianjue, and Jingya Bureau Commander-in-Chief Qin Lai walked in together. However, as soon as they stepped into the ward, the three of them stopped in their tracks at the same time. Especially Lei Qianjue, his eyes, which had seen thousands of things, suddenly shot out a terrifying light and stared at Tao Ran. Ron! Yin Pijuan and Qin Lai also noticed something unusual. The atmosphere in this ward doesn't sound like that of a seriously injured person whose energy and blood have been burned out. On the contrary, it's like a dormant young dragon. Solid, heavy, and full of explosive power. Yin Pijuan strode over and looked at Tao Ran, who was leaning against the head of the bed with a clear expression. His voice was filled with disbelief and surprise. You kid, are awake? He had personally examined Tao Ran's injuries. His blood and energy were completely burned out, and his meridians were half damaged. He was doomed to die. Even if you use the best natural treasures to keep yourself alive, you won't be able to open your eyes for 10 days or half a month. But now, less than a day has passed. Lei Qianjue didn't say anything. He walked around the bed with a hawk-like gaze. Finally, he took a deep breath and his voice changed in pitch. Not just waking up. Your aura, this energy and blood. He slapped his thigh suddenly, looked at Tao Ran with eyes as if he were a monster, and shouted. Second rank. You are already a second-rank warrior. Chapter 17 The champion is mine, the holy medicine is yours. Second rank. You are already a second-rank warrior. Lei Qianjue's roar echoed in the quiet special ward. Yin Pijuan rushed to the bedside, staring at Tao Ran. That look was as if he was examining a peerless divine weapon that had just been unearthed and subverted everyone's cognition. Qin Lai, who had always been taciturn, also had cracks on his icy face. His hands behind his back unconsciously clenched. Second grade. The first level of martial arts is to lay the foundation, and the second level is to open the treasure. From the peak of the first grade to the initial stage of the second grade, there is a huge chasm. It is necessary to temper the qi and blood in the whole body, open up a divine treasure in the dantian, transform the qi into mercury, and let the quantitative change lead to qualitative change. How many geniuses have been trapped and killed for life by this step? And this kid in front of him, after burning out all his energy and blood and being on the verge of death, not only survived, but also completed this heaven-ascending step in less than a day. He had never seen such a thing in his life. Xiaoyue stared at Tao Ran blankly, her red eyes filled with confusion and shock. She knew better than anyone how difficult it was to break through to the second level. Even if she possessed the S-rank Ice Phoenix bloodline, she was not absolutely sure that she could complete it in the short term. How did he do that? Could it be that the secrets he holds are even more complex than he imagined? It was just a fluke. Tao Ran leaned against the head of the bed. Although his face was still pale, his voice was extremely steady. He gently broke free from Xia Yue's hand that was still unconsciously clutching the corner of the quilt, and smiled at the three big men without being humble or arrogant. This smile, when seen by Lei Qianjue, made his heart even hotter. What a lucky gamble! Lei Qianjue laughed loudly, ignoring Yan Pijuan and Qin Lai, and reached out to grab Tao Ran's wrist. Boy, don't move. Let me see how well your divine treasure is opened. The Grand Master's power cannot be denied. However, just when he stretched out his hand halfway, Tao Ran took the initiative to extend his wrist. Thank you, Senior. Lei Qianjue was stunned for a moment, then nodded approvingly and placed his finger on Tao Ran's pulse. A stream of pure energy flowed into Tao Ran's body. The next second, Lei Qianjue's pupils suddenly shrank. He discovered that within Tao Ran's dantian there was a newly opened divine treasure, which was flawless and extremely solid. The mercury slurry of qi and blood flowing inside is heavy and condensed, full of explosive power. The solidity of his foundation far surpassed that of any newly promoted second-grade cultivator he had ever seen. Perfect, it's actually a perfect opening. Lei Qianjue muttered to himself, withdrew his hand, and his eyes when looking at Tao Ran changed completely. That was the look of a hungry wolf seeing an unparalleled delicacy. Boy, don't think about it. Lei Qianjue made a prompt decision. Please accept me as your master. Although my purple lightning and wild thunder is not suitable for you, my Lei family has collected no less than 10 top-level ice-type skills. I can also get the saint-level technique for you. Master Lei, isn't the way you eat really ugly? City Lord Yan Pijuan snorted coldly and stood up. Tao Ran is from my Jiangcheng, he is the hero of my Jiangcheng. My city lord's mansion has promised him the position of deputy commander of the Tingfeng Guard. All S-level resources will be supplied to him in unlimited quantities. Qin Lai of the Jingye Bureau finally spoke, his voice as cold and hard as iron. I can give Zanya a spot as a full-fledged member right now. He'll be accorded the rank of major upon joining the team. I will personally lead him. The atmosphere in the ward suddenly became tense. A battle over a boy who just turned 18 has broken out again between the three most powerful people in Jiangcheng. Xia Yue stood silently by, watching Tao Ran become the focus. The shock in her heart gradually turned into an inexplicable pride. This idiot, it seems like, he's actually glowing. Faced with the fight among the three people, Tao Ran did not waver at all. He looked at the three of them calmly and spoke slowly. I am deeply grateful for the kindness of the three seniors. But before making a decision, I would like to know the final outcome of this awakening ceremony. His eyes fell on the TV on the bedside table. Yan Pijuan understood what Tao Ran meant. He nodded, picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. The screen lit up, showing a huge projection of Jiangcheng Central Square. Although the beast tide receded, the enthusiasm of the people in the city was pushed to the peak because of this test of blood and fire. Everyone gathered in the square, waiting for the final ranking to be announced. A loud voice echoed throughout the city through the amplifying array. The final rankings of the 72nd Jiangcheng Martial Arts Awakening Ceremony are now announced. 10th place, Li Hao, Class 3, total score 7,300. 9th place. The names were read out one by one, drawing cheers from the crowd. Inside the ward, the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Lei Qianjue and the other two were also watching the screen with great interest. They also wanted to know how far this young man who had made them lose their composure had gone. 3rd place, Cheng Lishuan, Class 5, total score 19,800. When he heard the name, Tao Ran smiled. The fat guy is pretty good. It seems that he has killed many enemies while leading the students from Class 5 to protect him. 2nd place, Xia Yue, Class 1, total score 114,000. This result surprised no one. The S-level genius cleared the field with one move and killed dozens of second-level monsters. This score was well-deserved. Xia Yue herself had no expression on her face, her eyes were always on Tao Ran. The whole city is waiting. Who will be the first? Can the young man who slayed a dragon with one move, fought against a 4th-level lord, and created a miracle reach the top? The host's voice, after a brief pause, became extremely passionate. 1st place, top scholar. Tao Ran. Class 5. Total points. 270,000. Boom. The entire Jiangcheng was boiling in an instant. 270,000. This number is more than twice that of the second place Xia Yue. People all over the city cheered Tao Ran's name crazily. The students of Class 5 hugged each other and cried in the square. Their teacher Lu Jin was so excited that he almost fainted on the spot. In the ward, Lei Qianjue clapped his hands and laughed. The title of number 1 scholar is well deserved. Yan Pijuan and Xinlai also showed satisfied smiles on their faces. Such a monster is the pride of their Jiangchang. Yan Pijuan turned off the TV and personally took out 2 things from his portable space ring. A letter sealed with special material, with an ancient character Lei printed on it. A rosewood box. The moment it was opened, a refreshing medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire ward. Tao Ran. Yan Pijuan handed over the 2 things solemnly. This is Master Lei's personal letter of recommendation, as well as the top scorer's reward, the legendary Holy Medicine 9 Apertures Guiyuan pill. In the entire ward, everyone's eyes were focused on the pill lying quietly in the box. The pill is the size of a longan, and is crystal white all over. There seem to be 9 small whirlpools slowly flowing on it, which is extraordinary and magical. This is a holy medicine that can drive countless warriors crazy. Tao Ran took it and thanked Yan Pijuan and Lei Qianjue. Then, with everyone watching, he made a move that made everyone's brains freeze. He took the wooden box containing the Jiuqiao Guiyuan pill, turned around, and handed it to Xia Yue. The whole world seemed to have pressed the mute button. Lei Qianjue's laughter stopped abruptly. Yan Pijuan and Qin Lai's pupils trembled. Xia Yue was struck by lightning and froze in place. She stared blankly at the wooden box in front of her and at the young man who handed her the box. He still had that calm smile on his face. Didn't you call me stupid? Now, what this idiot paid for with his life is given to you. There were no vows of love, no eloquent speeches. But it was like a thunderbolt from the sky, striking Xia Yue's heart fiercely, completely shattering the last line of defense she had built with ice and frost. He knows. He really knows. He knew from the beginning that there were hidden dangers in his bloodline. He fought tooth and nail to win the title of champion. He charged fearlessly towards the 4th rank lord. All of this is to get this holy medicine that can stabilize my bloodline. A huge warm current, mixed with unspeakable sadness, suddenly overwhelmed her tear glands. The crystal tears could no longer be controlled and rolled down from her red eyes like broken strings. I don't want to. Her voice was thick with tears and she shook her head desperately. This is what he paid for with his life. How could she want it? Here. Tao Ran's tone was a little overbearing. He directly grabbed Xia Yue's cold little hand and stuffed the heavy wooden box into her palm. This is the champion's trophy. Now, it's yours. Xia Yue couldn't hold it in any longer. She held the wooden box tightly, as if she was holding her whole world. She squatted down and buried her face in her knees, letting her long-suppressed cries echo silently in the ward. Yan Pijuan, Lei Qianjue and Xinlai looked at this scene, looking at each other with shock in their eyes. They finally understood. What common aura, what risking one's life to protect another. It turns out that the root of everything is here. This is not about the mutual admiration between geniuses at all, it is a shocking gamble made by a young man for the girl he loves. And he won the bet. Lei Qianjue looked at Tao Ran with more and more admiration in his eyes, and he laughed out loud. Good. Good boy. You are loyal and righteous, and dare to love and hate. This is the style of a warrior of my generation. This is how my disciple should be. Once again, he used the word disciple to describe Tao Ran. However, before Yan Pijuan and Xinlai could refute, Tao Ran wiped his hands, turned around, and looked at the 3 bosses again with an unprecedented serious expression. 3 seniors. He spoke slowly, his voice clearly carried to every corner of the ward. Regarding where I'll go after graduation, I've already decided. Chapter 18 I want them all, you can do whatever you want. The ward was eerily quiet. The 3 big men at the top of the Jiangcheng pyramid all focused their attention on Tao Ran. Some of those gazes were hot, some were sharp, and some were solemn. Each one carries a majestic aura that is enough to crush ordinary warriors. Although being stared at by them, Tao Ran did not feel any pressure at all. He even had the leisure to look back at Xia Yue, who was squatting on the ground with her shoulders twitching slightly. The girl clutched the rosewood box tightly, buried her face in her knees, and refused to let anyone see her vulnerability at the moment. But the suppressed sobbing sound was clearly heard by everyone. Tao Ran withdrew his gaze and sighed softly in his heart. Silly girl, this one is for you. Your future is my future. He looked at the three big men in front of him again, and his expression returned to calm. Three seniors. First of all, I'm from Zhangcheng. The first thing he said was to look at the city lord Yen Pijuan. Yen Pijuan's eyes moved, and the corners of his tense mouth unconsciously relaxed a little. This sentence is very much to his liking. Zhangcheng raised me. During this beast tide, I witnessed countless soldiers shed their blood to defend the city walls. My classmates and friends are all here. So I won't leave. Tao Ran's words were simple, without any grand words, but they were powerful. I am willing to join the Jingye Bureau and become a member of the Zhanye Reserve Team to contribute my own strength to the protection of Jiangcheng. After saying that, he turned his gaze to the commander-in-chief of the Jingye Bureau, Qin Lai. A rare fluctuation appeared on Qin Lai's icy face, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years. He nodded heavily and said only one word. Good. This one word is more important than thousands of words. Zhanye Reserve Team, the ultimate dream of all martial arts students in Jiangcheng, is within the reach of this young man who just turned 18. Grandmaster Lei Qianjue, who was standing aside, frowned. If he doesn't leave Jiangcheng? Then what will happen to him as the master? Could he, a 7th-rank grandmaster, be allowed to stay in a small place like Jiangcheng? Boy, you'd better think it through. Lei Qianjue's voice became deep. The Jingye Bureau is great, but there's only so much they can teach you. With all your talent, staying here is like a pearl covered in dust. You should understand what a grandmaster's guidance means to a warrior. Neither Yen Pijuan nor Qin Lai said anything. This was the pressure that Tao Ran had to face on his own. The wrath of a 7th-grade grandmaster, even if it was just the tip of the iceberg, was not something a 2nd-grade warrior could withstand. Tao Ran smiled. Master Lei, of course I understand. He met Lei Qianjue's gaze, which was almost tangible, and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. You said before that if I could bring the Beast King's head to you, you would accept me as your disciple. I am not talented enough. Although I failed to chop off the head of that 4th-level lord, I was able to save the person I wanted to save in front of it. I want to earn this qualification to be your disciple honestly through my own abilities, not relying on some lucky talent. He paused and looked into Lei Qianjue's eyes with an extremely serious expression. So, I would like to boldly ask the Grandmaster to accept me as a registered disciple. I won't join the Lei family, and I won't take up the resources of a Grandmaster. I just hope that when I encounter a bottleneck in my martial arts practice in the future, I can have the opportunity to ask you for advice. When I feel I am strong enough to truly earn your approval, I will then become your disciple. After these words were spoken, the entire ward fell into silence again. Yen Pijuan and Qin Lai both looked at Tao Ran as if he were a monster. This kid, is he crazy? How many people are trying their best to become the master's disciple and reach the top in one step? But he doesn't even want the opportunity that's right in front of him, and insists on becoming a registered disciple? Do I have to wait until I am strong enough before becoming your disciple? How arrogant! And how confident! Xia Yue, who was squatting on the ground, also forgot to cry. She slowly raised her head, her red eyes filled with disbelief. She looked at the back of the young man who was standing in front of the three big guys and talking freely. Although he is so thin, he is so tall and straight that he holds up the sky. At this moment, she suddenly felt that all her previous understanding of him had been completely overturned. This guy's heart is much bigger than she imagined, than anyone else imagined. Lei Qianjue stared at Tao Ran, and the anger on his face gradually faded away. Instead, there is an unprecedented appreciation and wonder. He has seen countless geniuses in his life. Some are arrogant and unruly, some are humble and introverted, and some are scheming. But none of them is like the boy in front of me. He wanted practical benefits from both the city lord's mansion and the Jingye Bureau and stayed in Jiangcheng. He also painted a bigger pie for himself with an almost offensive attitude. He didn't want to rely on the big tree now, but wanted to grow into a big tree first, and then have an equal dialogue with himself. Ha 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 ha. Lei Qianjue suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter full of joy. Great! What a registered disciple! What a great way to earn it with your own ability! He slapped his thigh, pointed at Tao Ran, and said to Yen Pijuan and Qin Lai. Look at this! This is what a warrior should be like. Not afraid of power, not greedy for shortcuts, with a heart full of ambition. This old man likes disciples like this. He took out a purple thunder pattern token from his arms and threw it directly to Tao Ran. Here. This is my token of loyalty, Lei Qianjue. If you encounter any trouble you can't solve in Xia country, show it to me. A registered disciple is a registered disciple. I want to see how long it will take you, kid, to come to Kyoto and offer me a cup of tea as a disciple. I'm waiting. A battle for talent that was enough to shake Jiangqing ended in a way that no one expected. Tao Ran became the biggest winner. He is not only a hero protected by the Jiangqing City Lord's Mansion, but also an appointed member of the Jingye Bureau's Zhanye Reserve Team, and a registered disciple publicly recognized by the 7th rank master Lei Qianjue. He alone controls the three forces. Yan Pejuan and Qin Lai looked at each other and saw a bitter smile in each other's eyes. They felt as if they had been completely tricked by this 18-year-old boy. But they are all willing to do it. Okay, now that the matter is settled, let's talk business. Yan Pejuan's expression became serious, and the atmosphere in the ward instantly became solemn. He glanced at Tao Ran and Xia Yue, who had just stood up, and said in a deep voice, "This beast tide was not an accident." Tao Ran's heart moved. What does the city lord mean? The energy shield of the east city wall cannot be easily broken by a few strange beasts. Yan Pejuan's voice turned cold. According to our subsequent analysis of residual energy, at the moment the alien beasts launched their attack, at least 3 high-level energies that did not belong to them destroyed the shield's energy nodes from within. It's a collaboration between inside and outside. Qin Lai added coldly. Inside? Tao Ran frowned. Could it be that some strange beast has sneaked into the city? It's not a strange beast. Yan Pejuan shook his head and uttered a word that shocked Tao Ran and Xia Yue. It's a human. In Jiangcheng, there is a cult organization called the 10,000 Beasts Cult lurking. They believe that strange beasts are gods and that humans are thieves who have stolen the power of this world. They are dedicated to destroying human cities and welcoming the arrival of their god. They were the ones behind this beast tide. That 4th level abyss dragon lizard is most likely one of the false gods they are worshipping and nurturing. Because that abyss dragon lizard looks like a 4th level lord, but in fact it's no different from an ordinary 4th level monster. The cult of the beasts. Sacrificial offerings? Before Tao Ran had time to think deeply, Yan Pejuan's words came again. Tao Ran, Xia Yue. You are Jiangqing's rare geniuses, and you are our hope for the future. I tell you this to make you understand that your enemies are not just those beasts outside the city who eat raw meat and drink blood. And there are human traitors hiding in the shadows, ready to stab us in the back at any moment. This is also the reason why I hope you will join the Zhanye Reserve Team. Yan Pejuan looked at Tao Ran with an extremely serious look. Zhanye, what you kill are not only the strange beasts, but also the demons walking in the human world. Chapter 19 Killing the Night, Killing the Demons in the World. The Cult of the Beasts. These 4 words, with a chilling chill, lingered in the intensive care unit. The 3 big bosses, Yan Pejuan, Qin Lai and Lei Qianjue, left this shocking secret that was enough to subvert Jiang Cheng's cognition, and said no more. Some things should be done in moderation. For geniuses, especially those like Tao Ran who have proven their character, giving them enough respect and information and letting them think for themselves is far more useful than rote learning. Tao Ran. Qin Lai broke the silence. He took out a completely black badge from his pocket, with a pattern of a sword cutting through the night engraved on the front. This is the identity badge of the Jingye Bureau's Zhanye Reserve Team. Report to headquarters at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will arrange for someone to pick you up. Qin Lai's tone was emotionless, but his action of handing the badge to Tao Ran was very solemn. Tao Ran took the badge, which felt cold to the touch, as if he was holding a condensed piece of darkness. He nodded, I understand. Lei Qianjue watched the scene and didn't say anything about snatching people away. He just walked up to Tao Ran and patted his shoulder heavily. Boy, don't keep me waiting too long. After saying this, he exchanged a glance with Yan Pejuan and Qin Lai, and the 3 of them turned around and strode out of the ward. The door was closed, completely isolating the noisy discussions outside the corridor. Only Tao Ran and Xia Yue were left in the ward. There is also the lingering strong aroma of medicine called 9 apertures Guiyuan pill. Xia Yue finally stood up. She didn't look at Tao Ran, but just lowered her head and held the rosewood box tightly in her hands. She just stood there, motionless, like a beautiful ice sculpture. A long time. She made a tiny sound, with a strong nasal tone and a slight tremor that she herself was not aware of. Why? Tao Ran leaned against the head of the bed, looking at her slightly red ears. What why? Why did you give it to me? Xia Youwei's shoulders began to tremble slightly. You paid with your life for this. Do you know that you almost died? I know. Tao Ran replied calmly, I almost didn't see the sun tomorrow. Then you still. Xia Youwei suddenly looked up, her red eyes filled with tears and confusion. She saw a smile on the boy's pale face that she couldn't understand. Because you need it. Tao Ran said. His voice was soft but clear. I don't need it. Xia Youwei almost yelled, tears instantly bursting out, don't bother with my business. She slammed the wooden box hard against Tao Ran's bedside table. But when the wooden box was halfway through its flight, it was caught steadily by a hand. Tao Ran had sat up straight without knowing when. He caught the box and put it back into Xia Youwei's hands. Stop it. His hand held her cold little hand, along with the wooden box. Xia Youwei trembled all over, as if she was hit by an electric current. She wanted to pull her hand back, but he held it tightly and she couldn't move. There's something wrong with your bloodline, right? Tao Ran looked into her eyes and asked word by word. Xia Youwei's pupils suddenly shrank. She had never told anyone about this secret. This was her biggest weakness. This pill can help stabilize your bloodline. At least, it will prevent you from being in danger of losing control before you find a complete solution. Tao Ran's tone left no room for refusal. Eat it. I don't want it. Xia Youwei shook her head desperately, tears blurring her vision. This is your top scorer's reward. You've broken through to the second level, and you need it to strengthen your foundation. I don't need it to consolidate my foundation. Tao Ran was telling the truth. His Daoyanju is a perfect exposition, and its foundation is more solid than one can imagine. The effect of this holy medicine on him is far less than that on Xia Youwei. After all, her talent-sharing ratio is as high as 40%. Her strength increases, which means he becomes stronger. You. Xia Youwei was speechless. She couldn't find any reason to refute. She looked at the boy's serious eyes, which contained no trace of pity or charity. There is just a pure, aimless clarity. Just think of it as an advance investment? Tao Ran thought about it and changed his words. Investment? Xia Youwei was stunned. Yes, investment. Tao Ran smiled. You are an S-class genius, and your future achievements are limitless. I'm helping you now. When you become a Valkyrie in the future, I, a small Jingye envoy from Jiangcheng, will be proud to tell others about it, right? What if I need your protection in the future? These words, which were a bit of a joke, hit Xia Youwei's defense again. She looked at him, seeing that he was still seriously injured and yet he was considering her future. She could no longer say no. Idiot. She lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito. She clenched the wooden box in her hand. After a long pause, she whispered, "Thank you." Then she added, "I will pay you back." "Okay, I'll wait." Tao Ran let go of his hand, leaned back on the head of the bed, and a smile of success appeared on his face. Xia Youwei looked at him like that, feeling both angry and warm in her heart. In the end, she could only give him a helpless look. She opened the wooden box and without hesitation, swallowed the 9 apertures Guiyuan pill that exuded a strange fragrance directly into her stomach. The pill melted in her mouth, and a powerful and warm energy instantly swept through her limbs and bones. Her Ice Phoenix bloodline, which had been restless due to the forced activation of power, gradually calmed down under the soothing effect of this energy. A warm feeling spread throughout the body. Xia Youwei closed her eyes and carefully felt the changes in her body. The ward fell into silence again. At the same time, Jiangcheng, the headquarters of the Jingye Bureau. This steel fortress located underground in the city is now brightly lit and the atmosphere is solemn. At the end of a dedicated magnetic levitation track, a train covered with claw marks and energy burns came to a sudden stop with a harsh breaking sound. Laugh. The alloy doors slid open to both sides. An overpowering smell of blood and burnt stench instantly emerged. Captain Long is back. The logistics personnel who had been waiting here for a long time rushed up immediately. Send the wounded to the medical department first. Send the heavy weapons for inspection. Summarize this battle data and send it to the command center immediately. A hoarse but powerful voice came from the carriage. A burly man with a thick bandage on his left arm and a hideous scar on his face walked down. He is the captain of the Zhangyi 3rd team, Long Qi. Yes. The team members carried the seriously injured comrade off the vehicle on a stretcher. Each of their faces was covered in fatigue, but their eyes remained sharp. Damn, we've suffered a huge loss this time. A tall and thin team member named Monkey next to Longqi spat out a mouthful of blood. In order to destroy the altar of the Myriad Beasts cult, we lost 3 brothers and 5 were seriously injured. And in the end, they let that big guy out early. Longqi took out a special cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep puff. The smoke obscured the expression on his face. Not a loss. He slowly blew out smoke rings, his voice hoarse. Destroying the altar has disrupted their plans for at least 3 years. That 6th rank beast also took a heavy beating from Master Lei and Qin Ji. It won't recover for at least a year or 2. It's worth it. The monkey curled his lips and said nothing more. They all knew that every mission was a life or death mission. Just then, a civilian in charge of intelligence came running over with a tactical tablet. Team Dragon, urgent information. Speak. Longqi said briefly. The final rankings for damage and contribution to the city wall defenses have been released. The top scorer is a student named Tao Ran from class 5. Oh? Monkey became interested. Didn't the S-rank girl from the Xia family get the top spot? No. The civilian staff swallowed, his tone containing a hint of disbelief. This guy named Tao Ran has a total score of 270,000. That's more than double Xia Youei's. What? The monkey's eyes almost popped out. 270,000? Did he rob the armory? He took out an entire battalion of alien beasts by himself? Longqi also raised his eyebrows and flicked the ash off his cigarette. Even for them, regular members of the Zanya team who have experienced many battles, it is difficult to achieve this number in one mission. A student? He single-handedly killed a peak-level 3rd-tier Gale Fong on the battlefield. Furthermore, after the 4th-tier Lord, the abyssal demonic dragon lizard, arrived, he withstood the Lord's attack to protect his classmates and held on until Qin Ji and Master Lei arrived. The civil servant's voice trembled with excitement. The entire passage fell silent in an instant. All the members of the Zhang Yi team who were still able to move stopped what they were doing and looked at the civilian staff member in unison. One move, kill 3 levels? A mortal body, resisting the 4th level? Is this a fucking student? Is this a god descending to Earth? Longqi's hand holding the cigarette paused in mid-air. A complex and incomprehensible light flashed in his eyes, which had seen too many lives and deaths. Interesting. He threw the cigarette butt on the ground and crushed it with his toes. A student, on the front lines, did something that even we professionals find difficult. What do you think? Is it because there are too many geniuses, or are we just getting old? No one answered him. Longqi grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, with a bit of wildness and playfulness in his smile. Go, get all the information on this kid. I want the most detailed one. I want to see how many heads the top scholar, who was personally recruited by the commander, has. Chapter 20 Above the genius is a monster. Inside the ward, it was so quiet that only the sound of the 2 people's shallow breathing could be heard. Xia Yue sat cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed. The 9 apertures Guiyuan pill that she swallowed was turning into streams of warm currents, flowing through her limbs and bones. A healthy blush appeared on her originally pale face. The subtle chill in the air is being replaced by a warm and peaceful atmosphere. Tao Ran leaned against the head of the bed and looked at her quietly. He could feel that the power in her body that was once so violent that it threatened to tear everything apart was now being gently soothed, sorted out, and finally calmed down. Ding! The status of the bound target Xia Yue has been updated. Status, S-rank Ice Phoenix Bloodline First Awakening, stabilized. Warning, the hidden danger of Bloodline has been temporarily suppressed, but not eradicated. Tao Ran looked at the prompt on the system panel and understood. This holy medicine is only a temporary solution and not a cure for the disease. But at least, it bought her precious time. After an unknown amount of time, Xia Yue let out a long breath. The breath condensed into a small ice flower in the air, and then quietly dissipated. She opened her eyes. There was no longer the coldness and alienation in those autumn water eyes, nor the fragility and confusion from before. At this moment, it was so clear that it could reflect Tao Ran's shadow, filled with complex emotions. How do you feel? Tao Ran spoke first. Very good. Xia Youe's voice returned to its cold and clear state, but upon closer listening, it was less aloof and more gentle. It's never been better. She could clearly feel that the ice phoenix deep in her blood, which could break free from its shackles at any time, was sleeping peacefully at this moment. The feeling of the sword hanging over her head finally being removed made her feel a lot more relaxed. However, I know that my hidden dangers have not been completely eradicated. She raised her head and looked straight at Tao Ran. The true Ice Phoenix bloodline is an SSS level talent, but mine is only S level. This is a fundamental flaw. She even shared this secret concerning her own life with Tao Ran without reservation. Tao Ran could only feign shock, SSS level? I didn't know you were that good. Xia Yue looked at his exaggerated appearance, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, but then quickly suppressed it. Finally, he just said softly, "Idiot." She stood up, walked to the window, and watched the sky outside gradually brighten. Are you really going to report to the Jingye Bureau tomorrow? Yes. Tao Ran nodded. Commander-in-Chief Qin personally gave me the badge. I have to go. Xia Yue was silent. She knew that from the moment Tao Ran stepped into the Jingye Bureau, their life trajectories would go in completely different directions. One is a favored daughter who continues her studies at Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy, and the other is a Night Slayer who walks in darkness and blood and fire. She hesitated to speak. Practice well. Tao Ran interrupted her with a relaxed smile on his face. Don't forget, you still owe me the protection of a Valkyrie. Xia Yue turned her head and looked at his cynical expression, her eyes getting hot again. She nodded vigorously and swallowed back all the words she wanted to say. Some favors are too light to be expressed in words. The only way is to engrave it in your heart and repay it with your whole life. The next day, 8:30 in the morning. Tao Ran walked out of the intensive care unit. At the door, the students of Class 5 and their head teacher Lu Zhen had been standing guard spontaneously all night. Xia Yue also stood in the crowd, watching silently. When they saw him come out, everyone immediately surrounded him. Boss. You're okay. Fatty Chang Lishuan excitedly gave him a bear hug, almost strangling him to death. Tao Ran, how do you feel? Teacher Lu Zhen's face was full of concern. Tao Ran responded with a smile, telling them that he was fine. After a brief farewell, Tao Ran walked alone towards a black SUV parked in front of the hospital under the complicated gazes of everyone. The car body is printed with the Jingye Bureau's sword emblem that cuts through the darkness. This is his new beginning. The headquarters of the Jingye Bureau is not on the ground. The SUV drove into a heavily guarded military restricted area and finally stopped in a huge underground parking lot. Tao Ran followed the black-clad team members who were waiting to pick him up and boarded a high-speed elevator. As a slight feeling of weightlessness came over me, the numbers on the elevator dropped rapidly. 10, 20, 30. Finally, the elevator stopped at the 50th floor. The moment the door opened, a smell mixed with steel, disinfectant and a faint smell of blood hit me in the face. In front of us is a huge underground space. The dome simulates blue sky and white clouds, but everything around it is made of cold alloy. People in various uniforms were hurrying around. A huge electronic screen scrolls with data streams that ordinary people cannot understand. This is a steel heart buried deep underground, supplying blood called safety to the entire river city. Tao Ran, come with me, Xinji is waiting for you. The team member who was waiting for him said expressionlessly. Tao Ran followed him through the long metal corridors. He saw a team organizing their equipment in front of the armory, preparing for deployment. We also saw team members covered in blood being carried on stretchers by medical soldiers and quickly sent to the depths through another passage. There are no cheers of heroic triumph here, only silent and efficient operations. Everyone is like a precision screw, supporting the operation of this huge war machine in his own position. As he passed a rest area, he heard the conversation of several members of the Zanya team who were cleaning their weapons. Have you heard? Team Long and his crew went to destroy the altar of the 10,000 Beasts cult this time and almost didn't make it back. Those cultists are lunatics. Damn it, they should all be hung on the city walls. However, during this beast tide, a fierce man emerged among the students. What's his name? Tao Ran? He defeated a 3rd-level lord in one move, and even held his own against a 4th-level lord, and won the first place. A young team member said with some admiration. Oh, number 1 scholar? An old team member with a scar on his face who was oiling a sniper rifle sneered. He was just lucky to have Grandmaster Lei and Xinji there. If he were thrown into the wild and faced a mature level 3 beast, do you think he could still defeat him in 1 second? That's right. Students nowadays have never seen real blood, so they don't know their place. After killing a few low-level monsters, they think they are invincible. The young team member was a little dissatisfied, but he is only 18 years old after all, and he is still a second-grade warrior. Second rank is nothing. Scarred veteran pressed a special armor-piercing bullet into the magazine, making a crisp click. You haven't been to the Kyoto headquarters, so you don't know what a real monster is. His voice was low, but it carried a chilling feeling that made one's heart palpitate. Have you heard of the prince at headquarters? Prince? SSS level talent, Eye of Judgment. 17 years old, peak third rank. He went deep into the wilderness alone, hunting down a purple-robed cardinal of the 10,000 Beasts cult, slaughtering 3 of their strongholds and bringing back the cardinal's head. The scarred veteran paused, as if recalling some horrible scene. I saw him once from a distance. That guy wasn't even human. When he looks at you, you feel like you've been seen through from the inside out, and all your secrets are exposed. Just standing there by himself, his aura is more terrifying than our entire Zunya team combined. Jiang Chang, the top scholar, is not even worthy of carrying his shoes in front of him. Come to think of it, he's not the only one with SSS level talent at headquarters. Another older team member continued. Isn't Yifeishua's absolute sword sense talent also SSS level? I heard that when she strikes out with her sword, she can even cut through the wind. It's just that I haven't grown up yet. In the corridor, Tao Ran stopped. The team member who came to meet him looked back at him, frowning slightly. Tao Ran seemed not to notice, his eyes fell on the members of the Zhang Yi team who were talking. SSS level talent? Eye of Judgment? Absolute sword sense? These words exploded in his mind. He had just personally overturned the sky of the younger generation in Jiangcheng and became the top scholar that everyone was looking forward to. But in this cold underground fortress, he clearly realized for the first time how vast the world was outside Jiangcheng. Above the genius, there are monsters. Above evildoers are monsters. He, the so-called number one scholar, may really be just a joke in the eyes of these warriors who are truly walking on the brink of life and death. Let's go, don't let Qinji wait too long. The receiving team member urged. Tao Ran withdrew his gaze and started walking again. There was no trace of anger or discouragement on his face. Instead, a brighter flame ignited in those black eyes. SSS level talent. He muttered to himself. My Dao Yanju is all-encompassing and has infinite potential, but it cannot be defined by any level. Eye of Judgment, absolute sword sense. Very good. Now, we finally have a clear target on the road ahead. Chapter 21, Departure to Kyoto. Xin Lai's office is just like him. Cold, concise, and efficient. A huge electronic sand table, on which the data of the entire Jiangcheng is slowly flowing in three-dimensional form. The red light spots represent the activity areas of the strange beasts, and the blue light spots represent the deployment of the Jingya Bureau team. Densely packed, crisscrossing. Xin Lai stood in front of the sand table with his back to the door. He was wearing a simple black training uniform, exuding the iron-blooded temperament unique to a soldier. Report to the Commander-in-Chief, Tao Ran has been brought here. The reception team members stood at attention and saluted. Well, you can go out. Xin Lai did not look back and his voice was calm. The door was gently closed, and only Tao Ran and Xin Lai were left in the office. Xin Lai turned around, and his hawk-like eyes fell on Tao Ran. He walked over to a metal table and picked up a file. You have joined the Jingya Bureau's Zhanya Reserve Team. According to the regulations, you must accept the team joining mission. Understood. Please give the order, Commander-in-Chief. Tao Ran stood up straight. He was already prepared. Whether it was to clear out the alien beast stronghold outside the city or to track down clues about the 10,000 Beasts cult, he would take on the task. Your first mission, Xin Lai pushed the document in front of Tao Ran, is to go to Kyoto. Tao Ran was stunned. Go to Kyoto headquarters and participate in the 3-month Hidden Dragon Special Training Camp. Xin Lai tapped his finger on the document. This is Jingya Bureau's highest level special training for new recruits, gathering the top talents from all branches of Xia country this year. The elimination rate is 90%. Jiangcheng is too small. Xin Lai's eyes finally showed some other emotions, no longer pure coldness. You are the top scholar and a hero in Jiangcheng. But over there, you are nothing. What you heard in the hallways was not a rumor. Xin Lai's words made Tao Ran's pupil shrink slightly. He actually knew. SSS level talent Eye of Judgment, codenamed Prince, the son of the chief officer of Kyoto headquarters. 17 years old, peak 3rd rank, and a year ago, he single-handedly hunted a 4th rank exotic beast and escaped unscathed. SSS level talent Absolute Sword Sense, Yi Fei Shue. 18 years old, peak 2nd rank, once cut off a supersonic missile fired at headquarters with a single sword strike. There are other monsters from major military regions, top families, and martial arts holy places. They are your true competitors. Xinlai said all this in one breath, then looked at Tao Ran again. Now, do you still think you are a genius? The office was dead silent. Tao Ran was indeed shocked. It turned out that the sky he touched with all his effort was just the starting point for others. It turned out that the battle record he was so proud of was nothing compared to the real monster. After a long time, he raised his head. In those black eyes, there was no dejection from being hit, nor any confusion from self-doubt. Instead, a fire started. An unprecedented flame called excitement. Commander-in-Chief, Tao Ran grinned, his smile filled with high fighting spirit. I accept this mission. Xinlai looked at the smile on his face and finally revealed a genuine, heartfelt smile of approval. Very good. Here are your transfer orders, identification, and train tickets. You'll be leaving in 3 days. You don't need to worry about anything in Jiangqing during these 3 months. You have only one mission: survive, and then, trample them all under your feet. I hope that the one returning from Kyoto in 3 months will be the real Zanya. After leaving Xinlai's office, Tao Ran was arranged to a temporary single dormitory. A bed, a table, and a separate bathroom. The walls are a cold alloy, full of utilitarian style. Close the door and isolate yourself from the outside world. Tao Ran sat on the edge of the bed and let out a long breath, the names Xinlai had just said still echoing in his mind. The Crown Prince, Yi Fei Shue, SSS level talent. This is the real ceiling of this world. He closed his eyes and thought. System. A blue light curtain that only he could see unfolded before his eyes. He did not rush to look at the data, but felt himself first. Qi and blood surged through his body, becoming several times heavier and more condensed than before, as if what was flowing was no longer gas, but mercury. This was transforming gas into mercury, the mark of a 2nd-rank warrior, and it seemed even more substantial. Thinking about the foundation of perfect opening of the collection, Tao Ran's confidence increased. Those so-called SSS-level talents may have an extremely high starting point, but the perfect foundation brought by his god-level skills is the supreme trump card that determines how far he can go in the end. His gaze then fell on the light curtain. Host, Tao Ran. Realm, 2nd-rank warrior beginner. Qi and blood, 570 calories gas turns into mercury. Foundation, perfect hidden treasure. Kung Fu, Dao Yan Ju God level. Combat skill, Ice Heart technique. Bound target, Xia Yu Wei. Favorability, 70 infatuated. Shared, S-level talent Ice Phoenix Bloodline 40%, National Destiny 40%. Special items, Thunder Token, Ice Phoenix Heart Fragment X1. When Tao Ran saw the words favorability 70 and fall in love, his heart skipped a beat. And the 40% sharing of S-level talent made him clearly feel that a pure and extremely cold force was continuously fed back into his body from a link of nothingness. It perfectly integrates with his own A-level talent, and even continuously purifies and strengthens his power. Giving the 9-aperture Guiyuan pill to Xia Yuwei was the best decision he had ever made. This is not just about friendship between classmates, nor is it just for that joking investment. From the moment the system was connected, the two of them had become a community that shared common prosperity and adversity. The stronger she is, the stronger he is. His gaze continued to move downwards, landing on Ice Phoenix Heart Fragment X1 in the inventory. Previously, the introduction of this item was very vague, but now, as Xia Yuwei's bloodline stabilized, new information emerged. Ice Phoenix Heart Fragment. It contains the purest bloodline essence of the Ice Phoenix clan and is the catalyst for repairing the Ice Phoenix bloodline. Gather the sun crystal that draws the power of midnight, the shadow marrow that condenses the chill of the abyss, and the Ice Phoenix Heart Fragment. Only then can the ultimate transition of the Ice Phoenix clan's bloodline be completed. I see. Tao Ran's mind suddenly became clear. He finally found a clear path to solve his long-standing doubts about how to cure Xia Yuwei's bloodline problem. Thinking of that cold girl, Tao Ran's heart softened. He took out his cell phone, hesitated for a moment, and sent a message to Xia Yuwei. I'm fine now. I received a mission to go to Kyoto for 3 months of training. You should train well in school and wait for me to come back to check your homework. The message was sent and the reply was almost immediate. Just one word. Good. Following that, there was a come on emoticon. Looking at the slightly clumsy cartoon character, Tao Ran seemed to be able to imagine Xia Yue in the ward, with a stern face, carefully selecting emoticons. He couldn't help laughing. For the next 3 days, Tao Ran did not leave the dormitory. He spent all his time consolidating the second-grade realm he had just broken through, constantly familiarizing himself with the condensed strength of Mercury in his body and the extremely cold nature of the shared S-level Ice Phoenix bloodline. He wants to face the battle of the hidden dragon in the most perfect and peak condition. 3 days later, there was a knock on the door on time. Tao Ran, it's time to go. The special car to the station is ready. It was the voice of the previous receiving player. Here I come. Tao Ran stood up and picked up the documents and the black Zanyi badge on the table. He pushed open the door and strode out. In the corridor outside the door, he happened to pass by a team that had just returned from outside. They were carrying a strong smell of blood and gunpowder. The leader was a burly man with a hideous scar on his face. It was none other than the captain of Zhanya's third team, Long Qi. Long Qi paused, and his weather-beaten eyes swept over Tao Ran like a scanner. Monkey, go report to the commander that the follow-up samples of the altar have been brought back. Long Qi ordered without turning his head. The tall and thin team member Monkey behind him also looked at Tao Ran curiously. Captain Long, this guy is? Yeah. Long Qi interrupted him. He looked at Tao Ran, grinning, revealing a row of white teeth, with a bit of roughness and wildness in his smile. Boy, are you going to Kyoto? Tao Ran didn't expect the other party to talk to him. He nodded and said, yes, senior. That's not Jiangcheng. No one cares whether you're the top scorer or not. Long Qi's voice was hoarse. If you get beaten and run back crying, don't tell me you know me. That won't happen. Tao Ran smiled. After 3 days of settling down, his confidence became more restrained and powerful. However, if I accidentally snatch their top scholar back, senior will have to treat me to a drink. Long Qi was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Good boy. You have guts. He patted Tao Ran's shoulder hard, with enough force to break a stone slab. I'm waiting for your celebratory drink. After saying that, he led his team members and strode towards the command center. That rough and heroic laughter still echoed in the cold metal corridor. Chapter 22, Farewell to the School Beauty, the capital's show of power. Jiangcheng Maglev Station is bustling with people. The students in Class 5 surrounded Tao Ran and spoke farewell words in a flurry. Boss, don't forget us when you get to Kyoto. Yeah, there are so many geniuses over there, don't let them bully you. Fatty Chang Lishuan patted Tao Ran's shoulder vigorously, his eyes slightly red. Boss, don't worry, sister-in-law, no, classmate Xia, we will take good care of you. Get out. You're the only one who talks too much. Tao Ran staggered after being hit by him, and punched him with a helpless look. He said goodbye to everyone with a smile, but his heart was searching among the crowd. She probably won't come. After all, with her personality, this kind of situation. At this moment, the noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. A cold figure walked slowly towards us through the automatically separated crowd. She was wearing a baseball cap and a white mask that covered most of her face, revealing only a pair of eyes as clear as autumn water. Xia Yue. She came after all. The students in Class 5 tactfully made way for them, with a smile that said we all understand on their faces. Xia Yue walked up to Tao Ran and stopped. She pulled something out of her pocket and handed it over. It was a small bird carved out of wood. The carving was a bit crude. One side of the wings is larger than the other, and one can vaguely see that it is a phoenix with its wings spread. The surface of the wood was rubbed very smooth, obviously with great care. Did you carve it? Tao Ran took it and looked at it in his hand. The craftsmanship is not very good. The bird looks malnourished. Xia Yue's ears under the brim of her hat turned red. She held out her hand. If you don't want it, give it back to me. Yes, how can I not? This amulet was made by the Valkyrie herself. I have to worship it every day. Maybe it can block bullets. Tao Ran quickly stuffed the wood carving into his pocket and patted it like a treasure. Xia Yue's eyes narrowed with a smile. Woo! The whistle blew loudly, urging passengers to board the train. I'm leaving. Tao Ran turned around. Tao ran. Xia Yue suddenly called him. When you get to Kyoto, send me a message. And. She paused, then spoke word by word, the number one scholar is mine. You're just keeping it for me temporarily. Tao Ran smiled. He turned his back to her and waved casually. Got it. Wait for me to come back and check your homework. After saying that, he stepped onto the covered bridge leading to the platform. He didn't see that after he turned around, the cold girl kept standing there until his figure completely disappeared from the end of her sight. Xia Country's latest generation of light chaser maglev train is traveling between cities at a terrifying speed. Tao Ran sat by the window, and the scenery outside the window had turned into flowing light. He took out the ugly-looking wooden ice phoenix from his pocket, and his fingertips could feel the warmth of the wood. He seemed to be able to see Xia Yue clumsily holding the carving knife and making revisions over and over again. This idiot. He carefully put the wooden sculpture back into his pocket and closed his eyes. Xin Lai's words still echoed in his ears. SSS level talent, the prince with eye of judgment, and Yi Fei Shue with absolute sword sense. There are also monsters from major military regions, top families, and martial arts holy places. These people are the real pinnacle of the younger generation of Xia country. Jiangqing's top scholar? In front of them, perhaps it really means nothing. A heavy pressure weighed on my heart. But what followed was an even more intense desire to fight. The Daoyanju circulated slowly in his body, and the blood and energy that transformed into mercury flowed continuously in his meridians, washing every corner of his body. The foundation of perfect Kaizen gave him absolute confidence in his own strength. Talent level may determine the starting point. But how far you can go depends on your foundation, your skills, and your heart of Tao. After an unknown amount of time, the train came to a steady stop. Next stop, Kyoto South Station. Tao Ran opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He picked up his simple luggage and followed the crowd off the train. The moment I stepped onto the platform, a completely different atmosphere hit me. If the atmosphere of Jiangcheng is sharp and mixed, then the atmosphere of Kyoto is heavy and majestic. There was a faint sense of oppression in the air. It was the aura left behind by countless powerful people over the years, intertwined together to form an invisible net, making newcomers feel heavy even in breathing. A dynamic star map is projected on the huge dome of the station, giving it a sci-fi feel. Many of the pedestrians passing by had calm auras and bulging temples, and they were obviously martial artists with great skills. This is the heart of Xia country's martial arts. Tao Ran followed the instructions on the transfer order and arrived at the designated A9 exit. At the exit, there were already 7 or 8 young people standing sparsely. Everyone looked arrogant and had an extraordinary aura. They kept a safe distance from each other, their eyes full of scrutiny and vigilance. They should be the new recruits of the Qianlongning from other cities. Tao Ran's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. He was dressed very casually and his aura was extremely reserved, looking like a boy next door. He is out of tune with the brilliant geniuses around him. Hey, look at that kid, is he here to join the Hidden Dragon camp too? Look at the badge on his chest. He's from Jiangcheng. Oh, a small third-tier city like that can also produce such a great person? A young man wearing designer clothes and with flaxen hair did not hide his disdain. His name is Wei Zhe, from the Wei family, one of the 4 major families in Kyoto. He has S-level talent and is at the peak of the 2nd rank. He is a well-known genius in Kyoto. What he despised most were these country bumpkins from small places. Tao Ran ignored the discussions and found a corner to stand in. His nonchalant attitude made Wei Zhe even more unhappy. Boy, are you new here? A young man who looked like a follower of Wei Zhe came over in a nonchalant manner and deliberately bumped into Tao Ran with his shoulder. He wanted to teach this country bumpkin a lesson and let him know the rules of Kyoto. In this collision, he used clever strength and concealed his energy and blood, which was enough to make an ordinary second-grade warrior look ridiculous in public. However, the expected scene of Tao Ran being knocked away did not happen. The young man's shoulder hit Tao Ran, and it felt like hitting an iceberg that had not melted for thousands of years. What was even more bizarre was that the condensed energy and blood power disappeared without a trace the moment it touched Tao Ran's body, like a drop in the ocean. Tao Ran, however, did not move at all. He didn't even raise his eyelids, but just spoke lightly. Walking without paying attention, is this a characteristic of your Kyoto? This one sentence made the geniuses watching the fun around them burst out laughing. The young follower's face instantly turned purple. You're looking for death. He was so angry that his blood was boiling and he wanted to take action. Stop! Wei Zhe shouted coldly, stopping the follower. He walked over with interest and looked Tao Ran up and down. Interesting. A small place like Jiangcheng can produce a tough guy like you. However, I advise you to put away your pathetic pride. Wei Zhe's eyes suddenly became sharp, and a powerful pressure from the peak of the second level pressed towards Tao Ran like a tide. Not just any cat or dog can run wild here. He sneered, who do you think you are? The prince, or Yi Fei Xue? A country bumpkin, how dare you act so presumptuous in front of me? He deliberately mentioned the names of the two SSS-level geniuses in order to completely defeat Tao Ran psychologically. However, his pressure on Tao Ran was still like a breeze blowing across the hills. Tao Ran's Dao Yen Ju was running on its own, and the pressure could not penetrate within 3 feet of his body. He finally raised his head and looked at Wei Zhe. Prince? Yi Fei Xue? Are they strong? If they're as noisy as you, then I don't think the hidden dragon camp is that great. The whole audience was dead silent. Everyone looked at Tao Ran as if he were a monster. Is this guy crazy? How dare you make such an evaluation of the two people who stand at the pinnacle of the younger generation? Wei Zhe was also stunned, and then became furious. Good. 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 Boy, you've successfully pissed me off. I promise, once we get to the training camp, I'll let you know what a life worse than death is. A terrifying aura erupted from Wei Zhe, and it seemed that a conflict was about to escalate. At this moment, a cold voice, like the cold wind in December, instantly froze the entire audience. Shut up, everyone. An officer wearing a black special combat uniform and with the rank of major on his shoulders appeared in front of everyone at some point. Xiaohu bot protects files from piracy. When looking for a book robot, choose Xiaohu, which is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. His hawk-like eyes swept over everyone. The tangible murderous aura made geniuses like Wei Zhe shiver involuntarily. From now on, you are not masters, you are not geniuses, you are numbers. The officer's gaze lingered on Tao Ran and Wei Zhe for a second, full of warning. If you want to prove yourself, you'll find it on the training ground. There, any casualties will be your own. Now, everyone, follow me. The officer turned around and strode towards a row of black military off-road vehicles parked not far away. Wei Zhe glared at Tao Ran with resentment and mouthed silently, just you wait. Tao Ran didn't even look at him. He just looked up and glanced at the gray sky of Kyoto. Then he caught up with the team. The officer's cold voice came from the front, echoing in the ears of every newcomer. Welcome to hell, rookies. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Rookies fighting each other? No, it's a one-sided crushing. The black military off-road vehicle sped through Kyoto's complex underground transportation network. There was deathly silence in the carriage. The newlyweds sat upright and even breathed lightly. The arrogance he had shown at the station was completely washed away by the murderous aura of the major. Wei Zhe sat diagonally opposite Tao Ran, his eyes cold and glancing over from time to time. The few followers around him also had expressions that looked like they were enjoying the show. In their opinion, Tao Ran's death has entered the countdown. Tao Ran leaned against the car window, watching the alloy walls and indicator lights flying past outside, but his mind was not here. He could feel that there were at least 5 or 6 unfriendly gazes in the car, all cast upon him. It seems that I have become the target of public criticism before even entering the training camp. But he didn't care. Just a bunch of greenhouse flowers that have never seen blood. The vehicle stopped suddenly and everyone rushed forward due to inertia. The heavy alloy doors slid open to both sides, and a smell mixed with metal, ozone, and a faint smell of blood hit me in the face. Get off! The major's cold voice rang out. When everyone got out of the car, they were immediately shocked by the scene before them. This is an extremely huge underground space with a dome so high that you can't see the end. Countless pipes and lines are crisscrossed, like a steel jungle. Right in front of him, on a huge electronic screen, 2 large golden characters written in a flamboyant style flashed, Qianlong. This is the training base of the Qianlong Special Training Camp. Line up! Major Xiao Shan shouted sternly. All the newcomers, including Wei Zhe, subconsciously stood in a row. Xiao Shan's eyes swept across everyone's face with scrutiny and indifference. From the moment you step into this place, your identity, background, and past will all be wiped out. Here, you don't have a name, only a code name. You're not geniuses, just a bunch of rookies who need to be beaten. Now, the first lesson in camp, which is also your qualification test. He turned and pointed to a huge circular hall not far away. "Come with me." Everyone followed him into the hall, in the center of which was a silver-white metal platform with a diameter of more than 50 meters. The surface of the platform is as smooth as a mirror and is engraved with complex patterns. "This is the inner demon trial field." Xiao Shan pointed at the platform and introduced it coldly. "It will create corresponding gravity suppression and mental shock based on the number and strength of those stepping onto the platform. The test is simple: stand on it for 10 minutes. Anyone who falls off the platform or has a mental breakdown will be eliminated. Those who are eliminated, pack up and get out immediately." His words made all the newcomers' faces change. The elimination rate is 90%, and it turns out it starts from here. Group 1, Weijia, Limu, Zhao. Xiao Shan called out their names directly. Weijia was the first to stride onto the platform. He is at the peak of the second rank, so this kind of test is just a piece of cake for him. As the first group of 10 people stood still, Xiao Shan pressed a button on the console beside the platform. Buzz. The entire platform made a slight sound, and an invisible pressure descended instantly. The 10 people on the platform sank down at the same time. The first minute, 5 times the gravity. Xiao Shan's voice was emotionless. Someone immediately groaned and his legs began to tremble. Immediately afterwards, the shadows of various ferocious beasts began to emerge on the silver-white ground of the platform, roaring and pouncing towards them. Although I know it is fake, the fear and oppression that comes from the spiritual level are extremely real. "Ah!" A newcomer screamed, squatted down with his head in his hands, and was then pushed off the platform by a gentle force. The first eliminated person appears. As time passed, the pressure grew. In the 5th minute, 10 times the gravity, the mental shock intensity doubles. 3 more people fell on the platform. The remaining few people all looked pale and were sweating profusely. Although Weijia stood straight, the bulging veins on his forehead and the slightly trembling calves still revealed his exertion. He is a genius of the Wei family in Kyoto, and he must not embarrass himself here. He gritted his teeth, his energy and blood circulated wildly, resisting the force that almost crushed him. Finally, 10 minutes were over. The pressure suddenly disappeared. Weijia let out a long sigh, feeling like his whole body was about to collapse. He took a look and saw that out of the first group of 10 people, only he and 2 others persisted. He walked down the platform, straightening his back deliberately, and enjoyed the awe-inspiring looks of others. When his eyes fell on Tao Ran, who had a calm face in the corner, a sneer of contempt appeared at the corner of his mouth. He wanted to see how many seconds this country bumpkin could last. "Group 2, go to the platform." Xiao Shan's voice sounded again. Tao Ran stretched and walked up slowly. His casual attitude made Weijia frown. "Pretending." Tao Ran and the other 9 people stopped. He looked at the platform under his feet, feeling a little curious. Buzz. The pressure is on. 5 times gravity. Tao Ran only felt like someone patted him lightly on the shoulder. Other than that, he didn't feel anything else. His foundation is perfect opening, his chi and blood transform into mercury, and the strength and density of his body far exceed those of warriors of the same level. This little bit of pressure is like a tickle to him. Then, illusions of various strange beasts came flooding in. A 3rd-tier earth-splitting demonic bear, a 4th-tier black-scaled wind snake. Tao Ran even saw the huge shadow of the abyss dragon lizard. However, he just watched quietly. Compared to the true form of the 5th-level alien beast lord he faced in person, these illusions were like children's drawings. As soon as the mental shock approached his body, it was dissolved without a trace by the self-operating Dao Yen Ju. 5th minute, 10 times gravity. The 8th minute, 15 times the gravity. The newcomers on the platform fell one after another and were teleported out. Soon, Tao Ran was the only one left standing. Moreover, he stood so easily. He stood straight with his hands in his pockets, his face expressionless, even a little bored. It was as if he wasn't undergoing a hellish test, but rather a walk in the park. Everyone's eyes were focused on that figure. The sneer on Weijia's face had already frozen. He stared at Tao Ran, his eyes full of disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. 15 times the gravity, even a peak 2nd-grade cultivator would have to use all his strength to resist it. How could he do it so easily? Did he hide his strength? Was he a 3rd-rank warrior? No. He's only 18 years old, how could he be a 3rd-rank cultivator? Xiao Shan's brows furrowed tightly for the first time. He stared at the data stream on the console. The curve representing Tao Ran's physical load was as smooth as a straight line, with almost no fluctuations. This kid is weird. The 10th minute, 20 times the gravity. A gleam of light flashed in Xiao Shan's eyes, and he manually adjusted the pressure to the highest level. Boom! A terrifying pressure far exceeding the previous one came crashing down. This is the test intensity prepared for third-grade warriors. When Weijia saw this scene, a ferocious look of pleasure instantly appeared on his face. 20 times the gravity. Even if this guy is made of iron, he will be crushed into a meat pie. However, on the platform, Tao Ran just raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh. I finally feel something. He still stood there, motionless. The terrifying force that was enough to crush the alloy fell on him, but only caused the corner of his clothes to shake slightly. Time's up. The moment the pressure disappeared, you could hear a pin drop in the entire hall. Everyone looked at Tao Ran as if he were a monster. Those geniuses who had previously looked down on him now had only shock and horror on their faces. Weixia's face had turned from red to blue, and from blue to white. It was extremely exciting. This country bumpkin from Jiangcheng, this bumpkin in his eyes, actually completed a one-sided crushing in a way he couldn't understand. Tao Ran yawned and walked down the platform slowly, without even looking at Weijia. This kind of disregard made Weijia more crazy than any ridicule. Very good. Xiao Shan had walked in front of Tao Ran without knowing when. Your name is Tao Ran? Yes. Jiangcheng's top scholar? It was a fluke. Tao Ran smiled. Xiao Shan looked at Tao Ran deeply, then turned around and faced everyone. Just now, it was just an appetizer. Congratulations to those who passed the test. You are qualified to struggle in hell. His voice made the hearts of those newcomers who had just passed the test and had no time to be happy suddenly sink. Now, go to the information center to collect your code names and dormitory keys. Remember, from now on, you only have code names. Gather at the base square at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you're even 1 second late, you'll be deemed to have given up. We will begin the first phase of formal training, the Bloody Maze. When he said the last 4 words, a cruel grin appeared on Xiao Shan's lips. Friendly reminder. In the maze, several people die every year. Chapter 24 Codename, Country Bum. Xiao Shan's words, a few people die every year, instantly extinguished the joy of everyone who had just passed the test. Some pampered geniuses turned pale, and some even trembled slightly. They are geniuses and the hope of their family, but they are not here to die. Weixia's expression changed again and again, but he quickly regained his composure. He glanced at the frightened guys around him, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. The real strong ones all emerged from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His gaze finally fell on Tao Ran. That calm face made the anger in his heart burn again. You country bumpkin from the countryside, why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Once we get into the bloody maze, I'll stomp your face into the mud. Xiao Shan was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. This was exactly the kind of fear he wanted. Only by knowing how to fear death can you survive on the battlefield. Disband. Go to the information center to collect your equipment and code names, then get back to the dormitory. Remember, tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock, if you are late by even a second, you will be kicked out of the Qianlong camp. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving behind a group of newcomers with heavy hearts. Information Center. An old soldier with gray hair and wearing an old training uniform was yawning in boredom. He was responsible for distributing supplies to the newcomers. Remember, each person has a tactical backpack, a set of spare training uniforms, and a black metal chip that records personal information. Put your things away, no replacements for lost items. Next, Weijia. Weijia strode forward and inserted the chip in his hand into the reader. A light curtain popped up. Name, Weijia. No, QL007. Codename, Crazy Snake. Initial points, 100. Seeing the codename Mad Snake, Weijia nodded with satisfaction. Several followers behind him also stepped forward, and the codenames they were given were also Scorpion, Hyena, and so on, which were full of aggressiveness. When it was Tao Ran's turn, Weijia suddenly leaned close to the old soldier's ear, whispered a few words, and handed him an anonymous crystal card. The old soldier threw the crystal card into the drawer without even raising his eyelids, and then tossed a chip to Tao Ran. Weijia gave Tao Ran a provocative look, the meaning of which was very clear: I have prepared a big gift for you. Tao Ran ignored him, took the chip to the reader next to him and inserted it. The light curtain lights up. Name, Tao Ran. No, QL088. Code name, Country Bum. Initial points, 100. The information center suddenly erupted in laughter. Ha 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 ha. Country Bumpkin? That's a perfect code name. Hey, Country Bumpkin, have you come to the wrong place? This is Chenlonying, not your village's pig farm. That's so fitting. Coming from a small place like Jiangcheng, wouldn't he be just a country bumpkin? Wei Jia and his followers laughed the most wildly, and they couldn't even straighten their backs. Some of the other newcomers around joined in the fun, while others cast sympathetic glances. This is like carving humiliation on one's forehead. Any arrogant young man would have probably jumped into a rage and attacked at this moment. However, Tao Ran just looked at the 3 words on the screen quietly, with no expression on his face. He pulled out the chip and turned to leave. Hey, redneck, don't you like this code name? Wei Jia stopped him, deliberately lengthening his tone with a playful look on his face. Do you want me to ask for a different name? How about Earth Dog? Tao Ran stopped and finally looked up at him. Excuse me, can the code name be exchanged for points? The smile on Wei Jia's face disappeared. Code name, can it help you survive in this bloody maze? Tao Ran asked again. The laughter around gradually stopped. Tao Ran smiled, and that smile was filled with an open-mindedness that seemed to see through everything. If it can't, then what does it matter what it's called? It's just a name. What's important is what the person with this name does. After saying that, he walked around Wei Jia, who was standing there in a daze, and walked straight towards the dormitory area. Wei Jia felt that the punch he threw with all his strength hit a ball of cotton. The feeling of having nowhere to put his strength made him almost crazy. His cheek muscles twitched constantly and his fists were clenched so tightly that they made a crackling sound. The old soldier in charge of registration, whose eyelids had been drooping from beginning to end, now opened slightly. He picked up a cheap cigarette from the table, lit one, and took a deep puff. This kid is a good piece of steel. The dormitories are tiny, depressing single rooms. An alloy bed, a table, and a simple bathroom. There are no windows in the entire room, no light, and the only ventilation is the exhaust fan above the bathroom. To be precise, it's more like a prison cell. Tao Ran closed the door, isolating himself from the outside world. He threw his backpack on the ground and sat on the edge of the bed. The only sound in the room was his own breathing. Just then, there was a knock on the metal door of the dormitory. Knock. Knock. The knock on the door was short and forceful. Tao Ran got up and opened the door. Standing outside was a young man of about his age. The young man was tall and straight, carrying a long cloth bag on his back, inside which looked like a spear. His eyes were deep and reserved, yet revealed a sharpness that was inconsistent with his age. Is there something wrong? Tao Ran asked. Han Feng. Codename Lone Gondat. The young man went straight to the point, his voice as clear and crisp as his person. Tao Ran. Code name. Tao Ran paused, Country Bumpkin. Han Feng's face didn't show any surprise or ridicule. He just nodded and said, I saw it. Wei Jia's trick, his method was very low level. I came to you to tell you to be careful tomorrow. Tao Ran raised an eyebrow and motioned him to continue. In the bloody maze, those who died rarely died in the mouths of strange beasts. Han Feng lowered his voice. The rules of the Hidden Dragon Camp are to encourage competition, regardless of the means. In the maze, stealing other people's point chips is allowed by default. Most of the people who die every year are killed by other newcomers. Han Feng's eyes became serious. Wei Jia is from the Wei family in Kyoto, and he has gathered a group of people around him. What they love to do most is to hunt those lone travelers with no background in the maze. They do it not just for points, but also for fun. If you embarrass him today, he will definitely kill you first in the maze tomorrow, no matter the cost. Tao Ran finally understood the true meaning of Xiao Shan's words, your own casualties are your own responsibility. This is not a school, this is a jungle. Why are you telling me this? Tao Ran looked at him. I hate bullying. Han Feng's answer was simple. Besides, I saw your test. You are very strong. It's a pity to die at the hands of that kind of person. He paused, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, I'm used to using a gun alone. However, in the maze, we can form an alliance temporarily, at least until we get rid of Wei Jia's trouble. Tao Ran looked at his outstretched hand and was silent for a moment. He shook his head. Thank you for your reminder, Tao Ran said, but I'm still used to being alone. It's not that he doesn't trust Han Feng, but he doesn't want to expose the Daoyan Zhu and the shared secrets to others. Han Feng was not surprised and calmly withdrew his hand. Okay. Then I wish you good luck. After saying that, he turned and left, his back standing alone. Tao Ran closed the door and leaned against the cold door panel. City Lord Yin Pijuan had told him that when he killed Yi, he would not only kill the strange beasts, but also the demons walking in the world. He raised his hand and looked at his fist. Tomorrow, these fists will have to face more than just strange beasts. Chapter 25 Cafeteria Incident, Finding SSS-level swordsmanship prodigy. The cafeteria in Qianlong camp is very large, but the atmosphere is more depressing than the dormitory. There was no noise, only the clatter of metal plates and hushed conversations. The newcomers gathered in groups of 3 or 5, occupying their own territories clearly and looking at every non-member with vigilance. Tao Ran was holding a plate with a few pieces of high-energy synthetic meat and a tube of nutritional paste. He glanced around and found that most of the empty seats were concentrated next to a few groups that were not easy to deal with. Hey, isn't this the famous country bumpkin? What's wrong? Can't you find a place to eat? A harsh voice sounded. Wei Zhi sat at the head seat of a long table with his legs crossed, and the followers around him immediately burst into laughter. They deliberately used backpacks to occupy several empty seats at the table, making it clear that they didn't want Tao Ran to get close. Tao Ran's eyes swept over them and he walked straight to a secluded corner. Didn't you hear our brother Zhi talking to you? Are you deaf? A yellow-haired follower stood up with a tray and blocked Tao Ran's path. Tao Ran stopped, looked at him, and asked calmly, "What's the matter?" "It's nothing serious," the yellow-haired man said with a sly grin. "I just wanted to tell you that this is Kyoto, and the dining tables are also divided into different levels. People like you should eat while standing, or squatting on the ground." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his feet and kicked Tao Ran's ankle, while his shoulders dropped and hit the plate in Tao Ran's hand. This is an old trick of humiliating someone. It can make the other person fall and then put the blame on carelessness. However, just when he was about to succeed, Tao Ran's mind moved slightly, and the ice hard art started to work, and a cold force flowed to the soles of his feet. The extremely cold air instantly condensed into a thin layer of frost on the ground beneath his feet that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Oops. Before Huang Mao's foot could kick Tao Ran, his body slipped while rushing forward and his center of gravity was instantly out of control. He let out a terrified scream and slid forward in an extremely awkward posture. The plate in his hand flew out, and the food residue and soup inside drew a parabola, and with a bang, all of them were smeared on his face. The whole corner fell silent in an instant, followed by an explosion of suppressed laughter. Tao Ran, carrying his own plate, walked past him safely. His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, was clearly heard throughout the corner. "The ground is slippery, be careful." Huang Mao's face instantly turned the color of liver, mixed with food residue, and he looked miserable. He was so angry that he was about to attack again. "You useless piece of shit, get back here!" Wei Zhi shouted coldly. Huang Mao glared at Tao Ran unwillingly and retreated in shame. Wei Zhi stared at Tao Ran with a cold look in his eyes. He couldn't understand why the series of actions just now seemed like a coincidence, but in the end, it caused his people to suffer a setback. At this moment, the noise in the entire cafeteria stopped abruptly. A cold chill spread from the cafeteria entrance. Everyone subconsciously stopped what they were doing and looked towards the door in unison. A girl walked in with light and silent steps. She was wearing a pure white training uniform. The special material was soft and smooth, without any wrinkles, which was out of tune with the depressing atmosphere in the cafeteria. On her back, a long object wrapped in white cloth was faintly visible, and the sharp sword intent seemed to penetrate the cloth. Her jet black hair was tied up high behind her head, free of dust. Her face was flawless, and she lacked the kindness that a normal person should have. Her eyes were deep and empty, without any emotion or ripples, as if nothing in the world could be reflected in them. Even the arrogant Wei Zhi put away his arrogance at this moment, subconsciously sat up straight, with fear in his eyes. Yi Fei Xue. Shenlongying, and even the entire young generation of Xia country, are the myths standing at the top of the pyramid. SSS-level talent, owner of absolute sword sense. Tao Ran's heart skipped a beat at this moment. Ding! An extremely high concentration of national destiny has been detected. 6-star bound target found. Tao Ran suddenly raised his head and looked at the girl in snow-white clothes. A golden panel that no one else could see suddenly unfolded before his eyes. Target: Yi Feishue, daughter of national destiny, wielder of the heavenly sword. Chi and blood? Far beyond the host's detection limit. Realm: second rank warrior peak. Talent rating: SSS level absolute sword sense. National Fortune Index: 95. The sword stands out to protect the country, and its edge is sharp. Binding value: 6 stars. Current state: man and sword are one, with no distractions, and it is extremely difficult to have emotional fluctuations. System review: she is a deity born for the sword, the sharpest blade of humanity. Bind her, and your path will possess an indestructible edge. Tao Ran's breathing stopped for a moment. 6 stars. National Fortune Index 95. This is simply a walking human form of national destiny. He had no doubt that if Yi Feishue died at this moment, the fortune of the entire human race would decline visibly. Tao Ran stared at Yi Feishue's back and roared in his heart, "System, bind her." Ding. Binding confirmed. The national destiny red line is binding. Binding target: Yi Feishue. Yi Feishue, who was waiting in front of the food pickup window, suddenly had a change in her cold expression that had remained unchanged for thousands of years. She turned around suddenly, and her empty eyes swept across the entire cafeteria like two sharp swords. Everyone whose eyes passed by her felt their bodies stiffen, as if they were being stared at by a prehistoric beast. Her gaze lingered briefly on Tao Ran, and not finding anything unusual, she then looked away. In the end, she frowned in vain, and the feeling of being tripped up by something disappeared in a flash. Binding successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the second daughter of national destiny, sharing 1% of the target's talent and 1% of the national destiny. Health value plus 20. Current health value, 590 calories. You have obtained SSS level absolute sword sense weak. Warning: the target's emotions are closed, the initial favorability is 0, and the efficiency of talent sharing is extremely low. Please work hard to improve the favorability. Boom. A mysterious feeling appeared in Tao Ran's mind out of nowhere. In his perception, the world is instantly deconstructed and reconstructed. He no longer sees, but perceives. The flow of air, the faint sound of electricity from the distant light tubes, Wei's heartbeat accelerated by 0.2 seconds due to jealousy, the strength and stagnation of the blood circulation in the bodies of every warrior in the cafeteria. Everything turned into a huge torrent of information, which gathered and analyzed in his mind, forming an absolutely real three-dimensional picture. Is this the absolute sword sense? Just 1% of the power is so terrifying. He could even clearly see the extremely restrained yet omnipresent sword intent from the girl in white. The sword intent was aloof, cold, and sharp. It is so pure, without any impurities. It's too lonely. Yes, lonely. Under the analysis of absolute sword sense, Tao Ran seemed to see a lonely soul walking alone on the endless road of swordsmanship, with no one behind him and no companions in front. Her strength is her prison. Congratulations to the host for completing the binding and receiving special rewards. Rewards distributed successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Supreme Sword blank. The Dao Yanju has automatically begun to operate. Detecting the absolute sword sense talent and starting to deduce. Deduction successful. The Dao Yanju automatically evolved into a matching combat skill, the heaven-slaying sword technique. In an instant, a huge amount of sword fighting information rushed into Tao Ran's sea of consciousness, and finally converged into an earth-shaking move. Hide the sword in the sheath, ready to strike, and then draw the sword out of the sheath, and nothing can escape its blade. This is a truly forbidden technique, a trump card that will result in mutual destruction. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Your sword is too lonely. Tao Ran's hand holding the chopsticks moved slightly. He looked at the lonely figure walking towards the corner, and an impulse rose in his heart. He did not use his chi and blood, but simply integrated the principle of cutting off everything that he had just comprehended from the heaven-cutting sword art into the chopsticks in his hand. He picked up a piece of synthetic meat, and the tip of his chopsticks drew an imperceptible arc in the air. To others, this is just an ordinary action of picking up food. However, in another corner of the cafeteria, Yi Feishue, who was cutting food elegantly, suddenly stiffened. The metal knife in her hand made a slight buzzing sound. She suddenly looked up, the icy calmness in her eyes was broken, revealing intense shock. At that moment just now, she felt it. A will. A sword will that is condensed to the extreme, as if it can cut through space, time, and even the laws. It is not strength, nor skill, but a kind of reason. A higher level of sword philosophy that she had been pursuing but was always separated by a thin veil. The will flashed by so quickly that she thought it was an illusion. But that absolute sword sense told her that it was real. Her eyes were like two invisible swords, instantly locking onto the culprit in that direction, the boy in ordinary training uniform, codenamed Country Bumpkin. It's him! How could it be him? A bone-chilling sword intent burst out from Yi Feishue's body, like a big net, covering Tao Ran accurately. The temperature in the entire cafeteria dropped suddenly, and everyone felt a chill on their neck, as if an invisible knife was placed on their neck. Wei Zhou and others felt as if they had fallen into an icy cave, their faces turning pale in an instant. They didn't know what had happened, they only knew that Yi Feishue was angry, and the object of her anger seemed to be that ignorant Country Bumpkin. He's dead. He's dead. How dare he mess with Yi Feishue? Wei Zhou was ecstatic. However, Tao Ran, who was at the center of the storm, remained unmoved. When Yi Feishue's sword intent came within 3 feet of Tao Ran's body, it melted like ice and snow and dissipated into nothingness. Yi Feishue's pupils contracted violently. She stood up. Amidst everyone's horrified, puzzled, and shocked gazes, she carried her plate and walked towards the corner step by step. 1 step, 2 steps. Every step seemed to be stepping on everyone's heart. In the cafeteria, you can hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath as they watched this godlike girl walk towards the Country Bumpkin in their eyes. Wei Zhou's smile completely froze on his face. This script is wrong. Shouldn't Yi Feishue have crippled that guy in a fit of rage? Why did you go there in person? Yi Feishue stopped in front of Tao Ran's dining table. She didn't sit down, but just looked down at him. This was the first time she looked someone in the eye since entering Qianlong camp. What was that just now? Her voice was cold and clear, without any emotion. Tao Ran raised his head and met her gaze. Those are a pair of lonely eyes. He smiled and answered irrelevantly, your sword is too lonely. Boom! These words shocked Yi Feishue. Her sword is her everything, it is her way. Countless people have praised her sword for being fast, sharp, and strong. But no one has ever said that her sword is lonely. Because no one can understand. On the path of Kendo, she went too far and too fast, leaving all her peers far behind. It's lonely at the top. Her sword can cut down enemies, but it cannot cut off the loneliness that penetrates deep into her bones. And this young man in front of her, this young man codenamed Country Bumpkin, whom she met for the first time, pierced through her cold disguise with just 1 sentence. An unprecedented thrill of understanding rose from the depths of her soul. Ding! Target, Yi Feishue, favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 10 a chance encounter. Talent sharing ratio increased to 2%. Health value plus 20. Current health value, 610 calories. Tao Ran clearly felt that his connection with absolute sword sense had deepened. Yi Feishue looked at Tao Ran deeply, and for the first time, a complex emotion of confusion and curiosity appeared in those icy eyes. She didn't ask any more questions, nor did she speak again. He just turned around, took the plate, returned to his original seat, and continued to eat in silence. It was as if everything that just happened had never happened. But the entire cafeteria was in an uproar. Fuck! Did I see that right? Yi Feishue took the initiative to talk to that Country Bumpkin? What did he say? Yi Feishue's expression seemed to change. That's a 10,000-year-old iceberg. Who is this kid? Is he a descendant of some secretive family that never comes into the world? Wei Zhou's face was distorted, and the fingers holding the fork turned white from excessive force. The flames of jealousy almost burst out of his eyes. He would rather see Tao Ran being killed by Yi Feishue with a sword than accept Yi Feishue looking at him differently. Country Bumpkin, Tao Ran. I don't care who you are, once you enter the bloody maze, you must die. The next day, 5 in the morning. The shrill sound of an alarm ripped through the silence of the entire base. All the newcomers were dressed within 3 minutes and rushed to the empty training square. Xiaoshan had already stood there like an iron tower, his eyes colder than the winter in Kyoto. Looks like no one's late. Good. He glanced at the rookies in front of him who were sleepy but trying hard to be alert. Yesterday was just an appetizer. Today is the beginning of the main course. Xiaoshan turned around and pointed to the dark door at the end of the square that was slowly opening like the mouth of a giant beast. Behind the door is the bloody maze. It's made up of countless spatial fragments, and inside are strange beasts, traps, and everything you need. Your mission is simple: survive for 72 hours and earn as many points as possible. Remember, your chip not only records your points, but also your life. Points can be snatched away. If they reach 0, you will fail the assessment. Xiao Shan grinned, his white teeth shining coldly. In there are no rules, no morals, only the survival of the fittest. You can cooperate, or you can betray. You can hunt exotic beasts, or you can hunt your companions. Now, choose your weapons and go in. Good luck to you all. The newlyweds' faces were filled with solemnity and uneasiness. Weijia fixed his resentful gaze on Tao Ran, who was not far away, and made a gesture of wiping his neck to the followers around him. Han Feng, carrying a spear on his back, gave Tao Ran a warning look and nodded slightly. Tao Ran moved his wrist, took the lead and walked to the weapon rack in the corner. He casually picked up a sheathed standard long sword and walked towards the gate. Just as he was about to step into the darkness, he felt something and subconsciously looked back. At the back of the crowd, that pure white figure, those cold eyes, were staring at him quietly. When all the newcomers stepped through the gate, the heavy alloy door slammed shut. Chapter 27, Bloody Maze? My cafeteria. The darkness dissipated before my eyes, replaced by a dead gray. This is a broken city. Weird vines grow on the broken overpasses, and dark red moss crawls over the exterior walls of the dilapidated buildings. The air was filled with a strange smell of decay and dampness, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Is this the bloody maze? Under his absolute sword sense, the entire world turned into a dynamic map composed of countless lines and data. He could hear the subtle breathing of the bone-rotting dog sleeping under the billboard 30 meters away. I could smell the faint smell of blood in the saliva of the 3 shadow cats in the shadow of the bus 70 meters away. You can even feel a huge worm slowly turning its body deep in the earth beneath your feet. This isn't a maze full of dangers, it's clearly a self-service cafeteria where the locations of all ingredients are clearly marked. Tao Ran didn't hesitate and walked towards the abandoned bus. The moment he stepped into the shadows, 3 black shadows pounced on him from 3 different angles with shrill screams, and their sharp claws drew 3 cold rays in the darkness, aiming straight for his throat and heart. They cooperate well and attack ruthlessly. Any warrior below the 2nd rank would be in a panic when faced with such a sudden attack. However, in Tao Ran's perception, their movements were infinitely slowed down. Every muscle contraction, every claw swing, and all attack trajectories are extremely clear. He didn't even draw his knife. Just turn sideways, lift your foot, and sweep sideways. An extremely simple action. Bang! 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 The 3 shadow cats seemed to be hit by a high-speed maglev train. Their bodies twisted and deformed in mid-air, and the sound of bones breaking was audible. Finally, they smashed heavily into the distant wall and turned into 3 pools of rotten meat. Flash sale. The chip on the wrist vibrated slightly and the screen lit up. Points, 109. 3 points each, not bad. Tao Ran looked at the chip and then at his fist. A body transformed by the S-level Ice Phoenix bloodline, coupled with the vitality of a 2nd-grade warrior, is simply a dimensionality reduction attack when dealing with such a small monster. He didn't stop, but walked towards the next ingredient point as if taking a walk after dinner. Rotten Bone Dog, Level 1, Elementary Stage, 1 point. Stone Skin Lizard, Level 1 Intermediate, 3 points. Bloodthirsty Vine, Advanced Level 1, 5 points. In the next few hours, Tao Ran relied on the terrifying perception ability of Absolute Sword Sense to always be able to find the areas with the densest and most remote areas of strange beasts in the first place. He didn't draw his sword because it would make too much noise. He also doesn't use ice abilities because energy fluctuations will attract unnecessary trouble. He just used his fists and feet. With the help of Absolute Sword Sense, he can always find the perfect time and angle to attack, using the least effort to cause the greatest damage. Often, the strange beast would just emerge from its hiding place, and before it could even roar, its skull would be shattered by a punch. The whole process was smooth and quiet, like a ghost harvesting. The points on the chip on the wrist began to jump wildly at an incredible speed. Points, 245. Points, 380. Points, 572. When Tao Ran wiped out a nest of wire worms hidden in the sewer, his points finally broke through 4 digits. Points, 1100. 1,100 points. Tao Ran shook off the mucus on his hands and looked at the number thoughtfully. My efficiency in scoring points alone is probably higher than that of most 5-person teams. But simply hunting exotic beasts is still a bit slow after all. Moreover, some flies always buzzing in your ears will affect your mood for dining. It's almost time to wrap up and get ready to welcome our distinguished guests. Tao Ran never forgot who gave him the codename Country Bumpkin. I also didn't forget the way Wei Zhe wiped his neck before entering the door. Since the other person has already put his face close to me, wouldn't it be impolite if I didn't slap him back? With a thought, Tao Ran began to change his state. He activated the Dao Yan Ju, forcibly suppressing the qi and blood in his body that were surging like mercury, making it obscure and stagnant, like a lamp that was about to run out of oil. The blood and energy that had been boiling due to the high-speed movement slowly calmed down under his deliberate control. Even his heartbeat slowed down by half, pretending to be losing vitality after being seriously injured. The blush on his skin from the battle quickly faded, turning somewhat pale. As the ice heart art was activated, a weak chill emanated from his body, making his breath disordered and unstable. He took a handful of dark green blood from a strange beast whose head he had just crushed, and casually smeared it on his arms and training uniform, creating several hideous-looking wounds. Finally, he found an abandoned square with a wide view. There was a collapsed statue in the center of the square. He chose the remains of the statue as a support and sat down. His body was huddled up, his head drooped, and he looked as if he was exhausted, seriously injured, and was barely gasping for breath. Tao Ran is very satisfied with his current look. The maze was too big and he was too lazy to waste his energy searching for Wei Zhe's whereabouts. As long as you show some weakness, they will come to you sooner or later. He closed his eyes, seemingly resting, but in fact the perception range of his absolute sword sense had been maximized. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, every movement is under control. Now, just wait for the prey to come. Time passes by every second. About half an hour later. In Tao Ran's eyes, 7 light spots representing the fluctuations of human warriors' qi and blood appeared at the edge of his perception range. They moved in an organized manner, searching in a loose fan-shaped formation, clearly a well-trained team. The light spot at the head, whose qi and blood strength was about mid-level 2nd grade, was Wei Zhe. It's finally here. Tao Ran sneered in his heart. He could clearly see that the 7 spots of light paused for a moment after discovering him in the center of the square, then quickly spread out to both wings, forming a crescent-shaped encirclement, and approached silently. Their actions were filled with undisguised malice and murderous intent. Brother Zhe, the tracker shows that he is here. The energy fluctuation is extremely low, as if he is about to die. This kid must have been besieged by strange beasts and was seriously injured. A follower lowered his voice and reported excitedly. Country Bumpkin, I found you. A voice filled with suppressed excitement and cruelty sounded not far away. Wei Zhe, along with 6 followers, came out from different directions, blocking all of Tao Ran's escape routes. He looked at Tao Ran, who was covered in blood and dying under the statue, and the smile on his face became ferocious. TSK, isn't this our famous Jiangqing champion? How come he's doing so badly? The yellow-haired man next to Wei Zhe, who had been humiliated in the cafeteria, now looked very proud and kicked the stones on the ground with his toes. Brother Zhe, look at how miserable he is. I guess he didn't even get 100 points? What a loser! Ha 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 ha! A burst of laughter rang out, full of contempt and pleasure. Wei Zhe enjoyed this feeling very much. He walked towards Tao Ran step by step, looking down at him as if he was admiring a piece of art that was about to be smashed by his own hands. Redneck, weren't you crazy in the cafeteria yesterday? His voice was filled with jealousy and resentment. How dare you talk to Yi Fei Xue? Who the hell do you think you are? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Now, kneel down, transfer all the points in your chip to me, and then bark like a dog 3 times. Then I might consider letting you go. Tao Ran slowly raised his head and looked at them with weak and frightened eyes. His body involuntarily shrank back and his voice trembled. The lips were bloodless due to excessive blood loss. You, what do you want to do? Seeing his frightened look, Wei Zhe laughed even more happily. What do you want to do? You'll know soon. He shook the dagger in his hand, and the blade flashed with cold light. Go! Don't waste time talking to him. Break his limbs first and see how he can still act so arrogantly. Wei Zhe gave the order. The 6 people behind him showed cruel smiles on their faces at the same time, their blood and energy burst out, and they rushed up from 6 directions at the same time. They want to completely crush this ignorant country bumpkin. Looking at the 6 distorted faces, Tao Ran leaning against the statue, all the disguised emotions in the depths of his terrified eyes faded away like the tide, leaving only the eerie, playful, and pity as if looking at a dead person. Chapter 28 Points doubled, thank you for the hospitality. 6 figures, 6 streams of energy and blood, blocked all possibilities of Tao Ran's escape from 6 directions. The flash of swords and the shadow of fists interweave into a deadly killing net. In Weisha's opinion, in the next second, the country bumpkin would have broken bones and lie on the ground like a dead dog. The performance ends here. Tao Ran, who was leaning against the statue, slowly raised his lowered head. The fear and weakness in his eyes disappeared without a trace like the receding tide, and were replaced by bottomless indifference. It was the look one gives to a dead object. He didn't even stand up. The yellow-haired man who was rushing in the front had a cruel grin on his face. He could already imagine the pleasure of smashing the other person's nose with his fist. But just as he stepped within 3 feet of Tao Ran, he felt a strange sticky sensation on the ground beneath his feet. An extremely cold air, imperceptible to the naked eye, flowed along the soles of his shoes and penetrated into his ankles. Snap! His ankle, along with the bones in his calf, were instantly frozen and became extremely fragile. His forward momentum allowed him to use his own strength to directly break his fragile ankle. Ah! A shrill scream broke the silence of the ruins. The yellow-haired man lost his balance and fell to the ground, rolling wildly while holding his calves. There was no arrogance on his face anymore, only twisted pain. This sudden scene made the other 5 people pause. What's going on? What did he do? It was this moment of hesitation that determined their fate. Tao Ran moved. He was still sitting there, but his body was slightly leaning forward, and his right hand stretched out like lightning. A follower holding a dagger suddenly saw a flash before his eyes. The next second, his wrist holding the knife was grasped by a clamp-like hand. An icy force surged into his wrist, and the blood in his body instantly stagnated, preventing him from even thinking of resisting. Tao Ran exerted force with his 5 fingers. Crack! Crack! With a teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking, the henchman's wrist was twisted into a twist. The dagger fell to the ground with a clang. Tao Ran let go of his hand and slapped the man in the face with his backhand. Bang! With a crisp sound, the man flew out in a spin. A mouthful of blood foam mixed with teeth spurted out in the air, and then hit the wall 10 meters away heavily, and passed out. In less than 2 seconds, both of them were eliminated. The remaining 4 people were completely confused. The cruelty and pleasure on their faces froze and turned into incomprehensible horror. Does this guy look seriously injured and dying? Is this fucking country bumpkin from Jiangcheng? Let's go together. Kill him. Fear overwhelmed their reason. 2 of them roared, their energy and blood surged to the extreme, and they surrounded them from the left and right. Tao Ran finally stood up from the ground. He dusted himself off, his movements leisurely, even a little lazy. Faced with attacks from both sides, he did not dodge or evade, but simply took a step forward. This step is extremely clever. In the perception of absolute sword sense, all the attack angles and all the changes in the follow-up moves of the 2 people were clearly presented in his mind. He slipped through the gap between the 2 men's attacks by a hair's breadth. Then, he opened his arms, turned his palms into elbows, and accurately struck the backs of the 2 men. Bang! Bang! The dull sound of impact was like 2 battering rams hitting the city gate. The 2 men who were rushing forward suddenly froze, their eyeballs bulged out, their mouths opened wide, but no sound came out. They felt that their spines were broken by an irresistible force. The body fell down limply, like 2 snakes with their bones pulled out. After dealing with 4 people, Tao Ran's gaze fell on the last 2 followers who were so scared that their faces turned pale and they dared not come forward. It's your turn, he said softly. The 2 men looked at each other and saw the same fear in each other's eyes. They screamed, gave up the attack, turned around and ran. Want to run? Tao Ran shook his head, somewhat disappointed. He tapped the ground lightly with his toes and kicked 2 pieces of gravel away accurately. On the gravel was attached his condensed qi and blood that had transformed qi into mercury. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 sounds of breaking through the air were heard. The 2 people who were running wildly had a ball of blood exploded behind their knees at the same time. Their leg bones were pierced directly. The 2 men fell to the ground screaming and could not get up again. It took only 10 seconds. 6 people, 6 warriors who were at least at the peak of the first rank, were destroyed just like that. The whole process is easy and carefree. Tao Ran didn't even use half of his strength. Weijia was the only one left in the center of the square, standing there blankly. He looked at his companions rolling on the ground and wailing, then looked at Tao Ran, who was unharmed and walking towards him step by step, and his mind went blank. No. Impossible. Weijia's voice was trembling and his body retreated uncontrollably. Aren't you seriously injured? Your breath. Oh, that one. Tao Ran moved his wrist, making a crackling sound. The qi and blood in his body were no longer suppressed, and it erupted like a dormant volcano. 590 calories of energy and blood transformed into overwhelming pressure, sweeping towards Weijia. I performed it for you. Do you like it? A bright smile appeared on Tao Ran's face. In Weijia's eyes, this smile was even more terrifying than that of a fifth-level alien beast lord. Monster! You're a monster! Weijia finally broke down. He screamed and activated his S-level talent with all his strength. A layer of ochre-yellow light appeared on the surface of his body, and his skin quickly keratinized and became as hard as rock. S-level talent rock armor body. Die! Weijia roared and rushed towards Tao Ran wearing a rock armor. He wants to use his strongest defense to smash the demon in front of him. Tao Ran looked at him and shook his head. Too slow. He lifted his right foot. Then, fall. Boom! The ground shook violently. A visible icy blue chill spread out like lightning, centered on where he landed. Ka ka ka. The entire square was instantly covered with a thick layer of ice. Weijia, who was rushing forward, slipped, and the indestructible rock armor became the biggest burden on the smooth ice surface. His huge impact force made it impossible for him to control his body. The whole person slid and spun on the ice, and finally stopped in front of Tao Ran in an extremely funny posture. Tao Ran stretched out a finger and gently touched his forehead. Don't you want me to kneel down? Weijia's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip because of fear. He wanted to step back, but found that his feet had been frozen to the ice and he could not move. Now, I give you two choices. Tao Ran's voice was very calm, so calm that there was not a single ripple. Get down on your knees. Or, I'll help you kneel down. My father is. Weijia also wanted to use his family background as a threat. Tao Ran's fingers exerted a little force. Snap. Weijia's proud S-level talent rock armor had a clear crack on his forehead. All of Weijia's words were stuck in his throat. He could feel that the power coming from that finger was enough to easily pierce his head. The shadow of death had never loomed so clearly over him. Dignity? Pride? In the face of death, nothing is worth anything. I kneel. Weijia closed his eyes in humiliation, his body trembling, and was about to bend his knees. It's too late. Tao Ran retracted his fingers and kicked him on the knee. Snap. Weijia's kneecaps shattered. He screamed, his body could no longer support him, and he fell heavily to his knees on the cold ground, kneeling in front of Tao Ran. Tao Ran ignored the people who were screaming and rolling on the ground. He collected the 7 chips and imported all the points in them into his own chip, and his points doubled instantly. Points earned, 1148. Current points, 2248. Looking at the skyrocketing points, Tao Ran nodded with satisfaction. Thank you for the hospitality. He turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, his movements paused slightly, and his eyes swept towards the roof of an abandoned building in the distance. You've been watching for so long, why don't you come out and say hello? In the shadows on the rooftop, a figure suddenly froze. Han Feng's heart skipped a beat. He was discovered? Chapter 29 He's fishing. The bosses in the monitoring room are numb. In the shadow of the ruined building, Han Feng's heart suddenly sank. All the muscles in his body tensed up instantly, and sweat oozed from the palm of his hand holding the gun. He thought he was quite good at stealth, and since the distance was over 100 meters and his aura was completely restrained, how could he be discovered? And the other person has his back to him. He did not show up immediately, but stared at the figure below, trying to find any flaws. However, Tao Ran didn't look back, but simply said, "Your breathing is disordered." Did you see something scary? Han Feng's pupils contracted again. 100 meters away, in the ruins disturbed by the breeze, can you hear your own breathing? This is no longer a hearing issue. What a terrifying perception. He took a deep breath, knowing that hiding it any longer would only bring humiliation upon himself. He jumped down from the roof, and with a few light pushes in the air, he landed steadily 20 meters behind Tao Ran, landing silently. I'm just passing by. Han Feng's voice was a little dry. He wanted to say, I came to see if you need any help, but looking at the miserable parts all over the floor, he couldn't bring himself to say the words. That's not helping, that's disturbing the dragon's feeding. Tao Ran turned around and looked at him with a playful smile on his face. Passing by? The angle you passed by was quite tricky. Han Feng's cheeks felt slightly hot. He was silent for a moment, then decided to tell the truth. I thought you needed help. Oh? Tao Ran pointed at Wei Zhe, who was kneeling on the ground, and his followers who were still twitching. Do they look like they need help? Han Feng was speechless. He looked at the relaxed young man, whose training uniform was not even messed up, and recalled the crushing that just happened, which could not even be called a battle. From the disguise of setting a trap, to the instant counterattack, and finally to the absolute control that freezes the entire field. Every step was as precise as if it had been measured with a ruler. He originally thought that the difference between him and Tao Ran was simply a difference in talent, but now he understood that it was a fundamental difference in life level. You have always been so strong? Han Feng asked the question in his mind. Strong? Tao Ran smiled. They're just too weak. A bunch of hothouse flowers who have never even seen real blood, yet they dare to imitate humans and become hunters. Han Feng fell silent again. This sentence also insulted him. What he thought was a sea of blood and corpses might just be a novice village in the eyes of others. Thank you for reminding me yesterday. Tao Ran suddenly put away his smile and said seriously, I'll remember this favor. He can tell good from bad. Han Feng took the initiative to warn people out of goodwill. There is no need to keep people at a distance. Han Feng was stunned for a moment, then nodded, I just can't stand the disgusting sense of superiority of those children from aristocratic families. He looked at Tao Ran, his eyes becoming unusually serious. Next time, if you need a companion to help you block the enemy behind you, you can come to me. Goodbye, and good luck. After saying this, he did not stop, turned around, took a few leaps, and disappeared into the deep shadows of the ruins. At the same time, in the central monitoring room of the Qianlongning underground base. On the huge light screen, hundreds of green light spots representing newcomers were moving on the maze map. An old soldier in an old training uniform was leaning back in his chair, smoking a cigarette leisurely and watching the scoreboard that kept jumping on the screen. The quality of this year's newcomers is pretty good. It's only been half a day and the highest one has already scored over 500 points, said a young monitor. Not bad. The old soldier blew out a puff of smoke and didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. A bunch of brats, just playing house. Look at these teams, chasing a level 3 monster for several blocks. They're as stupid as pigs. At this moment, another technician in charge of data monitoring suddenly exclaimed. Old Zhang, look. QL 088 points. The veteran Lao Zhang is the old man who gave Tao Ran a codename in the information center. He glanced at it slowly. Which 088? Oh, that country bumpkin, what happened? Was he eliminated? No. The technician's voice was trembling. His points just jumped from 1100 to 2248. What? The cigarette butt in Lao Zhang's hand trembled, almost burning himself. He sat up straight and moved closer to the screen. On the standings, a codename hangs glaringly high. Second place, codename, Country Bumpkin, current points, 2248. The entire monitoring room fell silent in an instant. Retrieve the information of the QL007 team. A cold voice came from the corner of the monitoring room. Only then did everyone realize that Instructor Xiao Shan had been standing there without them noticing. The technician did not dare to delay and immediately retrieved the information of everyone in Wei Zhe's team. On the screen, the portraits of Wei Zhu and his 6 followers all turned gray. Status, assessment failed, points reset to 0. Vital signs, stable, with varying degrees of non-fatal limb injuries. Hiss. There was a sound of people sucking in their breath in shock in the monitoring room. A team consisting of 1 S-level talent and 6 warriors with A level or B-level talents was completely destroyed by one person in a very short period of time, and all their points were snatched away. Is this a fucking redneck? This is like treating an S-level genius as a mobile ATM. Call up the thermal image of the area just now. Xiao Shan's face was more serious than ever. Soon, a blurry infrared image was called up. In the image, 7 heat sources representing Wei's team surrounded and rushed towards the weak heat source in the center that was almost going out. He's fishing. Lao Zhang narrowed his eyes. The next second, the picture suddenly changed. The weak heat source in the center suddenly burst out with terrifying energy. Immediately afterwards, the encirclement collapsed instantly, and the 7 heat sources were extinguished one by one in a very short period of time. The whole process is clean, neat, efficient, and full of violent aesthetics. Finally, the picture froze on a strangely low-temperature blue area and the only standing figure emitting steady and powerful heat. Xiao Shan's fists clenched unconsciously at his sides. He remembered Tao Ran's performance in the gravity test and his eyes, which were so calm that they didn't seem like those of a young man. He always felt that this young man was extraordinary, but he never expected that he would be so extraordinary. This is already a genius on the same level as Eye of Judgment and Absolute Sword Sense. A genius who knows how to endure, is good at calculating, ruthless, and possesses overwhelming strength. Old Zhang, Xiaoshan said in a hoarse voice, why did you give him the codename Country Bumpkin? Lao Zhang lit another cigarette, took a deep breath, and a gleam of light flashed in his cloudy eyes. That kid from the Wei family gave me money and wanted me to humiliate him. I accepted the money and gave him the codename he wanted. He paused and grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. But I always feel that a truly strong person never cares what labels others put on him. If a codename can cause him to lose his balance, then he doesn't deserve to be in the hidden dragon camp. Now it seems that my bet was right. Lao Zhang flicked the ash from his cigarette and looked at the codename on the screen with admiration in his eyes. From today on, I'm afraid the codename Country Bumpkin will become a nightmare for everyone in this class. Xiao Shan didn't say anything. He stared at the screen and gave orders. Increase the monitoring level of QL088 to the highest level. I want the data of every breath he takes. Also, send a medical team to bring back those 7 pieces of trash. Qianlong Camp doesn't keep garbage. In the bloody maze, Tao Ran had no idea that he had become the focus of the monitoring room. He looked at the 2,248 points on his wrist and shook his head. Relying solely on hunting these low-level exotic beasts and robbing these insignificant geniuses, the efficiency of point growth was far from what he expected. We need to find some big guys. Tao Ran raised his head and looked deeper into the maze. In the perception of Absolute Sword Sense, the energy fluctuations in that area are more chaotic and more powerful. There are powerful beasts of the 3rd level, or even the 4th level. Chapter 30 Killing the Three-Eyed Thunder Wolf. Deep in the maze, Tao Ran walked through the broken city. Instead of taking the main road, he chose to jump between the shadows of buildings and broken structures, his figure like a ghost. Absolute Sword Sense provided him with the best route, allowing him to perfectly avoid some unnecessary encounters and head straight to the core area where the energy was the most turbulent. After traveling for about half an hour, he stopped on the roof of a half-collapsed shopping mall. The sound of the wind became sharp here, and there was a burnt smell in the air, mixed with a faint scent of thunder and lightning. In his perception map, deep below the ground, a huge spot of light was quietly lurking. The brightness of that light spot far exceeded that of any strange beast he had encountered before, and it was filled with an aura of violence and destruction. Level 3, High Level, Thunder Attribute. Tao Ran's mouth corners slightly raised. That's it. He jumped down from the roof, his body flipping several times in the air, and landed silently in front of a subway station entrance that was half blocked by rubble. The entrance was pitch black, and the violent aura of thunder and lightning came from inside. He did not rush in rashly, but condensed the perception of Absolute Sword Sense into an invisible probe and slowly probed into the depths of the subway station. A broken platform, twisted rails, and a sleeping giant beast. It was a giant wolf as big as an armored vehicle. Its entire body is covered with blue-black scales, its muscles are muscular, and it is full of explosive power. The strangest thing is that there is a tightly closed vertical eye in the middle of its forehead. Three-eyed thunder wolf. A 3rd-level monster known for its speed and thunder, extremely difficult to deal with. Behind the giant wolf, in the corner of the platform, a strange little grass was emitting a faint electric light. The grass was silver-white all over, with fine purple arcs of electricity wrapped around its leaves. Thunder-tempering spirit grass. Tao Ran's heart moved. This is a rare treasure from heaven and earth that can only be born in places with extremely rich lightning energy. The lightning properties have been sorted and guided to become milder and can be absorbed directly. After the warrior absorbs it, he can temper his body and enhance his resistance to lightning. For warriors who practice thunder-attributed techniques, it is a coveted treasure. Buy one, get one free, good luck. Tao Ran no longer hesitated and walked into the dark subway station. The moment he stepped into the platform, the sleeping three-eyed thunderwolf suddenly opened its eyes. Two golden vertical pupils, with wild ferocity, locked onto Tao Ran. Roar! A deafening roar exploded in the enclosed underground space, setting off rolling waves of sound. Along with a roar, dazzling lightning exploded on its body, and countless electric snakes swam among its scales, making crackling sounds. The next second, it moved. Without any hesitation or detour, the huge body turned into a blue-black lightning, instantly crossing a distance of nearly 100 meters and rushing straight towards Tao Ran. The sharp wolf claws were wrapped with destructive lightning, drawing 5 charge tracks in the air. Too fast. Any second-grade warrior wouldn't even have time to react to this thundering attack. But under Tao Ran's absolute sword sense, every movement of Lei Lang was broken down into countless slow-motion shots. Every strain of his muscles and every beat of lightning were clearly reflected in his mind. Tao Ran did not retreat but advanced, stomping his right foot heavily on the ground. Ka ka ka. The icy blue cold air, centered on him, instantly swept across the entire platform. The ground, walls, and ceiling were instantly covered with a thick layer of ice, turning this place into an ice cave. The three-eyed thunder wolf rushed forward rapidly, and the ground beneath its feet instantly became extremely smooth. Its speed suddenly dropped and its body lost control for a moment. When masters fight, victory or defeat is decided in a flash. Tao Ran seized the opportunity and turned his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the deadly wolf claws. At the same time, he put his fingers together like knives, and his palms covered with a chilling cold air accurately chopped off the relatively vulnerable waist and abdomen of the thunderwolf. Phew! Scales shattered, blood and flesh flew everywhere. A wound deep enough to see the bone appeared on Lei Lang's waist, and the dark green blood was instantly frozen by the extremely cold true energy. Ouch! The three-eyed thunderwolf let out a painful howl, and due to the severe pain and inertia, its huge body slammed heavily into the distant wall, shattering large pieces of ice. Although the attack was successful, Tao Ran did not relax at all. He knew that the real battle had just begun. Sure enough, the injured thunderwolf became even more violent. It got up from the ground, shook its head, and the muscles at the wound moved, actually forcibly stopping the bleeding. It stared at Tao Ran intently, letting out a low roar from its throat, and the lightning on its body became even more violent. The next second, it opened its bloody mouth. A thunderball the size of a human head, compressed from highly concentrated lightning energy, quickly condensed in its mouth. The destructive aura made the air in the entire underground space sticky. Tao Ran's face changed slightly and he didn't dare to take it head-on. He exerted force on his feet and retreated violently. At the moment he stepped back, a ball of lightning came out of his mouth and turned into a dazzling flash of lightning, hitting the place where he had just stood. Boom! There was a loud bang and the entire subway station shook violently. Gravel flew everywhere and smoke and dust filled the air. A large charred pit with a diameter of more than 3 meters was left at the site, with electric sparks still flashing around the edge. Tao Ran looked at the terrifying destructive power and was secretly shocked. He has a pretty bad temper. Before the smoke and dust cleared, a black shadow rushed out from the smoke and dust again, faster than before. The three-eyed thunderwolf didn't give Tao Ran any chance to breathe. The tightly closed vertical eye in the middle of its forehead suddenly opened. It was an eye without pupils, made purely of lightning. Buzz! An invisible, destructive mental shock crossed the distance of space and directly hit Tao Ran's mind. Mental attack. This is the three-eyed thunderwolf's most terrifying killing move. How many powerful warriors lost consciousness in an instant and were torn to pieces by this sudden mental shock? In an instant, Tao Ran felt as if his brain was pierced by a steel needle. His eyes went dark and countless chaotic and violent illusions flooded into his sea of consciousness, trying to tear his will apart completely. However, just when the mental shock was about to wreak havoc, the phantom of the golden dragon of national destiny, which had been lurking in the depths of Tao Ran's sea of consciousness like a background board, suddenly opened its majestic dragon eyes. It opened its mouth wide and seemed to let out a dragon's roar. The silent dragon roar seemed like an absolute suppression from the life level. Sacred, vast, and inviolable. The violent thunder spirit power instantly lost all its ferocity and trembled in front of this divine power. The phantom of the golden dragon of national destiny opened its mouth and sucked gently. That spiritual spear was like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, and was instantly swallowed up by the dragon's mouth without even a ripple. The mental shock was like a drop in the ocean, instantly dissipated without a trace. Playing a mental attack on me? A strange thought flashed through Tao Ran's mind, and the momentary severe pain and dizziness disappeared. Aren't you just showing off your sword in front of Guangong and rushing out to serve food? The three-eyed thunder wolf was stunned. In its plan, the human being before it should have become an idiot at its mercy. But the other person's eyes were still clear, and even contained a hint of sarcasm? It was during this moment of distraction that Tao Ran seized the opportunity. He no longer holds back. It's almost time to end. Clang! A clear and melodious sound of a sword, like a dragon's roar, resounded throughout the entire frozen underground space. Tao Ran pulled out the ordinary standard long sword with his backhand. The ice heart was running wildly, and the tremendous cold energy from the S-level Ice Phoenix bloodline poured into the blade through his arm without reservation. Buzz! The long sword vibrated violently, and a layer of ice blue light flowed endlessly on the blade. The chilling cold even caused the air around the blade to condense into fine ice crystals. The ferocity of the three-eyed thunder wolf was completely aroused. It roared, and its four claws scratched the slippery ice surface frantically, causing a string of electric sparks, and then turned into a violent lightning bolt that pounced towards it again. However, on the mirror-smooth ice surface, its speed advantage disappeared. The attack that was so powerful in the past now seemed clumsy and full of flaws. Tao Ran's figure turned into an elusive shadow on the ice, advancing instead of retreating. He tapped his toes lightly, and his sliding trajectory was erratic, each time passing through the thunder wolf's violent claws and lightning by a millimeter. The more furious the thunder wolf became, the more out of control it became. Its sharp claws made a harsh friction sound on the ice, but it couldn't even touch the corner of Tao Ran's clothes. With the help of absolute sword sense, Tao Ran felt that the speed of the three-eyed thunder wolf was getting slower and slower, and its flaws were frequently exposed. Now is the time. At the moment when the three-eyed thunder wolf's body stiffened due to slipping again, a cold murderous intent flashed in Tao Ran's eyes. Absolute sword sense magnified this fleeting flaw infinitely in his mind. He spun his body violently, and he and the sword seemed to become one. With the help of the sword principles he comprehended when he evolved the heaven-cutting sword art from the Dao Yen Ju, he transformed into an ice blue streak that tore through the darkness and cut through the dim platform. The knife flashed and cut through the thick neck of the thunder wolf with incredible precision. Chapter 31 Country Bumpkin? No, it's a monster. The huge wolf head shot up into the sky, and boiling blood gushed out, but it was frozen into ice crystals in mid-air by the extreme cold air and scattered on the ground. The huge headless body rushed forward several meters under inertia before falling to the ground with a loud bang, without a sound. Tao Ran landed smoothly, shook off the ice chips on the blade, and put the knife back into the sheath. The chip on Tao Ran's wrist vibrated at the right moment and the screen lit up. Points earned, 500. Current points, 2748. The subway platform was dead silent. Tao Ran walked to the huge corpse of the three-eyed thunderwolf, looked at the smooth incision where its head was beheaded, and nodded with satisfaction. This control comes from the ultimate understanding of the way of the sword and the art of slashing the sky and drawing the sword, and also from the perfect control of the power of the Ice Phoenix bloodline and the art of Dao Yen. His eyes quickly fell on the silver-white grass in the corner that was still flashing with faint electric light. Thunder-tempered spiritual grass. He walked forward and carefully pulled it out by the roots. The moment the grass left the ground, the purple electric arcs wrapped around it became gentle, turning into a warm current that flowed into his body along his palm. Tao Ran immediately sat down cross-legged and guided this strange energy. The energy was not violent, but rather carried a numbing and numb feeling as it flowed through his limbs and bones. He could clearly feel that his muscles, bones, and even meridians were becoming tougher and denser under the impact of this energy. In particular, the meridians that carry the surging qi and blood seemed to be coated with a layer of flexible inner membrane, enough to withstand violent impacts far beyond anything ever before. The slight feeling of fatigue caused by forcibly stimulating qi and blood was swept away. He has a perfect foundation for opening the treasure, his body is already strong, and now he has made further progress. Call. Tao Ran exhaled a breath of foul air with a faint electric light and slowly opened his eyes. He clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power in his body, and a strong urge surged in his heart. The art of drawing the sword to cut the sky. This forbidden sword fighting technique, derived from the Dao Yen Ju combined with the absolute sword sense talent, places extremely harsh demands on his physical body. Unleashing the sword will that can cut through space, time, and even the laws of nature is an enormous burden on his body. Before, he only had the reason but not the power. If he tried to use it by force, he would probably be crippled by the will before the sword was even unsheathed. But now, he felt different. Tao Ran slowly placed his hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist. He closed his eyes, and in his sea of consciousness, all the techniques and essence of the art of cutting the sky and drawing the sword flowed through him like flowing water. A will to sever the heaven and earth and destroy all things began to gather in him. Buzz! The metal in the entire underground space is resonating violently. The twisted rails, broken billboards, and even the steel bars buried deep underground all groaned under the heavy burden. The air seemed to solidify into substance, and traces of black cracks that were difficult to see with the naked eye quietly spread with his sword handle as the center. The hilt of the knife vibrated slightly in his palm, making a buzzing sound as if it was longing to be unsheathed. Just a thought and the earth-shattering strike can be made. But he finally let go. A fine layer of cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. It still doesn't work. Tao Ran muttered to himself, it can be used, but the cost is too high. The few seconds of gathering strength just now almost drained 30% of his energy and blood. If this sword were to be swung out, the power would certainly be enormous, but he himself would also become weak in an instant. In this dangerous maze, doing so would be tantamount to suicide. But finally, we have one more real trump card. Tao Ran stood up, walked to the body of the Thunderwolf, skillfully cut open its head with a knife, and took out a fist-sized crystal core that was flashing with lightning. The crystal core of a third-level high-level exotic beast contained extremely pure energy. Whether it was exchanged for points or absorbed by oneself, it was of top quality. After doing all this, he didn't stop, turned around and disappeared into the darkness of the subway station. Qianlongying, Central Monitoring Room. The young monitors stared at the rising score number on the main screen with their eyes wide open, their Adam's apples rolling up and down, but they couldn't make any sound. Second place, codename, Country Bumpkin, current points, 2748. How long has it been since the last surge in points? What did he do again? Lao Shang, the energy fluctuations in Area B3 have subsided. A technician's voice, with a trembling tone, broke the silence. Veteran Zhang Zhenghua, holding a cigarette in his mouth, stared solemnly at the red alarm point on the map that had just gone out, representing high danger. Sector B3, that's the three-eyed thunder wolf entrenched there, right? Yes, the assess level is peak level 3, and it possesses the ability to strike with mental force. We recommend an elite team of 5 or more people to attack it when fully prepared. The technician read the information, his voice growing smaller and smaller. Pull up the trajectory of QL-088's movements and the surveillance footage of Area B3. Instructor Xiao Shan's voice rang out from the corner, terrifyingly calm. Soon, the picture was called up. On the light screen, the green light spot representing Tao Ran rushed straight into the B3 area without any hesitation. Then, in less than 10 minutes, the red light representing the three-eyed thunder wolf was extinguished forever. Everyone looked at the result and their brains froze. A second-grade warrior single-handedly took down a high-level third-grade monster in 10 minutes? This is not genius anymore, this is a fantasy. Where's the video? I want to see the battle video. Xiao Shan's voice rose a few degrees. Reporting to the instructor, Area B3 is inside the subway station. The magnetic field interference is severe. There are no optical images, only energy fluctuations can be captured and recorded. The technician immediately pulled out an energy fluctuation map. On the chart, the blue ice energy representing Tao Ran and the purple lightning energy representing Lei Lang had a brief and intense collision. In the early stages of the collision, both sides were evenly matched. But soon, the blue energy suddenly covered the entire area in an instant with a crushing posture. Immediately afterwards, the purple energy representing the Thunder Wolf disappeared in an instant like a punctured balloon. The whole process was clean and neat, without any drag. Old Zhang looked at the atlas, took a deep puff of his cigarette, and then stubbed out the cigarette butt in the ashtray. He created the most favorable environment for himself during the battle. Old Zhang pointed at the blue area that expanded instantly on the map, his voice hoarse. He used his ice ability to negate Thunder Wolf's greatest advantage in speed, turning an agile and aggressive opponent into a sitting duck. This isn't just a crushing victory in terms of sheer strength, this is an absolute crushing victory in terms of combat intelligence. In the monitoring room, everyone was awakened by Lao Zhang's words. Only then did they realize that what the young man displayed was not only terrifying strength, but also a calmness that was frightening, allowing him to control the battlefield and turn it into his own home turf. Xiao Shan clenched his fists tightly at his sides. His eyes were fixed on the diagram, on the fleeting, extremely sharp energy peak that represented the moment before the Thunder Wolf's energy disappeared. He was all too familiar with the nature of that energy. That's momentum. It's will. It's something you can only comprehend by practicing a martial art to the level of a grandmaster. A second-grade warrior who is less than 20 years old has comprehended momentum? Do I need to report it? Xiaoshan looked at Lao Zhang, undecided. Report it, wait till the training camp is finished. Veteran Zhang Zhanghua smacked his lips. The people in Jiangcheng may not know what kind of monster they sent over. Bloody maze, outside of Area B3. Almost at the same time, the three teams were attracted by the energy fluctuations of the brief battle. When they saw the empty subway station and the ice on the ground that had not yet completely melted, everyone's face changed. Such a domineering cold air. A burly young man squatted down and touched the remaining ice on the ground with his fingers. He immediately felt a biting chill at his fingertips. This power can only be possessed by a third-grade ice warrior. Who did it? Could it be Ice Prince and his team? In another team, a girl carrying a giant sword frowned. No, look there. She pointed to the large charred hole in the middle of the subway platform, created by the lightning ball. The remaining lightning aura here is extremely violent. It's the three-eyed Thunder Wolf's thunderstorm bomb. The opponent who forced it to use this move must be no ordinary person. The leader of the third team was a tough-looking young man. He walked around the scene and finally stopped beside the headless body of Thunder Wolf. He stared at the mirror-smooth incision on his neck, his pupils shrinking to the size of a needle tip. His voice was filled with disbelief. This is the only fatal wound. Kill him with one strike. At this level, could it be Yi Feishue? Someone speculated. Impossible. The tough young man immediately denied it. Yi Feishue's sword intent is pure and sharp, unstoppable. And the incision here retains an extremely cold energy. This energy has frozen the wound, which is why no blood is flowing out. Three teams, more than a dozen top talents from all over Xia country, surrounded a corpse and fell into a long silence. Chapter 32 Alien Energy Form. Inside the subway platform, more than a dozen geniuses from three teams looked at each other in confusion, and the atmosphere was solemn. He was killed with one blow. Even the mental attack of the three-eyed Thunder Wolf was ineffective against him. This guy is definitely one of the top 1 or 2 among our newcomers. The burly young man said in a deep voice. His name is Shirley, and his talent is a level strength enhancement. The girl carrying the giant sword, named Xinyu, tapped the ground lightly with her scabbard. Yi Feishue's sword intent is pure and sharp, which doesn't match the aura here. Judgment I see Kong Yao's ability is spiritual, so it's even more impossible for him to leave such a mark. So, in addition to the people we are familiar with, there is also a monster hidden in the Qianlong camp. The tough young man who had been silent all this time finally spoke. His name is Luo Chang, and he is the hidden leader of this group of people. He comes from an ancient martial arts family in Kyoto. He is gifted with a level eagle-eye vision and is best at tracking and analysis. Luo Chang squatted down, picked up some frozen dust, put it to his nose and sniffed it. The coldness is calm, yet extremely domineering. His foundation is very solid. His moves are decisive, without a single unnecessary movement. This person is not only powerful, but also extremely experienced in combat. His eyes swept over everyone present. Everyone, we all came here to win the first place in this assessment. Now, out of nowhere, this unknown guy appears, harvesting points and resources like a ghost. Do you feel comfortable with this? Shirley asked in a muffled voice. Luo Chang, what do you mean? The meaning is very simple. Luo Chang stood up and clapped his hands. Our three teams will temporarily unite. Let's find him first. Whether he is a friend or an enemy, we will know after a try. He paused, a sneer on his face. If he knows what's good for him, we can give him a share. If he doesn't know what's good for him. Luo Chang didn't finish his words, but everyone understood what he meant. Qin Yu frowned. Union? We are also competitors. Qin Yu, don't be naive. Luo Chang looked at her. The biggest threat right now is this guy hiding in the shadows. Wouldn't it be better if we could eliminate him and then rely on our own abilities? Otherwise, who can guarantee that we won't be the next prey to be killed in one blow? These words made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. Indeed, a mysterious person who can easily kill a third-level peak monster in seconds is a huge threat to any of their individual teams. Okay, I agree. Shirley was the first to express his opinion. Xinyu thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, but after finding him, how do we divide the spoils? Whoever contributes the most will get the lion's share, Luo Chang said decisively. Now, let's find the person first. I need the person in your team who has the scent tracking talent. Soon, a thin boy walked out from Shirley's team. Luo Chang handed him a piece of ice crystal that still held a chill. Remember this aura and find its owner. Let's go meet this new monster. Tao Ran didn't know that a big net was slowly opening up against him. At this moment, he was standing in front of an abandoned library. The reason he came here was because in his absolute sword sense perception, in this dilapidated ruin, only the structural lines of this building were incredibly stable, as if there was an invisible and tenacious order that was resisting the erosion of 200 years of time. This feeling was very strange and attracted him to come and find out. The library was relatively well preserved during the catastrophe. Half of its huge dome collapsed, and sunlight streamed through the hole, illuminating the flying dust. In the perception of absolute sword sense, there are no powerful strange beasts lurking here, but instead there is a strange and quiet energy field. He walked in casually. Rows of huge bookshelves lay tilted on the ground, with countless paper books scattered everywhere, having long since decayed into mud over the past 200 years. In the era of martial arts, these knowledge of the old era have long been regarded as useless. Tao Ran walked through the sea of decadent books, feeling a little emotional. Suddenly, he stopped. In the deepest part of the library, a safe made of a special alloy is quietly embedded in the wall. The cabinet door was covered with claw marks and traces of energy bombardment. It was obvious that many strange beasts had tried to open it, but all failed. Tao Ran walked forward and touched the cold cabinet door. The perception of absolute sword sense was like a precise probe, following his fingertips and penetrating into the internal structure of the safe. The complex mechanical locks and layered defense structures were quickly deconstructed and restored in his mind. Interesting. Under his precise control, the chi and blood in his body split into strands as thin as hair and flowed into the cabinet door through the gap. Click, click. From inside the safe, there were bursts of slight sounds of mechanisms turning. A few minutes later, accompanied by a slight bang sound, the heavy alloy cabinet door slowly opened a crack. There was no gold, silver, or treasure in the cabinet, nor any secret manuals of magical skills. There was only a metal box and a notebook made of special material and well preserved. Tao Ran first picked up the metal box, which was extremely heavy in his hand. When I opened it, I saw a pitch-black chip covered with strange patterns lying quietly inside. As the chip was in hand, a slight tingling sensation came. Ding! Special item detected, charged chip. Item description: the highest authority key to a secret laboratory in the old era, seems to be related to the Thundering Ruins. The key to the Thunder Ruins? Tao Ran raised his eyebrows. This was a pleasant surprise. He put the chip away and picked up the notebook again. On the cover of the notebook, there was a line of beautiful handwriting written in the font of the old era alien energy form observation log. Open the first page and there is an introduction. Year 1 of the martial era. The world has changed. All the laws of physics we know seem to have become vulnerable in the face of an energy called spiritual energy. But I don't believe science is dead, it just needs a different way to understand this new world. My research focuses on the mutated forms produced when spiritual energy combines with different substances. I call these attributes. Tao Ran's eyes suddenly became serious. These turned out to be the research notes of a scientist who survived from the old era. He continued down. In the notes, extremely rigorous scientific methods and detailed data are used to record and analyze the characteristics, energy structure models, and different performances of various attribute spiritual energies such as fire, ice, and lightning after combining with matter. When he saw the analysis of lightning energy, the Dao Yan Zhu in his body began to operate uncontrollably. Lightning is not simply a release of energy. It has two completely different forms. One is young thunder, violent, fiery, and destructive. The other is Yin thunder, concealed, cold, and paralyzing and corrosive. Seeing this, Tao Ran felt a flash of lightning pass through his mind. Dao Yanju made crazy deductions, and actually verified the power of his own Ice Phoenix bloodline with the Yin Lei theory, and merged these two powers together. He suppressed his excitement and continued reading. I discovered that when these two types of lightning energies, with diametrically opposed properties, coexist in a specific structure, an unprecedented qualitative change will occur. I named it Chaos Thunder. Its power may be enough to tear apart. The notes stop here. The last dozen or so pages were torn off. Chaos Divine Thunder? Tao Ran muttered to himself, but a huge storm was rising in his heart. This notebook opened the door to a new world for him. It used a scientific perspective that he could understand to analyze the most fundamental law in the world of martial arts, the power of attributes. This is simply a priceless treasure for his Daoyanju. Daoyanju can deduce all things, but the prerequisite is that there must be sufficient knowledge as a foundation. This notebook is the most crucial knowledge. It's a pity that the most crucial part at the back was torn off. Tao Ran felt a little regretful. Even so, the content of the first half alone is enough to benefit him greatly. He was about to put the notes away when he suddenly caught a glimpse of the last page of the notes out of the corner of his eye. It seemed to have been soaked with ink. He held the page up to the light and could vaguely see some frantic handwriting on the back. The experiment went out of control. Everyone went crazy. It's not energy, it's alive, it's staring at us. The handwriting was sloppy and frightened, as if the recorder was suffering from great fear when writing this. Living energy? Tao Ran frowned. At this moment, the phantom of the golden dragon of national destiny in his mind suddenly moved slightly, as if it had a reaction to the word living energy. Before he could think about it carefully, a strong sense of crisis rose from the bottom of his heart without any warning. Within the perception range of absolute sword sense, more than a dozen light spots representing human warriors are coming from all directions and surrounding the library at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 33 A bunch of chickens and dogs, don't waste my time. It came so quickly. This thought flashed through Tao Ran's mind, but his face remained calm. He calmly put the tattered notebook and the strange black chip into his arms. The perception network of absolute sword sense was expanded to the extreme at this moment. 13 people locked down the abandoned library from all directions. Each spot of light represents an A-level talented warrior with a calm aura and well-trained. The 3 people in the lead had the most powerful energy fluctuations and were obviously the commanders of this temporary coalition. Boom! The heavy wooden door of the library was violently slammed open by a huge force, sending debris flying everywhere. 3 figures walked in first, followed by 10 young warriors with different auras, instantly blocking all exits. The leader was the tough-looking young man Luo Chang. Behind him was Shirley, who was as tall as an iron tower, and Qinyu, a girl carrying an exaggerated giant sword on her back. Luo Chang's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and he immediately locked onto Tao Ran, who was standing deep in the library. Finally found you. Luo Chang had a playful smile on his face. Codenamed Country Bumpkin, right? You're much better at hiding than we thought. Tao Ran leaned against a row of collapsed bookshelves and dusted off his hands, as if he didn't see the other party's aggressive stance. He spread his hands innocently. Everyone, why did you make such a big scene just to come to a country bumpkin like me? Do you want an autograph? Stop the fucking bullshit. Shirley had the hottest temper. Every time he took a step forward, the ground shook slightly. He roared in a muffled voice, "Kid, be smart and hand over what you got from the three-eyed Thunderwolf, as well as all your points." Shirley. Luo Chang raised his hand to stop him. The smile on his face had disappeared. He stared at Tao Ran and said, "Friend, we don't want to make things too ugly. You killed the three-eyed Thunder Wolf by yourself, right? You were able to take down a peak-level third-order beast in just 10 minutes. Your hidden strength is truly profound." Upon hearing this, Tao Ran nodded as if he suddenly understood. "Oh, so it's because of that ugly wolf." He scratched his ears and said nonchalantly, "I couldn't help it. It was too ugly and it ruined my mood, so I just killed it." So, is killing an alien beast in this maze illegal? This stubborn look made everyone present frown. They anticipated that Tao Ran might panic, get angry, or even try to smooth things over. The only thing I never thought was that he would be here joking around with them as if nothing had happened. Qinyu, carrying a huge sword on his back, has been observing Tao Ran silently. At this moment, she finally spoke, her voice cold and clear, "Your swordsmanship is very strong. That strike already showed the embryonic form of momentum. You should not be a nobody." "Thank you for the compliment." Tao Ran grinned. "It's just some casual practice, not something that can be put on stage." Luo Cheng's patience was finally exhausted. "Okay, enough small talk." He took 2 steps forward, his eyes as sharp as knives, fixed on Tao Ran. "We are forming an alliance with the goal of clearing the entire maze, controlling all resources, and securing the top 10 spots in this assessment. Now, you have 2 choices. Or, join us. The rewards you get from killing the three-eyed Thunder Wolf will be your token of loyalty. From now on, we will act together, and the proceeds will be divided according to contribution. Luo Chang's voice suddenly turned cold. Or, reject us. Then, for the stability of the alliance, we can only ask you to leave your points and all gains behind, and end your journey to the Qianlong camp early. Oh? Tao Ran raised his eyebrows and smiled even more happily. A dozen A-level geniuses are attacking a country bumpkin like me, and they're calling it an invitation to join them? He looked around, his eyes sweeping across the faces with different expressions. I don't think this is an alliance. It's more like a bunch of losers who are afraid of being eliminated and are gathering together to give themselves courage. You're looking for death. Arrogant. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd behind Luo Chang instantly exploded, and powerful auras rose into the sky. They are all gifted children from all over the country, how could they have ever suffered such humiliation? Luo Chang's face also turned completely gloomy. It seems that you don't accept my toast and have to drink the penalty wine. In that case, there's nothing more to say. He slowly raised his hand, murderous intent in his eyes. Go ahead. Destroy him, don't kill him. At one command, more than 10 geniuses moved at the same time. Raging flames, sharp wind blades, thick earth walls, and energies of various attributes burst out in an instant, interweaving into a deadly net that fell on Tao Ran's head. At this critical moment, Tao Ran stomped his right foot on the ground. Boom! A tremendous force exploded. But this time, what spread from under his feet was no longer the icy blue biting cold. Instead, it was a circle of dark ripples that were difficult to discern with the naked eye, mixed with strands of pitch-black electric arcs. The Daodian Ju was running like crazy, forcibly blending the theory about Yin Lei in the notebook with the power of his own Ice Phoenix bloodline and the energy of the thunder-tempering spirit grass he had just absorbed. This is a brand new power that Tao Ran himself has not yet fully mastered. Chill. Paralysis. Corrosion. The dark ripples were like mercury pouring down on the ground, silently and yet extremely fast, sweeping across the entire library hall in an instant. A strange smell of frost and ozone filled the air. All the geniuses present, including Luo Chang, Shirlei, and Qinyu, suddenly froze. An indescribable strange feeling rushed from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head. The cold and strange energy penetrated into their meridians, paralyzing their muscles instantly, making their hair stand on end, and causing the surging energy and blood in their bodies to stagnate and become disordered for a moment. A genius was about to release a fireball, but the flame in his hand went out with a puff. Luo Chang was just about to activate the eagle eye vision to lock onto the target, but he found that his eyes went dark, his brain felt a sharp pain like needles, and his thinking stopped for half a second. Although it was only a pause of half a second, it was enough to decide life or death in a duel between top masters. Roar! Only Shirlei, who had the strongest physique, was the first to break free from the paralysis with his talent of A-level strength enhancement. His eyes were red, he roared, and rushed towards Tao Ran. Noisy! Under the horrified gaze of everyone, Tao Ran casually snapped his fingers. Call out! A bit of gravel that was shaken off by the bookshelf was wrapped in a ray of dark thunder. It arrived at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, and shot towards Shirlei accurately. Puff! With a dull thud, Shirlei's body, which had been rushing forward, fell to the ground with a bang. His rock-hard kneecap was actually pierced and shattered by that tiny stone. Black electric arcs sizzled at his wounds, constantly corroding his flesh and blood, leaving him unable to even scream and only able to twitch in pain on the ground. One move. With just a casual snap of the fingers, an A-level strength talent was crippled. The entire library was dead silent. Everyone was frightened by this horrifying yet picturesque scene, and dared not move an inch. It was not until this moment that they truly understood how big the gap was between themselves and the young man in front of them. That is not a gap in skills or strength, but a gap in life level. Tao Ran then slowly turned around and looked at the group of geniuses who were pale and looked as if they were facing a great enemy, and shook his head in disappointment. He has lost interest in doing it. Fighting with this group of flowers who have never even seen a drop of blood would only waste his precious time. He used the recoil force from stomping the ground just now to soar into the sky like a cannonball. In mid-air, he used a row of rickety bookshelves as a foothold, and with an incredible flip of his body, he rose higher again. His target was the already dilapidated dome of the library. He wants to go up there. Stop him. Everyone was filled with shock and anger, and finally broke free from their paralysis, and launched their attacks towards Tao Ran in mid-air. But it's too late. Tao Ran was in the air and drew his sword with his backhand. Clang! An ice-blue blade light, like a thread tearing through the night sky, shot up into the sky and accurately slashed at the most vulnerable point of the dome. Boom! Rubble collapsed and smoke and dust filled the air. A big hole was torn open in the huge dome. Under everyone's gaze, Tao Ran's figure jumped out of the hole with the impact of the explosion and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. There was only a calm and indifferent voice, slowly floating down from the sky. "You bunch of chickens and dogs, stop wasting my time with this kind of playing house." Chapter 34 Hello, die. There was deathly silence in the library. The smoke and dust slowly settled, and mottled light filtered through the holes in the dome, illuminating the tiny particles of dust suspended in the air, as well as the frozen horror and bewilderment on the faces of every genius present. Luo Chang, Xinyu, and the 10 team members behind them were like a group of puppets that had been collectively cast under a spell of immobilization. They were frozen in place and motionless. Ah. A sound that was suppressed to the extreme, finally turning into a shrill groan of pain, broke the dead silence. Everyone looked in horror and saw Shirley kneeling on the ground, his body shaking violently. He looked down at his pierced knee, where the flesh had turned black. Strands of black electric arcs thinner than a hair, like maggots in the tarsal bones, kept drilling into his body, frantically destroying his vitality and blood. His Prowda-level strength talent was as fragile as a piece of thin paper in front of the stranging thunder. "My legs, my blood and energy are draining away." Shirley's voice was filled with unprecedented fear. This made him more desperate than cutting off his legs directly. Xinyu, the girl carrying a huge sword, had a face as pale as paper. She did not look at Shirley's miserable condition, but stared at the hole where Tao Ran disappeared, her delicate body trembling slightly uncontrollably. Her mind was racing, trying to analyze what had just happened. The fusion of ice and lightning? How is it possible for two completely opposite yet perfectly integrated forces to exist in one person at the same time? This was completely beyond her common sense of martial arts. Freak. He is a complete freak. Xinyu muttered to herself, holding Zhu Ling's hand, and for the first time felt the powerlessness deep in her bones. As the initiator of this encirclement and suppression operation, Luo Cheng's face was uglier than anyone else's. He lost miserably and completely. From the very beginning, he fell into the other party's calculations. What chance encounter, what provocation, what invitation to join, they are all self-indulgent jokes. The other party didn't take them seriously at all. From beginning to end, they just watched their clumsy performance with the eyes of watching a clown show. The last sentence, "Don't waste my time," was like an invisible, loud slap in the face of every so-called chosen one present. It was so painful that it crushed all their pride. Luo Chang, what should we do now?" a team member asked in a trembling voice. He didn't even dare to mention the man's code name again. Luo Chang closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, the murderous intent and arrogance in his eyes had disappeared, leaving only deep fear and bitterness. "He won't come back," Luo Chang said hoarsely. "To him, we are no longer worth hunting." He glanced at Shirley, who was groaning in pain on the ground, and then glanced at the distraught teammates around him, and the last bit of hope in his heart was completely shattered. The so-called Genius Alliance is a complete joke in the face of absolute strength. "Help Shirley up, let's go." Luo Chang gave the order, his voice filled with endless fatigue. "Give up this training?" Xinyu asked in surprise. "What else?" Luo Chang smiled bitterly and asked, "Do you still want to seek revenge on him? Or do you think you can block a stone he throws at you?" Xinyu was instantly speechless. Luo Chang looked around at everyone and spoke slowly, "We're not from the same world as him. He didn't bother to harvest us this time, but who among you dares to bet on whether he'll be so merciful next time?" These words, like a basin of ice water, extinguished the last bit of resentment in everyone's heart. "Country bumpkin." Luo Chang looked up and looked at the huge hole with an extremely complicated expression. "From today on, this code name will probably become an eternal nightmare in the hearts of all of us in this class." On a secluded rooftop several kilometers away from the library, Tao Ran sat cross-legged and slowly regulated his breathing. The Daoyanju operates on its own, straightening out and absorbing the unruly black electric arcs in the meridians bit by bit. The explosion of Yin Lei just now seemed effortless, but in fact it drained nearly 1/3 of the energy and blood in his body. It's powerful, but consumes too much energy and isn't stable enough. Tao Ran looked inward at the new power, lost in thought. However, the Daoyanju has begun analyzing its structure. As long as I am given enough time, I can deduce the method to perfectly control the Yin Thunder, and even truly integrate it with the power of the Ice Phoenix. When he thought of the chaos thunder described in the notes, which was powerful enough to tear apart the laws, his heart was burning with heat. He took out the notebook and the black charged chip from his pocket. The value of the notes is immeasurable, and they pointed out a new direction of integration for his Daoyuan. And this chip. Tao Ran took out another item, the supreme sword blank that was rewarded by the system and had been silent all this time. The sword blank was gray all over, like a piece of unpolished iron, plain and ordinary. However, at the moment when Tao Ran took out these two things at the same time, the absolute sword sense in his mind suddenly felt a strange movement. He clearly saw that there seemed to be some kind of wonderful resonance between the black chip and the gray sword blank. The sword blank trembled slightly in his palm, emitting a humming of desire, as if urging him on. Interesting. Tao Ran's mind moved, and following the guidance, he gently placed the black charged chip on the sword blank. At the moment the two came into contact, something strange happened. Buzz. The sword blank broke free from his palm, hovered in front of him, and slowly rotated. The black chip suddenly burst out with dazzling electric light, and turned into a brilliant galaxy composed of billions of rune data. Like a living creature, it screamed and cheered, and madly drilled into the supreme sword blank. The originally plain sword blank was instantly lit up, and countless mysterious and complex circuit-like patterns appeared on the surface. Those lines seemed to be the embodiment of the most profound laws in the universe, shining brightly and looking sacred. Under the impact of the data stream, the originally gray iron began to deform and stretch at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were using the heaven and earth as a furnace and the laws as a hammer to forge it into shape. At the same time, the Ice Phoenix bloodline in Tao Ran's body and the Yin Thunder power he had just absorbed were being drawn out uncontrollably. The two different forces transformed into two energy torrents, one blue and one black, and along with a high-pitched phoenix cry and a silent thunder roar, they merged into the shining sword body. The light gradually faded, and an exquisite and ancient long sword with a sheath lay quietly in front of Tao Ran. The sword is slender, like a pool of autumn water, with a faint ice-blue luster. It is covered with black lines as deep as the night sky, as if it contains thunder and stars. The hilt and guard are all black, with a simple shape, but exuding a sense of returning to nature. The dark circuit patterns on the scabbard flow seamlessly with the sword body, as if they were twins. Technology and martial arts, destruction and rebirth are perfectly unified in this sword. It is no longer just ordinary iron, but more like a living work of art. At this moment, a white figure composed of countless light spots quietly condensed above the sword edge. A childish, intermittent voice with a somewhat mechanical texture sounded directly in his mind. Initialization. Core protocol startup. Identity matrix. Undefined. Hello, Master. The voice was very childish and intermittent, like a baby who had just learned to speak, with a strange mechanical feeling. Tao Ran was immediately happy. After all this time, you ended up with a sword spirit baby wearing open crotch pants? Who are you? Tao Ran asked tentatively in his heart. I am the sword in front of you. Identity undefined. Requesting authorization for naming, the voice responded. Name it? Tao Ran touched his chin. This little thing was born from the technological core of the old era, and it also integrated its own power of Ice Phoenix and Yin Thunder. Now its brain is still a mess and it is stupid. You look a little dull. Tao Ran thought for a moment and said with a smile, from now on, I'll call you a Dai. Name confirmed, a Dai. Core database, established. Hello, Master. The childish and mechanical voice rang clearly in his mind. Hello, a Dai. Tao Ran was in a good mood and couldn't help teasing it. So, as my sword, what can you do? The voice in my head was silent for a moment, as if searching its core functions. Then, a clear attribute panel, along with Adai's answer, appeared in Tao Ran's sea of consciousness. I can assist you in battle. Magic weapon, dumb young body. Level, growable. Form, long sword. Core ability 1, data analysis can analyze target energy structure, martial arts techniques, item materials, and provide optimization solutions. Core ability 2, dual enchantment can freely switch between the two energy forms of Ice Phoenix and Yin Thunder to perform enchanted attacks. Core ability 3? Insufficient permissions to be unlocked. Chapter 35 Artificial Intelligence Sword Spirit. Tao Ran weighed the new sword in his hand. The sword felt cool to the touch, with just the right weight, as if it were a natural extension of his arm. A Dai? He called out tentatively in his heart. I am here, Master. That childish and mechanical voice sounded on time. Tao Ran's mouth twitched. Can you please stop talking like some old-timer artificial idiot? It gives me a headache. The voice in my head was silent for a full 5 seconds. Command received. Trying to optimize the language module. Optimization failed. The current configuration is the factory-optimized solution. Tao Ran decided to give up treatment. It would be very uncultured to argue with a newly born sword spirit. He turned his attention back to Adai's attribute panel. Data analysis, double enchantment. The former is auxiliary and the latter is combat power. It was tailor-made for him. He flipped his wrist and the personal chip rankings popped up. First place, codename Yifeishue, current points, 3,150. Second place, codename, Country Bumpkin, current points, 2748. Third place, codename, Prince Bing, current points, 2,100. His name is still in the second position. While he and Luo Chang and his group were wasting time, Yifeishue quietly gained more than 400 points. I can't slack off anymore. Tao Ran closed the leaderboard, a fighting spirit in his eyes. Now that I'm here, how can I be worthy of my identity as a time traveler if I don't take first place? Adai, scan this area with me as the center and find the hunting target with the highest points gain. Command confirmed. Ultra-wide area scan initiated. Estimated energy consumption, 10%. Before Tao Ran could react, he felt a warm current surging from his dantian and was instantly sucked away by Adai in his hand. The energy and blood in his body were visibly reduced. Damn it! You're burning my oil. Tao Ran couldn't help but curse. The law of conservation of energy is one of the fundamental laws governing the operation of the universe. Adai's mechanical voice responded without any emotion. Tao Ran was speechless and could only accept it. After all, this is my sword. A minute later, a huge three-dimensional map unfolded in Tao Ran's mind. The map is covered with dense spots of light. Red represents strange beasts and green represents humans. Most of the area was dim, except for one direction where there was a huge red ball of light that was dazzlingly bright. Target locked, B7 area, subway hub center. High-density life reactions and unusually strong Earth-attributed spiritual energy fluctuations detected. Target, Sand Sea Worm Queen Mother, assessment level, elementary level 4. Companion unit, Sand Sea Worms troop type, number approximately 300-500, evaluation level, ranging from level 2 to level 3. Expected total revenue points, 4,000 plus. Danger level, extremely deadly. Analysis, the Queen Mother possesses the ability to manipulate sand, instantly altering terrain and creating quicksand traps. Her shell is extremely defensive, making conventional physical attacks ineffective. Her only weakness lies in her nerve center, located deep underground. Deducing the optimal killing plan. Tao Ran looked at the detailed analysis report, his heart burning with excitement. A 4th-level Queen Mother with hundreds of younger brothers. This is not a monster's lair, it's clearly a mobile gold mine of points. That's it. Tao Ran sheathed his sword without the slightest hesitation, and with a quick movement of his body, he dashed towards Area B7. He didn't notice that at the moment Adai was born. The other side of the maze. A girl wearing pure white combat uniform and carrying a long sword on her back was sitting cross-legged on the top of a signal tower. Her eyes were closed, her breathing was slow, and her whole body blended into the surrounding environment. Suddenly, the long sword wrapped in thick cloth on her back made a clear buzzing sound. Yifeishue suddenly opened his eyes. For the first time, a hint of surprise flashed in those eyes that had been calm. She could feel that just now, a new, domineering sword intent rose into the sky in a corner of this maze. The sword intent was unfamiliar, yet it carried a sharpness and spirituality that even made her look sideways. Who is it? Yifeishue slowly stood up and looked in the direction of Tao Ran, with a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. Central monitoring room. The atmosphere was terribly oppressive. The young monitors didn't even dare to breathe. Just now, the red alarm point representing Area B3 on the surveillance map went out. Immediately afterwards, the green light spot representing Tao Ran's score soared from 2248 to 2748. And now, after a brief pause, the green dot began to move at an incredible speed towards the B7 area marked as the death-restricted area deeper in the maze. Is he crazy? A young technician shouted. Area B7, that's the lair of the 4th-level alien beast Sand Sea Worm. Not to mention him being a 2nd grade, even if a 3rd-grade elite team went in, they would never come back. Veteran Zhang Zhenghua stared at the screen intently, the cigarette butt in his mouth almost bitten to pieces. The instructor Xiao Shan beside him had a face so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Pull out the energy fluctuation analysis chart of the area where he just stayed. Xiao Shan ordered coldly. Soon, a brand new map appeared on the main screen. According to the chart, during the 10 minutes or so that Tao Ran stayed there, two completely different energy peaks erupted. It was an extremely cold force that they were already familiar with, belonging to the Ice Phoenix bloodline. And the other. What is this? The technician pointed at the dark energy curve with violent arcs, his face full of confusion. Lightning? No, lightning energy should be fiery and violent, but this energy is cold, strange, and corrosive. Xiao Shan's pupils suddenly shrank. He was reminded of some forbidden power that existed only in legends. Zoom in. Zoom in on every detail of that curve. The technicians were operating in a panic. As the image continued to zoom in, everyone could see the true nature of that energy. That wasn't just thunder and lightning. Instead, it is a data stream composed of countless tiny, mysterious runes flashing with electric light. At the core of those data streams, there is also an ice blue energy. Two completely opposing forces were forcibly combined together in an incredible way. The cigarette butt in Lao Zhang's mouth fell to the ground, but he was completely unaware. This kid, what secrets does he have? Xiao Shan didn't say anything. He just stared at the human light on the screen, rushing towards the death zone with justice and without hesitation. Outside of Area B7. The air was filled with a mixture of dry and fishy smells. The ground was covered with a thick layer of yellow sand, which felt soft to step on. Tao Ran stopped and pulled out odd eye. Scan this sand. I want to know the exact location of the Queen Mother. Scanning. The target is located 87 meters below you and is currently dormant. The remaining units are scattered within a 1-kilometer radius. Very good. Tao Ran gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, and the Dao Yanju in his body slowly circulated. He turned his gaze to a huge bulge that was wriggling in the sand not far away. There was the military unit closest to him. Chapter 36, What is the optimal solution? Tao Ran stood on the top of a sand dune. The sand under his feet was soft and silky. His eyes swept calmly across the dead sand. Not far away, a huge bulge was slowly wriggling under the sand, raising a wave of sand. It was a sand sea worm more than 3 meters long, covered with a hard shell, with a ferocious mouthparts, and it was patrolling aimlessly. A die, analyze it. Tao Ran ordered in his mind. Target, Sand Sea Worm Army. Level, Peak Level 2. External armor, made of keratin and silicate compounds, it can withstand pure physical impacts of up to 700 calories. Weakness analysis, the ganglion is located at the third carapace seen below the head, where the armor is the weakest point in the entire body. Optimal attack plan, it is recommended to use high-frequency puncture to destroy its nerve center. A series of cold mechanical sounds rang in Tao Ran's mind. Tao Ran's face twitched. Speak human language, or I'll rebuild you and install a lowly voice module for you. The voice in my head was silent for 2 seconds. Hit the third ring below its neck, where it is most vulnerable. Tao Ran nodded with satisfaction. This was more like it. He gently stroked the sword in his hand. Switch, Inlay enchantment. Command confirmed. Buzz. The long sword shook slightly, and wisps of pitch-black electric arcs quietly emerged from the originally ice-blue sword and coiled around it. The aura of the entire sword instantly changed from cold and sharp to strange and deep. That's the feeling. Tao Ran's figure flashed across the sand dune. The sand sea worm seemed to have sensed something. Its huge head suddenly turned towards Tao Ran and it opened its mouth full of sharp teeth. However, it saw nothing. Tao Ran had already appeared beside it, and the odd die in his hand turned into a dark lightning and passed by lightly. Puff! The huge body of the second-level peak sand sea worm suddenly stiffened, and all its movements were frozen at this moment. A second later, countless spider web-like black cracks appeared on its hard shell. Black electric arcs moved in the cracks, making a slight sizzling sound. Finally, with a crash, its entire body was completely corroded and destroyed from the inside, turning into a pile of charred fragments scattered all over the ground. A crystal core emitting an ochre-colored halo rolled out. Killed with one strike, there was no need to even deal with the body. It's quite powerful. Tao Ran watched with satisfaction as the black arc of electricity on Adai's sword slowly disappeared. The power of Yin Thunder is overbearing and strange. It is designed to break defenses and destroy life. Combined with Dai's data analysis ability, it is simply a nightmare for all heavily armored units. Points plus 20. Current total points, 2768. Tao Ran picked up the crystal core and threw it into the storage space without even looking at it. 20 points? This is all I get for killing a peak-level second-level monster? He glanced at the leaderboard and saw that Yifei Xue had already broken through the 3,000 mark. With this retail model, you won't be able to catch up even after the training is over. His goal is to be the only first in this training camp. Dai, if we try to force our way into the Queen Mother's lair now, what are our chances of success? According to current data, if the host directly attacks the Queen Mother's lair, it will simultaneously alarm 315 worms within 3.7 seconds. After the host falls under siege, his health will be exhausted within 17 seconds. Probability of survival, 0. Dai's answer was calm and cruel. Okay, just pretend I didn't ask. Tao Ran curled his lips. Of course he wouldn't be that stupid. He sat down cross-legged on the sand, his fingers tapping lightly on his knees, his mind racing. The Queen Mother is 87 meters underground. Conventional methods are difficult to lure her out. Even if she were to be lured out, it would be difficult to break through her tortoise shell. Besides, it can manipulate sand and soil. Fighting it in this area doesn't have the best timing or terrain on my side. The optimal solution given by Dai is to avoid the enemy's attack and use mobility to defeat them one by one, which is estimated to take more than 10 hours. That's too slow. Tao Ran shook his head, his eyes fell on the pile of worm powder decomposed by Yin Lei, and his small eyes gradually lit up. On the battlefield, there's no optimal solution, only the most effective one. And the most effective one is often the one the enemy least expects. He stood up, picked up the pile of worm remains that still smelled fishy, and walked in one direction. Central monitoring room. Everyone stared at the green light representing Tao Ran on the main screen. Just now, they witnessed with their own eyes how Tao Ran used an unheard of strange power to easily decompose a second-level peak sand sea worm. The whole process takes no more than 3 seconds. What kind of power is that? A young technician asked with a trembling voice. Have no idea. Veteran Zhang Zhenghua shook his head. He held a cigarette in his mouth, but his eyes were more serious than ever before. But it's certain that this kid has another hidden card that we don't know anything about. He looked at the screen and saw that after killing the worm, Tao Ran did not go deeper. Instead, he carried the pile of disgusting fragments and moved in another direction. What is he doing? Cleaning the battlefield, a monitor asked in confusion. No. Xiao Shan's eyes were fixed on Tao Ran's movement trajectory on the map. He's looking for a suitable place for a grave. Half an hour later, Tao Ran arrived at the entrance of a huge underground cave. This seems to be a subway transfer station from an old era. Half of it has collapsed, forming a trumpet-shaped terrain that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. He threw the pile of worm fragments in the most conspicuous place at the entrance, and the fishy smell immediately spread. Dai, can this attract them all? The concentration of scent pheromones is too low, and it is expected to only attract units within a 300-meter radius. It's not enough. Tao Ran smiled, as if he had expected it. He stretched out his left hand and gently scratched his palm with the sharp tip of Dai's sword. A bloody hole appeared, and bright red blood immediately gushed out. But his blood is different from that of ordinary people. Every drop of blood contained an ice blue glow, emitting a pure and majestic life energy, and also carried a hint of the noble aura of the ice phoenix. He did not try to stop the bleeding, but let the blood mixed with the power of the ice phoenix bloodline drip onto the pile of worm fragments. Sizzle. When the blood came into contact with the remains of the worm, it made a sound similar to boiling oil poured on ice. An indescribable strange fragrance suddenly burst out, overwhelming all the stench and spreading wildly in all directions. For those bloodthirsty sand sea worms, this smell is more tempting than the best stimulants. It was a smell mixed with the breath of higher life and pure spiritual energy. It is a supreme delicacy that is enough to make them evolve and break through. If you want to catch big fish, you have to spend a lot of money. Tao Ran looked at the wound on his palm, his face still calm. Literally, blood money. After doing all this, he retreated into the shadow of the subway station, restrained his breath, placed Dai across his knees, and closed his eyes. Like the most patient hunter, he waits quietly for his prey to take the bait. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 10 minutes passed and the surroundings were still dead silent. Tao Ran was not in a hurry at all. Suddenly, his closed eyelashes moved slightly. The ground beneath his feet began to vibrate very slightly and rhythmically. Once, twice. The vibrations are becoming more and more frequent and stronger. Boom! 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 The entire underground space began to shake violently. Outside the subway station entrance, the flat sand exploded in an instant like boiling water. Huge bulges emerged from the depths of the sand frantically. 10. 50. 100. Densely packed sand seaworms, with bloodshot eyes and greedy saliva flowing from their mouths, gathered from all directions into a yellow wave of death, rushing madly towards the subway station entrance. Standing at the forefront of the wave were more than a dozen third-level worms that were over 5 meters in size and had metallic shells. And further away, the end of the horizon. A huge shadow as big as a hill is slowly rising. The Queen Mother was alarmed. Tao Ran slowly opened his eyes and looked at the overwhelming swarm of insects. Instead of feeling nervous, he became even more excited. The buffet is ready. He stood up and held Dai tightly in his hand. The next second, an ice-blue storm, more biting than the cold winter, erupted with him as the center. Chapter 37 Ice Thunder Buffet. At the entrance of the subway station, a fishy wind blew in my face. The strange fragrance formed by the mixture of Tao Ran's ice phoenix blood and worm fragments turned into a fatal demonic sound. The insect swarm is coming. Their scarlet compound eyes lit up in the darkness, converging into a greedy sea of red stars. The sand sea worm in the front had rushed to less than 10 meters away from the entrance, its ferocious mouthparts opened, and sticky saliva dripped onto the sand, making a sizzling corrosion sound. Tao Ran stood in the shadows, motionless, the tip of the Dai sword in his hand lowered. Buzz! Just when the first worm's head was about to crash into the subway station, an extremely cold area spread out silently with Tao Ran's feet as the center. The thick layer of yellow sand on the ground instantly solidified into hard ice crystals. Dozens of worms in the front slipped, and the huge inertia made them lose control instantly. They wailed and crashed into each other, piling up layer by layer in the narrow entrance. The worms behind didn't care and continued to rush forward madly, stepping on the bodies of their companions, blocking the entire entrance. Right now. Tao Ran instantly raised his head and opened his eyes, then clasped his left hand in the air. Crack! 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 The pile of worms blocking the entrance didn't even have time to scream before they were frozen into lifelike ice sculptures, crystal clear, by a cold air that squeezed in from all directions. A wall made of flesh, blood, and ice suddenly appeared in front of the insect swarm. Central monitoring room. The atmosphere froze to freezing point. It's over. The green dot is completely submerged by the red dot. A young monitor's palms were sweating and his voice was trembling. On the screen, the green light dot representing Tao Ran has been completely covered by dense red light dots and looks precarious. He's dead. No one can survive a swarm of insects of that size for more than 10 seconds. Veteran Zhang Zhenghua held a cigarette in his mouth and said nothing, but his bloodshot eyes were fixed on another energy analysis screen. No, he suddenly growled, look there. Everyone looked over when they heard the sound. On the energy map, at the location representing the subway station entrance, an ice-blue energy value suddenly soared, forming a stable and solid energy barrier. He's using his ice ability to create a shelter, a technician shouted in disbelief. Xiao Shan walked forward, tapped the console a few times, and called up the thermal image of the area. In the picture, the meat wall composed of dozens of worm ice sculptures was clearly presented to everyone. It perfectly blocked the entrance, keeping the subsequent swarm of insects out. The entire monitoring room was silent. This guy actually used local materials to build a bunker for himself on the battlefield where thousands of troops were charging. Outside the ice wall, there was the crazy crashing and roaring of worms. Inside the ice wall, Tao Ran didn't even raise his eyelids. Dai switched to the Yinlei enchantment. Command confirmed. The long sword in his hand, Dai had strands of pitch-black arcs of electricity coiling around the sword like poisonous snakes. Tao Ran moved. He took a step forward, and the Dai in his hand turned into a black afterimage and pierced into the ice wall in front of him. Sizzle. A strange black arc of electricity flowed along the sword and instantly entered the body of the first frozen worm. The next second, a horrifying scene happened. The black lightning, starting from this worm, instantly spread to the second and third worms that came into contact with it. Pitch-black arcs of electricity jumped, conducted, and spread wildly inside the entire ice wall. At this moment, the ice wall composed of dozens of worms turned into a huge and efficient electric grid. Those frozen worms didn't even have time to thaw before the power of thunder completely destroyed all vitality inside them and turned them into charcoal. The worms that were clinging to the ice wall and trying to climb over suddenly froze the moment they touched the ice wall. Then they were electrocuted by the terrifying electric current and began to twitch all over. They emitted black smoke and fell down helplessly. The subway station entrance has become a veritable death trap. Tao Ran stood in the center of the trap, mechanically stabbing the odd die in his hand into the ice wall in front of him again and again. With every thrust, groups of worms turned into charcoal while wailing. The chip on my wrist was jumping like a waterfall. Points plus 20. Points plus 20. Points plus 35. Points plus 20. He was too lazy to even look at it. At this moment, his mind was clear and he was completely immersed in this efficient killing rhythm. Hey, die. He swung his sword while complaining in his mind. Aren't you a divine soldier? Can't you do it yourself? My hands are almost sore. Another boring day. My energy output depends on the master's energy and blood reserves. Dai's mechanical voice sounded on time. Tests show that the host's current chi and blood consumption rate is 12 calories per minute, and it is expected to last for 40 minutes. It is recommended that the host strengthen their daily exercise to increase the upper limit of chi and blood. Roll. Inside the monitoring room, everyone was stunned. On the main screen, the points representing Country Bumpkin are soaring at an incredible speed. 2,768. 3,000. 3,500. 4,000. However, in just a few minutes, his points exceeded 4,000, and he crushed Yufeishue, who was originally ranked first, and left him far behind. The system. Is the system malfunctioning? The points are increasing faster than my heartbeat. What the hell was he doing in there? The young monitor's worldview is about to collapse. Quiet. Xiao Shan shouted softly, suppressing all the noise. His eyes were fixed on the flashing black curve on the energy map. The ice-blue energy barrier remained stable, while the black energy representing the strange lightning pulsated rhythmically like the pulse of the god of death. With every beat, large patches of red light representing life signals went out. He used his two powers as a wall and a spear. Xiao Shan's voice was hoarse, but it carried an irrepressible shock. Use the power of frost to forge the strongest defense, and then use the strange power of thunder and lightning to indiscriminately kill within a wide range. He's using the rules to build an efficient, automated slaughtering line. And he himself is the master switch of this assembly line. Everyone present, including veteran Zhang Zhanghua, felt their scalps tingle after hearing this. Turning the brutal attack and defense battles between alien beasts into an industrial assembly line? Is this a tactic that humans could come up with? Roar! At this moment, a violent roar penetrated the screen and echoed in the monitoring room. In the thermal image, a third-level worm with a body size of more than 5 meters and a metallic shell suddenly knocked open a corner of the ice wall. Its huge body rushed towards Tao Ran with a fishy wind. Level 3. He's about to be approached. Everyone's heart was in their throat. However, Tao Ran in the picture simply turned around calmly and faced the huge monster rushing towards him. At the moment when the worm's bloody mouth was about to bite him, his body moved half a step to the left at an incredible angle. It was this half step that allowed him to avoid the fatal attack. Absolute Sword Sense has already broken down every movement of the opponent into the most primitive data. He didn't even look at the worm, but swung his sword back and slashed it diagonally upwards. On Adai's sword, the two lights of ice blue and pitch black lit up at the same time for the first time. Puff! The long sword accurately pierced through the third-level worm's weakest jaw and penetrated its head. The power of the Ice Phoenix erupted instantly, freezing his brain and nerve centers into icy slag. The power of Yin Lei followed closely behind, completely crushing the vitality in his body. The arrogant third-level worm's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and it died completely without even being able to twitch. Flash sale. Tao Ran shook off the bloodstains on the sword and even had the leisure to ask a question in his mind. Adai, what's a good name for this new move? Based on the energy form and attack effect, the recommended name is Ice Thunder Funeral. So vulgar. Just then. Boom, boom, boom. The entire underground space began to shake violently. The piles of worm corpses on the ground were shaking violently. A terrifying and suffocating pressure rose up from deep underground into the sky. Chapter 38 Dancing on the Edge of a Knife. The dome of the subway station shook violently, sifting out large amounts of dust and gravel. The pressure rising from the ground was heavy and sticky. The piles of worm corpses under Tao Ran's feet were pulled by an invisible force and turned into powder, blending into the sand under his feet. The earth came alive. Boom! With a loud bang, the sand 100 meters outside the subway station entrance suddenly exploded. A behemoth that cannot be described in words slowly rose from deep underground. It has no specific form. The main body is a huge sphere made of yellow sand and shells, with a diameter of more than 20 meters. Hundreds of thick tentacles were densely packed and wriggling on the surface of the sphere. At the end of each tentacle is a ferocious mouth full of sharp teeth. It is the will of this sea of sand, the mother of all worms. The fourth-level exotic beast, the queen of sand sea worms. The queen mother has no eyes, but Tao Ran can clearly feel that a cold and tyrannical consciousness has locked him firmly. A die, report the data. Tao Ran's voice remained calm. Target, Sand Sea Worm Queen Mother, Level 4, Primary. Ability 1, Earth Control. Can freely control all sand and soil within a radius of 1 kilometer, changing the terrain. Ability 2, Ultrasonic Vibration. Can release infrasound, shatter physical structures, and interfere with biological brainwaves. Ability 3, Shell Regeneration. As long as the core is not destroyed, the shell can regenerate infinitely. Weakness, its neural core is located 87 meters below, heavily protected by sand. Deduction of the optimal survival plan. Option 1, retreat immediately. Survival rate, 1.3%. The Queen Mother's pursuit range far exceeds your escape speed. Option 2, hold on and wait for help. Survival rate, 0, the Qianlong Special Training Camp will not break the rules just to train a newcomer. After hearing this, Tao Ran couldn't help but roll his eyes in his heart. Is there a third option, like I kill it? Calculating. Die was silent for a full 10 seconds. Calculations show that the host's active attack has a death rate of 99.9%. Oh. That means there is still a 0.1% chance. Tao Ran smiled. No, that 0.1% is the probability of you being killed by the aftermath of its ability before attacking. Tao Ran decided not to bother with this artificial idiot. At this moment, the Queen Mother moved. Hundreds of tentacles on the surface of its huge spherical body were all aimed at the subway station entrance. At the end of all the tentacles, the hundreds of mouthparts opened at the same time, emitting a silent scream. Buzz. A ripple invisible to the naked eye spread out instantly. The solid wall in front of Tao Ran, made of ice sculptures and corpses, began to crumble the moment it came into contact with the ripples, turning into crystal powder all over the sky. Even the solid alloy walls of the subway station were showing countless fine cracks. This is the power of the fourth level. Tao Ran's head buzzed and a strong feeling of dizziness rushed straight to the top of his head. The scene before my eyes began to distort and double images appeared. This is an indiscriminate attack on biological brainwaves. At the moment when his consciousness was about to blur, the shadow of the golden dragon of national destiny that had been sleeping in the depths of his sea of consciousness suddenly opened its eyes. A loud dragon roar exploded in Tao Ran's spiritual world. All the negative energy that invaded his mind was instantly purified. Tao Ran's eyes suddenly regained clarity. Thanks, buddy. He thanked the golden dragon of national destiny in his heart and fixed his eyes on the Queen Mother in the distance again. The Queen Mother didn't even bother to engage in physical confrontation with him. A die, lure it out. The Queen Mother will not easily leave her core protection range. That may not be the case. Tao Ran suddenly stepped out of the shadow of the subway station and exposed himself in front of the Queen Mother. He held out his left hand, palm up. The Daodian Ju was running crazily, and the power of the Ice Phoenix bloodline was activated without reservation. A delicate and gorgeous ice blue lotus slowly bloomed in his palm. The extremely pure life energy and the noble aura belonging to the bloodline of the divine beast burst out without any concealment at this moment. For a creature like the Queen Mother that relies on devouring to evolve, this ice lotus is a poison more tempting than any treasure from heaven and earth. Roar! For the first time, the Queen Mother's hundreds of mouthparts let out a real roar mixed with greed and rage. It was completely enraged. This tiny insect actually dared to use the energy it desired most to openly challenge it. Rumble! The entire sandy land was completely boiling. The ground turned into a flowing yellow ocean. The sand under Tao Ran's feet collapsed instantly, forming a huge vortex of quicksand that was about to drag him deep into the earth. Tao Ran lightly tapped the collapsed sand surface with his toes, and a burst of cold air burst out, instantly freezing that small area into solid ice. He used this support to soar into the sky. However, what awaits him is a trap that has already been laid. Dozens of huge spikes made of sand broke through the air from all directions, blocking all his escape routes. Central monitoring room. Everyone stood up and stared at the screen. It's over. He's locked up. This is an all-around attack with no blind spots. He can't dodge it. Xiao Shan clenched his fists and didn't blink. He didn't understand why Tao Ran wanted to die. In the picture, facing the devastating attack, Tao Ran in mid-air made a move that no one could understand. He sheathed his sword. Then he closed his eyes. What is he doing? Give up? Just when everyone thought he was doomed, Tao Ran suddenly opened his eyes. In his view, the whole world has changed. The dozens of whistling sandthorns were no longer physical entities, but had become attack models composed of data and trajectory lines. The speed and angle of each sandthorn, and the tiniest gaps between them. Under the analysis of absolute sword sense, everything was clearly presented in his mind. He moved. Turn sideways, twist your waist, fold, flip. Relying on his ultimate control over his body, he performed a series of incredible evasive moves in mid-air, like an antelope hanging on horns. His body turned into a fallen leaf swaying in the storm. It seems dangerous, but it can always pass through the most unlikely gaps. Puff! A huge sandthorn, with a sharp scream that tore through the air, flew past his scalp almost close to his head, and the violent airflow blew his hair upside down. Puff! Another sandthorn passed through his ribs, less than a centimeter away from his body. He could even feel the coldness and sharpness of the earth and rocks. He seemed like the god of death dancing on the edge of a knife. Every movement he made was on the edge of life and death, precise to the millimeter. There was dead silence in the monitoring room. Everyone was stunned and forgot to breathe. What kind of movement is this? Veteran Zhang Zhenghua muttered to himself. Xiao Shan's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. No, this isn't physical training. His voice was hoarse and shocking. This is his fighting art. He understood. Tao Ran is not seeking death. He was using his own life to measure and analyze the Queen Mother's attack pattern. He is collecting combat data in the craziest and most primitive way. Chapter 39 Highly difficult reverse engineering. In mid-air, Tao Ran's figure transformed into a ghost moving through the storm of destruction. The sand thorns are like a forest, and the sounds of breaking through the air merge into one, weaving a big net of death. He didn't use a sword, nor did he mobilize any energy. His only weapons are his body and his eyes that reflect the data stream of the entire world. Every time he turned sideways, he just avoided a sharp spike. Every time he twisted his waist, he narrowly avoided the gap between the two attacks. His movements were seamless and fluid, not like those of a human. He was more like a sophisticated machine programmed with a perfect avoidance program. In the central monitoring room, you can hear a pin drop. Everyone forgot to breathe, their hearts tightly gripped by the figure on the screen that was walking on the line between life and death. He predicted all of the Queen Mother's attacks? A young technician's voice was dry and trembling with an incomprehensible tone. No. Veteran Zhang Zhenghua shook his head. The cigarette in his mouth had long been extinguished, and he was unaware that the ashes were all over his body. This is not a prejudgment. Zhang Zhenghua stared intently at Tao Ran's every evasive move and said word by word, he is reading. Use your own life to read the attack logic of this fourth-level monster. Xiao Shan didn't say anything, but his fists were clenched tightly together, and cold sweat broke out on his palms. He spent half his life in the military and had seen countless geniuses and countless lunatics. But he had never seen a monster like Tao Ran, who combined the calculation ability of a genius and the courage of a madman so perfectly. In the center of the sandstorm, Tao Ran's consciousness was clearer than ever before. A die, how's the data recording going? Attack pattern recorded. Energy trajectory analysis 78% complete. Reverse attack model under construction. Too slow. Tao Ran said calmly in his heart. While his body was leaning back as far as possible to avoid a sweeping sand blade, his brain was working rapidly. The Queen Mother's attacks may seem violent, but every time she manipulates the sand, it requires a process of energy transmission. Its core is underground, manipulating the sands through some invisible wires. It makes sense. However, it cannot scan any energy conducting medium. Because you are looking at the physical level. Tao Ran's mouth corners curled up slightly amid the murderous intent in the air. Change your perspective and look at it from the perspective of rules. This is the greatest inspiration that Yi Feishu as absolute sword sense brings to him. The principles of swordsmanship, the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix, the power of Yin Thunder. The essence of these powers is the application of certain rules of the world. The Queen Mother's ability to control the earth is the same. Command confirmed. Switching to the law level for data analysis. Data flow is too large, overload warning. Overload warning. For the first time, Dai's mechanical voice was accompanied by a rapid electric current sound. Hold on. Tao Ran's body spun violently in the air, and his feet lightly tapped on two sand spikes flying across each other, using the force to rise again. He needs more data. More core data. The Queen Mother seemed to be completely enraged by this slippery bug. Its huge spherical body shook violently, and all the sand thorns stopped in mid-air instantly. Then, the tips of all the sand thorns began to glow with an ochre light. The next second, these sand thorns exploded and turned into a sandstorm that covered the entire sky. Every grain of sand in these dust particles contains violent earth-type spiritual energy, which is enough to penetrate steel plates. No distinction, no blind spots, a true dragnet. There's absolutely no place to hide this time. Someone in the monitoring room closed his eyes in despair. However, just when the devastating sandstorm was about to engulf Tao Ran's eyes flashed with brilliance. Found it. Cracking model completed. Fatal logic loophole discovered. Dai's voice rang out at the same time. The Queen Mother transmits energy through high-frequency vibrations, but in order to maintain stability over a wide range of control, its vibration frequency has a fixed beat that cannot be changed. At 3.7 seconds, 14.9 seconds, 28.1 seconds, every minute, there will be a 0.01 second unresponsive delay between the energy core and the external sand. This delay is so short that it can be ignored. This is not an opportunity for any warrior. But for Tao Ran, who possesses absolute sword sense and the assistance of a Dai, this 0.01 second is the only fulcrum that can determine life and death. A Dai switched to Ice Thunder Funeral mode to maximize the output. Command confirmed. Tao Ran's figure fell heavily in the sandstorm. He didn't dodge again. Instead, he rushed straight towards the huge body of the Queen Mother below. Roar! The Queen Mother roared in triumph. It controlled the endless sand and turned it into a giant mouth, intending to completely devour and crush this presumptuous insect. Looking at the huge sandy mouth that swallowed the sky and the earth, there was no fear on Tao Ran's face. He calmly raised the sword in his hand. On Dai's sword, the ice-blue cold air and the pitch-blacking thunder intertwined, merged, and vibrated crazily at an unprecedented speed. Buzz! The sword made a strange buzzing sound. The energy on the sword resonates wildly at a specific frequency that is completely synchronized with the beat of the Queen Mother. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. In Tao Ran's vision, he could clearly see that the Queen Mother's energy core had just completed another pulse. Now is the time. Break! Tao Ran exhaled and spoke, and he and the sword became one, transforming into a stream of black and blue light, which fiercely pierced into the huge mouth made of sand. At the moment when the tip of the sword touched the sand, the precisely tuned power of ice and thunder exploded. This force was transmitted back along the Queen Mother's invisible energy conduction line at a frequency so precise that it was terrifying. This is an invasion and override from the rules level. Next second. The arrogant Fourth Order Queen Mother, with a huge body over 20 meters in diameter, suddenly froze. All the violent attacks came to an abrupt halt. The sandstorm in the sky lost its energy support and turned back into ordinary sand, falling down helplessly. The huge mouth of sand that swallowed everything collapsed bit by bit in front of Tao Ran. The Queen Mother's hundreds of ferocious tentacles drooped stiffly like robotic arms that had lost their signal. Its absolute control over this land was forcibly interrupted. Success! Tao Ran fell to the ground, staggering, his face as pale as paper. The extreme dodging and high mental concentration almost drained every bit of his strength, and his legs were trembling slightly. But he won. A strong sense of pleasure from surviving a disaster mixed with the ultimate satisfaction of intellectual crushing surged into his heart, making him unable to help but laugh out loud. He looked at the huge monster in the distance that was frozen and completely shut down like a huge server, and slowly exhaled a breath. Data collection complete. He raised his head, his eyes cold and calm. Now, start formatting. Chapter 40 Points soared to 5,000. Die, how long can this stiff state last? Based on the energy reverse impact attenuation model, the target will recover basic mobility after 9 minutes and 47 seconds, and full combat effectiveness after 15 minutes. Less than 10 minutes. Tao Ran's eyes narrowed, time was of the essence. He took a look at the Queen Mother's huge body made of sand and shell. He thought it was a pipe dream to break through the defense from the outside and then go 87 meters underground to find the core. Is there any other way? He asked in his heart. After cracking its control center, I gained some low-level permissions. Dai's mechanical voice rang out. We are planning an internal path to the core for you. The next second, a translucent three-dimensional map unfolded before Tao Ran's eyes. On the map, a winding red line starts from an inconspicuous wrinkle on the Queen Mother's body surface, winding all the way down to the bright spot marked as the neural core at the deepest part. You call this a road? Is this its digestive tract or excretion duct? Tao Ran couldn't help but complain. Neither. It's the birth canal used to transport new soldiers. Currently unused. Tao Ran felt his stomach churning. He took a deep breath and suppressed the discomfort. Compared with your life, drilling through the birth canal is nothing. He no longer hesitated, dragging his tired body, and rushed towards the Queen Mother. From a close distance, this fourth-level beast looks even more oppressive. The thick tentacles on its body hung limply, occasionally twitching nervously. Tao Ran followed Dai's instructions and found the wrinkled entrance under the sphere. At the entrance, a sticky biofilm blocked the way. He directly activated the last bit of Yin Lei power remaining on the Dai sword and slashed it lightly. Sizzle. A hole was cut in the film, and a mixture of earthy and strangely sweet smell hit the face. Tao Ran held his breath and dived in. Central monitoring room. Time seemed to stand still. Everyone, including Xiao Shan and Zhang Zhanghua, stared at the bizarre scene on the main screen. The huge red ball of light representing the Fourth Order Queen Mother stopped all activities. And the green light spot representing Tao Ran, after a brief pause, actually, drilled into the interior of the red light ball. He went in? A young technician's voice trembled, his eyes almost popping out. Xiao Shan walked quickly to the console and typed rapidly on the keyboard with his hands. Call up all energy spectra in Area B7. I want to know exactly what just happened. Soon, a complex energy fluctuation map appeared on the screen. At the end of the spectrum, an energy spike composed of ice blue and pitch black, with an abnormally high frequency, pierced through the ochre energy layer representing the Queen Mother. The peak waveform and the Queen Mother's own energy vibration frequency reached a perfect coincidence at a certain moment. Resonance. He used energy resonance. A bespectacled analyst shouted. He found the inherent frequency of the Queen Mother's energy transmission and used a force of the same frequency to detonate its energy cycle from within. The entire monitoring room fell into deathly silence again. This explanation is even more shocking than Tao Ran killing the Queen Mother head-on. What kind of terrifying computing power and subtle control over energy does this require? This is like treating a living fourth-level alien beast as a complex math problem, and then finding the optimal solution and delivering a fatal blow. Xiao Shan stared at the screen with an extremely complicated expression. He suddenly ordered, cut off all external connections and upgrade the Qianlong camp's monitoring system to the highest level of confidentiality. From now on, all data regarding Country Bumpkin is classified as top secret. No one is allowed to view or discuss it. All personnel on duty today, please come to me and sign a confidentiality agreement. Anyone who dares to leak a single word. Xiao Shan didn't finish his words, but his cold eyes swept over everyone, and all the young monitors shuddered and nodded desperately. They understood that they might have witnessed the birth of a monster today. The other side of the maze. At the top of the signal tower, Yifei sat cross-legged with a long sword wrapped in thick cloth across his knees. Just now, she keenly felt that the earth energy as huge as a mountain in the distance suddenly disappeared. It's not weakened, it's not transferred, it's disappeared out of thin air. It's like a bright star in the night sky, which was wiped out by someone. She slowly opened her eyes, and for the first time, a hint of deep surprise and suspicion appeared in her calm eyes. Who is it? Can you wipe out the existence of a fourth-level monster in an instant? The long sword on her back made a low humming sound, as if responding to its owner's question, and as if excited for the unknown opponent in the distance. Yifei slowly stood up and looked in the direction of Tao Ran. Her points were recently surpassed by a codename called Country Bumpkin. She didn't care at first. But now, she suddenly felt that this Qianlong camp might be more interesting than she had imagined. inside the Queen Mother's body. This is a slippery, dim passage of flesh and blood. The walls around were still moving slightly and rhythmically, emitting warm moisture. Tao Ran walked inside, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, feeling like he was in a huge stomach. A die, how far is it? Go 27 meters along the current passage, turn left, and descend vertically 54 meters to reach the core area. Warning, the target organism is attempting to restart its nervous system. It is estimated that in 7 minutes, this channel will be filled with highly concentrated corrosive digestive fluid. Please hurry. Why are you rushing me? Do you think this is just a stroll in the park? Tao Ran cursed under his breath, but his pace quickened a bit. The extreme deficiency of qi and blood made him dizzy and dazed with every step he took, and he was relying entirely on his willpower to hold on. He soon reached the end of the passage. Before my eyes was a bottomless vertical flesh well, the walls of which were covered with disgusting suction cups and tumors. Vertical landing of 54 meters? You want me to jump down? Tao Ran looked at the dark abyss below and felt his scalp tingling. This is the fastest path. Okay, you said. He gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and jumped down. The feeling of weightlessness from falling made his already weak body even worse. He could even hear his bones groaning under the heavy burden. At the moment of landing, he used up his last bit of strength to stab a die into the wall of the well, using the cushioning to relieve most of the force. Bang! Even so, his legs went weak when he landed, and he fell heavily onto the soft and elastic ground, getting knocked unconscious. This is a huge spherical cavity with a diameter of about 10 meters. In the center of the cavity, an ochre-colored crystal with a diameter of more than 3 meters, beating like a heart, was suspended in the air. The surface of the crystal is covered with complex golden patterns, and every time it beats, it emits powerful earth-based spiritual energy. This is the life core of the Queen of Sand Sea Worms, the heart of the earth. Tao Ran could feel that the crystal was frantically absorbing the surrounding energy in an attempt to repair the interrupted system. The flesh walls of the cavity began to contract violently, and a terrifying pressure came from all directions. We can't wait any longer. Tao Ran used his sword to support himself on the ground and stood up with difficulty. He poured all the last bit of energy and blood squeezed out of the Daoyan Ju in his body into the sword. A die, lock onto the target, and use ice and thunder to bury him. On Adai's sword, the 2 lights of ice blue and pitch black intertwined and lit up for the last time. He roared and put all the weight of his body and all his will into this sword. Then he launched a final charge towards the huge crystal. Just as the tip of the sword was about to touch the crystal, the heart of the earth suddenly burst out with brilliant golden light, and a solid ochre energy shield was formed instantly. Break it for me. Tao Ran's eyes were bloodshot and he was filled with an indomitable momentum. Crack! The shield shattered with a clang. The longsword penetrated deeply into the huge ochre-colored crystal without any hindrance. Buzz! The power of the ice phoenix exploded, freezing the entire crystal from the inside. The power of Yin Lei followed closely behind, frantically destroying its energy structure. Crack, crack! The crisp sound of shattering continued to echo in the cavity. Countless spider web-like cracks appeared on the beating heart of the earth. Finally, with a loud bang, it exploded completely. It turned into bright energy spots all over the sky. The chip on my wrist vibrated violently. Points plus 5,000. Current total score, 9,873. Ranked first on the leaderboard. An extreme feeling of exhaustion came over Tao Ran like a tide, his eyes went dark, he could no longer hold on, and fell straight back. And at the moment he fell, a point of pure golden origin in the center of the exploded heart of the earth turned into a stream of light and sank into the Adai sword in his hand. High-purity earth-based origin energy detected, meeting the conditions for evolution. Core Competency 3, Unlocking. Unlock progress, 1%. Chapter 41, Invincible, How Lonely It Is. I don't know how long it took. In the darkness, a wisp of consciousness struggled to emerge from the chaos. Pain. It felt as if all the bones in the body were taken apart and reassembled. Tao Ran opened his eyes with great effort, but it was still pitch black in front of him. His nostrils were filled with an indescribable mixture of sweet and foul smells, making him feel nauseous. Where am I? His voice was as hoarse as an old bellows. Based on environmental analysis, the master is currently located at the junction of the esophagus and stomach of the Sand Sea Worm Queen. Dai's emotionless mechanical voice sounded on time. Tao Ran's face twitched. Speak human language. You are still in the monster's belly. Tao Ran wanted to curse, but he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. He could feel that the qi and blood in his dantian had dried up. The Daotianju operated spontaneously, like a diligent ant, transporting spiritual energy bit by bit from the void to repair his body that was on the verge of collapse. This recovery speed is shockingly slow. A Dai, can't you give me a one-click recovery? Where's the dignity of the divine weapon? Energy conservation is the fundamental law of the universe. 99% of the earth elemental energy I absorbed will be used to unlock core ability 3, and the remaining 1% will be used to maintain your vital signs. So, you've been using me like a power bank to upgrade yourself, and now you won't even let me use a charger? You can understand it this way. Tao Ran's eyes went dark and he almost fainted again. He felt that he had not found a sword spirit, but had invited an ancestor. However, when the earth element's original energy transformed my core, a small amount of earth essence was released. Calculations show that it can accelerate the master's recovery speed by 23%. Do you want to use it now? Nonsense. Immediately. Right now. Use it. A warm and heavy energy came from Adai's sword and slowly flowed into Tao Ran's limbs and bones. The dried-up meridians were like a riverbed that had been dry for a long time and received a rain. Although they were still weak, they finally came back to life. He struggled to sit up, using Adai's sword to support himself, and looked around. This is a huge flesh and blood cavity. The dark red flesh walls around it are covered with sticky veins, which are still wriggling slightly and rhythmically, looking extremely disgusting. From time to time, unknown mucus dripped from the top of my head, making a sizzling sound when it fell to the ground. Not far in front of him, at the location of the heart of the earth that he had shattered, the light spots in the sky had dissipated, leaving only a fist-sized crystal emitting a faint ochre light, suspended in the air. Fragments of the heart of the earth. This is the energy core of a 4th-level exotic beast, a true treasure from heaven and earth. Tao Ran's eyes lit up, and the weakness and depression he had just felt disappeared. He rolled and crawled over and grabbed the crystal in his hand. The crystals are warm to the touch and contain vast and pure earth energy. I'm rich, I'm rich. Central monitoring room. On the main screen, the huge red ball of light representing the 4th-level Queen Mother has turned gray, representing death. And in the very center of that gray, the green dot of light representing Country Bumpkin lay motionless. It's been a full 10 minutes. Did he die together with the Queen? A young monitor said in a trembling voice what everyone was thinking. It's very likely. The price to pay for forcibly killing a monster that is 2 realms higher than oneself is unimaginable. Another analyst nodded in agreement. Veteran Zhang Zhenghua stared at the screen so hard that his lips were almost bitten until they bled. Such a good seedling, just gone like that? He doesn't believe it. Xiao Shan stood in front of the console with an expressionless face, and no one knew what he was thinking. He called up Tao Ran's personal points panel. Codename, Country Bum. Current points, 9873. Current ranking, 1. He ascended to the top spot in a way that no one had ever done before, and perhaps no one will ever do again. And then, he died silently in the monster's belly? Report, a technician suddenly shouted, the green dot's life signal is showing a slight pickup. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on the past. On the screen, the green light that was almost going out was actually becoming brighter again little by little at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although it is still dim, it is still alive. Good boy. I knew it. Zhang Zhenghua slammed his fist on the table, his face flushed with excitement. In the monitoring room, a suppressed cheer broke out. The other side of the maze. On the top of the signal tower, Yi Feishua slowly withdrew his gaze from the distance. She glanced at the leaderboard on the chip on her wrist. The one with the codename Country Bumpkin firmly occupied the first place with a score that even made her feel shocked. She didn't know how the other party did it. But she knew she had found an opponent worthy of her sword. The long sword wrapped in thick cloth on her back made a slight humming sound, as if longing for a satisfying battle. Yi Feishua did not hesitate any longer. He moved and turned into a white shadow, disappearing at the top of the tower. Inside the Queen Mother's body, Tao Ran sat cross-legged, holding the fragment of the heart of the earth in both hands, and practicing the Dao Yan Ju frantically. The vast earth energy was refined. Part of it is used to repair injuries, and the other part is absorbed and transformed by the small ice phoenix bloodline core in the dantian. His energy and blood values were recovering at a gratifying rate. Warning! Warning! This channel has been detected as being flooded with highly corrosive digestive fluid. The flesh is dissolving at an accelerated rate. Countdown, 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Dai's death warrant is here again, and the time is shorter than expected. Tao Ran suddenly opened his eyes. The wriggling of the surrounding flesh walls intensified significantly, and the dripping mucus had turned into a thin stream, emitting pungent green smoke as it fell to the ground. He felt that less than 30% of his energy and blood had recovered, and sighed helplessly. Okay, let's go. He stuffed the fragments of the heart of the earth that he had not yet absorbed into his arms and stood up with the support of Dai. Where's the exit? Returning the original route is the best option. Tao Ran's stomach churned at the thought of having to go through that slippery birth canal again. Is there no other way? Like just ripping open its belly? Yes. However, with the master's current chi and blood reserves, the success rate is 17.4%. Failure will result in the digestive juices melting into a pool of protein. Ignore what I said and go back the same way. The temperature in the passage was getting higher and higher, and the fleshy ground underfoot began to become scorching hot. When he finally climbed back into the vertical flesh well, a pool of bubbling green liquid had gathered below. The green liquid was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn, so fast. He didn't dare to delay, and used Dai as a climbing pick, stabbing it hard into the flesh wall, and climbed up bit by bit with all his strength. These 54 meters were the longest distance he had ever walked since he crossed over. The flesh was slippery and soft, making it difficult for Tao Ran to gain footing and causing him to slip several times. The gurgling sound of the boiling digestive fluid below was like the death knell. Waves of sour, pungent hot air rose up, making him dizzy and almost falling several times. Every step forward was accompanied by excruciating pain like muscle tearing. When he finally came out of the wrinkled entrance and breathed the outside air again, he felt completely exhausted. He didn't even have time to crawl a few more steps before a loud splash sound came from behind him. Green digestive fluid gushed out from the hole he had just come out of, corroding the sand under his feet and making a big pit. He collapsed on the sand, gasping for breath, feeling like he had died once before. Behind him, the corpse of the huge monster was being dissolved and collapsed from the inside by its own digestive juices at a speed visible to the naked eye, eventually turning into nutrients that nourished the sand. Tao Ran lay on the ground, looking at the gray sky, and suddenly laughed. He raised his wrist and clicked on the scoreboard that he loved and hated. First place, codename, Country Bumpkin, current points, 9,873. Second place, codename Yifeishue, current points, 4,120. Looking at the huge points gap, Tao Ran showed a satisfied smile on his tired face. Alas, being invincible is so lonely. He muttered to himself. I just don't know. Is there any prize money for first place? Chapter 42 Life-Saving Skill, Earth Barrier. Tao Ran lay paralyzed on the sand for a full half hour before he could barely muster up a little strength. He used Dai as a crutch and limped towards the subway station he came from. With every step he took, all the bones in his body protested and groaned under the heavy burden. That battle almost drained everything from him. Now the chi and blood in his body are not even as strong as those of a warrior who has just broken through, and are extremely fragile. Returning to the subway station entrance that he used as a slaughterhouse, the strong smell of blood still lingered. He found a relatively clean corner, took out the fragment of the heart of the earth that had not been fully absorbed from his arms, placed it in front of him, and prepared to continue recovering. At this moment, Dai's mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Earth elemental energy absorbed. Core database reconstructed. Core competency 3, unlock success. Tao Ran felt refreshed, and the feeling of weakness seemed to be alleviated a little. New ability? What effect? Show me now. Core ability 3, Earth Barrier. Explanation, consumes earth energy to construct a magnetic shield. While the shield is in effect, 90% of all physical and energy impacts on the host will be forcibly transferred to the ground beneath their feet. After hearing this, Tao Ran was stunned. Transfer the damage suffered to the earth? Isn't this an invincible defensive skill? As long as his feet are still on the ground, as long as the planet has not been blown up, he is equivalent to having an endless supply of health packs and shields. Good fellow. Tao Ran couldn't help but curse, his eyes gleaming frighteningly. You're blaming the ground for your beating? Isn't this the ultimate bumping into someone trick? With this trick, his survivability will get a qualitative leap. Next time he encounters an enemy he cannot defeat, he can use this turtle shell to wear down the opponent. This is the real-life saving skill. Additional note, the Earth barrier's upper limit of defense is directly linked to the host's total chi and health, as well as their understanding of the laws of Earth. The process of transferring damage also consumes the host's mental energy. Okay, I know you are the most rigorous. Tao Ran waved his hands happily. It is normal to have shortcomings. Having ability without any cost is itself the biggest abnormality. All in all, this adventure was a huge win. He suppressed his excitement and turned his attention back to the fragment of the heart of the earth in front of him. The top priority is to restore strength as soon as possible. Just as he was about to enter the state of cultivation again, a light sound of footsteps came from the deep corridor of the subway station. Tao Ran's muscles tensed instantly. He gripped Adai's hand tightly and looked towards the source of the sound with sharp eyes. A tall figure walked out of the darkness. The man was carrying a long cloth bag. The moment Han Feng saw Tao Ran, he paused. He obviously also felt Tao Ran's extremely weak condition at the moment. There was no change on his face, he was as calm as ever. Nice to meet you again. Han Feng spoke in a crisp voice. Tao Ran did not answer, but continued to stare at him warily. This is a bloody maze where everyone is allowed to hunt each other. A number one on the list who has almost no power to resist is a priceless piece of fat in the eyes of anyone. Han Feng seemed to see through his thoughts, took out a small jade bottle from his tactical backpack and threw it directly over. Tao Ran subconsciously raised his hand to catch it. The bottle feels cold to the touch, and when you pull out the cork, a refreshing medicinal fragrance hits your nose. Restoring pill, black market price, 300,000 per pill. It can help you recover faster. Han Feng said. Tao Ran held the jade bottle, frowning slightly. Why? A dead genius is worthless. Han Feng's gaze swept across the collapsed sand outside the subway station entrance, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. But a living person who can kill a fourth-level monster single-handedly is an excellent asset worth investing in. He paused, a hint of coldness on his lips. Besides, seeing Weijia and his gang become crippled, I am in a really good mood. Tao Ran looked at him silently. After a moment, he uncorked the bottle and poured the pill into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth, turning into a gentle warm current that quickly flowed to his dry dantian. The qi and blood that were originally recovering slowly suddenly increased several times. Thank you, Tao Ran said. No matter what Han Feng's purpose is, this pill is a timely help to him. Han Feng nodded and sat down 10 meters away from Tao Ran, seemingly in no hurry to leave. Silence fell between the two of them, with only the sound of Tao Ran's faint breathing as he practiced his skills. In this bloody maze, besides the Queen of Sand Sea Worms, are there any larger monsters with higher points? Tao Ran asked suddenly while recovering. Han Feng glanced at him and said, You don't know? I came in such a hurry that I forgot to ask. Tao Ran said without blushing or beating his heart. The corners of Han Feng's mouth twitched, and he was obviously choked by his nonchalant tone. He suppressed his inner speechlessness and replied in a deep voice, Sand Sea Worm Queen, Level 4, Primary. Specializes in mental shock and earth manipulation, very difficult to deal with. It's quite difficult. Tao Ran nodded in agreement. Thinking back to that battle, he still felt a lingering fear. Han Feng sighed and continued. The instructors at Shenlong Camp only told us that it's very dangerous here and people die every year. But they didn't tell us that this bloody maze was built according to the standards of the highest combat readiness zone. There are 3 4th-level beasts in here. 3 heads? Tao Ran's voice changed tone, and the little bit of color that had just recovered faded away in an instant, and he almost jumped up from the ground. He risked his life, played all his cards, and even lost half his life before he barely killed one. And you tell me there are 2 ends here? What a joke! At this moment, the pride and satisfaction he had just felt when he reached the top of the list and looked down on everyone was instantly shattered by a basin of ice water. It turns out that the Shenlong Camp is not raising goo, but directly throwing a group of lambs into an arena with 3 tigers. The Sand Sea Worm Queen you killed was the first one, a level 4 primary one. Han Feng's voice suddenly became high-pitched. In the Thunder City ruins in Area B11, there is another red-eyed ape king, also at the beginner level of the 4th rank. And in the center, in Area C1, deep in the swamp, lurks the strongest Abyss Giant Lizard, mid-level 4th stage. Tao Ran's Adam's apple rolled with difficulty. Mid-stage 4th stage. That's one small realm higher than the Queen Mother. Their strength is absolutely different. Are the instructors crazy? They want us, a group of newcomers with the highest talent level of second grade, to face such a monster? Tao Ran couldn't understand. They're not crazy. Han Feng's eyes became serious. They want to see how many of these geniuses can grow into true monsters. A truly strong person is never cultivated in a greenhouse. It is through struggling for survival, breaking through limits, and ultimately transforming in life and death situations again and again. Tao Ran instantly understood the true meaning of Xiao Shan's words, "You are responsible for your own deaths and injuries." This group of newcomers have been put on the gambling table as chips since the first day they stepped into this place. Just as Tao Ran was shocked and digesting this shocking news, the chip on my wrist suddenly vibrated slightly. He subconsciously raised his hand and clicked on the ranking list. He saw that on the points ranking list, the points of the second place, who had been left far behind by him, were jumping wildly at an incredible speed. Codename, Yi Fei Xue. Current points, 4,120. The numbers on the screen blurred for a moment, and then a brand new number froze in front of everyone's eyes. Points plus 5,000. Current total points, 9,120. Tao Ran's breathing stopped at this moment. 5,000 points. The points are exactly the same as when I killed the Queen Mother. The loneliness he just felt at the top of the world suddenly turned into an absurd joke. Yi Fei Xue, she did it too? Chapter 43. Don't roll it up, can you give me a way to survive? Tao Ran and Han Feng were looking at the score rankings on their wrists respectively. Having just survived a near-death experience to earn 5,000 points, Tao Ran had an extremely deep understanding of the value of this number. That represents a powerful fourth-level monster. She also killed one? Tao Ran's voice was dry. Han Feng nodded silently, and the muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. It was obvious that he was as shocked as Tao Ran. The ruins of Thunder City in Area B11, the Red-Eyed Ape King. Han Feng uttered a few words. The Red-Eyed Ape King represents the pinnacle of speed and strength. He is violent and bloodthirsty, and is even more adept at direct combat than the Sand Seaworm Queen. Tao Ran just felt dizzy. He was performing highly difficult reverse engineering and drilling into the birth canal, and was almost melted by the digestive fluid before he could barely kill a queen that had crashed. As a result, Yi Fei Xue easily killed the other, more powerful one? Is this going to allow people to survive? Tao Ran covered his face in grief and anger. We're all new here, can you please stop being so arrogant? Can you give us a way out? Thinking back on the arrogance of how lonely it is to be invincible just now, it was like a loud slap in the face, burning with pain. Han Feng glanced at him with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. You just found out? She's been the nightmare of all her classmates since the first day she entered the martial arts academy. Others put a lot of effort into cultivation, but for her, cultivation is like breathing, it's instinctive. Tao Ran wanted to cry but had no tears. Why is the gap between people so big? Even if you cheat yourself, at least there is system assistance. This elder sister, she herself is a cheat. And it's the top-level humanoid self-propelled plug-in. I don't want to practice anymore. Let's destroy it quickly. Tao Ran lay back on the ground in self-abandonment, acting like a lazy fish. Although he said this, he still silently tightened his grip on the Earth's core fragment in his hand, and the speed of his skills became slightly faster. It's better to lose face than victory. Even if you have to lose with dignity. Han Feng didn't say anything else, but just adjusted his breathing silently. Yi Fei Xue's strength also stimulated him. As a genius standing at the top of the pyramid, no one would be willing to be left so far behind. The subway station fell silent again, with only the slight sound of airflow as the spiritual energy was absorbed by the two people practicing. Time slowly passes during the boring practice. With the dual blessing of the Qi restoring pill and the fragments of the heart of the earth, Tao Ran's dried up blood was finally replenished. The broken internal organs were repaired by the powerful life energy, and the sore muscles were filled with strength again. When he absorbed the last bit of energy from the fragment of the heart of the earth, his eyes, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened. He stood up and stretched his muscles. His whole body made a crackling sound, and the previous feeling of weakness disappeared. Cool. Tao Ran felt the power surging in his body and couldn't help but let out a low growl. He glanced at the chip on his wrist, which showed the remaining time in the bloody maze. Remaining time, 2 hours 58 minutes 13 seconds. There are less than 3 hours left. Tao Ran looked at Han Feng, who had also finished his training. What are your plans? Han Feng stood up and tightened the long cloth bag on his back. Find a place to hide and wait it out. His answer was concise and pragmatic. With their current points, as long as they don't do anything stupid, they will firmly occupy the top 5 and there is no need to take any more risks. Hiding is so boring. Tao Ran rubbed his chin, an eager expression on his face. It's still early anyway, why don't we go to Area C1? Han Feng paused and looked at him sharply. You know what's there? Of course I know. It's a mid-level 4th order abyssal giant lizard. Tao Ran looked completely unconcerned. We're not going to fight it, we're just going to watch it from afar and satisfy our curiosity. Is it too much to admire the final boss? Han Feng looked at him silently, as if trying to judge the truth in his words. You want to challenge it? How is that possible? Tao Ran immediately shook his head like a rattle. I'd be crazy to challenge a monster like that. I just want to see what this guy, whom the instructors consider the ultimate challenge, looks like. Besides, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Who would have thought that in the final hours of the assessment, we would be hanging around the boss? This is called reverse thinking. Han Feng's mouth twitched. He always felt that there was something wrong with this set of rhetoric, but it also seemed to make some sense. Finally, he nodded. Okay. But you can only watch and not take any action. If there is any danger, retreat immediately. Make a deal. The two of them did not delay any longer. They moved and turned into 2 afterimages, disappearing into the darkness of the subway station. Area C1 is located in the very center of the entire bloody maze. This is a vast black swamp, and the air is filled with disgusting stench and humidity. The gray fog persists all year round, limiting visibility to extremely low levels. The ground was full of muddy potholes and dark green pools. From time to time, huge bubbles emerged from the water, and then exploded with a pop, emitting even thicker poisonous miasma. This place is really hellish. Tao Ran covered his nose and stepped carefully on a protruding rock. He and Han Feng had been in the swamp area for more than half an hour. The further they went in, the clearer the terrifying pressure from the life level became. It was as if there was a sleeping ancient beast, taking a nap not far ahead. At this moment, a dull roar, accompanied by violent shaking of the earth, came from the depths of the swamp. Boom! Tao Ran and Han Feng looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. A fight broke out? Who? Is there a team that is so reckless that it wants to challenge the final boss at the last moment? The two of them simultaneously slowed down their pace, restrained their breath, and quietly moved towards the direction where the sound came from. They climbed over a low hill, hid behind a large fern, and looked out at the open mud pool ahead. The next second, the pupils of both of them shrank to the size of a needle tip. In the middle of the vast quagmire, a huge monster over 30 meters long was stirring up the mud and roaring madly. Its entire body is covered with pitch-black scales, each of which is the size of a millstone and gleams with a metallic luster. The thick limbs were stuck deep in the mud, and a huge, ferocious head was raised high. From its bloody mouth, large amounts of highly corrosive black venom were continuously spurting out. Abyss Monitor. However, what made Tao Ran and Han Feng feel their scalps tingle was not this terrifying 4th stage mid-stage monster, but its opponent. Around the giant beast, a pure white figure was so fast that only a series of afterimages remained. She held a long sword that emitted a chilling aura, and every time she wielded it, a sword mark would be left on the giant lizard's indestructible scales. The cold sword light tore through the fog again and again, falling on the giant lizard like raindrops. The monitor lizard swung its giant tail like a battering ram frantically, and every sweep plowed deep furrows in the ground. But the white figure always managed to avoid all attacks with ease by a hair's breadth. Her movements were even more thrilling than Tao Ran's crazy and extreme dodges. It was a kind of absolute control, an elegance and composure that turned combat into an art. It was a song of death, a solo dance on the edge of a knife. Yi Fei Xue. She was actually fighting this terrifying 4th stage mid-stage beast alone. She is crazy. Han Feng's voice was dry and trembling uncontrollably. Tao Ran stared at the white figure intently, feeling that the blood in his body was about to solidify. Chapter 44 Elegant Dancer. In the center of the quagmire, the aftermath of the battle created huge waves. Every time the sword light collides with the scales, a harsh metal friction sound is emitted, which hurts the eardrums. Every time the abyss giant lizard swings its tail, it brings with it a terrifying force like a landslide or tsunami. And Yi Fei Xue is like an elegant dancer in the storm. Her figure moved through the air full of venom and mud, but her pure white combat uniform was not stained with a single speck of filth. Is this a true genius? Han Feng's voice was dry and hoarse, his eyes filled with incomprehensible shock and despair. He could clearly calculate that he would not last more than 3 rounds against the giant lizard. But Yi Feishue, with his own strength, fought back and forth with this terrifying existence of the 4th stage. This gap can no longer be made up by hard work. Tao Ran's entire mind at this moment was immersed in another completely different battlefield. In his eyes, who shared 2% of the absolute sword sense, this battle was analyzed in a different way. Every movement of Yi Feishue was not a simple dodge, but a movement along the weakest nodes in the monitor lizard's attack airflow. Each time she thrust her sword, it was aimed precisely at the gaps between the giant lizard's scales, which were thinner than a hair. In her fighting, there was not a single unnecessary movement, not a single wasted effort. Perfect. Accurate. For the first time, Tao Ran felt the horror of SSS-level talent so intuitively. What she could only do with the help of Dao Yanju and Adai's crazy calculations was as easy as breathing to her. It took a lot of effort to use reverse engineering to crash a 4th-level primary queen. And she was using the purest sword to confront a 4th-stage mid-stage giant beast head-on. However, as the battle continued, the shock on Tao Ran's face was gradually replaced by a hint of solemnity. He saw something deeper. Although Yi Feishue's movements were still graceful, every time she used force, the ground beneath her feet would sink slightly. That's because her body could no longer bear the strain of high-speed changes in direction. Although her sword light was still sharp, after each sword fell, the sword edge would stagnate for a moment, because her energy and blood were being rapidly consumed. The most important thing is that the abyss giant lizard is too fleshy. The scales covering its body seemed endless. Even if it was pierced by Yi Feishue's sword, leaving a wound deep enough to see the bone, it would be covered by a dark green energy in just a few breaths and then healed quickly. Its recovery ability is so strong. This is a war of attrition. A war of attrition that Yi Feishue is destined to lose. Boom! The monitor lizard seemed to have lost its patience as well. It suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a black venom ball that was condensed to the extreme shot towards Yi Feishue like a cannonball. The speed of this attack was too fast and the angle was too tricky, and it hit Yi Feishue at the moment when his old strength was exhausted and his new strength had not yet been generated. She hastily blocked with her sword. Clang! The venom ball exploded on the sword, and the terrifying impact force knocked Yi Feishue back, drawing an arc in the air. Although she used her sword energy to block the venom in time, the brutal force still made her blood boil. Puff! A trickle of bright red blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth and dripped into the dark mud, appearing particularly glaring. She is hurt. Seeing this scene, Han Feng's heart suddenly skipped a beat and he subconsciously wanted to rush out. Don't move! Tao Ran pressed his shoulder, his voice low and powerful. She can't hold on any longer. If we don't take action, she will die. Han Feng growled anxiously. No matter how much competition there was before, when facing strange beasts, they are all human beings. He couldn't bear to watch Xia country's top talent fall. If you go out now, it will just be another corpse. Tao Ran stared at Yi Feishue, who had regained his footing in the distance, his brain working frantically. So what should we do? Just watch? She's waiting. Tao Ran's eyes were like torches. She's waiting for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Just as Tao Ran expected, after being injured, Yi Feishue not only did not retreat, but his attack became even more fierce. She seemed to have given up all her defenses and poured all her strength into the sword in her hand. The sword light was like a waterfall, slashing at the same place of the abyss giant lizard again and again its neck. That was the convergence point of all her previous attacks, and fine cracks had already appeared on the scales. She was using the dumbest, yet most effective method to break through the defense. The monitor lizard felt pain, and spread out its huge body on all fours, rushing towards Yi Feishue with earth-shaking momentum. It will use the most primitive physical strength to crush this annoying little bug into meat paste. Opportunity. Tao Ran and Yi Feishue seized this fleeting opportunity almost at the same time. When the monitor lizard's huge body is charging, in order to maintain balance, a certain energy node located just below its abdomen will be briefly exposed. That is its only weak point. Yi Feishue moved. Instead of retreating, she advanced towards the giant beast that was charging at her like a mountain. Her petite figure turned into a straight sword light. At this moment, the person and the sword seemed to have merged into one. There was nothing else in her eyes except the glowing fatal node in the beast's belly. Her momentum reached its peak at this moment. So strong. Han Feng muttered to himself. Even though he was seriously injured, the grace of this sword still made him feel suffocated. However, Tao Ran's heart sank to the bottom. Because he sees more clearly. This sword is everything Yi Feishui has. It is a fatal blow that incorporates all her essence, energy, and spirit. When a sword is successful, life comes. If a sword strike fails, you will die. There is no third possibility. But what she was facing was a cunning fourth-level mid-stage monster. Just when the sword light transformed by Yi Feishui was about to pierce the belly of the giant beast, the seemingly violent giant lizard suddenly flashed a hint of human cunning in its eyes. Its charging body suddenly stopped, and its huge tail, which had been ready to go, swept out like black lightning from an absolutely impossible angle. This is a trap. A deadly trap set up using its own body as bait. Not good. Han Feng's face turned pale. Yi Feishui's sword was inevitable, like an arrow on a string, and there was no way to change his moves or dodge. This time, she will definitely win. Tao Ran's pupils shrank into needle points at this moment. Warning! The life force of the bound target Yi Feishui is about to be annihilated. Warning! If the target falls, the host will suffer a devastating backlash. The red line of national destiny will be broken. Realm will fall. Foundation will be destroyed. Soul will be severely damaged. The system's cold warning sound rang frantically in his mind. A soul-tearing pain gripped his heart tightly. He could even feel that the invisible red line of national destiny was being pulled by an irresistible force and was on the verge of breaking. The huge fear of being on the verge of death instantly overwhelmed all his rationality. Can't let her die. If she dies, I'm doomed too. In this split second, there was no hesitation, no weighing, only the instinct to survive and the determination to move forward. Han Feng, help me block the aftermath. Before he finished speaking, Tao Ran's figure shot out like an arrow. Are you crazy? Han Feng roared in horror. But Tao Ran could no longer hear. The Daodian Ju in his body was running wildly at an unprecedented speed, and the world became slow in his vision. The huge tail sweeping across and the unswerving sword light formed the only picture. In his left hand, the power of the Ice Phoenix bloodline was pushed to the extreme, and an extremely cold air that froze everything gushed out. In his right hand, on the pitch-black Adai sword, strange Yin Lei runes flashed wildly, and a devastated aura that decomposed all things spread. Adai. Core Ability 3, Activate. Earth Barrier. Just when the giant tail containing destructive power was about to hit Yi Feishui. Boom! With Tao Ran's landing point as the center, the ground within a radius of 10 meters suddenly collapsed. Immediately afterwards, countless soil and rocks gathered together frantically, and a thick barrier composed of high-density rocks and pure earth-based spiritual energy rose from the ground. Magnetic shield. Buzz. An emerald-green magnetic halo lit up on the khaki surface of the barrier, and lines of energy flowed like breathing. This shield appeared out of thin air at Yi Feishui's side at an extremely precise angle, and headed straight for the giant tail that was sweeping towards him. The person standing firmly in the center of the shield, arms outstretched and a determined look in his eyes, was none other than Tao Ran. He became her last and most solid shield. Chapter 45, I am behind you. Boom! The deafening roar seemed to tear the entire space apart. The huge black tail carried a force that was enough to smash mountains, and it slammed hard into the ochre-colored barrier that had been hastily erected from the ground. The earth barrier trembled violently, the magnetic energy halo flowing on the surface flickered wildly, and countless cracks spread out like spider webs in an instant. Puff! Tao Ran, who was standing in the center of the barrier, suddenly bent his body and sprayed out a large cloud of blood mist from his mouth. There was a terrifying roar in my ears. It was as if my internal organs were hit hard by a heavy hammer, and severe pain spread throughout my body in an instant. He felt his bones groaning and his consciousness went blank for a moment. Although the earth barrier transferred 90% of the impact force to the swamp under his feet, the remaining 10% was definitely not something his current body could easily withstand. Blocked. He gritted his teeth, blood continued to flow from the corners of his mouth, his eyes flashed with madness, and his arms were still stretched out, maintaining the existence of the barrier. This sudden scene caused everyone on the battlefield to freeze for a moment. In the distance, Han Feng watched Tao Ran rush out, and then watched him block the fatal blow in an unheard of way, his mind going blank. As the protected person, Yi Feishui suffered a much more severe impact than anyone else. The sword light she transformed into was only inches away from the giant lizard's vital points. The breath of death brought by the giant tail behind her was already coldly sticking to her back. She was even ready to thrust the sword completely into the enemy's body at the last moment of her life. But death did not come. The person who came was a not very tall but solid figure that supported the sky in her vision. It's him. The boy who said her sword is too lonely in her cafeteria. For countless days and nights in the past, there was only the sword in her world. The sword was her companion, but also her prison. And at this moment, that person's back, so forcefully and unreasonably, broke into her world, where only the sword existed. He used his body to build an insurmountable wall for her. At this moment, a huge rock was thrown into Yifeishua's frozen heart lake, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, causing huge waves. Her sword heart, the heart so pure that only the sword remained, became stagnant for the first time in history. She was actually distracted during the battle. What are you still standing there for? Get moving! Tao Ran's hoarse roar brought her back to reality from the shock. While coughing up blood, he frantically mobilized the remaining power of the Ice Phoenix bloodline in his body. Ice Heart Art. An extremely cold current erupted from him, and with him as the center, it spread wildly towards the surrounding swamps. Ka ka ka. The surging black quagmire was frozen in just a moment. The huge body of the abyss giant lizard was stuck in the ice, and its movement speed suddenly slowed down. Tao Ran turned around and met Yifeishua's eyes filled with shock and confusion. There was no fear in his eyes, only pure trust. Go! I am behind you. Yifeishua's heart trembled violently. The words that made her uneasy couldn't help but echo in her mind. Your sword is so lonely. Yes, she has been walking alone all this time. There was no one behind me, and no one was traveling with me in front of me. Strength is her byword, and loneliness is her destiny. She thought that she would continue walking this road alone until the end of her life. But today, it seems a little different. The sword heart that had been frozen for too long made a crisp shattering sound at this moment. Ding! Target, Yifeishua, favorability plus 50. Breakthrough friendship. Current favorability, 60 confidant feelings. Talent sharing ratio increased to 15%. Health value plus 300. Current health value, 910 cards. Unlock the bond aura, Sword Heart Clear. Sword Heart Clear, you will briefly gain a special state of mind-to-mind connection with the target, sharing some combat perceptions and intentions. Boom! A far more powerful and purer life force and swordsmanship insight than any before, like a torrent bursting through a dam, madly rushed into Tao Ran's nearly dried-up body the moment the system prompt sounded. The 300 calories of chi and blood that surged in were like a life-saving spring, rain-fusing his nearly collapsing body with strength. A torrent of insights, far more powerful than any previous one, instantly rushed into Tao Ran's sea of consciousness. The world is deconstructed again. If the previous 2% of absolute sword sense allowed him to see the world of standard definition, then the current 15% bonus is a direct upgrade to 4K ultra-high definition. He could even clearly see how the dark green energy flowed in the body of the abyss giant lizard, how its muscles exerted force, and where its next attack intention would be directed. He was no longer guessing, but had insight. Be careful. It's going to spray venom. Tao Ran roared almost instinctively. At the moment his roar fell, the giant lizard trapped in the ice suddenly raised its head, and a ball of concentrated venom that was even more powerful than before was about to be sprayed out. If they are hit by this powerful move, both of them will be dead. Ian lay. Tao Ran did not hesitate. He maintained the ice with his left hand and held the A-Dai sword in his right hand. Strange black lightning was jumping wildly on it. He used up his last bit of strength and stabbed A-Dai fiercely into the ice under his feet. Sizzle. The black lightning spread wildly along the ice layer, like an electric net, instantly covering half of the monitor lizard's body. The Inlay's ability to decompose everything and break defenses also comes with a strong paralyzing effect. The giant lizard's huge body trembled violently, and the energy of the venom ball in its mouth that was ready to be released instantly became chaotic. Finally, with a puff sound, it turned into a pool of powerless poisonous water and flowed out. The ultimate move was interrupted. Now! Tao Ran's eyes flashed with brilliance. With the god's perspective brought by Sword Heart Clearness, he instantly found the energy circulation gap caused by the giant lizard's ultimate move being interrupted. Yi Fei Shue. 3 inches below the left hind knee joint. That's an old injury, and the energy flow is the weakest there. There's a 0.5 second gap for stiffness. His voice reached Yi Feishue's ears clearly and accurately. Without any hesitation. The moment Yi Feishue heard Tao Ran's order, her body reacted before her brain. That is an absolute trust that comes from the depths of the soul. The long sword in her hand made a clear sound, and after the frozen sword heart melted, it became even more fierce and more indomitable. Her figure once again turned into a streak of white light. This time, her target was no longer the vital part of her abdomen, but the incredible position that Tao Ran mentioned. Man and sword become one. Puff! The long sword penetrated deeply into the joint of the monitor lizard's left hind limb without any hindrance. That was exactly the location that Tao Ran pointed out. Roar! An unprecedented crazy roar filled with pain and rage erupted from the mouth of the abyss giant lizard. Its huge body struggled frantically, shattering the thick ice around it. One of its legs is broken. This fatal blow completely ignited the anger of this fourth stage mid-stage overlord. Central monitoring room. Oh my god, did they really cripple that abyss giant lizard? A young technician looked at the mad beast on the screen, his voice trembling. There was no expression on Xiao Shan and Zhang Zhenggua's faces, only pure dullness. They captured everything that just happened with great precision. Codenamed Country Bumpkin, he used a defensive method that they could not understand and withstood the attack of a fourth-stage mid-stage alien beast. Then, he used his ice ability to control the situation and used a strange lightning power to interrupt the giant beast's charged attack. Finally, like a battle-hardened commander, he accurately pointed out the fatal weakness of the giant beast, and Yi Feishue delivered the fatal blow. This series of operations was smooth and coordinated so well that it seemed as if they had been rehearsed thousands of times. Monsters, these two people are monsters. Zhang Zhenghua muttered to himself. Xiao Shan didn't say anything. He knew that the battle was far from over. A completely enraged, dying fourth-level alien beast will unleash the most terrifying power in its life. What a pity. Xiao Shan's voice was filled with a hint of regret. There is no chance of them surviving in a crazy outbreak of that level. Just as he expected. In the swamp, the blood-red pupils of the abyss monitor lizard were fixed on Yi Feishue, who had caused it severe damage, and Tao Ran, who had ruined all its plans. A terrifying pressure far exceeding the previous one burst out from it. Dark green energy liquid began to seep out from the gaps in its scales, and its entire body seemed to have expanded. It wants to self-destruct its core and die together. The shadow of death hung over the hearts of Tao Ran and Yi Feishue like a dark cloud. Tao Ran was breathing heavily, and the severe pain in his chest made it almost impossible for him to stand. He looked at the giant beast that was accumulating destructive energy, and his eyes became extremely solemn. He has another trump card. The real forbidden technique deduced from Dao Yanju. The art of drawing the sword to cut the sky. However, even he himself was not sure whether he could withstand the horrific backlash of that move. Chapter 46 Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique. The destructive energy storm expanded wildly with the abyss giant lizard as its center. The swamp is evaporating and space is distorting. Even Han Feng, who was far behind the hills, felt a throbbing deep in his soul and a burning pain on his skin. It's over. This was the only thought in everyone's mind. What a pity. In the central monitoring room, Xiao Shan's voice was filled with deep regret for the first time. The deathly explosion of a fourth-stage mid-stage alien beast is powerful enough to raise an area of several miles to the ground. Not to mention 2 second-grade warriors, even a 5th-grade martial artist would have no chance of survival if he was in the core. Tao Ran was breathing heavily, and every breath caused a tearing pain in his chest. His eyes were fixed on the expanding ball of energy, and everything in his vision turned into slow frames. The sword technique of cutting the sky. To use it or not to use it? Given his current exhausted state, if he forced himself to use it, he would most likely end up dying together with the giant lizard. At this moment, the invisible National Destiny red line in his mind suddenly tightened, and a sharp pain as if his soul was torn apart alive broke out without any warning. Warning! The life of the bound target Yi Feishue is under devastating threat. Warning! The host's life is threatened with destruction. System determination, joint survival rate, 0.001%. The system's cold alarm was intertwined with the severe pain that resonated with the soul. Tao Ran instantly understood that this was not just a preview of the system's punishment. But it is an iron rule that in a community of shared destiny, if one side is about to be annihilated, the other will also wither away. He subconsciously glanced at Yi Feishue beside him. The girl's face was as pale as paper, but her hand holding the sword remained steady. She looked at the giant lizard that was about to self-destruct. There was no fear in her eyes, only regret for not being able to kill the opponent with her own hands, and a calmness of facing death calmly. I'm going to die anyway, so why not? All the calculations, trade-offs, pros and cons were shattered at this moment by the soul-tearing pain and the resolute figure before him. Yi Feishui. Tao Ran suddenly spoke. Yi Feishui was stunned and looked at him. Remember, next time don't carry it alone, you're back. Tao Ran grinned, revealing a mouthful of teeth stained with blood. I'm here. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his hand and pushed Yi Feishui out. Yi Feishui lost his balance and staggered backwards more than 10 meters. You! Yi Feishui steadied herself and looked up at him, her icy eyes filled with astonishment, bewilderment and confusion. Tao Ran didn't look back. He left her with his not-so-tall but now incredibly solid back. He was alone, facing the destructive storm that was about to devour everything. He slowly raised his right hand and grasped the dark Dai. The Dao Yanju, full power operation. Ice Phoenix Bloodline, burn. Absolute Sword Sense, link. A Dai, merge everything I have. A Dai understands. Boom. Tao Ran's body instantly turned into a black hole that swallowed everything. The qi and blood that had just recovered in the Dantian were drained in an instant. In the sea of consciousness, the faint shadow of the golden dragon of national destiny let out a mournful cry and transformed into golden light that merged into his soul. From Xia Yaowei's Ice Phoenix bloodline, from Yi Feishui's swordsmanship, from the vast earth essence in Dai's core. At this moment, everything was forcibly and domineeringly blended together by the Dao Yanju and poured into the long sword in his right hand. Tao Ran's body began to collapse. His skin cracked inch by inch, and blood oozed out like a fine spring, instantly turning him into a bloody man. His bones groaned under the heavy burden, and shocking traces of blood flowed from his 7 orifices. His consciousness became blurred and fragmented in endless pain. In the end, only one obsession remained. Draw the sword. He held the scabbard in his left hand, placed his right hand on the hilt, and lowered his body slightly, assuming a simple and ancient sword-drawing posture. It was this simple action that drained all the light and sound from this world. The world is dead silent. The terrifying energy storm caused by the abyss giant lizard's self-detonation stopped at this moment, and the light stagnated. In the distance, Han Fom opened his mouth in horror, but no sound came out. Yi Feishui, who was pushed away, stared blankly at the bloody figure. At this moment, the sword heart that was as solid as a rock, pure and transparent, suddenly cracked with a click. What kind of posture is that? He alone is the center of this world. With one sword, he will cut off the fate of reincarnation. The next moment, Tao Ran moved. There was no earth-shattering roar, no world-destroying brilliance. He moved his right hand holding the hilt of the sword slightly, and Dai in the scabbard flashed back, as if he had never left the scabbard. A path of pure nothingness that is so subtle that it cannot be captured by the naked eye extends from in front of Tao Ran. It is not a black line, but an absolute nothingness from which not even light can escape. It drifted calmly across the sky. It passed through the surging swamp, and the swamp stopped surging, and all movement was wiped out. It passed through the distorted space, smoothing the space and cutting off the laws. It passed through the energy ball that had expanded to its limit and was about to destroy everything. The ball of light was erased silently, as if it had never existed. The trajectory of nothingness continued forward, crossing the huge body of the abyss giant lizard that was as big as a mountain. Then, the trail disappeared. It was as if everything that happened just now was just an illusion. Time resumed its flow. The crazy roar of the abyss giant lizard was frozen on its ugly face. In its blood-red pupils, the madness that wanted to destroy everything was replaced by an extreme confusion. It lowered its head and looked at its body. A smooth, straight line of nothingness stretched from the top of its head to its tail. 1 second. 2 seconds. Crash. With a teeth-grinding sound, the huge body of the abyss giant lizard was neatly split into 2 halves along the trace of nothingness. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and the 2 huge corpses fell to the sides with a loud bang, causing huge waves in the swamp. A fist-sized, pitch-black diamond-shaped crystal slowly emerged from the core of the corpse. Dai's sword made a slight humming sound, and an invisible gravitational force pulled the crystal towards Tao Ran. Tao Ran still maintained the posture of drawing his sword, motionless. There was no expression on his face. His eyes were empty, as if his soul had been completely drained away by the sword. Bite. Dai gently bumped his arm. Click. The pitch-black sword slipped from his hand and fell into the mud. He followed suit, like a sculpture without support, falling straight back. Tao ran. A heart-wrenching cry broke the silence. Yifeishua's figure turned into a white lightning and instantly appeared behind Tao Ran. Before he fell, she caught him with her trembling arms. The first thing you see is blood staining your entire body and scorching body temperature. She looked at the boy in her arms who had completely lost consciousness and whose breath was so weak that it was almost imperceptible. Something hot was sliding down uncontrollably on that face that had been frozen for 19 years. She just felt that her heart was in so much pain, so much pain, so much pain that she couldn't breathe. For 19 years, the sword had been her entire world, but at this moment, this world collapsed. The first phase of formal training, the bloody maze, has officially ended. The space channel is about to open. All special training students, please return to the assembly point immediately. The shrill alarms and mechanical prompt sounds resounded throughout the bloody maze. Han Feng finally came back to his senses. He looked at the two corpses of the giant lizards, then looked at Tao Ran who was held in Yifeishua's arms, and swallowed hard. Go! We must leave here immediately. He rushed over and shouted loudly. The entire swamp space was shaking violently and began to collapse. Yifeishua didn't say anything. She silently hugged the boy in her arms a little tighter. Then, she used her free hand to pick up Adai and the chip that fell into the mud and water, and put her sword on her back. She held him and stood up. Follow me. Then, it turned into a white shadow and rushed away in the direction it came from. Qianlongying, Training Square. The heavy alloy door opened with a bang. Newcomers, covered in wounds, with exhausted faces but sharp eyes, walked out of the darkness. Xiao Shan and a group of instructors stood outside the door with expressionless faces. When he saw Han Feng and the figure behind him, he no longer cared about the instructor's authority and rushed forward in a few steps. Chapter 47 Chapter 47 His life is more important than the Qianlong camp. Central Monitoring Room. On the main screen, the track representing nothing has disappeared, leaving only a data fault across the entire screen. All data flows and all energy spectra came to an abrupt halt at that fault. Report: the energy analysis module burned. An analyst wearing glasses looked at the smoke-emitting console in front of him with a dazed look on his face. Burned. The sophisticated instrument used to analyze the energy fluctuations of 5th rank or even 6th rank experts overloaded its core while trying to analyze the trajectory of the sword, and it was directly burned into scrap metal. What on earth is that? Zhang Zhenghua held onto the console, thinking about it with great horror. That sword move was beyond all his knowledge from his 30 years of military career. That was not the martial arts he knew. It is the erasure of an existence directly from the level of laws. Xiao Shan didn't say anything. He stared at the green light on the screen that represented Tao Ran, which was so faint that it could go out at any time, and his chest heaved violently. He turned abruptly and grabbed the encrypted communicator on the table. Connect to Jingye Bureau Headquarters, highest command sequence. The communication was quickly connected, and a majestic voice came from the other end. Xiao Shan, what's going on? Report to the commander. Xiao Shan suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart. During the Qianlong camp assessment, an oversized target appeared. Codenamed Country Bumpkin, he killed a mid-level 4th-order alien beast with a single strike, but his life is in danger. Specific. He used an attack, an incomprehensible one. I request that the Candle Dragon's No. 1 medical team be mobilized immediately and placed on standby at the square. I repeat, top-level Candle Dragon medical team. There was silence on the other end of the communication for 3 seconds. The Zhulong medical team is a team that specializes in serving the country's most powerful warriors and is never dispatched easily. Reason. Xiao Shan looked at the incomprehensible data gap on the screen and said with a stiff upper lip. His life may be more important than the entire Qianlong camp. Qianlongying, Training Square. The heavy alloy door slowly opened, and dazzling sunlight shone in. Young men, covered in blood and looking exhausted, walked out of the darkness. They are the survivors of this bloody maze and the future elites of Xia country. But at this moment, they did not feel the joy of victory. Everyone was silent, numbly feeling the trance of surviving the disaster. They soon discovered something unusual in the square. A team of medical staff wearing white sterile protective suits and with stern expressions had been waiting here for a long time. Next to them, a silver-white fully enclosed medical cabin full of futuristic technology was suspended. That is, the Zhulong medical team. Some students from aristocratic families recognized the symbol and showed expressions of horror on their faces. Who is it? Who on earth can make the Zhulong team go out in person? Han Feng walked out from the crowd. His face was pale. He glanced at the medical team and stood aside silently. Everyone's eyes were cast towards the exit of the still deep passage. A figure slowly walked out of the darkness. The moment everyone saw her clearly, the air in the entire square froze. In her arms, she was holding a person covered in blood, whose original appearance could no longer be recognized. Her steps were steady, but the hands holding him were trembling slightly. The pure white combat uniform had a large patch of glaring red stained on the chest. The signature coldness on her face was gone, replaced by a heart-wrenching sense of brokenness. There was emptiness in those calm eyes, as if all the light in the world had been extinguished along with the sleep of the person in his arms. Xiao Shan stepped forward quickly. Leave him to me. Yi Feishue stopped and looked down at Tao Ran, whose breath was so weak that it was almost non-existent in her arms. Her eyes showed confusion and resistance. She doesn't want to let go. If you don't want him to die, hand him over to me. Xiao Shan looked solemn and spoke in a serious tone. Yi Feishue's body trembled slightly. She carefully handed the young man in her arms over, as if she was handing over her entire world that was about to collapse. The moment Xiao Shan took over Tao Ran, the Zhulong medical team, who had been on standby, surrounded them. Vital signs are below 3% of the threshold. Extensive rupture of internal organs and severe internal bleeding. Cerebral cortex activity has stagnated, and the energy of the soul is on the verge of dissipating. Quick! Inject the life source fluid. Connect to the life support system immediately. Prepare for an emergency soul link. Every word uttered by the medical staff made the surrounding students tremble with fear. This is no longer a serious injury, it's almost the same as a corpse. Tao Ran was sent to the silver-white medical cabin. Laugh. The hatch slowly closed, blocking out all sight. The whole process went smoothly. The Zhulong team, with the medical cabin, quickly boarded a hovercraft that had been waiting for them, soared into the sky, and quickly disappeared into the horizon. The square returned to silence again. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, still unable to recover from what had just happened. The communicator on Xiao Shan's wrist rang again. It was still that majestic voice. Xiao Shan, listen to my orders. Exist. Immediately, all external communications from the hidden dragon camp will be blocked. All surveillance data from the country bumpkin will be classified as top secret within the Xia Nation, with the authority level being national defense. All personnel who have access to relevant data must sign a lifelong confidentiality agreement. Conduct a memory review of all students. No information regarding the details of the final battle is allowed to be leaked. Remember, at all costs, erase all traces of that sword. Clear. Xiao Shan hung up the phone, feeling extremely heavy-hearted. He knew that from today on, the codenamed Country Bumpkin had become the most core secret of this country. He turned around and looked at the group of frightened students. Just as he was about to give an order, he noticed Yi Feishue's distraught state. The girl still stood there, motionless. She stared blankly at her hands, which were still stained with Tao Ran's warm blood. The blood was so hot that her fingertips were numb. On her back, in addition to the long sword wrapped in thick cloth, there was also an ordinary black long sword without any decoration. That's his sword. Yi Feishue slowly raised his hand and gently grasped the hilt of the black sword. Buzz. The sword let out a low whine. At that moment, everyone clearly felt an indescribable sadness and loneliness emanating from the sword. Chapter 48 Kenshin's collapse. Buzz. The sword let out a low whine. Everyone clearly felt an indescribable sadness and loneliness emanating from the sword. The sadness was so strong that it almost became tangible. With Yi Feishue and the black sword in her hand as the center, it spread silently and covered the entire training square. Some students with sharp mental abilities felt as if their hearts were being gripped by an invisible hand, making it difficult for them to breathe. They vaguely understood where this emotion came from, and they all looked at the distraught girl in white. Everyone felt the despair of the world collapsing from her. Xiao Shan looked at this scene, his lips moved, but in the end he couldn't utter the cold words, "Return to the team." He knew that the sharpest sword of Xia Kingdom was broken today. Everyone, stand at attention. Xiao Shan turned around and faced the group of students who survived the disaster. His cold and stern voice drew everyone's attention back. The bloody maze test ends here. Congratulations, you survived. From now on, the Qianlong camp will enter the highest state of combat readiness and block all external communications. Xiao Shan looked around at everyone. Next, all of you will undergo a memory review. Any combat details beyond your comprehension during this assessment will be erased. This sentence caused a commotion in the crowd. Memory screening? ISNT that brainwashing? This is in order. Xiao Shan emphasized, you are soldiers of the Xia nation. Obedience is your duty. As for those things you shouldn't know, it will be good for you to forget them. His eyes swept over Han Feng vaguely. Han Feng's whole body stiffened and he immediately lowered his head. He knew who the instructor was warning. He was almost the only bystander who witnessed the entire battle from beginning to end. That sword. As long as Han Feng closed his eyes, the trajectory of nothingness that erased everything would appear in his mind. His calves are still trembling. He secretly glanced in Yi Feishue's direction. The once unattainable daughter of heaven now looked like a lost child, holding someone else's sword and standing there motionless. Looking at the long object wrapped in thick cloth behind him, Han Feng doubted his own trump card for the first time. Compared with those two monsters, I seem to be the real country bumpkin. Han Feng felt mixed emotions and was extremely aggrieved. Just then, Yi Feishue moved. She ignored Xiao Shan's order. Holding the pitch-black Adai in her arms, she walked straight through the crowd and headed towards the other side of the training ground. The famous sword on her back, which represented her identity and glory, looked so lonely at this moment. Yi Feishue, an instructor, shouted subconsciously. Yi Feishue turned a deaf ear and continued walking without stopping. Xiao Shan raised his hand and stopped the instructor. Let her go, leave her alone for a while. As everyone watched, the lonely figure disappeared around the corner of the square. The afterglow of the setting sun stretched her shadow very long. In the back mountain of Qianlongying, there is the abandoned number 7 training ground. The place is overgrown with weeds and bears the marks of time's erosion. Yi Feishue held Adai in his arms and walked to the center of the training ground. She slowly sat down and placed the pitch-black sword across her knees. Her gaze finally focused from the void and fell on the sword. The deep black lines on the sword were stained with mud because of the previous battle. It was the owner of this sword who, with his not-so-broad back, held up the sky for her. In a way that she couldn't understand, he broke the deadly situation. In front of the storm of destruction, his blood-stained white teeth and his determination stood before her. And that sentence. I'm behind you. Those words, like a spell, echoed over and over in her mind. For 19 years, her world has only been about swords. The master told her that a swordsman should be focused and move forward courageously. She did it. No matter how powerful the enemy is, or how many injuries she suffers, her heart is as solid as 10,000-year-old black ice, indestructible. She abandoned all emotions and transformed herself into the purest and sharpest sword. She thought this was her path, her destiny. However, someone told her that her sword was too lonely. Then, that person used his own life to carve out a ray of light for her lonely world. Yi Feishue stretched out her trembling fingers and gently stroked the cold sword. Buzz. Dai let out a whine that was even clearer than before. A resolute and indomitable will float along her fingertips and into her sea of consciousness. It's a feeling. Combustion. Reckless and burning everything you have. Burning blood, burning soul, burning all talents and insights, just for protecting. Protect the person behind you. That domineering and pure will instantly broke down Yi Feishue's mental defenses that had been frozen for 19 years. She finally understood what Tao Ran was feeling when he swung the sword. It's not for victory, not for points, and certainly not for glory. He simply didn't want her to die. Puff. A surge of blood rushed to her throat and she suddenly covered her mouth, but the bright red blood still flowed out from between her fingers. Kenshin is broken. The pure, transparent, and indestructible sword heart that she had polished for 19 years was shattered at this moment. Heart-wrenching pain came from the depths of the soul. She curled up on the ground, holding the black sword tightly, as if it was the only life-saving straw she could grasp. She opened her mouth and wanted to call the man's name. But what came out was a whimper that was suppressed to the extreme. A drop of boiling hot liquid slid from the corner of her tightly closed eyes, dripped onto the pitch-black sword, and evaporated instantly. Then, the second drop, the third drop. Can't hold it back anymore. In this deserted, abandoned training ground, under the bloody setting sun. The girl who was hailed as a legend among the younger generation of Xia country, the emotionless sword fanatic. I cried my eyes out and was a complete mess. Her world collapsed. General Command Room. Xiao Shan was looking at the encrypted light screen in front of him with great anticipation. On the light screen was the chief expert of the Zhulong No. 1 medical team, a white-haired old man. Commander Xiao Shan, the patient's condition is very grim. The old expert's voice carried a calmness and fatigue that was unique to doctors. His body, sustained by the life source fluid, is slowly recovering. But this is only superficial. His soul was completely drained by that blow. We used the most advanced soul detector available, and the soul fluctuations we detected were about the same as a newborn baby's, and they were still escaping. Xiao Shan's heart sank little by little. Tell me the result. The result is that, from a medical and scientific point of view, he is dead. The old expert sighed. All we can do is use the life support capsule to keep his body alive and prevent his soul from dissipating further. But reviving him, unless a god descends, there's no chance. What's the probability? Xiao Shan still held on to the last glimmer of hope. Infinitely approaching zero. The communication was disconnected. Xiao Shan leaned dejectedly in his chair, feeling unprecedented pressure. He had just issued a military order to the Supreme Command, saying that the young man's life was more important than the entire Qianlong camp. But now, what he got was a living corpse. The hope for the future of the Xia kingdom, this supernova that lit up the entire night sky as soon as it bloomed, just like that, fell? Chapter 49, Reforging the Sword Heart. Half a month later. Qianlong Camp, Gravity Training Room. Boom! Han Feng punched the force gauge, and the numbers on the screen jumped wildly, finally freezing at an astonishing number. Hoo-hoo! He supported himself on his knees, breathing heavily, sweat dripping down his chin. For the past half-month, he has been practicing like crazy. The memory of the final battle in the Bloody Maze was blurred by order of Chief Instructor Xiao Shan. But whenever he woke up in the middle of the night, the path of nothingness that destroyed everything, the corpse of the giant beast that was split in two, and the figure lying down covered in blood would always turn into a horrifying nightmare, making him break out in a cold sweat. The more he tried to recall clearly, the more his head ached as if it were about to split. But the more painful it was, the more he felt powerless and fearful of being left far behind, and the more it spurred him on, not daring to slack off in the slightest. He shook his head and subconsciously looked towards the quietest corner of the training room. Yi Feishui is practicing sword. She didn't use gravity to boost her strength, nor did she perform any fancy tricks. It was just the most basic swinging, stabbing, chopping and slashing, over and over again, as if tirelessly. What she held in her hand was not the famous sword passed down from generation to generation that she never left behind. Instead, it was a long sword that was completely black with strange patterns on the blade. Everyone knew that it was the sword of the country bumpkin, Tao Ran. In the past half-month, her daily life has only 3 things. Practice sword. Go to the medical department. Come back and continue practicing sword. She was like a tireless machine, her aura even colder and more dangerous than before. Hey, look at Yi Feishui, has she become stronger again? Nonsense, when will she become stronger? It just feels like, her sword now seems different from before. Why is it different? I can't really put my finger on it. Her sword used to be so sharp that it hurt my eyes just by looking at it. Now, it feels heavier. Several students were discussing in low voices. Han Feng watched silently. Others only see the surface, but he can feel the essence of that heavy feeling. That is protection. After the training, Yi Feishui put away his sword, walked out of the training room expressionlessly, and headed straight in one direction. Han Feng followed him as if possessed by some unknown force. Qianlong Camp, at the entrance of the highest command room. Yi Feishui's figure appeared here on time. Instructor Xiao. She knocked on the door. Inside the door, Xiao Shan, who was processing documents, had his hands shaking noticeably. Here we go again. For the past half-month, this sound has been heard on time at this time every day. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Come in." The door was pushed open. Yi Feishui walked in, still wearing the pure white combat uniform and still holding the black sword. She stood quietly opposite the desk, looking straight at Xiao Shan with her empty eyes. Xiao Shan's scalp tingled when he saw her. He would rather face an angry 4th-level monster than face Yi Feishui now. His condition is very stable. Xiao Shan put down the documents and spoke first. He didn't dare say anything else. Half a month ago, he received the final diagnosis from the Zhulong medical team. The soul is dissipated and life signs are maintained only by the life support cabin. He is already in a vegetative state in the medical sense. In other words, a corpse with a heartbeat. The probability of waking up is infinitely close to zero. He suppressed this result and classified it as top secret. What does stability mean? Yi Feishue finally spoke. It's just what it says. It hasn't gotten any worse. Xiao Shan avoided her gaze. Will that get better? Xiao Shan remained silent. Yi Feishue took a step forward. It was just a simple action, but it made Xiao Shan feel a mountain of pressure. Instructor Xiao, I just want to know the truth. Her voice was still calm, but beneath that calmness was a stubbornness that was enough to overturn everything. Can he wake up? Xiao Shan looked into her eyes. There was a dead wasteland in there. But in the center of this wasteland, there was still a faint flame burning. If he told the truth, this flame might be completely extinguished. The sharpest sword of the Xia kingdom will completely turn into a pile of scrap metal. He cannot bear this responsibility. Able. Xiao Shan almost squeezed out the word from between his teeth. He lied. This was the first time in his half-life of military service that he lied to his soldiers. In Yi Feishue's dead eyes, the flame seemed to brighten a little. Her shoulders, which had been tense for half a month, relaxed at this moment. She didn't ask any more questions. He just bowed slightly to Xiao Shan. Thank you, instructor. Then she turned and left. The back figure is still lonely, but no longer as shaky as before. Looking at the back that had become straight again, Xiao Shan leaned dejectedly on the chair, lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. He knew that he didn't know whether the lie he told today saved her or pushed her into a deeper abyss. Oh shit. He cursed under his breath, not knowing who he was cursing. Outside the door, at the corner of the corridor, Han Feng heard everything. He leaned against the wall and slowly slid down to the ground. Abandoned training ground number 7. This place has become Yi Feishue's exclusive territory. She sat cross-legged in the middle of the venue, with a black dye lying across her knees. She stretched out her fingers and gently stroked the cold sword. Buzz. Dai made a soft sound, as if responding to her. He said you can wake up. Yi Feishue murmured softly, as if talking to the sword, or as if talking to herself. So, I'll wait. Her eyes gradually changed from confusion to clarity, and then from clarity to incomparable determination. Before you wake up, I will protect everything you want to protect for you. Your sword is so lonely. Yes, it used to be. Yi Feishue slowly stood up and held Dai's hand. She closed her eyes. Buzz. A sword intent that was far more powerful and condensed than ever before rose from her body into the sky. This sword intent is no longer purely sharp. Instead, it has an additional sense of protection that is as heavy as the earth and as tough as a rock. If the previous Yi Feishue was a peerless divine weapon unsheathed, its sharpness could cut through the sun and the moon. Now, she is an unshakable divine shield, indestructible, protecting the heaven and earth. Destroy and then build. Today, her swordsmanship was reborn from despair and entered a whole new realm. Yi Feishue slowly opened her eyes, and the dead silence in her eyes faded away, replaced by an unprecedented brightness. She lowered her head and looked at Dai in her hands. From this day forward, my sword will not be used for killing. Just to protect. Chapter 50 Double Breakthrough. A month later. Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy, the Dean's exclusive S-level training room. The terrifying cold has turned this top-level training room into an ice cave. Xia Yue sat cross-legged in the center of the cold air, her eyes closed, a fine layer of frost condensed on her long eyelashes. A month ago, she took the 9 apertures Guiyuan pill that Tao Ran had exchanged his life for. The powerful medicinal power not only stabilized her restless ice phoenix bloodline, but also transformed into the purest foundation, settling in her body. During this month, she did not rush to breakthrough, but instead refined the medicinal power over and over again and honed her foundation. She always felt that she was not worthy of enjoying his sacrifice so soon. Until last night, she had a dream. In her dream, a thin blood-red thread connected her to a blurry figure lying in the endless darkness. The figure was becoming transparent little by little, and the red line connecting them was becoming so dim that it seemed like it would break at any time. No! She woke up from her dream with a sharp pain in her heart, and the unprecedented panic made her at a loss. Tao Ran, is that you? Xia Yue murmured to herself, a drop of hot tear ran across her cold cheek and instantly condensed into ice crystals. You said you wanted to compete with me for the top spot, but you ended up going off to get yourself killed. You said you didn't want to lose me as your rival, but do you know how boring this world would be without you? She slowly opened her eyes, and all the hesitation and guilt had faded from her autumn water eyes. You said you wanted to see me stand on top of the world. Okay, I promise. But I have one condition: you must come back alive and see it in person. The moment she finished speaking, she completely released the suppression of the huge medicinal power in her body. Break it for me. Boom. The powerful medicinal power that had been dormant for a month suddenly exploded in her body like an awakening volcano. Her already restless ice phoenix bloodline seemed to have been provoked and nourished to the extreme, and it completely awakened. The terrifying cold air formed an ice blue storm that stretched from sky to earth, with her as the center. On the walls of the training room, countless mysterious ice phoenix patterns spread wildly. Buzz. A more solid and sacred ice phoenix phantom condensed and took shape behind her, and let out a clear phoenix cry towards the sky. Crack. 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 From Xia Yue's body, there came a series of crisp sounds like glass breaking and then reforming. She is opening a stash. With the solid foundation of a month of hard training, the vast heritage of the holy medicine and the full burst of S-level blood, an unprecedented and most perfect opening of the treasure is underway. Zhulong No. 1 Medical Base. In the dead silent life support cabin, Tao Ran's consciousness was like a speck of dust, floating in the endless dark void, about to completely dissipate. At this moment, a loud and rapid mechanical prompt sound broke the eternal silence. Ding! Detected that daughter of national destiny Xia Yue has successfully broken through to the second grade warrior. Judgment, perfect opening. The highest priority feedback mechanism for the national destiny red line has been activated. Favorability plus 25. Current favorability, 95 intertwined fates. Sharing ratio increased to 80%. Receiving the life essence from the daughter of national fortune. Chi and health plus 1000. Current Chi and health value, 1,610 calories. Boom! An incomparably pure and powerful life energy, like the Milky Way pouring back from the sky, flowed along the illusory red line and madly rushed into Tao Ran's dry and cracked body. His meridians and acupoints, which were almost collapsed due to the use of forbidden techniques, began to be repaired and strengthened at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like land that had been dry for a long time and finally received a rain. As Xia Yue completed the perfect opening of the treasure, a mysterious force of national destiny was also drawn in and poured into Tao Ran's sea of consciousness. The phantom of the golden dragon of national destiny, which had been completely shattered after the shocking sword strike, actually began to condense again under the nourishment of the new power of national destiny. Golden spots of light gathered together, dragon scales, dragon claws, dragon horns. Although still illusory, the dragon shape had appeared, and a faint light finally appeared in the dim dragon eyes. At the same time, in Shanlong Camp, abandoned training ground number 7. Yi Fei Xue is holding the black sword Adai and performing the most basic sword swing. For this month, she came here every day, repeating the same movements for more than 10 hours. Her sword no longer pursues extreme sharpness and speed. Instead, every swing of the sword carries with it a will as solid as a mountain and indestructible. She is not in a hurry, she is waiting. Waiting for an answer, and also waiting for someone. Suddenly, her body trembled and she stopped moving. The accumulation, understanding, waiting and obsession of the past month, at this moment, burst out and gathered into a torrent, rushing towards the indestructible barrier of the realm. A light bulb went off in her head, and a blessing came to her mind. Buzz. A sword intent, several times more powerful than before, soared into the sky. That sword intent carried with it the warmth of protecting everything and the determination to move forward. The situation above Qianlongying changed drastically. All the trainees who were in training stopped what they were doing and looked towards the back mountain in horror. They felt a sword intent that made their souls tremble. That sword intent seemed to be able to cut off everything and protect everything. Inside the gravity training room, Han Feng's face turned pale as he muttered to himself, "Is this a breakthrough?" He knew that Yi Fei Xue was very strong, but he didn't expect that she could be this strong. This will has surpassed the scope of technique and touched the threshold of Tao. This is simply not a power that a second-grade warrior can possess. Buzz. The Adai in Yi Fei Xue's hand made an unprecedentedly high-pitched sword sound, as if cheering for its new owner. Yi Fei Xue's body slowly floated up. Her aura rose steadily, easily breaking through the shackles of a second-grade warrior and stepping into the third-grade realm. Medical base, inside the life support cabin. Supreme energy influx warning. Severe energy fluctuations detected. Ding. Yi Feishuet, daughter of national destiny and wielder of the heavenly sword, has broken through to become a third-rank warrior. The third rank is the beginning of the transformation of will. The feedback of its sword will is the supreme tonic for the soul. The effect of the bond aura sword heartclear is sublimated. The sharing ratio has reached 15%. Start receiving law energy feedback from third-level warriors. Boom. If the energy that Xia Yue brought just now was a river. At this moment, the energy fed back from Yi Feishuet is a real ocean that contains the will of the laws. It wasn't just pure chi and blood power. It also contains Yi Feishuet's unique sword will of protecting the world and destroying all things. This energy is both the nemesis of the soul and a great tonic for the soul. It rushed towards the dead and silent void composed of countless fragments of souls. Buzz. The newly born golden dragon of national destiny let out a dragon roar that shook the sea of consciousness. It opened its dragon mouth and sucked in fiercely. Those soul fragments that were about to completely dissipate were pulled back by an invisible force, and with Yi Feishue's sword will as the glue, they rushed madly towards the golden dragon of national destiny. With the golden dragon of national destiny as the core and the protective sword intent as the skeleton, Tao Ran's shattered soul actually began to reorganize. The dissipation of soul energy has stopped. Soul reorganization in progress. Progress 1%. 3%. 8%. The mechanical prompt sound continued to echo in the darkness. Beep. 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 Alarm. Alarm. The shrill alarm sounded throughout the highest monitoring room of the entire Zulong No. 1 medical base. What's going on? The chief expert, the white-haired old man who was dozing off, was suddenly awakened and crawled to the surveillance screen. When he saw the numbers jumping wildly, he was completely dumbfounded. Soul fluctuations are rising? Vital signs are rapidly increasing? This is fucking impossible. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he was hallucinating. Over the past month, all the data of the young man in the life support cabin has been steadily declining, approaching zero. He has submitted the final diagnosis report of brain death, no possibility of awakening. But now, those data representing life are soaring like a rocket from the red death alert zone to the green normal zone. Quick! Switch to the high-definition image inside the life support cabin. Quick! The old expert yelled at his assistant. Soon, Tao Ran's quiet face appeared on the screen. He still had his eyes closed, nothing changed. The data is wrong? Equipment failure? The old expert stared at the screen, his heart beating wildly. Just then, in the light curtain, there was the young man who was diagnosed as a zombie by the highest medical institution in Xia country. Under the watchful eyes of all the experts, he gently moved the little finger of his right hand. Chapter 51 Awakening. Zulong No. 1 Medical Base, highest monitoring room. Drip drip drip. The shrill, high-pitched alarm drowned out the ticking sounds of other instruments. The originally drowsy chief expert, the white-haired old man who was a national treasure, jumped up from his chair like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He rushed to the main monitoring screen in 2 steps, staring at the surging curves with his cloudy old eyes. Soul fluctuations are rising? Vital signs are rapidly increasing at a rate of 3% per second? This is fucking unscientific. The old expert grabbed the collar of his assistant, spitting profusely. Tell me. What's going on? Is there a problem with the equipment? The assistant pointed with a trembling finger at the data stream on another screen. Report. Report to the chief engineer. All equipment self-tests are normal. The data is normal. Normal? The old expert let go of his hand, staggered back 2 steps, and slumped down in the chair. His lips trembled as he muttered to himself, alive. How could he possibly be alive? His soul has been drained away. Over the past month, all the data of the young man in the life support cabin has been steadily declining, approaching zero. He has already issued the final diagnosis report, determining that he is brain dead in the medical sense, but he is just using huge resources to keep him alive. But now, these data are soaring up like crazy like a rocket. At this moment, a young researcher pointed at the light curtain and let out a terrified scream. It's moving. Look. His fingers. The old expert looked up. In the ultra-high-definition image on the screen, the boy who was sentenced to death by medicine was as quiet as a work of art. His right little finger, after that imperceptible tremor, bent again clearly. Again and again. It seems to be beating some kind of rhythm. Quick! Quick, quick, quick! The old expert stood up suddenly. Notify Major Xiaoshan immediately. Right now. Now. Tell him a miracle happened. Qianlong Camp, Commander's Office. Xiaoshan was buried in a pile of documents with a frown on his face. For more than a month, he has been under tremendous pressure from all sides. Above, the highest command level of the Xia Kingdom was asking about the follow-up of that sword. Next, the training of the entire Qianlong camp cannot be relaxed in the slightest. What gave him the most headache was Yi Feishue, who would report to his office on time every day, and Han Feng, who became more and more silent every day but trained desperately. Buzz. The encrypted communicator suddenly vibrated violently. Xiaoshan glanced at the caller ID Zhulong No. 1 medical base. His heart sank suddenly. Could it be that he couldn't hold on after all? He took a deep breath and connected the communication. On the other end of the phone, the old expert roared with excitement, his voice breaking. Xiaoshan! Get the hell over here! Your soldiers are about to come back to life. What? Xiaoshan's hand holding the communicator suddenly tightened, leaving clear fingerprints on the hard alloy shell. Say it again. I say, Tao Ran, that kid is alive. His vital signs are fully restored. His spirit and soul are reorganizing. I've been practicing medicine for 50 years and have never seen anything like this. Come here quickly. Beep beep. The communication was disconnected. Xiaoshan stood there in a daze for more than 10 seconds before he suddenly reacted. Alive? The next second, he turned into a shadow, smashed the office window, and rushed madly towards the medical base. Damn it! I made the right bet. Endless darkness. Endless nothingness. Tao Ran felt like he had turned into a speck of dust, drifting forever in this chaos without time, space, or sound. He forgot who he was and why he was here. Until one moment. A stream carrying a majestic breath of life gently enveloped him, a speck of dust. His dried up and depleted body began to absorb this energy instinctively. Immediately following, another completely different force appeared. It was a familiar light. A sword light that is extremely sharp, yet extremely tough. Like a loyal guard, it dispelled the darkness around him and created an absolutely safe area for him. Who is it? He tried hard to think, but his consciousness was still confused. At this moment, a cold mechanical prompt sound exploded in his mind. Ding! Daughter of National Destiny Xia Yue has been perfectly opened, and the National Destiny redline feedback has been activated. Ding! Daughter of National Destiny, wielder of the heavenly sword Yi Feishue breaks through to become a third-rank warrior, and her bond aura is strengthened. Soul reorganization in progress. Progress 35%. 58%. 89%. Soul reorganization completed. Awakening of body functions is in progress. Boom! Countless broken fragments of memory madly flooded into his mind. The bloody maze fight. Yi Feishue's resolute back. The devastating self-explosion of the abyss giant lizard. And myself, that sword that burned everything. I'm behind you. The words I said to Yi Feishue echoed clearly in my ears. It turns out, I'm not dead yet. Consciousness returns at this moment and the senses begin to restart. He first heard the shrill sound of alarms and the rapid breathing of many people. Then, he smelled a strong scent of medicine. Finally, he felt the light, which stung his eyelids. He used all his strength to open his eyelids, which were as heavy as mountains. What came into view was the cold metal ceiling and faces filled with shock and fanaticism. Am I dead? Tao Ran's lips moved, and a hoarse, dry voice uttered, "The treatment is good, a private room, and there are so many people watching." He's awake. He's really awake. A miracle. This is a miracle in the history of medicine. The old expert was so excited that he burst into tears. He rushed to the life support cabin and wanted to touch Tao Ran with trembling hands, but he didn't dare. Kid, how are you feeling? Thirsty. Tao Ran licked his cracked lips, and a little hungry. Just then. Bang! With a loud bang, the alloy door of the medical room was kicked open from the outside. Xiao Shan appeared at the door, covered in dust. When he saw the innocent-looking boy in the life support cabin with his eyes open, the eyes of this tough guy instantly turned red. He rushed to the front of the cabin and looked at Tao Ran. "You kid." Thousands of words finally condensed into a curse. "Life is so fucking hard." Tao Ran looked at him and smiled weakly. "Instructor Xiao, do I pass the assessment?" "Yes. Of course." Xiao Shan grinned. "If you don't wake up, I'll be court-martialed." He waved his hand and yelled at the medical staff behind him, "What are you still standing there for? Check him thoroughly. Use the best medicine. If he loses even one more hair, I'll kill you." After a flurry of activity, Tao Ran was transferred to a more comfortable intensive care unit. After drinking some water and eating some liquid food, he felt like he was finally alive again. "Instructor, how are Yi Feishue and Han Feng and the others?" Tao Ran leaned against the head of the bed and asked softly. The smile on Xiaoshan's face faded a little, and his eyes became complicated. "They are all very good." He paused, as if choosing his words, "especially Yi Feishue, in the past month or so, she has changed a lot." Tao Ran's heart tightened. He could feel that the key to the reorganization of his soul came from Yi Feishue's new sword intent. He owed her too much. At this moment, the originally noisy atmosphere in the ward suddenly became quiet. The medical soldier who was reporting Tao Ran's physical data suddenly stopped talking. Even Xiao Shan, who was standing next to him, had a frozen expression on his face, becoming somewhat unnatural. Tao Ran followed their gaze and looked towards the door in confusion. The door of the ward was gently pushed open at some point. A slender and solitary figure stood there quietly. Still wearing the same pure white combat uniform, still with that face as delicate as a sculpture of ice and snow. Behind her, in addition to the familiar famous sword handed down from generation to generation, there was also a long sword that was completely black. Her gaze passed through everyone and fell on Tao Ran lying on the hospital bed. The pair of eyes that had been as dead as ice for thousands of years, when they saw him open his eyes, were like stars in the sky, lighting up one by one. Chapter 52 Second Grade Peak. Tao Ran looked at her. She was still wearing the familiar pure white combat uniform, her posture as straight as a pine tree. But the face that should have been frozen solid was now like a glacier in early spring, silently melting. Behind her, she carried two swords. One is hers, the other is his. Yi Feishue was also looking at him. Looking at the boy who was leaning weakly against the head of the bed, his face pale but giving her a silly smile. In those eyes that were once as dead as an ancient well, something was surging wildly, eventually turning into a dazzling sea of stars. She walked towards the bed step by step. Although her steps were light, each one of them stepped on everyone's heartbeat. Xiao Shan waved his hand silently, and the medical staff, who were shocked, left the ward quietly as if they had been pardoned. Even the iron-blooded major himself retreated to the door, leaving this space to them. Yi Feishue walked to the bedside. She looked at him quietly, as if she wanted to carve the outline of the person in front of her into her soul, stroke by stroke. Tao Ran's scalp tingled when he was looked at. He moved his cracked lips, trying to ease the atmosphere, but when the words came to his lips, they turned into a sigh from the heart. "Carrying two swords, it's heavy." Yi Feishue did not answer. She slowly took off the black adai from her back, held it in both hands and handed it to Tao Ran. The familiar black sword was wiped clean, and the strange patterns on the sword glowed darkly under the light. He could even feel that adai was humming with joy. He reached out and grasped the hilt of the sword. It's icy cold when you touch it. When his palm covered the hilt of the sword, his fingertips inevitably touched her slightly cool fingertips. The bodies of both people froze at the same time. A tingling sensation like an electric current shot up from the fingertips and instantly spread throughout the limbs. Tao Ran's heart skipped a beat. Yi Feishue let go of her hand suddenly as if she was scalded, and turned away in panic, not daring to look at him again. That slight hint of panic made her otherworldly face appear more lively than ever before. Tao Ran held adai, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, feeling mixed emotions. He could clearly feel that his sword intent and Yi Feishue's sword intent left a strange resonance on this sword. "Thank you," Tao Ran said softly. These two words are light, yet heavy. Yi Feishue's eyelashes trembled and she looked at him again. "It's good that you're awake. You said it." There was a kind of stubbornness in her eyes that Tao Ran had never seen before. "I have you behind me." Boom! Tao Ran felt like he was struck by a bolt of thunder. It turns out that she has always remembered it. It turned out that the words he subconsciously shouted before his death had become the only pillar that had supported her through the darkness over the past month. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Ding! Detected a dramatic fluctuation in the favorability of Yi Feishue, daughter of national destiny, wielder of the heavenly sword. Favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 85. Sharing life and death. Sharing ratio increased to 40%. Unlock the advanced effect of the bond aura sword heartclear, sword intention resonance. The host can temporarily borrow the opponent's sword perception and imitate their sword moves. The system's prompt sound exploded in my mind. Tao Ran felt that the red line of national destiny, connecting the two of them, became thicker. A majestic sword intent with a protective will slowly flow through the red line, nourishing his newly reorganized soul. He looked at the girl in front of him, and his own image was reflected in her bright eyes. He suddenly laughed. Yeah, I said. From now on, it will be effective. Yi Feishue also smiled. That smile was like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg that had existed for thousands of years. Cold and pure, yet enough to captivate everyone. Xiaoshan, who was standing at the door, watched the scene, turned around silently, and lit a cigarette. He took a deep breath, and the smoke he exhaled had a sour taste. Damn it, why didn't I encounter something like this back then? After finishing his cigarette, Xiaoshan walked in, his face serious again. Visiting hours are over. He glanced at the two people in the room. Tao Ran needs absolute rest. From now on, no one is allowed to visit him without my permission. Yi Feishue looked at Tao Ran deeply, hiding the reluctance in her eyes, nodded slightly to Xiaoshan, turned and left. Tao Ran and Xiaoshan were the only ones left in the ward. How do you feel? Xiaoshan pulled over a chair and sat down. It's better than ever before. Tao Ran moved his hands and feet, feeling the abundant power in his body. The tremendous vitality brought by Xia Youwei's perfect opening of the hidden treasure and the feedback of Yi Feishue's third-grade sword will not only made him recover from his injuries, but also brought about a drastic change in his strength. That's good. Xiaoshan nodded, but his expression became more solemn. Tao Ran, you must remember what I'm going to say next. Don't forget a single word. From now on, you, including your final sword strike, are classified as Xia Nation's top secret. What do you mean? Tao Ran was stunned. What I mean is, you can't mention anything about that sword to anyone, including Yi Feishue and Han Feng. We've blurred the relevant memories. To the outside world, you're just a student who was seriously injured in the beast tide and luckily survived. Xiaoshan looked at him and said solemnly, your life is no longer just yours. It is related to the future strategic layout of the entire Xia kingdom. Tao Ran fell silent. He didn't expect that his life-threatening attack would lead to such serious consequences. Instructor, this is in order. Xiaoshan interrupted him. Take good care of your injuries. Once you recover, the Qianlong camp's chief expert team will conduct a comprehensive assessment of you. Until then, stay here and relax. After saying that, Xiaoshan stood up, patted him on the shoulder, turned around and left the ward. Tao Ran was the only one left in the empty ward. He leaned against the headboard, digesting the information he had just received. After a long while, he let out a long breath. System, open the panel. Host, Tao Ran. Qi and blood, 2,150 calories, second grade peak. Realm, second rank warrior. Bound to the daughter of national destiny 2-2, smiley face. 1. Xia Youwei, daughter of national destiny, candidate for destiny. Favorability, 95. Intertwined fates. Talent sharing, S-rank Ice Phoenix bloodline sharing ratio 80%. Status, second rank warrior, perfect opening. 2. Yi Feishue, daughter of national destiny, wielder of the heavenly sword. Favorability, 85. Sharing life and death. Talent sharing, SSS level absolute sword sense sharing ratio 40%. Status, third rank warrior. National Fortune Golden Dragon Phantom, reorganized, can mobilize some of the power of national fortune to protect the body. Looking at the brand new panel, especially the high blood value of 2,150 calories, Tao Ran's heart began to beat wildly. For an ordinary second grade warrior, if his qi and blood value can reach 1,000 calories, he is already a genius. And he more than doubled his money. Is this the power of the red line of national destiny? That sword was indeed incredibly powerful. Tao Ran stroked his chest gently, recalling the feeling of weakness that instantly drained everything away, but his brows became more determined. My body and soul have become the greatest burden of this power. If I can temper my body to its limit and refine my soul to immortality, what can I do even if I perform this 100 times? He closed his eyes and thought about how to increase the strength of his body and soul. Chapter 53 Heavenly Furnace Soulcasting. A week later, Tao Ran was finally released by the Zhulong No. 1 medical team. When he changed into the familiar black training uniform of the Qianlong Battalion and walked out of the gate of the medical base, he felt like he had lived his life again. The sun shines on my body, making me feel warm, and even the air carries a sweet smell of freedom. Don't be too happy too soon. Xiaoshan, standing by, stubbed out his cigarette and said in a cold, hard voice, "You've missed a whole month and a half of classes. You only have 1 month left of the 3-month special training." Ah? It's been so long? Tao Ran was stunned. He felt like he had just slept for a while, but he didn't expect that almost 2 months had passed outside. What did you expect? Xiaoshan glanced at him with a complicated expression. Although your physical data has recovered and is even ridiculously strong, your combat skills, theoretical knowledge, and teamwork are all unsatisfactory. You are now like a beggar holding a mountain of gold. You only have energy and blood, but you don't even know how to turn it into lethality. Although this was harsh to hear, Tao Ran knew it was the truth. 2,150 calories of chi and blood sounds scary, but now he can't even perform the most basic military boxing well. After you get back, report to the dormitory first, then go to the resource room to make up for your lessons. The last month is for comprehensive combat drills. If you can't keep up, I will kick you out, no matter how amazing your sword moves are. After Xiaoshan finished speaking, he walked forward on his own. Tao Ran followed behind, looking at the instructor's straight and sharp back, muttering to himself. This old Xiao obviously cares a lot, but he just refuses to say a good word. When I opened the dormitory door, a faint, cool fragrance hit me in the face. The room was spotless, and all items were neatly arranged. Even the training clothes he had casually thrown on the corner of the bed were folded into tofu blocks. Apparently, someone came to clean frequently during the time he was unconscious. Tao Ran's mind couldn't help but appear the lonely figure of Yi Fei Shui. He smiled, put down his backpack, and without stopping for too long, hurried out and headed towards the Central Information Center in the deepest part of Qianlong Camp. Xiaoshan was right, he was now just a reckless man with only power. He needs knowledge, skills, and the ability to transform this tremendous power into real combat effectiveness. More importantly, he must find a way to strengthen his body and soul. The power of the heaven-cutting sword technique made him palpitate, but the horrific backlash also made him afraid. If the body and soul are not strong enough, it will ultimately be a move that will lead to mutual destruction, rather than a trump card that can be controlled. The Central Archives is one of the crystallizations of the entire Xia Kingdom's martial arts knowledge. The martial arts techniques collected here are far beyond what the library of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy can compare to. Tao Ran swiped his identity chip and walked in. Unlike the imagined ancient library filled with paper books, this place is more like a science fiction museum. Rows of light screens suspended in the air flashed with data streams, and warm jade slips lay quietly in the constant temperature energy shield, emitting the glow of knowledge. He went straight to the highest level class or reading area. What is stored here are all top-level methods for strengthening the body and cultivating the soul. Akala Body, 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art, Great Sun Lapis Body. The Great Induction Chapter, the method of visualizing the 3 souls and 7 spirits, the art of void meditation. Tao Ran was dazzled by the well-known names. He found a corner to sit down, picked up a jade slip that contained the body of Akala, and immersed his mind in it. Almost instantly, the Daoyan Ju in his mind started to work automatically. Ding! High-level body refining technique Akala body detected, analysis starting. Analysis in progress extracting the core essence of its Vajra indestructibility. Tao Ran was delighted, put down the jade slip, and picked up another book 9 Revolutions Profound Art. Ding! Detecting the ancient body refining technique 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art, analysis begins. Analysis in progress extracting the core concept of destruction before reconstruction, 9 deaths and 9 rebirths. He was like a mouse that fell into a rice warehouse, flipping through the books one after another. Daoyan Ju was like a supercomputer, madly absorbing the essence of these skills and martial arts, and then disassembling, reorganizing, and optimizing them. He not only looks at the cultivation of the body, but also the cultivation of the spirit. Ding! Detecting the high-level soul refining technique, the greatest induction chapter, beginning analysis, extracting its core technique of heavenly induction, refining the soul. For more than 20 days in a row, Tao Ran, except for necessary eating and rest, spent his entire time in the central archives. He doesn't need to understand or remember, he just needs to pick up the book, scan it, put it down, and pick up the next one. He was completely immersed in the pleasure of this crazy plundering. With his current mental scanning speed, it took him more than 20 days to swallow all the skills in the Class A area. While he was frantically getting these top-level skills for free, the mysterious Dao Yen Zhu in his mind was undergoing an unprecedented and massive deduction. Deduction takes time, so Tao Ran didn't just sit there and wait. He turned to reading some miscellaneous talks, unofficial histories, and strange stories, trying to find clues to strengthen his soul from another angle. Special physique, soul, healing. He kept inputting keywords, and a huge amount of information flowed before his eyes. Finally, in a tattered ancient book classified as Myths and Legends, he found a description that made his heart beat faster. This is not a set of exercises, but a record of observations similar to unofficial history and miscellaneous talks. It records an extremely special kind of person in ancient characters. In the world, there are spirits that are not good at fighting or killing, yet their souls are pure, like newborn glass. Their voices can calm the heart, their blood can dispel evil, and their tears can heal the soul. The world calls them purifying spirits. These people are the treasures of the human race, rarely seen in a million years. They are often born with misfortune, but they use their bodies to overcome adversity and their souls to purify the world. Purifying the world with spirits? Purifying the world with souls? Tao Ran's heart skipped a beat for no reason. What is he lacking most now? Isn't it the strength of his soul? If he could bind such a daughter of national destiny, the benefit to his soul would probably be stronger than any panacea. Just as this thought came to his mind, the long-lost system panel suddenly popped up in front of him. But this time the content of the panel was completely different. Special keyword detected, pure world spirit. Searching the Xia Kingdom household registration database, matching relevant features. Searching. Lines of data flashed before Tao Ran's eyes. Seconds later, a warning red entry was locked. Match successful. Target, Qin Euro. Age, 19. Talent rating? Special. National Fortune Index, 78. National Barrier, Fortune Protection. Current location, Kyoto, Daiichi Central Hospital, Intensive Care Ward is 01. Status, deep coma, mental exhaustion, weak vital signs. System review, a dying candle, the last trace of tenderness in the world. Born to purify the world's filth, she also carries the world's evil. Find her, heal her, and you will gain the strongest soul shield. Qin Euro? Kyoto First Central Hospital? He's actually in Kyoto. And his condition is, spiritually exhausted? Tao Ran's heart suddenly tightened. Isn't this just another version of myself? He subconsciously thought of himself lying in the life support cabin, his soul escaping with despair. A strong urge to see her and help her arose in his heart. At this moment, a soul-shaking roar came from my mind again. It was as if the universe had just opened up and chaos exploded. Ding! The deduction of Dao Yen Zhu is completed. By integrating 1,372 body refining techniques and 965 spirit refining methods, I have successfully deduced the fundamental method that best suits the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level technique, the heavenly furnace casts me. The heavenly furnace forges my secret, using the body as the furnace, the soul as the fire, and all things in the universe as firewood. I forge an immortal body and forge an indestructible soul. This technique has no rank or limit, and can evolve infinitely as the host grows. An unimaginably huge stream of profound information, like the Milky Way pouring back into the sky, instantly poured into Tao Ran's mind. Every detail of the technique, every method of operation, were clearly imprinted deep in his soul, as if he had been practicing for thousands of years. Tao Ran suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes, there seemed to be stars flowing, the sun and the moon rising and falling, and finally returning to silence. It's done! Refining the body and the mind, all in one go. He suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, slowly stood up, and looked firmly in the direction of Kyoto First Central Hospital. Qin Euro. He whispered softly. He glanced out the window of the library and saw that it was already dark. Perhaps, this newly born heavenly furnace forging me secret is not only for forging myself. It's also to ignite your dying soul fire. He straightened his clothes and carefully put the tattered ancient book containing the pure world spirit body back to its original place. Chapter 54 Young people should not aim too high. When Tao Ran walked out of the central archives, night had already fallen. Faint shouts could be heard from the training ground in the distance. He touched his chest, which felt like a blazing furnace, bringing an unprecedented sense of heat and power. The secret of my creation in the heavenly furnace. The mere birth of the technique made him feel that his body and soul were about to be thoroughly tempered and recast. Chi Neuro, purifying spirit body. He whispered the name, already having a plan in mind. The most urgent task is to practice the art of casting me with the heavenly furnace to completely stabilize the surging blood and energy in the floating soul. Then, find a way to get to Kyoto First Central Hospital. He couldn't let that girl make the same mistake as himself. Just as he was lost in thought, a figure stood in front of him. Instructor? Tao Ran stood up straight immediately after seeing who was coming. Xiao Shan held an unlit cigarette in his mouth, his hands in his trouser pockets, and looked at him quietly. How do you feel about going to the archives every day? Instructor, I have gained a lot. Tao Ran answered truthfully. A big gain? Xiao Shan scoffed, pulling out a chip card from his pocket and waving it in front of Tao Ran. I checked your borrowing records. In the Class A area, you've read almost every physical and spiritual cultivation technique. He took the chip card back and his tone turned cold. Tao Ran, I know you're incredibly talented, and that sword move was incredible. But one shouldn't aim too high. Those things in the Class A area are just fragments handed down from the old era. They are more theoretical than practical. For hundreds of years, there have been geniuses who have tried to discover some earth-shattering method from this, but what was the result? Either they went astray, or they wasted their best years of cultivation, ultimately achieving nothing. Xiao Shan took a step forward and stared into Tao Ran's eyes. You've just been saved, and your foundation is still unstable. I advise you to go to the D-level area and start with the most basic military bodybuilding techniques and basic meditation methods to hone your strength. Don't hold on to a mountain of gold and end up crushing yourself to death. These words are no longer a reprimand from an instructor to a student, but more like a warning from an elder to a younger one. Tao Ran felt warm in his heart. He knew that this tough instructor cared about him in his own way. Thank you, instructor. I understand. Tao Ran smiled, his eyes clear and confident. But I know what I'm doing. Seeing him like this, Xiao Shan frowned, but in the end didn't say anything more. Whatever. He turned and walked away. If you hold the team back during the comprehensive combat drill at the end of the month, I'll kick you out anyway. Looking at Xiao Shan's receding back, Tao Ran shook his head helplessly. This damned Sundara. He turned and walked towards the dormitory area. As soon as he reached the dormitory building, he stopped. Under the streetlight at the dormitory entrance, a lonely white figure stood quietly, as if it had merged into the night. Yi Feishue noticed Tao Ran's gaze and slowly turned around. Their eyes met and the air became quiet. She was still wearing the same pure white combat uniform, but now she was not carrying a sword. Under the light, that cold and beautiful face looked less icy and distant, and had more gentle contours. You? Tao Ran was about to ask her why she was here. Yi Feishue took action first. She stretched out her hand with her palm facing up. A fist-sized, pitch-black diamond-shaped crystal lay quietly in her palm. A dim light flowed on the surface of the crystal, emitting a heart-pounding cold aura. This is yours. Her voice was soft but clear. Tao Ran's eyes fell on the crystal and his heart skipped a beat. After the death of the Abyss Monitor, the core crystal emerged from its body. He was so exhausted at the time that he had no energy to care about the spoils. Unexpectedly, Yi Feishue actually helped him put it away. Thank you. Tao Ran walked forward and took the crystal from her hand. It was icy cold to the touch, and a stream of extremely pure cold energy flowed into his body through his palm, but the power of the Ice Phoenix bloodline in his body emitted a cheerful hum, easily dissolving the chill. The moment he picked up the crystal, the system's prompt sound exploded in his mind. Ding! Special treasure detected. Shadow Marrow. Shadow Marrow, a treasure condensed from the bottom of the abyss, absorbing the cold and gloomy energy of 10,000 years. Containing pure Taiyin power, it is an unparalleled divine object for repairing and evolving ice bloodlines. Shadow Marrow. Tao Ran's breathing stopped for a moment. He suddenly remembered the hint the system had given him about repairing Xia You's bloodline. Gather the sun crystal, which draws the power of midnight, the shadow marrow, which condenses the chill of the abyss, and the ice phoenix heart fragment. Only then can the ultimate transformation of the ice phoenix bloodline be completed. Sun crystal, shadow marrow, and ice phoenix heart fragments. He has obtained 2 of the 3 things now. He looked at the shadow marrow in his hand, then looked up at Yi Feishue in front of him, feeling mixed emotions. He blocked a fatal blow for Yi Feishue and almost died. But the spoils that Yi Feishue helped him collect were the hope of healing Xia Yue. This wonderful cause and effect made him speechless for a moment. This thing is very important to me. After a long time, Tao Ran said solemnly. Yeah. Yi Feishue just responded lightly, seemingly not caring what it was. She just looked at him quietly, her once frozen eyes reflecting the light of the street lamp in his figure. I clean your dormitory every day, she said suddenly. Tao Ran was stunned for a moment, then reacted, his face flushed. Ah. Thank you, you've worked hard. No wonder the dormitory is so clean, even the clothes he casually threw away are folded. It's not hard. Yi Feishue shook her head. I just want you to be able to live more comfortably when you come back. When she spoke, her eyes were a little vague and she didn't dare to look directly into Tao Ran's eyes. That slight dodge made her look no longer the almighty wielder of the heavenly sword, but like a little girl who had done a good deed but was afraid of being discovered. Tao Ran's heart seemed to be gently bumped by something. He looked at her slightly red ears and couldn't help laughing. Have you eaten? Do you want to go to the cafeteria together? He asked tentatively. Yi Feishue's body stiffened noticeably, as if she didn't expect him to make this invitation. She hesitated for a few seconds before nodding gently, okay. The two walked side by side on the way to the cafeteria. No one spoke, but the atmosphere was no longer as awkward as before. The street lights stretched their shadows very long, occasionally intersecting and then quickly separating. There were not many people in the cafeteria. When they saw Yi Feishue and Tao Ran walk in together, everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. Over the past month, Yi Feishue's madness has been witnessed by everyone. She was like a tireless fighting machine, either at the training ground or on the way to the training ground. Apart from Han Feng, she hardly communicated with anyone. And now, this ice goddess actually came to the cafeteria to eat with a man. It was still the legendary Tao Ran who was seriously injured and unconscious and had just woken up. Countless gossipy glances were cast upon the two of them. Tao Ran didn't care, he was thick-skinned. But Yi Feishue beside him was obviously a little uncomfortable, and her facial expression was extremely unnatural. Ignore them. Tao Ran said in a low voice, holding the food tray and found a seat in the corner to sit down. Yi Feishue followed him silently, sat opposite him, lowered her head, ate in small bites, and said nothing. You have been having a hard time training recently, right? Tao Ran made small talk. Fine. Where's Han Feng? In the gravity room. Oh. The conversation ended again. Tao Ran felt overwhelmed. Chatting with this person was even more tiring than fighting a 4th-level monster. He simply gave up and buried his head in his food. At this moment, Yi Feishue suddenly raised her head, looked at him, and asked seriously. Will you use that sword again? Chapter 55 Another training target is broken. The noisy voices in the cafeteria seemed to be blocked out by an invisible wall. Tao Ran looked at Yi Feishue's clear and stubborn eyes, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. That sword was his strongest trump card and also the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. He was silent for a moment, put down his chopsticks, leaned forward slightly, and lowered his voice. That sword is not something I can use whenever I want. It's more like a price. Burning everything in exchange for a moment of brilliance. I don't want to experience that feeling again, that feeling of having my soul drained away and my body reduced to ash. Even though she already knew the consequences, Yi Feishue's heart was still gripped again, and the chopsticks in her hand were slightly bent. Tao Ran looked at her, his eyes becoming extremely serious. But. He paused and continued, if there's another time I need to use it to exchange for your life, I will still use it. However, I hope to become stronger as soon as possible. Strong enough that I won't need to use those mutually destructive moves anymore, and I can still stand in front of you. Boom! Yi Feishue's heart was suddenly broken. On that face that had been frozen for thousands of years, a touching blush quickly spread from the ears. She suddenly lowered her head and poked the rice in the bowl with her chopsticks, her heart beating so fast that it almost jumped out of her chest. So, is that so? I wave for you and I collect for you. She felt that her sword heart, which had been recondensed with protection, became more firm than ever at this moment. The meal ended in a strange and warm silence. The two walked out of the cafeteria, and the moonlight was like water, sprinkling on the tree-lined avenue of Qianlong Camp. Go to bed early. Tao Ran sent him to the dormitory building and scratched his head. Yeah. Yi Feishue responded softly, turned around and left, but her steps were much faster than usual. Only after watching the white figure disappear at the entrance of the corridor did Tao Ran breathe a sigh of relief. Chatting with this ice goddess is more exhausting than practicing. The next day, early morning. Qianlongying's central training ground. All the surviving students stood in several rows according to their previous temporary numbers, with solemn expressions. Tao Ran stood at the end of the team, looking a little out of place. He was in a coma for a month and a half, missed a lot of classes in team training, and now he is like a transfer student. On the high platform, Xiaoshan's figure was like a javelin, his eyes like lightning, sweeping over everyone below. Over the past 2 months, some of you have made progress, some have slacked off, but all of you have survived. But from today on, your time for personal heroism is over. The next month will be dedicated to comprehensive combat drills. You will be reorganized into 5-man teams for coordinated combat training. Remember, the Hidden Dragon Battalion doesn't want lone wolves, but an indestructible blade. Now, I announce the group list. Xiaoshan picked up an electronic list and began reading out the names one by one. Every time a name is called, one person steps out of the line and walks to the designated area. Tao Ran listened with a bit of a nervous heart. Which remote team would a problem student like him be assigned to? Team 3. Xiaoshan's voice suddenly rose. Captain, Yi Feishue. A figure in white stepped forward, his face expressionless. Team member, Han Feng. Han Feng quietly stepped out of the line and stood behind Yi Feishue. Team member, Li Mo. A young man with a burly figure, like an iron tower, walked out. Team members, lots of money. A thin young man wearing tactical glasses and looking a little cynical ran out with a grin on his face. Tao Ran's heart skipped a beat. Yi Feishue, Han Feng. Aren't these the informed trio in the Bloody Maze? Really? Team member, Tao Ran. When Xiaoshan read out the last name, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were focused on Tao Ran. There was astonishment, confusion, jealousy, and even undisguised doubt. What the hell? Letting a guy who's been in a coma for over a month and relying on a medical cabin to stay alive join Goddess Ye's team? Isn't this just a burden? Can he keep up with the pace during the comprehensive drill? It's a shady deal. It's absolutely a shady deal. Listening to the discussions around him, Tao Ran touched his nose, walked out with an innocent look on his face, and stood at the end of the line. The young man Li Mo frowned, looked at him and said nothing. The thin young man named Qian Duo came over and poked Tao Ran with his elbow. Hey, buddy, how many benefits did you give to the chief instructor? Teach me? Tao Ran twitched his lips and asked, does my life count? Qian Duo was stunned for a moment, then gave him a thumbs up. Great. Really great. On the high platform, Xiaoshan had a panoramic view of everyone's reactions. That's how he wanted to arrange it. He wanted to see whether this monster that created miracles was a treasure or a time bomb. Groups complete. Now, head to your respective dedicated training areas and get to know your teammates. Disband. The third team's exclusive training area. This is a huge indoor venue that simulates various complex urban street fighting terrains. As soon as the 5 people came in, the atmosphere became a little subtle. Yi Feishue is the team leader, but she is obviously not good at livening up the atmosphere. Han Feng remained silent, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. Li Mo was like a taciturn person, with his hands folded across his chest, not saying a word. In the end, it was the outgoing Qian Duo who broke the awkwardness. He cleared his throat and pushed up his glasses. Ahem, since we're all going to be comrades in the future, let's introduce ourselves. I'll go first. Qian Duo, the technical support and scout for the team. I'm good at tinkering with all sorts of gadgets, so please take care of me. As he spoke, he threw a coquettish glance at Yi Feishue, but was frozen back by the other party's cold gaze. Li Mo said in a muffled voice, Li Mo, main tank, defensive warrior. The introduction is concise and to the point, just like the man himself. Everyone's eyes finally fell on Tao Ran. Tao Ran smiled and said, Tao Ran, a free man. He couldn't say that he was a reckless man who only had brute force but no other skills. Free man? Xian Duo looked him up and down, amazed. You're so arrogant. Come on, show me what you're made of. As he spoke, he pressed a button on the wall. In the center of the venue, a test human-shaped target made of alloy slowly rose. This is the sea-level training target of Qianlong Camp. It can withstand a full-strength attack from warriors below the 3rd rank. Try throwing a punch and let us see your explosive power data. Xian Duo had an expression of watching a good show. Liemo and Han Feng also looked over. They are also very curious about what kind of abilities this legendary, connected person has. Tao Ran had a headache. This is what he fears most now. The energy and blood in his body were like a volcano that had just erupted, surging violently and completely out of control. Well, I just woke up and my body hasn't recovered yet. How about we forget it? Don't! Xian Duo put his arm around his shoulders. We're all brothers, there's nothing to be afraid of. Come on, throw a few punches and let the brothers give you some advice. Looking at everyone's expectant eyes, Tao Ran knew he couldn't hide anymore. He took a deep breath, walked to the human-shaped target, and slowly assumed the starting posture of military boxing. The heavenly furnace casting my secret in my body is quietly running at this moment. The invisible furnace began to guide the violent energy and blood in his body. Drink! He growled and threw a punch. He had tried his best to control this punch, using less than 10% of his strength. However, the moment the fist touched the human-shaped target. Bang! A loud bang. That sea-level training target made of special alloy, which was said to be able to withstand a blow from a 3rd-grade warrior, was like a biscuit hit head-on by a battering ram. Starting from the point of contact with the fist, spider-web-like cracks spread wildly, and then the entire target exploded, and countless metal fragments flew everywhere. The venue fell into dead silence in an instant. Xian Duo's mouth opened into an O shape and his glasses almost fell off. Li Mo's stern face was filled with shock. Even Han Feng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes full of disbelief. Only Yi Feishue remained calm, but her hand gripping the hilt of the sword tightened unconsciously. Tao Ran looked at his fist that was still smoking, then looked at the target that had become a pile of scrap metal on the ground, and smiled awkwardly. I said I didn't use any force, do you believe me? Chapter 56. You call this a waste of effort? Xian Duo adjusted his glasses that were almost sliding down his nose, swallowed hard, and his eyes moved back and forth between the pile of smoking alloy scrap iron and Tao Ran's unremarkable fist. Dude! His voice was dry. You call this not putting in enough effort? Tao Ran awkwardly retracted his fist and scratched his cheek. I thought, I only used a little bit. He gestured a distance the size of a fingernail. Xian Duo was completely numb. Just a little bit? You almost destroyed my confidence with just that little bit. The sea-level target that even a 3rd-grade warrior couldn't break was like paper under your punch. Is this not exerting any effort? If you exerted any effort, wouldn't this training hall be blown up on the spot? Monster! Liemo, who had been silent as an iron tower, squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. The look he gave Tao Ran changed from initial scrutiny to deep fear and confusion. He himself is a defensive warrior and knows the hardness of the target best. If that punch had hit him, his protective energy wouldn't have been able to hold out for even half a second. Han Feng also stood up from the wall. He often dreamed of a vague figure wielding a shocking sword, a strange and tragic dream that originated from the level of laws. But the punch before him was the purest, most primitive, and most unreasonable violence. He tried to combine that figure with Tao Ran in front of him, but found that both were equally unfathomable. This is not the power a 2nd-grade warrior should have. Cough. Yi Feishue coughed lightly, breaking the eerie silence. She walked to the pile of scrap metal, squatted down, picked up a twisted fragment, and gently ran her fingertips across the broken end. The fracture was as smooth as a mirror, obviously crushed in an instant by an irresistible force. She stood up and looked at Tao Ran, a hint of mischief flashing in her cold eyes. The control is too poor. She gave her evaluation. Tao Ran's old face turned red and he couldn't refute. This is indeed his biggest problem now. It's okay. Xian Duo suddenly reacted, put his arm around Tao Ran's shoulders, and his attitude changed 180 degrees. What's the difference? Why do we need control? We just want this kind of simplicity and brutality. He patted Tao Ran's chest with a flattering look on his face. Brother Tao Ran, from now on you are my real brother. If anyone dares to mess with our Team 3, just go up and punch him. I guarantee that he won't even recognize his mother. Tao Ran was amazed by the speed of the face changing. At this moment, the door of the training hall was kicked open. Who the hell blew up a C-class target? The alarm went off in my office. Xiao Shan rushed in angrily, and when he saw the pile of alloy scrap, the corner of his eye twitched violently. His eyes swept across the four people's faces one by one, and finally stopped on Tao Ran, who was smiling awkwardly. You did it? Tao Ran shrank his neck and nodded weakly. Damn it! Xiao Shan was so angry that he cursed. Tao Ran. Do you think you can become arrogant just because you've saved your life? He walked up to Tao Ran and pointed at the pile of scrap metal. C-grade training targets, made of special alloy, cost 50,000 credits each. 50,000. Do you know how much my monthly allowance is? Deduct it from your allowance. Once all the deductions are made, get out. Xiao Shan's voice echoed in the venue. Tao Ran wanted to cry but had no tears. He now only has a few hundred credit points in pocket money. 50,000? Even if I sell him, I can't even get the money. Instructor, I. Shut up. Xiao Shan glared at him, but couldn't hide his horror. He secretly glanced at the data that had just been synchronized from the tactical terminal on his wrist. Peak impact force, 98 tons. This number was beyond his comprehension. This guy is a fucking second-grade warrior? What a joke. This kid was in a coma for more than a month. What on earth did he go through? Xiao Shan forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart and his expression became serious again. He scanned the complex team before him. A captain with a kendo mastery, a taciturn assassin, a shield as steady as a rock, a support proficient in technology, plus a super bomb with uncontrollable power. This combination is really fucking interesting. Alright, put the target aside for now. Xiao Shan put his hands behind his back and paced back and forth. You guys should get used to each other as soon as possible. The final assessment of the Hidden Dragon Camp will begin in 2 days. Hearing this, everyone's expression froze. This assessment is called Capture the Flag. All teams will be deployed to a simulated island battlefield covering an area of 300 square kilometers. A battle flag will be raised in the center of the island. Your mission is to capture it at all costs and hold on for 12 hours. During this time, you will be attacked by all other teams. Remember, there are no rules on the battlefield, only victory and defeat. You are allowed to use any means to kill and teleport your opponent out. The team that successfully captures the flag will be the final winner of this Hidden Dragon Camp. Xiao Shan paused, his eyes sharpening. The winner, and all team members, will receive an S-level technique, a set of custom-made magical weapons, and the right to enter the Xia Nation's martial arts treasury and choose any item. Boom! When this reward came out, even Yi Feishua's breathing quickened slightly for a moment. S-level skills. Customized magic weapons. Any one of these is enough to drive all the warriors in the outside world crazy. What's more, you can enter the Xia Kingdom's martial arts treasure house and choose at will. It is the heritage of the Xia Kingdom, and it collects many famous natural treasures, magical weapons and martial arts books. Xian Duoduo's eyes began to glow with gold. Of course. Xiao Shan changed the subject and revealed a cruel smile. Where there is a reward, there is a punishment. The 3 teams ranked last will be eliminated and sent back to their original locations. All your efforts in the Hidden Dragon Camp will be for naught. The atmosphere became serious again. Everyone understands that this is not only an assessment, but also a brutal elimination competition. Do you understand everything? Understood, everyone responded in unison. Very good. Xiao Shan nodded with satisfaction and took a last look at Tao Ran. Tao Ran, you are the wild card in this team. I don't care how powerful you are. If you cause the team to fail on the battlefield because of your loss of control, I will be the first to kill you. Disband. Go back and prepare for battle. After saying that, Xiao Shan turned around and strode away. The third team's exclusive tactical preparation room. Xian Duoduo's fingers tapped rapidly on the virtual light screen, calling up a huge 3-dimensional map of the island and detailed information on the other 9 teams. This isn't a good situation, everyone. Xian Duoduo pushed his glasses with a serious expression. In this flag-grabbing battle, we are the acknowledged soft persimmon. He pointed to the screen and saw the rating of their third team, which was only a pitiful C. The reason is simple. We have an injured player in our team. He glanced at Tao Ran meaningfully. The other teams are all mature teams that have been working together for almost 2 months. Especially the first team, whose captain is Zhou Yi, known as the God of Thunder. He is a mid-level third-grade cultivator and has mastered the Purple Sky Divine Thunder to perfection. And there's the 7th squad, made up entirely of elite military personnel. They work in perfect harmony and are decisive in their actions. Shen Duoduo analyzed each item one by one, and the atmosphere became increasingly heavy. After listening to this, Li Mo frowned and looked at Yi Feishuo. Captain, we must develop a sound strategy. Chapter 57 Self-Cultivation of a Soft Persimmon. 2 days later. Inside the roaring transport plane cabin, red lights flashed and shrill alarms echoed in my ears. Prepare for airborne. The 5 members of the third team stood at the hatch, with a rolling sea of clouds beneath their feet. Strong winds rushed in through the open hatch, making the combat uniforms rustle. Captain, our landing point is D7 area, on the edge of the swamp. The terrain is complex and easy to hide. Shen Duoduo adjusted his tactical glasses and said, but it's the farthest from the central battle flag point. It will take at least 5 hours to walk there. There was a complaint in his tone. It was obvious that this landing point was intended to treat them as a sightseeing group. Yi Feishuo turned around and glanced at the 4 people. Finally, his gaze stopped on Tao Ran. Tao Ran didn't touch the training target again during the past 2 days. He locked himself in the gravity room and performed military boxing over and over again in the most clumsy way, trying to relearn how to control his strength. Remember the plan. Yi Feishuo's voice was cold. After landing, Li Mo will be in front, I will be in the middle to coordinate, Han Feng will be in the rear, and Shen Duoduo will search for the enemy. Tao Ran. She looked at Tao Ran, follow Li Mo and protect yourself. Got it. Tao Ran nodded and tightened his grip on a die on his back. He knew that he was now the biggest destabilizing factor in the team. The image of One Punch Man must be hidden. Jump. Following Yi Feishuo's order, 5 figures jumped down from a height of 10,000 meters one after another and disappeared into the clouds. Oh my god. What the hell is this place? As soon as he landed, Shen Duoduo stepped into a quagmire that was above his knees. There were tall trees of strange shapes all around, and the air was filled with the fishy smell of branches and leaves that had fallen into the mud and rotted. Li Mo stood on a rock and reached out to pull the embarrassed Shen Duoduo out of the mud. Han Feng appeared silently on the branch of a big tree, observing his surroundings vigilantly. Yi Feishuo and Tao Ran finally landed on the ground, making almost no sound. What's the situation? Yi Feishuo asked. Shen Duoduo took out a palm-sized drone from his backpack and threw it casually. The drone buzzed and quickly took off. The tactical terminal on his wrist immediately lit up, and a 3-dimensional map slowly took shape. Safe, no other team signals detected within a 5-kilometer radius. Shen Duoduo pointed to a red dot on the map. Fighting has already begun in the central battle flag area. The signal interference is very strong. There are at least 4 teams fighting there. Just as we expected. Yi Feishuo analyzed calmly, going to grab the flag right at the start is the stupidest choice. Then what should we do now? Watch the show here? Shen Duoduo asked. No. We're going hunting. Yi Feishuo looked towards the eastern jungle far away from the central battlefield. Teams 1 and 7 are the strongest, so let's avoid them for now. Team 9 is made up entirely of female students, and their captain is a medical warrior. They will definitely choose to avoid the fight, so don't worry about them for now. Our target is the 5th team. Shen Duoduo immediately retrieved the information of the 5th team. Captain Zhao Tianlong is at the early stage of the 3rd rank. His talent is B-level frenzy. His team configuration consists of 2 attackers, 1 defender, and 1 support. It's pretty standard. He's rated B+, 3 levels higher than us. Shen Duoduo smacked his lips. Captain, this persimmon doesn't seem very soft. Yi Feishuo shook her head. Zhao Tianlong is reckless and arrogant, and he loves direct confrontations. Their support is a weakness, and if they are cut into, their formation will be disrupted. The most crucial thing is that their route will inevitably pass through the canyon ahead of us. She pointed to a narrow strip of land on the map. That's the best ambush location. Tao Ran looked at Yi Feishue with a serious expression and felt a little surprised. He always thought that the wielder of the heavenly sword could only speak with the sword. Unexpectedly, her tactical thinking was so clear. I agree. Han Feng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Li Imo also nodded in a muffled voice. All right, now that the goddess has spoken. Chen Duo put away the tactical terminal, his face full of excitement. Let's do it. Let them see how powerful we, the last place C class, are. The five-man team quickly and quietly sneaked towards the canyon. Half an hour later, they reached the canyon. On both sides are steep stone walls as high as 100 meters, and in the middle there is only a narrow passage 3 or 4 meters wide, which is the only way to the eastern area. Li Mo, find a good position at the entrance, wait for them to come in, and then block their retreat. Han Feng, stay on the left cliff and look for an opportunity to cut off their backline support. Shen Duo, on the right cliff, use your gadgets to harass and suppress fire. Yi Feishue gave orders calmly and quickly. Tao Ran, you and I will come together to face the enemy head-on in the middle of the canyon. After assigning the tasks, the four disappeared to their respective positions. Tao Ran followed Yi Feishue and found a huge rock as cover. Are you scared? Yi Feishue suddenly asked. A little bit. Tao Ran said honestly. This was his first time participating in such a team-based operation. Don't be afraid. Yi Feishue's voice was very soft, just stand behind me. Tao Ran was stunned, and looking at her extremely reliable back, a warm feeling flowed through his heart. He smiled and said, okay. Time passed minute by minute, and the canyon became unusually quiet. Here we go. Xian Duoduo's voice rang out in the team chat. 5 of us, all here. 300 meters to the entrance. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Tao Ran felt his heartbeat begin to accelerate. Soon, 5 figures wearing combat uniforms appeared at the entrance of the canyon. Leading the group was a tall young man carrying a huge axe, the captain of the 5th team, Zhao Tianlong. Damn, this damn place doesn't even have a decent road. Zhao Tianlong walked in front cursing, not realizing the danger was coming. The 5 of them walked into the canyon in a swaggering manner. The moment when the last person stepped into the ambush circle. Get started. Yi Feishue's voice rang out. Boom! Limo's burly body fell from the sky and slammed heavily at the entrance of the canyon. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, and his whole body was glowing with an ochre light, blocking their retreat. There's an ambush. Zhao Tianlong's face changed drastically. But it's too late. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of miniature bombs flashing with electric light whizzed down from the cliff on the right, covering the 5th team like dense raindrops. Defense! Zhao Tianlong roared, and the defensive warriors in the team immediately put up an energy shield. However, just as they were busy dealing with the explosion, a ghostly black shadow slid down silently from the cliff on the left, aiming directly at the back of their formation, the auxiliary female student who was holding a staff and had a panicked look on her face. Protect Lily! Zhao Tianlong's eyes were bloodshot. The 2 attackers beside him were about to return to support when a dazzling white sword light blocked their way. Yi Feishue took action. She didn't even draw the famous sword behind her, but just put her fingers together like swords, and sharp sword energy crisscrossed and formed an impenetrable sword net, trapping the 3 opponents in place. Court death. Zhao Tianlong roared angrily, and his muscles swelled instantly. Strange red lines appeared on his skin, and his eyes were red. B-level talent, frenzy. The giant axe in his hand was burning with flames, and with tremendous force, he chopped down towards Yi Feishue's head. Clang! Yi Feishue did not retreat but advanced, stretched out 2 jade-like fingers, and clamped the violent axe blade with incredible precision. No matter how hard Zhao Tianlong tried, the giant axe didn't move at all. Zhao Tianlong's eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. At the same time, Han Feng's spear was already against the neck of the female student named Lily. Don't move. Han Feng's voice was hoarse and cold. Lily was so frightened that her face turned pale and her whole body was stiff, not daring to move. The battle was decided in just over 10 seconds. We give up. Zhao Tianlong ended his frenzied state with frustration. He couldn't understand how a B+ level team of his could be defeated so easily. He didn't even see the 5th person on the other side. At this moment, he saw Tao Ran standing behind Yi Feishue, motionless from beginning to end. A thought flashed through his mind. Bait. This guy who looks the weakest is the bait deliberately released by the other party. The real main force is this incredibly strong woman. After figuring this out, Zhao Tianlong revealed a ferocious smile. You want us out? You won't get far. He suddenly yelled into the team channel, detonate. The next second, a white light flashed, and all 5 members of the 5th team were teleported out. At the same time, the entire canyon began to shake violently. Oh no! They've buried a high-level psychic bomb here. Xian Duoduo's exclamation rang out in the channel, this is a trap where everyone will perish. Rumble. The cliffs on both sides began to collapse, and countless huge rocks fell like meteorites. Retreat quickly. Yi Feishue's face changed. However, a huge rock as big as a truck fell on their heads, blocking all their escape routes. Liu Mo and Han Feng's faces turned pale. If they were hit hard, even if they were third-grade warriors, they would be crushed into meat paste. At this critical moment, Tao Ran, who had been standing behind Yi Feishue, moved. He took a step forward and stood in front of everyone. He looked up at the huge rock that blocked the sky and slowly raised his right fist. Leave it to me. Chapter 58. I asked you to stand behind me, but you didn't obey. Leave it to me. When Tao Ran's calm voice sounded, except for Yi Feishue, the other 3 thought they had heard it wrong. A wave of despair surged in Li Mo's heart. Leave it to you? A wounded soldier who's been living in a medical cabin for over a month? What are you going to do with it? Are you going to use your head to support him? Xian Duoduo's face was as pale as paper. He had closed his eyes, ready to face the fate of being teleported out. Han Feng gripped his spear tightly, ready to make a final struggle, even if it was meaningless. However, the next second, everyone witnessed a scene that they would never forget. Facing the huge rock that could crush all of them into dust, Tao Ran simply raised his right fist and swung it out lightly. There is no earth-shaking momentum and no dazzling light effects. Just like an ordinary person, brushing away the dust in front of him. The fist and the boulder met in mid-air. The expected earth-shattering roar did not come. The whole world fell into a strange silence. The moment the truck-sized boulder touched Tao Ran's fist, it seemed to be eroded by an incomprehensible force of law, and from the point of contact, it was silently annihilated. Yes, it didn't shatter or disintegrate, but turned directly into dust. The terrifying force of annihilation even continued to spread upward along with the wind from the fist. Rumble. Above the head, all the rocks, big and small, that were collapsing and falling, as soon as they were affected by the fist wind, turned into smoke and dust in an instant. The sun shines through the cracks in the smoke again. There was dead silence in the canyon. Xian Duoduo slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw the unharmed scene in front of him, he was completely stunned. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Liu Mo beside him. On Li Mo's iron tower-like face, his mouth was open enough to fit an egg, and his eyes were empty and lifeless. Han Feng maintained the posture of throwing the spear, his whole body frozen in place. The blurry figure in his mind, who had swung out a terrifying sword strike, slowly overlapped with the figure in front of him, who had retracted his fist and had a calm expression on his face. Yi Feishue was still standing there. She looked at Tao Ran's back, and her cold eyes were filled with violent waves. She asked him to stand behind her. But he took a step forward, stood in front of everyone, and held up the sky again. Tao Ran retracted his fist, looked at the wisp of dust still lingering on his fingertips, and frowned in distress. The operation of the art of forging me with the heavenly furnace is still not proficient enough, and the guidance of power is still rough. He originally wanted to break only the largest rock, but accidentally cleared half of the cliff above it. He turned around, looked at his 3 teammates who had been completely petrified, and smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, I still can't control the strength well. Fuck. Xian Duoduo screamed, and the tactical terminal in his hand fell to the ground with a click. He rushed to Tao Ran, grabbed his hand, and looked at it over and over again. Control? You call this lack of control? His voice was broken. If you control it again, will this island disappear from the map? Brother, dear brother, are you still in need of a pendant? The kind that can warm the bed in say 666. Get away from me. Tao Ran pushed Xian Duoduo away in disgust. Liu Mo also walked over with difficulty. He first looked up at the cliff wall that had been gnawed off in a large piece, then looked down at Tao Ran's ordinary fist, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. Yi Feishue's cold voice sounded. The energy fluctuations here are too strong. They will soon attract other teams. We must evacuate immediately. Her voice woke everyone up. That's right, this place has become the most conspicuous place on the entire island. Walk. Liemo picked up the equipment on the ground and rushed out without saying a word. Han Feng looked at Tao Ran deeply and quickly followed. Wait for me. Chen Duo crawled to pick up the terminal and chased after him happily. Tao Ran shook his head helplessly and was about to catch up, but found that Yi Feishue was still standing there, looking at him quietly. What's wrong? He asked. Yi Feishue looked at him, his figure reflected in her eyes. She suddenly said, I'll let you stand behind me. Ah? Tao Ran was stunned. You're not listening. Tao Ran scratched his head and smiled, next time for sure. Yi Feishue said softly, turned around and followed the team. But the moment she turned around, a heartwarming smile appeared on her lips. Half an hour later, the team hid in a hidden cave. Chen Duo attentively handed Tao Ran some water and energy bars, calling him dear brother very fluently. Liemo was guarding the cave entrance, but his eyes would occasionally drift towards Tao Ran, who was resting with his eyes closed. Han Feng was wiping his spear very slowly, and it was obvious that his mind was not on it. Chen Duo opened the tactical terminal and found that the team rating on it had changed. Because of the kill of Team 5, their rating was raised from C to C. But Chen Duo looked at the rating with a look of disdain. C rank? Who is this lousy system insulting? With my brother here, shouldn't we be SSS plus rank? He looked at Yi Feishue with excitement. Captain. What's the point of analyzing tactics? Let's go straight to the central battle flag area and kill anyone who stands in our way. Whoever dares to disobey, let my brother give him a punch. Shut up. Yi Feishue interrupted him coldly. She looked at Tao Ran and asked seriously, how many times can you use that punch just now? This is the most critical issue. Everyone's eyes were focused on Tao Ran. Tao Ran opened his eyes, thought about it, and decided to keep a low profile. The consumption is very high. He told the truth. That punch just now almost drained a third of my energy. And I really can't control it well, so it's easy to cause accidental injuries. This is half true and half false. Under the real-time strengthening of the art of the heavenly furnace to forge me, his physical fitness and spiritual strength are no longer what they used to be. Although his chi and blood values have not increased, his utilization of chi and blood has reached an unfathomable level. To put it simply, every punch he throws is at his peak condition. If you ask him to take it easy, he hasn't adapted yet. That punch did consume a huge amount of energy, but it was far less than 1/3 of the energy consumed. As for the poor control, that is true. After hearing this, the excitement on Qian Duo's face cooled down a lot. Yi Feishue nodded, as if she had expected it. Understood. She stood up and walked back to the virtual map. Then Tao Ran is our last trump card. We cannot use it lightly unless it is a matter of life and death. She ran her finger across the map. The tactics remain the same. We are still hunters. But our next target will need to be changed. Chen Duo leaned over to take a look and immediately gasped. The place where Yi Feishue pointed her finger was the 8th team. Captain, Team 8. Their captain, Chen Bei, is a genius on par with you. He's incredibly elusive with his swift swordsmanship, and his rating is A. This persimmon is too hard. There was an unprecedented fighting spirit in Yi Feishue's eyes. Hard is fun. She turned around and glanced at everyone. We need to be hunters, not prey waiting to be slaughtered. While others think we're still vulnerable, we need to take down the strongest one and completely disrupt their rhythm. I agree. Han Feng was the first to support. Liemo also nodded heavily. Chen Duo looked at the three confident people, then looked at his brother standing next to him with an innocent look on his face, and gritted his teeth. Let's do it. Who's afraid of who? At the same time. Outside the island, temporary command center. The huge virtual screen is divided into dozens of pictures, monitoring everything on the island in real time. Xiao Shan had a cigarette in his mouth and a frown on his face. Report to the chief instructor. An extremely high-intensity energy burst has been detected in area D7. The peak value is incalculable. Our detector was burned out instantly. A technician stood up in panic. What? Xiao Shan stood up suddenly and rushed to the main screen in a few steps. He called up the surveillance footage of Area D7, but the footage had turned into a blur of snow due to the strong energy interference. He rewound time to the moment before the energy burst. In the picture, a huge mountain is collapsing, and the 5 people from the third team are being covered by a huge rock. Immediately afterwards, a figure stood out. Then, the picture disappeared completely. Bring out the battle report of the 5th team. Xiao Shan roared. Soon, a report submitted by Zhao Tianlong appeared on the screen. In the report, he described the ambush in detail, and finally attributed the failure to Yi Feishua's excessive strength and the opponent's tactic of using a weakling as bait. Weak? Xiao Shan looked at the description of Tao Ran's bait in the report, then looked at the data from the burn detector, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The image of Tao Ran punching a sea-level training target to pieces appeared in his mind. Oh shit. Xiao Shan couldn't help but curse, not knowing whether he was excited or had a headache. This little bastard. How many surprises are hidden? Xiao Shan walked to the defeat report submitted by Zhao Tianlong, pointed at the description of Tao Ran as a weakling and bait, and suddenly laughed softly. Weakling? Bait? If Zhao Tianlong knew that he was frightened by a bait who could demolish a mountain with his bare hands and activated a bomb that would kill both parties, I wonder if he would be so angry that he would die again from the teleportation point on the spot. Chapter 59 Chapter 59 Being a bait, I am a professional. Inside the cave. Brother, drink some water. Shen Duo held the kettle in both hands and handed it to Tao Ran with a flattering look on his face. Brother, are you tired? Can I massage your shoulders? Elder brother. Get lost. Tao Ran couldn't stand it anymore and kicked this funny guy away. Yi Feishue seemed oblivious to all this, her entire attention focused on the virtual map in front of her. Team 8, Captain Shenbei, has the A-level talent Swift Wind and wields twin swords. His speed is unmatched in the entire Hidden Dragon camp. Han Feng's voice came from the corner. He was wiping his spear carefully. Their tactics are simple. Liamo added in a muffled voice, Shenbei will be responsible for charging in and beheading the enemy, while the others will be responsible for creating chaos and providing cover. This is indeed a difficult problem. Shenbei was like a sharp dagger, and on their side, except Yi Feishue, no one could keep up with his speed. Once he seizes the opportunity, Limao's defense and Xian Duoduo's assistance may be torn apart in an instant. So, Yi Feishue's gaze fell on Tao Ran. Xian Duoduo, Liamo, and Han Feng all focused their attention on him. Tao Ran felt a little uneasy when he was looked at, and pointed at himself, Me? Yes, it's you. Yi Feishue looked directly at Tao Ran. In everyone's eyes, you are now the biggest weakness of our team. Tao Ran touched his nose, unable to refute. People like Shenbei are extremely confident, even conceited. He likes to use the speed that he is proud of to eliminate the opponent's weakest link and undermine his opponent's fighting spirit. Yi Feishue's mouth curled up slightly. Xian Duoduo's eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh. I understand. A beauty trap, no, a weakling trap. Let's let our brother be the bait. Liamo and Han Feng frowned when they heard this. This is too dangerous. That was Chen Bei's sharp knife. If he was not careful, the bait would really become a corpse. I'm fine. Tao Ran laughed. He stood up, stretched his muscles, and said with a relaxed look, Don't worry, I'm a professional bait. What he needs most now is a reasonable identity to cover up his uncontrollable power. A weakling who survived by luck and relying on connections is a perfect disguise. Looking at Tao Ran's confident look, Yi Feishue felt inexplicably at ease. The plan is simple. She looked back at the map. We'll advance towards the central battle flag area, but we'll slow down, spread out our formation, and deliberately leave gaps. Tao Ran, you walk on the flank of the team, keeping a distance of 50 meters from us. Remember, you have to act like a newcomer who has just recovered from an injury, is exhausted, and is extremely nervous. Liamo and Han Feng lurk 100 meters behind Tao Ran. Once Shenbei makes a move, Liamo will be responsible for intercepting his teammates, while Han Feng will provide support. Shen Duo, you are responsible for monitoring the overall situation and reporting their location at any time. What about me? Tao Ran asked. Yi Feishue looked at him and said seriously, all you have to do is survive Chen Bei's knife for 3 seconds. In 3 seconds, I will make my move. 3 seconds. For anyone, surviving for 3 seconds under the knife of someone like Chen Bei is almost an impossible task. Tao Ran smiled and made an okay gesture to Yi Feishue. Receive. An hour later. In the dense forest in the southern part of the island, the third team is marching hard. Tao Ran's performance is worthy of an award-winning actor. Sometimes he pretended to be tripped by vines and almost fell flat on his face. Sometimes he gasped for breath and leaned against a tree trunk to rest, portraying the image of a man with weak body and kidney deficiency to the fullest. Shen Duo, who was walking in front, was almost laughing like crazy through the team channel. "My dear brother, the Oscars owe you a little golden statue. You look so much like me, I want to punch you when I see you." "Shut up." Yi Feishua's cold voice came. The channel suddenly became quiet. Tao Ren continued his performance, but his mind was more focused than ever before. The sound of wind blowing through leaves, the vibration of insects crawling across the ground, and even the flow of energy particles in the air were all clearly presented in his mind. At this moment, Shen Duo's urgent voice sounded in the channel. "Here they come. They're coming. Northeast, 500 meters, extremely fast. Target is directly at my brother. Here we come." Tao Ran's heart was beating violently. This was his first time pretending to be prey to lure a skilled hunter into his home. He pretended not to notice and continued limping forward, entering a depression filled with ferns half a man's height. The view here is obstructed, making it the most suitable place for a sneak attack. The figures of Li Mo and Han Feng had already disappeared into the dense forest behind them. Yi Feishue also stopped and stood in the shadow of a giant tree, his right hand already grasping the hilt of the sword behind him. The whole world seemed to have quieted down. Tao Ran could feel that a cold and sharp gaze had locked onto him. It was the look of a venomous snake staring at its prey, full of mockery and cruelty. He could even see a blurry shadow moving at a high speed between the treetops at an anti-physical trajectory, approaching him silently. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. Getting closer. Tao Ran's heart was in his throat. He had even made preparations. As soon as the other party appeared, he would immediately pretend to scream in panic and then run away. However, before he even saw the other person, a cold silver light suddenly appeared in the air to his left without any warning. The left rear is an absolute blind spot in his vision. Too fast. It was so fast that his nerves didn't have time to react. It was almost time to send out a warning in the team channel. Puff. The cold blade ripped through his combat uniform and cut his skin. But that's all. The short knife that was sharp enough to cut through alloy armor easily, when it touched Tao Ran's muscles, it was like chopping off a piece of meteorite, making a crisp clang sound, and could not move forward any further. A figure appeared beside Tao Ran like a ghost. He was a handsome young man with an evil look on his face. He was the captain of the 8th team, Shen Bei. At this moment, the expression on Shen Bei's face was full of astonishment and disbelief. The blow he was determined to make was actually blocked? Being blocked by the body of a second-grade warrior? How is this possible? Tao Ran was also stunned. He looked down at the wound under his ribs that was only oozing a little blood, and then looked at Shen Bei, who looked confused. That's not how the script is written. Shouldn't he scream and flee in a panic, giving Yi Feishue the opportunity to save the newbie? Now, it seems like things have gone wrong. You. Shen Bei was about to speak. Tao Ran's reaction was faster than his. His face turned pale in an instant, his legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground with a thump. He pointed at his wound and let out a heart-wrenching scream in a trembling voice. "Ah! I'm hurt. It hurts so much. I'm going to die. Help!" Chapter 60. Your scream sounds very nice. The scream was so shrill that it made anyone who heard it sad and heard it cry. Shen Bei froze. He looked at Tao Ran, who was lying on the ground, rolling around holding the wound under his ribs, and then looked down at his shadow kill dagger that could cut through iron like mud. The blade of the knife is intact. But the crisp clang sound just now and the terrifying recoil force coming back from the tip of the knife were so real. What the hell is going on? This strike of his was a full-strength assassination with the help of his A-level talent Swift Wind. Not to mention the physical body of a second-grade warrior, even a special alloy plate would be cut in half with one blow. But now, the other party just got some skin broken? This kid is wearing SSS-level inner armor? No, the combat uniforms are torn. Was that his physical body? A second-rank warrior used his physical body to withstand his sword attack? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this time, the team channel of the third team was in an uproar. Oh my god. Qianduoduo's voice changed. Did you see that? Chen Bei's knife was like scraping. And then my brother fell down. He started screaming. Li Yimo was silent, but his violently heaving chest revealed his inner restlessness. The veins on Han Feng's hand that was holding the spear were bulging. Once again, he saw the figure that could not be understood by common sense. Yi Feishue stood under the shade of a tree, looking at the guy with exaggerated acting skills in the distance, and smiled in her heart. She was ready to draw her sword. But now it seems that we can still watch it for a while longer. Ah! It hurts. Are my intestines broken? Are my kidneys pierced? Tao Ran's performance continued. While screaming, he secretly squeezed the blood from his wound. Unfortunately, his body's self-healing ability was too strong, and the wound began to heal as soon as the blood beads appeared. This time, he panicked even more. He covered the wound with his hands to prevent Chen Bei from seeing it, and at the same time shouted even louder, "Captain! Save me! I feel my life slipping away. I'm almost dying. Shut up!" Chen Bei finally came back to his senses from his daze. He was furious at Tao Ran's poor acting. He had seen people who were afraid of death, but he had never seen anyone who was so afraid of death and could still act. Are you kidding me? Chen Bei's eyes became extremely cold. He attributed Tao Ran's performance to an unknown special defensive method. This is the greatest insult to him. I'm not. I'm really dying. Tao Ran looked at him sincerely, his eyes full of fear of death. Very good. Chen Bei laughed in anger. Since you want to die so much, I will grant your wish. He also drew a dagger with his other hand. With two swords in his hands, his whole aura suddenly changed. A strong wind swirled around him, and countless tiny wind blades surrounded him, making a hissing sound. Let me show you what real speed is. Chen Bei's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, dozens of silver sword lights, like an impenetrable rainstorm, came from all directions and enveloped Tao Ran, who was lying on the ground. Every ray of sword light contains enough power to split stones and break monuments. He wanted to chop this ignorant kid into pieces along with his strange defense. However, just as the knife was about to touch Tao Ran, bite! A clear sound of sword echoed through the mountains and forests. A seemingly ordinary white sword light came from nowhere, but it arrived first and landed precisely at the intersection of dozens of sword lights. There is the core note of all Chen Bei's attacks. Ding 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 ding. A series of dense metal clashing sounds rang out. Chen Bei's violent attack was completely shattered by this sword. He felt as if struck by lightning, staggering and falling from mid-air. He took 7 or 8 steps back on the ground before he could steady himself. His palms were numb, his 2 swords were buzzing, and his face was full of disbelief. A white figure appeared silently in front of Tao Ran and protected him. She looked at Chen Bei quietly, and her cold voice rang out, "Your opponent is me." Yi Feishue. Chen Bei gritted his teeth and pronounced the name. The two legends of Qianlonying finally face each other head-on. You've come just in time. I've been wanting to see for a long time if your sword is really as fast as the legend says. Chen Bei's self-esteem no longer allowed him to retreat. He roared angrily and turned into a gust of wind again, rushing towards Yi Feishue. At the same time, Yi Feishue's cold voice sounded in the team channel. Get started. The 4 members of the 8th team who were about to rush up to support Chen Bei suddenly felt their feet sink. Boom! Limo's burly body fell from the sky like a small mountain and landed heavily in front of them. He crossed his arms, and the khaki protective energy instantly opened up, blocking their way. Your opponents are us, Li Yimo said in a muffled voice. Oh no! We've fallen into a trap. The faces of the members of Team 8 changed drastically. Before they could react, a dark gun shadow emerged from the shadows on the flank and went straight for the auxiliary in their team. The entire battlefield was instantly divided into 3 parts. The ultimate showdown between Yi Feishue and Chen Bei. Li Yimo and Han Feng surrounded and suppressed the other members of the 8th team. As well as... Ouch, a fight has started, how scary. At the very edge of the battlefield, Tao Ran was using his hands and feet, groaning and crawling with difficulty behind a big tree. As he climbed, he kept looking back, and an expression of fear appeared on his face at the right time, perfectly portraying a frightened battlefield rookie. The drone in the sky transmitted this scene back to Qianduoduo's tactical terminal. But... Ha 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 ha. Shen Duo was lying in the grass in the distance, watching Tao Ran's performance on the screen, laughing so hard that he almost choked. My dear brother, what a genius! His acting, his movement, his expression, amazing. While laughing, he did not forget his job and his fingers moved quickly on the light screen. Liam, the guy on the left is an attacker, don't let him get around. Han Feng, well done. You've ruined their support. On the battlefield, the battle has entered a white-hot stage. Chen Bei's speed reached the extreme, and his whole body turned into countless afterimages. The two swords in his hands brought up deadly sword nets. But Yi Feishue was faster than him. In other words, she doesn't need to be fast at all. The long sword in her hand seemed to have life, and every time she swung it, it could block all of Chen Bei's attack routes. Her sword wasn't looking for flaws. But it's about creating loopholes. Impossible. Chen Bei's mentality collapsed. No matter how he speeds up or changes his moves, the opponent's sword can always predict in advance and break up his offensive in the simplest and most effective way. He was like a 3-year-old child fighting with a martial arts master. All his moves seemed so ridiculous. I don't believe it. Chen Bei let out an unwilling roar, pouring all his strength into his two swords, and his whole body turned into a tornado that tore through the air, using his strongest move. Special skill, Wind God Dance. Facing this desperate attack, Yi Feishue's eyes did not fluctuate at all. She gently extended the sword again. This sword seemed to penetrate time and space. Before Chen Bei could react, the tip of the sword was already against his throat. The cold touch made him stiffen. The storm of blades that had engulfed everything came to an abrupt halt. Chen Bei stared blankly at the tip of the sword that was 3 inches in front of his throat, cold sweat soaking his back. He lost. On the other side, the 8th squad, which had lost its captain and had its formation broken up by Liam and Han Feng, was quickly killed one by one. White lights flashed, and all members of Team 8 were eliminated. The battle is over. Shen Duo, Liam, and Han Feng quickly gathered together and looked at Yi Feishue standing with a sword in his hand, their eyes full of admiration. So strong. This is the strength of the legendary Chen Longying. At this time, their hero was leaning behind a big tree, groaning faintly. I seem to have lost too much blood. I see so many little stars in front of my eyes. Shen Duo tried hard to hold back his laughter, rushed over first, and helped Tao Ran up with an anxious look on his face. Brother! Are you okay? You're our biggest hero. Tao Ran stood up tremblingly, and with the support of Shen Duo, he walked over staggeringly. He looked at the scabbed wound under his ribs and patted his chest with lingering fear. I was so scared. That knife almost took my life. He raised his head, looked at Yi Feishue with fear, and praised sincerely, Captain, you are amazing. Liam, Han Feng, and Yi Feishue looked at him as if he were a fool. Tao Ran felt guilty being looked at and scratched his head. What's wrong? Didn't I act like it? Yi Feishue sheathed her sword. Her eyes swept across Tao Ran's smooth ribs, and she looked up to meet his innocent eyes. She shook her head, then slowly uttered words that petrified everyone. Your scream is so beautiful. Chapter 61 Target, Central Battle Flag Area. Yi Feishue said, you scream so beautifully, and pressed the mute points of several people. The flattering smile on Shen Duo's face froze. Liam opened his mouth wide and slowly turned his head. Han Feng's action of wiping the spear suddenly paused, and he almost crushed the silk in his hand. The three of them looked back and forth between Tao Ran and Yi Feishue. Captain, what did you say just now? She is teasing my brother? This melon is so sweet. Tao Ran couldn't handle this. He looked at Yi Feishue's clear eyes and felt that he must have lost too much blood and was having auditory hallucinations. What? Tao Ran asked stutteringly. Shen Duo reacted with a start, and trying hard to suppress the laughter that was about to hurt him, he slapped his thigh and winked at Tao Ran. Hey! My dear brother, the captain is praising you. He said that your shout just now was loud and full of energy, and you looked very energetic. Tao Ran's face turned red all the way from his cheeks to his ears. What are you praising me for? Praising me so much that it sounds like a pig being slaughtered? He wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. My heart-wrenching acting just now was actually met with such a comment? Liam turned around silently, his broad shoulders shaking violently, obviously trying hard to hold back his laughter. Han Feng looked up at the sky with an expression that said, I didn't hear anything. The weather is so nice today. Looking at the strange reactions of his teammates, Yi Feishue frowned slightly, as if he didn't understand what they were laughing at. Half an hour later, the team moved to a more secluded cave behind a waterfall. Shen Duo held up the tactical terminal as if he was presenting a treasure and walked in front of everyone. The team rating on the screen has jumped from the previous C to B+. Guys! Look! B+. We're a B+ team now. Shen Duo was so excited that he danced with joy. From being the last in line, everyone hated me, I've shot straight into the top tier. This is all thanks to my brother's passionate performance. As he spoke, he cast a coquettish glance at Tao Ran. Tao Ran rolled his eyes at him unhappily, sat down cross-legged, and began to practice the art of the heavenly furnace to forge me. At the same time, he was also reflecting. His physical strength has far exceeded the scope of a second-grade warrior. If I hadn't reacted quickly and gathered most of the protective chi and blood in time when Chen Bei stabbed me, the blade would have broken on the spot. By then, I wouldn't be able to continue acting. It seems that the subtle control of strength has become his biggest issue at the moment. Have you laughed enough? Yi Feishue's cold voice made Shen Duo, who was dancing with joy, stand at attention instantly. Captain, I was wrong. Our sneak attack tactics have been exposed. From now on, all teams will be on guard against us. Yi Feishue walked to the virtual map and his eyes fell on the red glowing battle flag symbol in the center. The chaotic beginning is over. There will be no weaklings left on the island. Her words made everyone feel pressured. From now on, we are no longer hunters. Yi Feishue turned around and glanced at each team member. From now on, we are everyone's prey. Our target is to turn to the central battle flag area. The team has rested and is ready to set off. Tao Ran checked his wound. The cut made by Chen Bei had healed so long ago that not even a scar could be found. He was about to catch up with the team, but Yi Feishue stopped and looked back at him. What's wrong? Tao Ran was a little confused. You? Yi Feishue looked at him, as if trying to organize her words. Do you have any defensive treasures on you? Tao Ran's heart skipped a beat. She was indeed suspicious. He had already prepared his words and nodded immediately. Yes, it's a one-time amulet my master left me. It was used up by Chen Bei's sword just now. He acted the role vividly with a painful expression on his face. Yi Feishue looked at him quietly, her clear eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. She nodded. Don't be the bait anymore. Tao Ran was stunned. Your screams. Yi Feishue's gaze drifted away, and a slight blush appeared at the base of her ears. It's very loud. After saying that, she turned around and quickly caught up with the team. Tao Ran stood there in a daze, looking at her slightly hasty back. Temporary command center outside the island. Xiao Shan was staring intently at the battle replay of the third team on the main screen. Seeing Chen Bei's shadow kill dagger making a crisp sound under Tao Ran's ribs, just scratching a layer of skin, the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground with a click. Enlarge this frame for me. Highest definition. The technicians took action immediately, and the image was frozen and enlarged. Report to the chief instructor. The analysis results are out. A technician stood up. Student Tao Ran's combat uniform was torn, but the moment the blade touched his muscles, the kinetic energy was instantly wiped out. According to the energy feedback model, Chen Bei's sword attack wasn't able to shake Tao Ran at all. Unshakable. Xiao Shan muttered to himself. Peak of the second rank, Qi and blood 2,150 calories. This data can only be considered above average in Xianlongying. But what did he do? Blast the C-grade alloy target with one punch. One punch flattened half of the cliff. Now there is another person who can withstand the full-force assassination of a level talent with his physical body. At the same time, on the north side of the island, there is an open river beach. Two teams, nearly 10 people each, were facing each other. The captain of one of the teams was tall and had a calm face. The badge on his chest clearly indicated his identity. Second squad, Captain Wei Tianming. Opposite him was the captain of the fourth team. Brother Wei, you also felt the movement in area D7, right? The captain of the fourth team said in a deep voice. Wei Tianming nodded and looked towards the south. According to the information sent back by the eliminated 5th and 8th teams, the culprit is the third team. Team 3? Wei Tianming raised an eyebrow. Yi Feishue's team? I admit her sword is fast, but not to this degree. Besides, doesn't their team have a wounded soldier clinging to life in the medical cabin? The problem lies with that injured soldier. The captain of Team 4 said grimly. Zhao Tianlong and Shen Bei both used him as bait, and as a result, they both capsized. What's the name of that injured man? Wei Tianming suddenly asked. It seems, his name is Tao Ran. Tao Ran. Wei Tianming chewed on the name. Interesting. Looks like this year's Capture the Flag game won't be so boring. He turned to look at the captain of Team 4 and extended his hand. Let's join forces. Before we resolve this biggest variable, our competition is meaningless. The captain of the fourth team shook his hand without hesitation. That's exactly what I meant. Chapter 62 Public Enemy of the Whole Camp. Tao Ran looked at Yifeishua's slightly hasty back, standing there in a daze, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Was she just shy? Because you said I was shouting too loudly, so your ears turned red? Brother! Why are you still standing there? Let's go! Xian Duo put his arm around Tao Ran's shoulders and said with a wink. I'm telling you, the captain is just concerned about you. He doesn't like your noise because he's worried you'll get hurt again, do you understand? Textbook Sundara. Get lost. Tao Ran pushed him away angrily. How could you interpret it that way? I sacrificed my looks for the team. Do you even know what professionalism is? I understand. Professional, so professional. Xian Duo held back his laughter, with an expression of I understand it all on his face. Liamo, who was standing next to him, silently gave Tao Ran a thumbs up, with a look of sincere admiration on his face. Han Feng coughed lightly and turned his head, as if studying the patterns on the leaves in the distance. This hastily assembled team got along very well after 2 victories. Led by Yifeishue, the team began to move quickly towards the central area of the island. Along the way, the atmosphere became noticeably more solemn. The chaotic period at the beginning has completely passed. After round of brutal elimination, the teams still left on the island are all the elites among the elites. 3 kilometers ahead, we enter the Blackwood Forest area. Yifeishue stopped at a ridge and spread out the virtual map. Through this forest is the open plain where the central battle flag is located. There is no cover there. Once we enter, we will become sitting ducks for everyone. Her voice was cool and clear. So, Blackwood Forest will be the final battlefield. All teams that want to fight for the battle flag will conduct the final clearing here. Shen Duoduo's face turned pale. Captain, what you mean is, we might have to face more than one team next? It's not a possibility. Yifeishue glanced at everyone, it's a certainty. We eliminated the 5th and 8th teams in succession, and our ratings have skyrocketed. We've become everyone's top threat. They'll team up and eliminate us first. Tao Ran sat cross-legged on a rock, silently practicing the heavenly furnace casting me secret. He could clearly feel the surging energy and blood in his body, like an unruly and angry dragon, rampaging through his meridians. The 2 previous attacks, one that shattered the cliff and the other that resisted the blade, were just brutal releases of this power. He is now like a 3-year-old child holding the button of a nuclear bomb. He knows it is extremely powerful but doesn't know how to detonate it accurately. It seems that the precise control of power has become the biggest problem at the moment. Tao Ran said in his heart. The lie of disposable amulet may deceive people temporarily, but not forever. He must master this power as soon as possible, otherwise, he really won't be able to continue acting next time. At this moment, Chen Duo, who had been in charge of vigilance, suddenly changed his expression. Oh no! Captain, look! He projected his tactical terminal screen into the air. On the map, the light spots that were originally scattered everywhere, representing other teams, suddenly changed direction at the same time. The 2nd team, the 4th team, the 7th team, a total of 5 teams, coming from all directions to encircle the Blackwood Forest where they were. Damn it! Xian Duo couldn't help but curse. This has stirred up a hornet's nest. Instead of looking for Zhanqi, they all came looking for us. Liamo clenched his fists, and the ochre-colored energy was faintly visible on the surface of his body. Han Feng's hand was already on the gun handle behind his back. They are coming. Yifeishue put away the map and slowly drew out her sword. The sword body is like a pool of autumn water, emitting a cool light under the sunlight in the forest. Prepare for battle. Temporary command center outside the island. The changes in the tactical map on the huge main screen made all the instructors watching the game stand up. Is this a joint encirclement and suppression by the entire battalion? An instructor exclaimed in shock. Are you crazy? Wei Tianming, Lu Chuang, and the others are all arrogant and proud. How could they possibly join forces to deal with a newly formed team? Don't you understand? Team 3 is no ordinary team. They are everyone's number one enemy. No one can safely capture the flag unless they are eliminated first. Xiao Shan slammed the cigarette butt in his mouth into the ashtray, his eyes flashing with madness and anticipation. The fun begins. His gaze passed over the light spots on the map that represented the strong, and finally fell on the light spot that was surrounded by layers and represented Tao Ran. Come on, little monster. Let me see how many tricks you still have. In the dark woods, the chirping of insects and birds disappeared. The air was filled with murderous intent. The third team formed a small defensive formation with their backs against a steep rock wall. Liu Mo was at the front, acting as the team's shield. Han Feng and Yi Feishuo stood on both sides, protecting the two wings. Shen Duo and Tao Ran were protected in the middle. Brother, my legs are a little weak. Shen Duo held his tactical terminal, his voice trembling. This scene is even scarier than the bloody maze last time. Shut up! Tao Ran shouted in a low voice. He looked nervous on the surface, but in fact all his mind was immersed in his body, frantically sorting out the violent energy and blood. He knew that this time, it would be impossible to get away with it by acting. The war is about to begin. Sudden. Call out. A sharp sound of breaking through the air came from the depths of the dense forest on the left. An energy arrow wrapped in a green vortex flew rapidly, aiming directly at Shen Duo in the center of the formation. Careful! Han Feng roared, a flash of cold light flashed, and the gun shot out like a dragon. Clang! The tip of the spear hit the top of the arrow with incredible precision, knocking it away. However, this is just the beginning. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. From all directions, dozens or even hundreds of energy arrows poured down like a rainstorm, covering all their space for dodging. Rise! Liu Mo roared angrily and slammed his palms on the ground. Boom! A several-meter-thick earth wall rose from the ground, protecting the people behind it. Bang 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 bang! A dense rain of arrows bombarded the earth wall, creating energy ripples and splashing earth and rocks. The earth wall shook violently, cracking into spiderweb-like cracks. I can't hold on any longer. Li Mo's face flushed red, and he was obviously under tremendous pressure. At this moment, a cold sword light flashed from behind the earth wall. Ah! In the distance, a shrill scream was heard. An archer hiding in the treetops had a sword piercing his brow and turned into white light and was teleported out. Yi Feishuo's every move was effective in killing. We found them! Team 4, 300 meters to the east. Shen Duo shouted as he looked at the energy response on the terminal. However, before he could finish his words, the ground on the other side suddenly collapsed without any warning. A huge vortex of quicksand formed instantly, and its powerful suction force was about to drag all of them into the ground. It's the second team, Wei Tianming's gravity field talent. Han Feng's face changed drastically. At the same time, a tall figure appeared like a ghost on the top of the rock wall behind them. He looked down at the third squad, which was in deep crisis, with a calm and indifferent voice. Yi Feishuo, your sword is very fast. But today, you don't have the chance to draw your sword. The captain of the second team, Wei Tianming. The moment he finished speaking, he pressed his hands lightly. Buzz! An invisible and terrifying force field came crashing down. Everyone felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult to breathe, and their movements became several times slower. The suction force of the quicksand instantly increased several times. The earth wall built by Liu Mo collapsed under the dual effects of gravity and quicksand. The third team, having lost its cover, was completely exposed to the enemy's attack range. It's over. Shen Duo's face was full of despair. At this critical moment, a figure rushed out from the formation without any warning. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he faced the rain of arrows and rushed towards the terrifying quicksand vortex. Tao Ran! Come back! Yi Feishuo's face changed drastically and she exclaimed. However, it was too late. Tao Ran's figure has disappeared in the yellow sand. Chapter 63. Don't be afraid, I'm just going downstairs to take a shower. Tao Ran! My dear brother! Shenduoduo's voice broke and the blood drained from his face. Liemo let out an angry roar, and his burly body was crushed under the gravity field, making a crunching sound, but he still tried desperately to break free and rush towards the figure swallowed by the yellow sand. Han Feng's hand holding the spear was frozen in mid-air, and his usually calm eyes were filled with incomprehension. It's over. This was the thought that occurred to the other members of the third team at the same time. Humph, idiot. At the top of the rock wall, Wei Tianming watched the scene coldly, with a disdainful sneer on his lips. In his opinion, this injured man named Tao Ran was either frightened silly by the desperate scene, or had a problem with his brain and chose the most stupid way to commit suicide. Ha, that last place guy couldn't handle the pressure and is courting death. It saves us a lot of trouble. A gloating laugh echoed in the public channel of the joint encirclement and suppression. In their eyes, the encirclement and suppression had ended ahead of schedule. However, no one knew what Tao Ran, who was completely buried in the yellow sand, was experiencing at this moment. Endless sand and gravel, mixed with Wei Tianming's violent gravitational field talent, squeezed in from all directions. Every grain of sand would crush his bones, muscles, and internal organs into powder. Any second-grade warrior, even a third-grade warrior, would not last more than 3 seconds in this environment. But Tao Ran closed his eyes. He did not resist, and even gave up the protective energy, allowing the destructive force to surge into his body. There was no trace of pain on his young face, but instead a hint of enjoyment. The secret of my creation in the heavenly furnace. The skills are running wildly at this moment. If Tao Ran's body is a piece of pig iron mixed with countless impurities, then Wei Tianming's deadly gravity quicksand has become the most perfect forging furnace and heavy hammer at this moment. The unruly and powerful energy and blood that was running rampant in his body was compressed, tempered, and purified again and again under this extreme external pressure. The originally violent power is being tamed and controlled at an incredible speed. Wei Tianming, what a good man. Tao Ran silently gave his opponent a nice guy card. This free top-level forging service is much better than the equipment in the training room. Outside world. Wei Tianming suddenly frowned. He felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the gravity quicksand vortex that he was proud of. The all-conquering suction force was weakening. No, not weakened. There is a more domineering force acting in the opposite direction from the center of the vortex, offsetting his innate power. What's going on? His face changed and he immediately increased his energy output. But no matter how he urged it, the quicksand vortex not only did not get stronger, but instead began to tremble and surge violently. Next second. In the horrified eyes of everyone. Boom! The entire quicksand vortex suddenly exploded, and a huge column of yellow sand, carrying gravel, rose into the sky, reaching dozens of meters high. In the sand and rain, a figure stood quietly at the bottom of the emptied pit. He brushed the dust off his shoulders and raised his head, revealing a face that was a little too clean. Unharmed. The atmosphere in the entire Blackwood forest became strange. The wind stopped, the birds stopped singing, and even the sound of breathing disappeared. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that figure. No. Impossible. The indifference and disdain on Wei Tianming's face completely froze. No one can survive my gravity quicksand. Absolutely not. My dear mother. Xianduoduo's mouth was open enough for an egg to fit in. He rubbed his eyes hard, wondering if he was hallucinating because of excessive fear. That, the one that grew out of the ground, is my biological brother? Liemo and Han Feng, two usually calm men, were completely petrified at this moment. Looking at the dazed faces of his teammates, Tao Ran scratched his head embarrassedly. That. He cleared his throat, trying to break the awkward silence. There was a lot of sand. I almost blinded myself just now. Everyone. He seemed to feel that this explanation was not sufficient, and looked at Ji Feishui and the others, and added sincerely. Don't be afraid, I'm just going downstairs to take a shower and try out my new exercises to see if they can withstand the pressure. Take a bath? Xianduoduo staggered and almost fell to his knees on the spot. Brother! My dear brother! You call that a bath? That's a one-way ticket to the underworld. The panic and worry in Yi Feishui's eyes disappeared at this moment. She suddenly understood. He was not acting, not showing off, and certainly not seeking death. He is solving the problem in his own way. A way beyond everyone's comprehension. She withdrew her gaze, and her beautiful face regained its calmness. Wei Mingtian's gravity field disappeared with the collapse of the quicksand vortex, and the mountain pressing on everyone disappeared. The coalition forces, which had been confident of victory, now looked like ducks with their throats strangled, their faces pale. Is this a trap? Han Feng, Li Mo. Yi Feishua's cold voice broke the silence. Exist. The two of them came back to their senses instantly and responded in unison. Xian Duo, lock down all enemy positions. Yes. Captain. Xian Duo shuddered, and his fingers turned into afterimages on the tactical terminal. Yi Feishua's gaze fell on Wei Tianming, who had a dark face and was at the top of the rock wall. Clean them up. The horn of counterattack sounds at this moment. Wei Tianming was completely enraged by this order. He can't accept it. I couldn't accept that my sure kill situation had been so absurdly broken. I couldn't accept that I had become this monster's grindstone. Tao Ran. He let out a wild roar mixed with humiliation and rage, then leaped down from the rock wall. All the energy and blood in his body burst out without reservation, and he rushed towards Tao Ran like a meteorite. I'm going to kill you with my own hands. Chapter 64. After one punch, it was sunny. Wei Tianming fell from the sky like a burning meteorite. The airflow around him was twisted by the terrifying gravity, forming circles of ripples visible to the naked eye. Before anyone arrived, the terrifying pressure had already enveloped the area within 10 meters around Tao Ran. This is the captain of the second team, one of the top 5 talents in Qianlong camp, and he attacks with anger without reservation. Brother! Be careful! Xian Duo's scream rang out in the channel. Li Mo and Han Feng were also ready to rush forward to support, but were stopped by Yi Feishua's eyes. She stood there quietly, looking at the lonely figure in the deep pit. She wanted to see to what extent this guy who had just taken a bath had been tempered. Faced with this devastating blow, Tao Ran did not dodge, nor even change his posture. Just as Wei Tianming's fist, which was powerful enough to smash through the armored vehicle, was about to land on his head, Tao Ran also threw a punch. It was just an ordinary punch, without the brilliant brilliance of blood and energy, and without the piercing sonic boom that tore through the air. Looking for death. A hint of cruelty flashed in Wei Tianming's eyes. He seemed to have seen the opponent's entire arm, along with the entire body, turned into meat paste under his gravity fist. However, when the two fists met in mid-air, Wei Tianming's violent gravitational field disappeared silently the moment it touched Tao Ran's fist. His fist, which was infused with all his energy and blood and powerful enough to split mountains and rocks, was blocked by another fist so lightly. No shockwave, no energy ripples. All the strength, all the kinetic energy, all the violence and anger, completely disappeared at that point of contact, being swallowed up by an invisible black hole. The grim smile on Wei Tianming's face froze. He remained in the air with his fist raised, frozen in place, his fist pressed against Tao Ran's, unable to move. He could clearly feel that the overwhelming power in his fist was disappearing without a trace, like a drop in the ocean. What happened? Where is my strength? Where's my gravity field? You. Wei Tianming squeezed out a word with difficulty. The rage in his eyes had been replaced by horror. Tao Ran raised his arm slightly. Too little strength. A seemingly gentle but irresistible force was transmitted along the tip of the fist. Crack! Wei Tianming let out a shrill scream, and his entire right arm broke backwards at a strange angle, with the bones piercing the skin and leaving a bloody mess. Immediately afterwards, he flew backwards. Boom! Wei Tianming crashed heavily into the rock wall 100 meters away, sending rocks flying everywhere. He slid down the rock wall and collapsed to the ground, his whole body twitching, blood constantly flowing out of his mouth, and then he turned into white light and disappeared. One punch. Just one punch. Wei Tianming, the captain of the second team and the top warrior of Qianlong camp, was defeated. The defeat was so clean, so complete, so humiliating. The members of the coalition team who were lying in ambush in the dark stared at the scene in a daze. Their minds are blank. Captain, are we still going? A trembling voice sounded on the fourth team's voice channel. Bullshit. Get ready to run. The captain of the fourth team gave up decisively. Oh my god. Xian Duo held his tactical terminal and spoke incoherently. He muttered to himself, my dear brother, what did he do just now? He punched Wei Tianming and sent him flying? The earth shield that Li Mo had just condensed in his hand turned into sand with a crash. Han Feng looked at the figure standing in the deep pit and slowly retracting his fist, his heart surging. Yi Feishue's hand gripping the hilt of the sword loosened slightly. She saw it clearly. The punch just now was not from brute force. It's control. It is the precise control of one's own power. The violent force that was enough to flatten a cliff was perfectly concentrated at one point, accurately destroying all the opponent's defenses and resistance. This state. She had only felt it in those masters who were in charge of a region. Ahem. In the deep pit, Tao Ran coughed twice somewhat embarrassedly. He looked down at his fist. The tempering effect of the art of forging me with the heavenly furnace was better than he had imagined. The violent energy and blood that had been rampaging through his body and causing him endless headaches had now completely submerged. Now he can mobilize the qi and blood in his body at will. This feeling is so great. Qian Duo was startled and rushed over, crawling and hugging Tao Ran's thighs. Liemo and Han Feng also came over. Tao Ran, you. Liemo, this honest man, held back for a long time before finally saying, "You are really amazing." Tao Ran smiled, his eyes passed over them and fell on Yi Feishue. Captain, the enemies seemed to have been scared away. He had just finished speaking. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, white lights appeared in all directions of the forest. That is the transmission light that symbolizes renunciation. The members of the 2nd, 4th and 7th teams, who had been so aggressive before and formed the coalition encirclement, had their psychological defenses completely collapsed after witnessing Wei Tianming being killed instantly with one punch. They didn't even have the courage to take action, and chose to crush the badge without hesitation and give up. What a joke! Fighting a monster that can cripple Wei Tianming with one punch? Do you think your life is too long? In just a dozen seconds, there was no living person left in the entire Blackwood Forest except for the 3rd team. Chen Duo looked at the light spots disappearing rapidly on the tactical terminal, his mouth opened into an O shape. No. Conquer the enemy without fighting? He suddenly turned around and looked at Tao Ran, his eyes full of fanatical admiration. Brother! Is this what you call a kingly aura? When you stand there, they're all scared to death. Tao Ran felt uncomfortable being stared at, and said unhappily, "What do you mean by kingly aura? This is called scientific intimidation. Do you understand what after one punch, the sky clears up means?" As he spoke, he dusted himself off, walked out of the deep pit, and came in front of Yi Feishue. Captain, can we go get the flag now? Yi Feishue looked at him in silence for a moment, then slowly nodded. She sheathed her sword and turned. Let's go. Looking at Yi Feishue's back, Tao Ran always felt that today's captain seemed a little different. But he couldn't tell exactly what was different. Temporary command center outside the island. All the instructors, including Xiao Shan, stared at the playback on the main screen motionlessly, as if they were under a spell. The scene played over and over again. Wei Tianming's violent meteorite attack. Tao Ran's nonchalant punch. And the scene of Wei Tianming flying backwards like a broken sack. Gudong. An instructor swallowed hard and said in a hoarse voice, "What just happened?" No one could answer him. Because they can't understand it either. Xiao Shan stared at the screen intently, almost biting the cigarette but in his mouth to pieces. His hands were shaking slightly. He was right. Get the energy data of that punch just now. Xiao Shan's voice was a little distorted. The technician's fingers trembled as he operated. Soon, a set of data that made their scalps tingle appeared on the screen. Reporting to the chief instructor. Student Wei Tianming's peak impact force has reached 135 tons. Student Tao Ran, his fist, no energy was detected leaking out, all the energy was annihilated internally, at the point of contact. Based on reverse deduction from the model, the instantaneous explosive power of student Tao Ran's punch exceeded the instrument's detection limit. The technician's voice became increasingly quiet. Exceeded detection limit. You know, the upper limit of this monitoring system is prepared for battles below the Grandmaster level. Xiao Shan stood up suddenly and said, "Get ready to pack up your equipment. This flag-grabbing battle is already a foregone conclusion." Chapter 65, the most boring champion in history. With the withdrawal of other teams, the Blackwood Forest leading to the central battle flag area became unusually quiet. The jungle, which was full of dangers before, is now natural and peaceful, and the air is especially fresh. The 3rd team walked along the forest path, and the atmosphere was completely different from before. Brother! Dear brother! Tell me the truth, what kind of monster are you reincarnated into? Shen Duo completely turned into Tao Ran's follower, jumping around him, with fanatical glint in his eyes, and he was almost kneeling down to him on the spot. What's the name of your punch? It's awesome. One punch for a clear sky? Or don't mess with me, Overlord? It's called hurry up and walk away and stop talking nonsense. Tao Ran replied unhappily. Don't worry, brother. Shen Duo rubbed his hands, with a flattering look on his face. Teach me a few moves. Just that punch just now. I don't ask for much, just a punch that can knock Wei Tianming so hard that he can't take care of himself. Want to learn? Tao Ran glanced at him. Sure, I'll have Wei Tianming dig another hole and you jump in and take a bath. I promise you'll learn it. Xian Duo's neck shrank and he suddenly became silent. Just kidding, if he jumps into that kind of bath with his small body, there won't even be any bones left. Liemo and Han Feng followed silently behind. They looked at Tao Ran's back with complicated eyes. There is awe and curiosity, but more of it is a conviction that comes from the heart. This injured soldier, who was previously regarded as a burden by everyone, turned out to be the strongest pillar of the team. Yi Feishui, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. She turned around, and Shen Duo, who was still playing around, immediately shut up. That punch of yours. Yi Feishui looked at Tao Ran. How did you manage to perfectly control all the force at the point of contact without any leakage? This is a very professional question. She saw that the real horror of that punch was not in its power, but in its extremely subtle control. Tao Ran looked into her inquiring eyes and knew that ordinary lies would not work. He thought for a moment and answered seriously, maybe it's because I'm afraid of pain. It would be bad if my strength leaked out and hurt the flowers and plants. If it hits your foot, that would be even worse. Xian Duo. Liemo and Han Feng. What the hell is this? Yi Feishui looked at him blankly, said softly, turned around and continued to lead the way. Tao Ran noticed that her walking posture seemed more relaxed than before. The shoulders that had been tense and ready to draw the sword at any time now relaxed slightly. After passing through the dark woods, the view suddenly opens up. A vast plain appeared before everyone. In the center of the plain, a battle flag with the emblem of the Qianlong camp was fluttering in the wind. Other than that, there was no one. The expected final battlefield with corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river did not appear. That's it? Xian Duo rubbed his eyes, a look of disbelief on his face. We won? This is the finish line? He looked around, feeling overwhelmed. I thought the battle would be so intense that the sky would be dark and the sun and moon would disappear. This feels like a picnic. Liemo said in a deep voice, this is the easiest decisive battle I've ever participated in. Han Feng also nodded in agreement. Their enemies are all the teams in the Qianlong camp except them. And their record was that Tao Ran went down to take a bath and then threw a punch. The battle is over. Stop being sentimental and go get the flag. Tao Ran smiled and patted Xian Duo's shoulder. Under the gaze of several people, Tao Ran slowly walked to the center of the plain and reached out to grasp the flagpole. He pulled gently and took the battle flag out of the soil. Just at the moment the battle flag left the ground. A broadcast voice resounded throughout the entire island and also echoed in the command center outside the island. The final assessment is over. Winner, Team 3. Captain, Yi Feishui. Team members, Tao Ran, Han Feng, Liemo, Shen Duo. Assessment rating, SSS. Transporting all students back to base. Inside the command center. All the instructors stared blankly at the figure carrying the flag on the main screen. The picture froze on the reverse deduction data model of that punch. The glaring red warning of exceeding the detection limit is still lingering in everyone's mind. Is this over? Muttered an instructor in charge of data analysis. One man ended the entire flag-grabbing battle with a single punch. No. That's not the point. Another old instructor in charge of martial arts theory stood up suddenly. He pointed at the contact point on the screen where no energy was leaking out. Look here. Wei Tianming's gravity punch, the power was completely eaten the moment it made contact. This isn't a head-on resistance, this is transformation of strength. It's the ultimate concentration and annihilation of power. This is a realm only a grandmaster can reach. When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. A second rank warrior has mastered Grandmaster level power control techniques? What a joke! I've seen his stats. His chi and blood are at 2,150 calories, peak level 2. While his chi and blood are strong, this level of control simply isn't something someone at this level can possess. Before, I flattened the cliff with one punch. That was brute force. Now, I killed Wei Tianming instantly with one punch. That was skill. From being unable to control himself to having perfect control. He only needed one shower? This kid, what on earth did he go through? The instructor's discussion grew louder, and shock and confusion spread throughout the command center. Let's go, it's time to meet our champion. Xiao Shan took the extinguished cigarette butt out of his mouth and pressed it hard into the ashtray. Buzz. The familiar feeling of weightlessness came, and a flash of light appeared. The 5 members of the third team had returned to the huge playground before they set out. There were dense crowds of people standing around them. All the eliminated students have been teleported back. At this moment, nearly 100 eyes were focused on the 5 of them. To be more precise, the focus is on Tao Ran alone. Those eyes contained fear, awe, jealousy, confusion. It was extremely complicated. Those students who had previously mocked him as a burden and a wounded soldier now lowered their heads and did not dare to look him in the eye. Wei Tianming, who was defeated by his punch, and Shen Bei, who was blocked by his body against the blade, were standing at the front of the crowd. The 2 men were pale and looked at Tao Ran as if they were looking at a demon crawling out of hell. They are the aces of their respective teams and the top talents in the Qianlong camp. But today, their pride and self-confidence were crushed by that harmless boy in a simple and brutal way. The atmosphere on the playground was so oppressive that it made people breathless. Just then, ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. The clear sound of military boots' footsteps was heard. The crowd automatically parted a path. Xiao Shan walked over with an expressionless face. He ignored everyone, walked straight to Tao Ran and stopped. Chapter 66. I just want to be Tao Ran. Xiao Shan stood in front of Tao Ran without saying a word. His face was calm, showing no emotion. But the more this happens, the more people feel a sense of oppression as if a storm is about to come. Qian Duo was so nervous that his palms were sweating. He quietly moved his feet and wanted to stand in front of Tao Ran, but was held down by Liemo. Liemo shook his head at him, signaling him not to make trouble. You. Finally, Xiao Shan spoke. He pointed at Tao Ran. Come with me. It's over. Shen Duo's heart skipped a beat. This is the time to settle the score. He broke the training target and caused such a big noise during the assessment. He will definitely be taken away for secret interrogation. A hint of pleasure flashed in Wei Tianming and Shen Bei's eyes. Although they lost, it would be a kind of psychological comfort if they could see this monster being punished. Tao Ran blinked and looked at Xiao Shan innocently. Instructor, where are we going? Shall we present the awards first? This flag is quite heavy for me to carry. He shook the battle flag on his shoulder, as if he was completely unaware of the seriousness of the problem. When these words came out, everyone in the audience was stunned. Is this guy really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Even at this moment, he's still thinking about the reward? Xiao Shan snatched the battle flag from Tao Ran's hand and turned to face all the students. Stand at attention. A loud shout was like thunder out of nowhere. All the students straightened their backs subconsciously. Xiao Shan suddenly inserted the battle flag into the ground at his feet, making a dull bang sound. The 182nd Qianlong Special Training Camp, the final assessment, Capture the Flag, has officially concluded. A total of 10 teams participated in this assessment. 9 teams abstained. When the word abstention was mentioned, Xiao Shan's eyes swept over Wei Tianming, Chen Bei and others intentionally or unintentionally. The geniuses he saw all lowered their heads in shame. Victors, Team 3. According to the assessment rules, the winning team is rated SSS. When Xiao Shan said the rating SSS, the whole playground exploded instantly. What? SSS level rating? How is this possible? In the history of Qianlongying, the highest rating is only S+. They just had a fight, no, one person just threw a punch, so why should they get SSS? Questions arose one after another. Why? Xiao Shan sneered and looked around the audience. With a C-rank team, they were able to force back 5 elite coalition forces, including a rank and B+ rank forces, on the front battlefield. They achieved the final victory in the flag-grabbing battle at the cost of 0 casualties. They've made you self-proclaimed geniuses lose the courage to even draw your swords. Loud slaps were slapped on the faces of those who abstained from voting. The Hidden Dragon Battalion wants warriors who can create miracles, not sheep who follow the rules. They did it, so they deserve this rating. If you are dissatisfied, you can stand up now. The whole audience was silent. Who dares to disobey? Wei Tianming is the best example of the consequences of disobeying the rules. He still has that arm in a brace. Very good. Xiao Shan cleared his throat and announced the most exciting part. Now, I announce the final reward. Team 3, Captain Yi Feishue, team members Tao Ran, Han Feng, Liu Mo, Shen Duoduo. Everyone will receive an S-level technique. Boom! As soon as the reward was announced, Chen Duoduo's eyes instantly turned red. An S-level technique. That's something worthy of being a martial arts family heirloom. It's priceless on the black market. Everyone will receive a set of exclusive magic weapons tailored for them by the Xia Kingdom's Divine Weapon Pavilion. Chen Duoduo's breathing had begun to quicken, and he covered his mouth tightly to prevent himself from screaming. Exclusive magic weapon. That is every warrior's ultimate dream. And enter the Xia Kingdom's highest martial arts treasure house and choose any item. Oh my god. Chen Duoduo couldn't bear it anymore. He hugged Liu Mo next to him and jumped up and down with excitement. We got it. We got it. Liu Mo, who had an expressionless face, could no longer hold back. An expression of uncontrollable excitement appeared on his face, and he let Chen Duoduo hang on him like a monkey. Han Feng looked at Tao Ran, his eyes filled with gratitude. He knew that all this was because of this seemingly harmless boy. Yi Feishue stood in place, with ripples in her cold eyes. Tao Ran was very calm. He smiled happily and watched his teammates cheer for the victory. This feeling is so good. Quiet! Xiao Shan shouted again. The playground returned to calm. The awards ceremony will be held in the auditorium in an hour. Now, disband. After saying that, Xiao Shan turned around and said to Tao Ran again, "You, follow me." Under the gazes of countless people, Tao Ran followed Xiao Shan into the interrogation room in the deepest part of the command center. There are no windows here, the walls are made of a thick special alloy, and there is only a metal table and 2 chairs. Sit down. Xiao Shan pointed to the chair opposite. Tao Ran sat down confidently. Xiao Shan didn't sit down, but paced back and forth around the table, his metal boots making a monotonous and oppressive clacking sound on the floor. He suddenly stopped, put his hands on the table, and stared into Tao Ran's eyes. Is that forged in the heavenly furnace? Tao Ran's pupils suddenly shrank. Wei Tianming doesn't understand, Shen Duoduo and the others don't understand, but don't think I don't understand either. Xiao Shan's eyes were as sharp as a knife. Transforming extreme external pressure into a furnace for self-tempering. The concept of this technique exists only in fragments and rare copies found in some Class A areas, and is known as the most insane, suicidal cultivation method. In the 20 days since you woke up, you've researched over 1,000 body and spirit cultivation techniques. I thought you were overly ambitious, but I never imagined you'd actually merge them into a technique of your own. Tao Ran was silent. He knew that in the face of national-level surveillance and massive data analysis capabilities, many of his actions would be exposed. And then there was that punch. Xiao Shan straightened up and his tone became more serious. There was no energy leakage. The power was perfectly restrained, instantly annihilating Wei Tianming's gravity field at the point of contact. That was transformation power, a realm only a grandmaster could reach. A second-rank warrior who created his own magical skills and mastered master-level power control techniques. Xiao Shan walked around behind Tao Ran and put his hands on his shoulders. Tao Ran, what exactly are you? Tao Ran could feel that Xiao Shan's hand on his shoulder was as hard as iron, and the power contained in it was enough to crush him in an instant. But he didn't panic. He raised his head, facing the light on the wall, and spoke slowly. Instructor, I'm just a citizen of Xia country who wants to survive and protect the people I care about. I don't want to use that heaven-slashing sword technique again because the cost is too high. So I need stronger power and stronger control. In the hidden dragon camp, I found the direction. Xiao Shan could feel the calmness in the boy's words. After a long time, he loosened his grip, walked back to the table, pulled out a chair and sat down. The sword you mentioned has been classified as a top-secret national defense. Today, your existence has also been classified as such. Tao Ran raised his eyebrows. You are special, Tao Ran. Your value may be greater than any of us can imagine. Xiao Shan took out a cigarette from his pocket and turned it between his fingers. Xia country doesn't need an uncontrollable monster, but it desperately needs a hero who can perform miracles. He looked at Tao Ran with an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. Tell me, which one are you going to do? Tao Ran smiled. He stood up, walked to Xiao Shan, took the cigarette from his hand, put it under his nose and sniffed it. Instructor, I don't want to be a monster, nor do I want to be a hero. I just want to be Tao Ran. A Tao Ran who can make my friends cheer and laugh without restraint because of my existence. After saying that, he returned the cigarette to Xiao Shan and turned to walk towards the door. The award ceremony is about to start, and I don't want to be late. Xiao Shan looked down at the cigarette in his hand, then looked at the young man who was about to disappear at the door. He smiled. You little brat. Your secret is needed by Xiagua. And I will keep it for you. Chapter 67 Eye of Judgment. Qianlonying Auditorium. This place can accommodate thousands of people, but at the moment there are only less than 100 students sitting here. The empty venue made the atmosphere seem even more solemn and dignified. The trainees all changed into brand new black training uniforms and sat quietly in their seats according to the team sequence. The arrogance they had when they first arrived had long since disappeared from their faces. When the 5 members of the third team walked into the auditorium, all eyes were focused on them. Brother, this scene is like walking on the red carpet. Shen Duoduo adjusted his collar and said to Tao Ran beside him in a low voice, look at their eyes, full of envy, jealousy and hatred, it's all over. Calm down. You are a member of the championship team after all. Don't act like you have never seen the world. Tao Ran patted his shoulder with a calm face. Shen Duoduo muttered quietly, this is an S-level martial arts technique and a special magic weapon. My ancestors for 18 generations have never seen such a good thing. How can I remain calm? Liemo and Han Feng followed behind. Although their expressions were calm, their slightly straightened chests still revealed their inner excitement. Yi Feishuet, who was walking in front, still looked like he didn't want anyone to approach him. The 5 of them sat down in their exclusive seats in the first row, waiting for the ceremony to begin. Tao Ran looked around boredly, his eyes sweeping over the big men on the rostrum with the stars on their shoulders, and over the prodigies sitting upright around him. Suddenly, his body stiffened slightly. An indescribable feeling of being watched came over him without warning. It felt invisible and intangible, as if someone was trying to enter his consciousness, penetrate his soul, and see through him from the inside out. Warning! Ultra-high-intensity mental scan detected. Scan source locked. Target, Sikong Yao, son of National Destiny, candidate for Destiny. Talent rating, SSS level Eye of Judgment. National Destiny Index, 92 Goddess Will, of great importance. System review, a judge walking the world, peeking into the origins of all things. Extremely dangerous. Do not make eye contact unless necessary. Tao Ran's heart trembled. Sikong Yao. That prince. The Daodian Ju in his body started to operate on its own, and the phantom of the golden dragon of national destiny in his mind let out a dragon roar, and an invisible barrier instantly isolated the prying force outside. The sense of voyeurism came to an abrupt end. Tao Ran looked in the direction where the feeling came from. In an independent VIP seat at the side of the auditorium, a young man in white casual clothes was looking at him with interest. The young man looked to be about the same age as him, but he was too handsome, with a faint smile on his lips and a lazy and noble temperament. When Tao Ran looked over, he seemed a little surprised and raised his eyebrows slightly. He raised the teacup in his hand towards Tao Ran from a distance as a greeting. Tao Ran withdrew his gaze expressionlessly. Brother, what's wrong? Xian Duo keenly noticed his abnormality. It's nothing. I saw a handsome guy and couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. Tao Ran made up a lie. Shen Duo followed his gaze, and when he saw Sikong Yao, he shuddered with fear and quickly retracted his head. My dear brother, please don't look around. That's Prince Sikong Yao. The one in Qianlong camp who can decide whether we stay or go with just one word. So awesome? It's more than just a cow. Shen Duo lowered his voice, his tone full of awe. It is said that his eye of judgment can see through all of a person's weaknesses and even predict your next move. Tao Ran touched his chin. The Eye of Judgment? It sounds like something very powerful. At this moment, the lights on the podium came on and Xiao Shan strode to the front of the podium. Quiet. He looked around the room, his voice booming. The purpose of the Qianlong Special Training Camp is to select sharp blades for the human race. Over the past 3 months, you have endured trials of blood and fire, witnessed the departure of your companions, and completed your own transformation. Now, it's time to reap the rewards. Xiao Shan went straight to the point. To protect your documents from piracy, choose Xiaowu, a book search robot. It is stable and reliable, no pitfalls. Winner of the final assessment Team 3. Captain Yi Feishue, team members Tao Ran, Han Feng, Liu Mo, Xian Duo, step out. Under the envious gaze of the audience, the 5 people walked onto the podium. According to the decision of the Supreme Command, all members of Team 3 will be rewarded with an S-level technique. 5 staff members came up, each holding a metal data device. Xian Duo was so excited that his face turned red. He took it with trembling hands and almost dropped it. Tao Ran took the data meter and it felt cold to the touch. He could sense that a vast amount of information was stored inside. Once unlocked, an S-level martial art that is enough to drive all the warriors in the outside world crazy will belong to him. Reward everyone with a set of custom-made magic weapons exclusively for Xia Country's Divine Weapon Pavilion. Now, even Li Mo's breathing became heavy. A burning flame also ignited in Han Feng's eyes. Exclusively customized magic weapons mean that the weapon-making masters of the Magic Weapon Pavilion will tailor-make the most suitable weapons according to each person's talents, skills, and combat habits. This is more valuable than those fixed-finished magical weapons in the martial arts treasure house. Just as the staff was about to record everyone's customization requirements, Tao Ran suddenly took a step forward. Report to the instructor. The whole audience's attention was focused on him again. Xiao Shan frowned slightly. Speak. Can I exchange this spot for a custom-made divine weapon for something else? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Is he crazy? He doesn't even want his own special divine weapon? That was the Grandmaster of the Divine Weapon Pavilion taking action. It's an opportunity that no amount of money can buy. What on earth is Tao Ran thinking about? Xian Duo was so anxious that he kept pulling at his clothes. Brother. You don't have a fever, do you? Exclusive magic weapon. Yi Feishue's gaze moved from Tao Ran's determined profile to the sword at his waist. She had been with Ah Dai for more than a month and was very clear about his abilities. Xiao Shan was also stunned. He stared at Tao Ran and said, "Give me a reason." Tao Ran patted Ah Dai at his waist, and the hilt of the sword trembled slightly. Report to the instructor, I already have a suitable weapon. My sword is irreplaceable. Everyone looked at the sword at his waist. The scabbard is simple and without any decoration, and looks like the same low-quality goods mass-produced in the training camp. Exchange a broken sword for a chance to become the master of a divine weapon? Everyone thought Tao Ran had a mental problem. Si Kong Yao, who was sitting in the VIP seat, looked at the sword thoughtfully. Xiao Shan looked at Tao Ran deeply, then looked at the sword at his waist. He understood that this young man could not be judged by common sense. He raised his wrist and quickly operated on the tactical terminal. A brief application note was also sent. This boy is very loyal. His sword is already spiritual. Forcing it to change is useless. I suggest making an exception to encourage the entire army. After a moment, he raised his head and looked at Tao Ran with complicated eyes. High Command, your request is approved. Xiao Shan's voice was clearly heard throughout the auditorium. After research and decision, Tao Ran's reward will be changed to the right to select from the Xia Nation's martial arts treasury twice. The whole audience fell silent again. If I was shocked before, now I am numb. Special talents, special treatment. This unwritten rule was fully demonstrated today in this young man named Tao Ran. Finally, Xiao Shan's voice rang out again, reward everyone. Immediate access to Xia Nation's highest martial arts treasury, where you can choose any item. Time limit, 3 hours. As soon as he finished speaking, the alloy wall behind the podium slid silently to the sides. A huge vortex-shaped light gate appeared in front of everyone. The light gate slowly rotates, exuding an ancient and vast aura. The future of Xia Nation. Xiao Shan looked at the 5 people on the stage. Go find your opportunities, and then, become stronger. Yi Feishue took the lead and turned towards the light gate. Han Feng and Liu Mo followed closely behind. Xian Duo rubbed his hands excitedly and winked at Tao Ran. Brother, 2 chances. You must keep your eyes open and choose carefully. Let's try to empty the treasure house. Tao Ran smiled and shook his head, then followed him towards the mysterious door of light. When his foot was about to step into the light gate, he suddenly turned around and glanced in the direction of the VIP seats. Sikong Yao was still sitting there, holding a teacup, with that lazy smile on his face. Their eyes met. Sikong Yao's lips moved silently. Tao Ran understood those two words. Interesting. Chapter 68 The Tattered King in the Treasure House. One step forward, and the world changes. The Xia Kingdom's martial arts treasure house before him was a vast and boundless void. Countless stars emitting various colors of light are suspended in the air, and each star contains a treasure that makes your heart beat faster. Magical weapons, elixirs, jade slips of martial arts techniques, rare materials, a dazzling array of everything is available. Oh my god! Shen Duo opened his mouth wide and saliva was almost flowing out. He excitedly grabbed Tao Ran's arm and shook it wildly. Brother! We're rich! I feel like I can wander around here forever. A gentle electronic synthesized sound rang out in the void. Welcome to the highest martial arts treasure house of Xia country. Selection time, 3 hours. Rules: each person can select one treasure. Tao Ran, a member of the third team, has the right to select 2 treasures. Warning: do not touch any sealed light balls before making a final decision. Only 3 hours? Xian Duo wailed. This is like letting a starving person watch a banquet and only giving him a toothpick. Although he wailed, his body remained honest and rushed out in the form of a shadow. Wow! S-rank Dragon Elephant Prison Suppressing Technique. Oh my god! This is the sky-splitting blade. I've only seen it in textbooks. Is this pill the 9 transformation golden pill? Han Feng and Liu Mo also took action. Han Feng had a clear goal and went straight to the martial arts area. He needed a body technique that could match his speed talent. In the end, he chose an ancient scroll of physical skills called Glimpses. Liu Mo walked towards the area of body refining medicines. With his strong physique, it was obvious that he was more interested in strengthening his body. After comparing for a long time, he chose a drop of Titan blood containing the blood of the mountain giant ape. Yifei stood quietly in place, his eyes sweeping over those shining divine weapons, but there was no fluctuation in his eyes. After a moment, she walked to a secluded corner where a seemingly ordinary green whetstone was suspended. Tao Ran looked at her, thoughtfully. As expected of a woman born for the sword, the only thing in her mind is how to make her sword sharper. Brother! Come here quickly! Why are you still standing there? Xian Duo danced in front of a huge golden ball of light and called out to him. Here's a set of Sun God armor. Wear it and you'll be able to withstand a Grandmaster's attack. It's perfect for you. Tao Ran smiled and shook his head. For him, the best martial arts is Dao Yen Ju and the best weapon is a dai. The art of forging me with the heavenly furnace is constantly strengthening his body and soul. No matter how powerful external objects are, they are not as reliable as your own strength. And the fastest way to improve himself is to improve his daughter of national destiny. He closed his eyes, and his vast mental power spread out like a tide. Sun Crystal. His mental power shuttled through countless blazing energy balls. Soon, he opened his eyes and walked to an inconspicuous corner where some discarded test products and unidentified raw materials were piled up. In a pile of waste ore, he saw a fist-sized white crystal with a smooth surface that emitted a faint glow. The label next to it read, Unknown Solar Attribute Crystal, Unstable Energy Structure, No Research Value. Shen Duo came over at some point and saw Tao Ran staring at the broken stone with a look of disgust on his face. Brother, what are you looking at? It's just a large piece of broken glass. It's too uncomfortable to use as a table leg. Tao Ran concentrated his mental energy on this crystal. At the moment when his mental power touched him, he received a prompt from the system in his mind. Ding! Target object detected. Item, Sun Crystal incomplete. Description, born from the core of a star, a sacred crystal that absorbed the power of the polar day. System evaluation, the dusty sun awaits the ignition of the phoenix fire. That's it. Tao Ran was delighted. I choose this. He reached out and picked up the bright white crystal. Xian Duo's eyes almost popped out of his head. Brother! Are you having a fever? You chose this thing for the first of 2 chances? Don't worry about it. Tao Ran put away the sun crystal and was in a good mood. Now, it's time to find the second one. The information of the girl named Shin Yuro emerged in his mind. Status: deep coma, mental exhaustion, weak vital signs. At that moment, he seemed to be back in the cold life support cabin again. The feeling of despair, as if his soul was being torn away piece by piece and his consciousness sank into endless cold darkness, surged into his heart again. He was well aware of the pain and helplessness, and subconsciously clenched his fists. A girl who was born to purify the world should not be extinguished in the darkness like that. His mental power dispersed again. This time, he tried to find a place of absolute quietness and stability in this noisy and violent ocean of energy. There are thousands of treasures in the void, and his consciousness is constantly wandering in search. Time passes by every second. Xian Duo, Han Feng, and Liemo had already chosen their treasures with satisfaction. The three of them gathered together and looked at Tao Ran, who was still there with his eyes closed, dreaming. What is brother Tao Ran doing? Is he in a trance? Xian Duo asked in a low voice. Don't disturb him. Han Feng held the ancient scroll. He must have his reasons for his choice. Just when Tao Ran was about to give up, his spiritual power touched a cool and peaceful breath at the edge of the top floor of the treasure house. He suddenly opened his eyes, moved his body, and flew straight up. At the highest point, in a black velvet box, lay a gray bead quietly. The bead is the size of a thumb, with no luster on the surface and no energy fluctuations. Its label is even simpler: calming bead? Weak effect, source unknown. Tao Ran, however, felt an indescribable sense of grandeur and compassion from this bead, as if it carried the prayers of countless living beings. Ding! Special item detected. Item: soul-fixing bead. Description: in ancient times, to resist the invasion of demons, the people prayed day and night before the statue of the deity. Their sincere thoughts accumulated over thousands of years. System evaluation: the compassion of all living beings can bring peace to all souls in the world. I want this one too. There was a flash of light, and a box of gray beads fell into his hands. At this point, his two precious opportunities to choose were all used up. Brother! Chen Duo looked at the two things in his hands, wanting to cry but having no tears. I beg you, can you please not let us suffer this injustice? We are champions, not here to pick up scraps. These two things of yours combined might not be worth as much as the scabbard of my wind-chasing dagger. Tao Ran carefully put away the two pieces of junk and showed an extremely satisfied smile on his face. You don't understand. In my eyes, they are more precious than everything here combined. Yifei, who was not far away, looked at the smile on Tao Ran's face, frowned slightly, and deep confusion flashed in his eyes. She couldn't understand this person. He clearly possesses the power to overturn the tide of battle, yet he is content with being ordinary. He clearly had the right to choose the most precious treasure, but he chose two pieces of trash that no one cared about. What is he thinking? Selection time is up, all students will be transported away. An electronic sound rang out, and light enveloped the five people. Chapter 69 Specially Appointed Assistant Teacher. The light faded, and the five people returned to the empty auditorium. Most of the eliminated students around had already left, leaving only a few teams still waiting there. When the five members of the third team appeared, everyone's attention was focused again. As soon as Chen Duo stood firm, he grabbed Tao Ran's arm and his face wrinkled like a bitter gourd. Brother, my heart aches. I feel so bad for you. He pointed at Tao Ran's pocket with a look of great sorrow. Two precious opportunities. And you get a bunch of junk in return. The scabbard of my newly acquired wind chaser dagger is even shinier than your gray bead. Tao Ran smiled, patted his bulging pockets, and looked mysterious. You don't understand. This is called connotation. Good things cannot be judged by appearance alone. Bah! That broken crystal of yours isn't even level enough to use as a table leg. Chen Duo was so angry that he jumped up and down. Han Feng and Liemo looked at Tao Ran with complicated expressions. Reason told them that Tao Ran's choice was extremely foolish. But subconsciously, they feel that this man who can always create miracles must have a deep meaning behind doing this. Okay, stop howling. Xiaoshan's voice came from the rostrum. He had been standing there without knowing when, his eyes sweeping over the five people in the audience. Everyone else, disband. Within a week, the assignment notice will be sent to your personal terminals. Now, get out. The remaining students hurriedly left the auditorium as if they had been pardoned. Soon, only Xiaoshan and the five people from the third team were left in the huge auditorium. You five, come up. 5 people walked onto the podium. Xiao Shan looked at them with a serious expression. The SSS rating is not only an honor, but also a responsibility. Your future will no longer be determined by conventional military ranks. He first looked at Yi Feishue, according to the order of the Supreme Command, you will be directly transferred to the Heavenly Sword preparatory sequence and report to the Beijing headquarters immediately. Your transfer order will take effect in 1 hour. Yi Feishue nodded calmly. This was the outcome she had expected long ago. Xiao Shan then turned to the other 3 people. Hanfeng, Liamo, Xian Duoduo. Congratulations! You have qualified to join the Jingye Bureau's ACE unit, the Demon Suppression Division. You have a week's vacation before reporting to Jiangnan Base City. Demon Suppression Division. Xian Duoduo took a deep breath and his face turned red with excitement. That is the most elite force in the Jingye Bureau, specializing in dealing with the most dangerous alien races and folded space incidents. It is a holy place in the hearts of all warriors. He excitedly punched Li Mo's chest. Brother Mo. We've entered the Demon Suppression Division. Ha 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 ha. Li Mo also showed an irrepressible smile on his face. Han Feng clenched his fists tightly, with fighting spirit burning in his eyes. Finally, Xiao Shan's gaze fell on Tao Ran. Tao Ran. Xiao Shan's voice was emotionless. Your arrangements are to be determined. Ah. Qian Duoduo's smile froze. Instructor, this is unfair. My brother is the one who deserves the most credit. Why? Shut up. Xiao Shan gave Qian Duoduo a look that made him swallow back the rest of his words. He looked at Tao Ran and said slowly, the higher-ups at the command have serious disagreements regarding your potential and future plans. Until they reach a conclusion, you will temporarily remain at the Qianlong camp as a specially appointed assistant instructor. This arrangement stunned everyone. Teaching assistant? This sounds like a sinecure, but everyone knows that it is a disguised form of surveillance and protection. This undefined monster was temporarily confined in the Qianlongying base. Well, that's what it is. Xiao Shan waved his hand. You can go back to the dormitory and pack your things. Xian Duoduo, watch your mouth. Everything you heard here today is confidential. After saying that, he turned and left. On the way back to the dormitory, the atmosphere was a bit depressing. Xian Duoduo felt indignant for Tao Ran and kept cursing those blind senior executives all the way. Just as they were about to reach the dormitory building, Yi Feishue, who had been walking in front, suddenly stopped. She turned around. Xian Duoduo's cursing stopped abruptly. Yi Feishue's cold gaze fell on Tao Ran. Why? A simple question, but everyone knew what she was asking. She was asking why he gave up the magic weapon and the martial arts and chose those 2 junk items that no one cared about. Tao Ran met her gaze and did not try to evade it with a playful smile as usual. He knew that lies and jokes could not deceive the woman in front of him who was born for the sword. He looked down at his hands, feeling the warmth of the crystal and the coolness of the bead. Some things are not meant to make you stronger, he said softly. Xian Duoduo, Han Feng, and Liamo were all stunned. Tao Ran raised his head and looked at Yi Feishue again. It's to give others the opportunity to become stronger. He paused, his voice softer. Or, have a chance to survive. Yi Feishue's body trembled slightly. In her eyes, which reflected the sword light, rare emotions called confusion and movement appeared. She didn't understand the specific meaning of Tao Ran's words, but she understood the heavy responsibility that transcended herself. Strength is not for yourself. This concept resonated on some level with the destiny she was instilled with, the sword of humanity, severing all darkness. After a long time, she turned her head slightly, avoiding Tao Ran's sight, and uttered a very light syllable from her throat. She turned around, took a step forward, and walked towards the dormitory building alone. What does mean? Xian Duoduo scratched his head, bewildered. What on earth are you 2 talking about? I don't understand a single word you say. Tao Ran smiled and shook his head. He watched Yi Feishue's back disappear at the entrance of the corridor and sighed in his heart. Some roads are destined to be walked alone. An hour later, a small vertical takeoff and landing fighter took Yi Feishue away. Xian Duoduo, Han Feng, and Liamo also packed their bags and prepared to leave the island early the next morning to enjoy their hard-earned vacation. Tao Ran sat on the edge of the bed in the dormitory. He carefully took out the 2 treasures that Xian Duoduo called junk from his pocket. The fist-sized sun crystal emitted a faint white light in the dim room. Holding it in the palm of your hand, it felt like holding a small sun. In the other hand, the gray soul stabilizing bead felt cool to the touch, as if it could soothe all the anxiety and uneasiness in one's heart. He held the sun crystal in his hand, and Xiaoyue's figure echoed in his mind. What is our school beauty doing? He put down the sun crystal and took out the ugly wooden bird from his bag. Then, he picked up the soul-fixing bead. At that moment, he returned to the cold life support cabin and saw the girl whose soul was exhausted and sinking in the endless darkness. The girl who was supposed to purify the world of filth, but was consumed by filth instead. Wait for me. Tao Ran held the beads tightly. Soon, I will pull you back from that darkness. Becoming a specially appointed assistant teacher may seem like a restriction, but in Tao Ran's eyes, it is the best opportunity. He needed time and an absolutely safe place to digest the gains from the Qianlong camp and plan his next move. How to deliver these two hopes to their hands. Chapter 70, The Teaching Assistant's First Class. The next morning, at Qianlongying's dedicated airport. Next to a sleek silver-gray fighter jet, the atmosphere of farewell was somewhat heavy. Brother! My dear brother! You must take care of yourself. Xian Duoduo hugged Tao Ran's arm tightly, tears in his eyes. Now that you're an assistant teacher, don't let those new kids bully you. If anyone's blind, write down their name and I'll come back to put them in the sack for you. Tao Ran was so upset that he tried hard to pull his arm out. All right, you're making it seem like I'm headed to the execution ground. That's about right. Xian Duoduo sniffed. You're the only one left here. How lonely. Liamo, who was standing next to him, stepped forward and patted Tao Ran's shoulder with his large, fan-like hand. He said in a muffled voice, "Take care." Han Feng also nodded and said concisely, "If you have anything, contact me." Watching his teammates leave, Tao Ran felt a little uncomfortable. Don't worry, when you come back next time, I might already be the chief instructor. Tao Ran said with a smile. Then I have to hold my thighs in advance. Qian Duoduo immediately burst into laughter and came closer again. Brother, when I get to the Demon Suppression Division, I will definitely work hard and strive to earn you a title of consort soon. Roll. The three of them boarded the fighter plane and the hatch slowly closed. Tao Ran withdrew his gaze, turned around and prepared to return to the dormitory. After taking 2 steps, he saw Xiao Shan coming towards him. He was holding a brand new black training uniform in his hand and threw it directly into Tao Ran's arms. Change up, and in 10 minutes, at training ground number 3, your first lesson will begin. So soon? Tao Ran was stunned. Instructor, no pre-job training? No labor contract? What about the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund? Xiao Shan didn't even lift his eyelids. The rules of Qianlong Camp are that there are no rules. If you're 1 minute late, today's class will be held until the evening. After saying that, he turned around and strode away, leaving Tao Ran alone and disheveled in the wind. 10 minutes later, training ground number 3. 100 young cadets in gray reserve uniforms lined up in neat formation, looking forward to it. They are the young people who have just passed the primary selection and entered the Qianlong Camp reserve team. Everyone's face was filled with rebelliousness, and the looks they gave each other were filled with the smell of competition. When Tao Ran walked onto the podium wearing a black teaching assistant uniform that was completely different from theirs, whispers immediately arose from below. What the hell? Is this the new teaching assistant? He looks about the same age as us. I heard he was a member of the champion team in the last assessment. His name is Tao Ran. A well-informed student curled his lips. So what if they're a champion team? They still rely on their teammates. Look at his physique, his energy, and blood flow are just so-so. I can beat 2 of them with 1 punch. Tao Ran touched his nose, looking helpless. It seems that no matter where you are, it is always difficult to lead newcomers. Xiao Shan swept his eyes across the room, and all the discussions instantly disappeared. It seems that you have a lot of opinions about your new teaching assistant. Very good. I have always believed that strength is the best way to eliminate all doubts. He turned to Tao Ran and said, Assistant Professor Tao, your first class will be very simple. Xiao Shan pointed at the 100 students in the audience. Give them a vivid practical lesson, so that they can understand how big the gap is between themselves and real soldiers. The students in the audience immediately straightened their backs, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Now, I'll give you a chance. Xiao Shan shouted to the students. 100 people, attack together. If you can make assistant instructor Tao Ran retreat a step, or inflict a wound on him, all of your cultivation resources will be doubled this month. Boom! The training ground exploded instantly. Resources doubled. This is a huge temptation. Instructor, this isn't good, is it? Tao Ran looked at Xiao Shan with embarrassment. I'm still a newcomer. What if I hurt them? Xiao Shan walked straight up to him and stared into Tao Ran's eyes. Boy, let me make a bet with you. If you can stand here for 10 minutes without taking a single step back and remaining unscathed, I'll grant you 3 days leave. Otherwise, you will be the full-time babysitter for these little brats for the next 3 months. Tao Ran's eyes lit up instantly. Instructor, are you serious? My words are my bond. Okay. The embarrassment on Tao Ran's face disappeared and was replaced by a bright smile. But instructor, if I win, can you add another condition? Explain. I need to borrow a supersonic fighter jet with the highest authority for 3 days. Tao Ran said seriously. Xiao Shan looked at him deeply. He knew that this kid wanted a fighter plane, definitely not for sightseeing. Can. The bet is established. Tao Ran took a deep breath, walked down from the platform, and stood in the center of the training ground. He looked at the 100 students in front of him who were rubbing their hands in preparation and eager to try, smiled, stretched out a finger and hooked it at them. Come on, juniors. Let the seniors see how strong you are in drinking milk. This sentence ignited everyone's anger. Court death. That's crazy. Brothers, let's get him. For double the resources. Beat him into a pig's head. With a roar, 100 students rushed towards Tao Ran from all directions like a flood breaking through a dam. Fists, flying kicks, mixed with some weak energy that can only be released by junior warriors, surged towards the lonely figure in the field like an overwhelming force. On the high platform, Xiao Shan folded his arms, watching with interest, but inwardly he was evaluating, just how strong is this kid's body? Is it simply toughness, or is there something else going on? Faced with the rain-like attacks, Tao Ran was too lazy to even take a defensive stance. Bang! 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 The first few students had already punched Tao Ran hard on the chest and back. However, the expected scene of broken bones and flying figures did not occur. Crack! There was a crisp sound, but it was the scream of the student who threw the first punch. He felt as if his fist had hit a steel plate. A terrifying recoil force spun back along his arm. His finger bones were dislocated instantly. Ah! My hand! He staggered backward, his face full of horror and pain. How is that possible? Is his body made of iron? More attacks fell on Tao Ran. Punches, kicks, elbows, and knees, the dense sounds of beating merged into one on the training ground, sounding like a rainstorm hitting a bronze bell, dull and heavy. But the figure in the center remained motionless. He let the attacks fall on him, and even had a bored expression on his face, as if he was being tickled by a group of children. Time passes by every second. The students' attacks went from being a violent storm at the beginning to becoming sparse. Many people were already exhausted and panting, their hands were red and swollen, and their knuckles were cracked. What's worse, wrists and ankles may be dislocated due to the recoil. But their target didn't even have his clothes messed up. How can I fight him? I'm almost out of energy. He's not even bruised. At this moment, a thin student with cold eyes flashed a fierce look in his eyes. He kept wandering around the periphery, looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Taking advantage of the gap between the attacks, he used his family's stealth skills and quietly moved around to the side and back of Tao Ran. In his hand, he had a military dagger flashing with a cold blue light. Hey! He poured all his energy and blood into the dagger without reservation, and a thin layer of energy appeared on the edge of the blade. Then he aimed at Tao Ran's defenseless back and stabbed it with all his strength. This attack was insidious and vicious. He seemed to have seen the scene of the dagger piercing the opponent's heart and winning double the resources. Xiao Shan, who was standing on the high platform, narrowed his eyes slightly. However, Tao Ran didn't even turn his head. Ding clang! A sharp sound exploded. The dagger that was infused with all the warrior's strength suddenly broke into pieces the moment it touched Tao's skin. No! The devastating recoil force caused the sneak attack student's entire arm to be shattered. He let out a scream that was not like a human voice, and the only remaining handle of the knife flew out of his hand. He was shocked to the point of spitting blood from his mouth, flew backwards, and sat down on the ground. Everyone stopped and stared blankly at the unharmed figure and the fragments of the dagger on the ground. With bare hands, he could resist a sharp blade and even break the weapon into pieces? This is beyond their understanding. Tao Ran slowly turned around, picked up the only remaining dagger handle on the ground, and walked to the student who was sitting on the ground and shivering. Junior, stabbing someone in the back is not a good habit. He smiled and handed over the piece of scrap metal. Next time, remember to come from the front. The student looked at the kind smile on Tao Ran's face, but was so frightened that his whole body trembled. Beep, beep. The timer on the platform made a crisp sound. 10 minutes, here we are. Tao Ran stretched, and his joints made crackling sounds. Ah! I've been standing for a long time, and my neck is stiff. He looked around at the students who were either collapsed on the ground, or had faces full of fear, or were bowing their heads in shame, and he smiled gently. Okay, that's all for today's practical class. Thank you for your hard work, students. Get out of class dismissed. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to this group of reserve players who had completely doubted their lives, and turned to walk towards the platform. Xiao Shan looked at him with extremely complicated eyes. He expected Tao Ran to be very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so unbelievably strong. Your leave has been approved. The fighter plane will be ready for you at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you, instructor. Tao Ran said with a smile. Chapter 71, The Grave of the Living. The next day, at 6:50 in the morning, Tao Ran stood on the tarmac, looking at the fighter plane in front of him, which was completely black and had lines full of violent aesthetics, and felt that his saliva was about to flow. This thing is much cooler than the silver-gray business jet that Qian Duo and his friends are riding. Next to the fighter plane stood a woman wearing the same black flight suit. She was tall, with short, neat hair, and wore a pair of sunglasses that covered half of her face. Assistant Instructor Tao Ran? She looked at the tactical terminal on her wrist, then raised her head to look at Tao Ran. Her tone was flat and no emotion could be heard. It's me. Tao Ran nodded. Codename Nightingale, the pilot of this flight. She briefly introduced herself and turned around. Get on board, we're leaving at 7 o'clock sharp. The man is just like his machine, both cool and cold. Tao Ran complained in his heart and followed her up the gangway. As soon as he sat down in the co-pilot's seat, Xiao Shan appeared at the gangway. He stood below and looked at Tao Ran. Kid. Xiao Shan's voice was a little scattered by the wind on the tarmac. Kyoto is a place full of hidden talents. The water is too deep. If you're not careful, you might drown. Don't think you're invincible in Qianlong camp. Outside, you're nothing. Thank you, instructor. I will be careful. Tao Ran answered seriously, which was rare for him. Xiao Shan waved his hand and said, after you finish your work, get back here as soon as possible. Those brats are waiting for you to be their punching bag. After saying that, he turned and left. The hatch slowly closed, isolating the noise from the outside world. Tao Ran looked at Xiao Shan's receding back, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. This damned Sundara. Fasten your seatbelts. Nightingale's voice sounded in my ears. Tao Ran came to his senses and hurriedly fastened his seatbelt. The next second, a powerful push on his back suddenly pressed him firmly against the seat. The scenery outside the window instantly turned into flowing light, and the fighter plane was like a black arrow shot from a bow, tearing through the clouds and rushing straight into the sky. A few minutes later, the fighter broke through the sound barrier and entered the stratosphere for stable cruising. Below your feet is the azure planet and the rolling sea of clouds, and above your head is the deep and boundless universe. This magnificent scene broadened Tao Ran's mind. Destination, which area of Kyoto? Nightingale's voice suddenly sounded. Kyoto, First Central Hospital. Nightingale's hand holding the joystick paused noticeably. She glanced at Tao Ran through her sunglasses. The First Central Hospital is very large. Where is it located exactly? Area A, Intensive Care Ward, A01. In the cockpit of the fighter plane, for a moment, the only sound was the steady roar of the engine. A full half-minute passed before she spoke again, her voice a bit colder than before. My mission is to get you safely to the Kyoto Military Airport. As for how you get there, it has nothing to do with me. However, considering your good relationship with Instructor Xiao, I will remind you. Ward A01 is under the highest level of jurisdiction of Zhulong. Without a warrant from the theater commander or above, not even a fly can fly in. Zhulong? That name again. It was the Zhulong medical team who saved him. Is there any important person there? Tao Ran asked tentatively. Nightingale shook her head. I don't know. I only know that the patients inside are enjoying the highest life support standards in Xia country. At the same time, they are also under the strictest confinement. Captivity? Tao Ran's heart sank suddenly. Why? Because the patient herself is an extremely dangerous source of contamination. Any medical staff who have prolonged contact with her will experience symptoms of mental weakness or even mental breakdown. Over the past 3 years, more than 30 top mental health experts have become lunatics or idiots trying to treat her. So, that ward is now completely maintained by AI robots. Except for a few high-ranking officials of the Candle Dragon organization with the highest authority, no one can enter, and no one dares to enter. That's a grave of the living. Nightingale's voice was no longer calm. Tao Ran's breathing suddenly became rapid. He seemed to see a girl lying alone in a cold life support capsule, surrounded only by robotic arms and flashing data lights. In her world, there is no sound, no light, nothing. There was only endless darkness that was swallowing her. Did she commit any crime? Her sin is that she is still alive. Nightingale said this coldly. More than an hour later, the black fighter plane landed smoothly at a secret military airport on the outskirts of Kyoto. My mission is accomplished. Nightingale unbuckled her seatbelt. The exit is on the left. Someone will meet you outside. Good luck, Assistant Instructor Tao Ran. From beginning to end, she never took off her sunglasses. As soon as Tao Ran got off the fighter plane, a black military off-road vehicle drove over. A soldier in a neat military uniform got out of the car and saluted him with a standard military salute. Assistant Instructor Tao Ran, please get in the car. Major Shaoshan has made arrangements for you. Tao Ran got into the car directly. The off-road vehicle drove smoothly all the way into the heart of the Xia Kingdom. Kyoto is worthy of being the core of the human federation. Towering buildings, magnetic levitation trains shuttling through the air, and streets crowded with people are full of prosperity and vitality. But beneath this prosperity, Tao Ran could feel an undercurrent surging. The patrols that can be seen everywhere on the streets and the flashing energy shields on the buildings all indicate that this city is also under the shadow of war. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a quiet street. In front of us is an ordinary-looking white building with a sign that reads Kyoto First Central Hospital hanging at the door. The moment Tao Ran stepped out of the car door, the heavenly furnace casting my secret in his body suddenly rotated silently. He keenly felt that there was a faint breath in the air. It was a heart-pounding silence and a void where the soul returned to nothingness. His eyes instantly locked onto the top floor of the hospital's Area A building, which was completely sealed off by heavy alloy armor. There is the source of this deadly atmosphere. I can only take you so far, said the soldier. Thank you very much. Tao Ran got out of the car, straightened his clothes, and walked towards the hospital gate. He did not try to force his way in, nor did he hide his whereabouts. He walked straight to the building of the inpatient department in Area A. However, just as he was about to step through the gate, 2 guards wearing black combat uniforms with the Demon Suppression Bureau logo tattooed on their arms blocked his way. 2 murderous auras that were as condensed as substance locked onto him instantly. Their chi and blood strength were surprisingly that of peak-level 3rd-grade warriors. Special Protection Area, Military Restricted Area, no entry for outsiders. A guard issued a warning. That powerful aura is enough to make ordinary warriors' legs go weak. But when it fell on Tao Ran, it was like a gentle breeze on his face, and it couldn't even lift the corner of his clothes. Tao Ran stopped and looked at the 2 guards in front of him who were like door gods, then looked up at the top floor that was completely sealed. He knew in his heart that trying to get in through normal procedures was nothing but a pipe dream. In this case, we can only use the most direct method. I'm not an idler. He raised his head, his eyes passing over the 2 guards, as if he could penetrate through layers of obstacles and see the lonely figure in the living tomb. My name is Tao Ran, and I'm here to save someone. Chapter 72 Tenderness in the Grave. The eyes of the 2 Demon Suppression Division guards turned cold. In their opinion, the young man in front of them was either a lunatic or he was here to die. Save people? Saving people in this living graveyard where even grandmasters of spiritual cultivation have failed? Are you kidding? This is your last warning. Leave immediately, a guard shouted in a deep voice, his murderous aura almost condensed into substance. Tao Ran stood quietly in place, the heavenly furnace casting me art in his body slowly running, eliminating the murderous aura that was coming towards him. Just when the atmosphere was tense and about to explode, a lazy voice came from the inpatient building. "All right, there's all this commotion at the door. Let him in." Along with the sound, an old man wearing a washed-out jacket, with a half-smoked cigarette butt in his mouth and messy hair, staggered out. When the two murderous guards from the Demon Suppression Division saw him, they immediately stood at attention and saluted respectfully. "Advisor Zhang." Zhang Zhenguo waved his hand, signaling them to leave, then walked up to Tao Ran, looked him up and down, and curled his lips. "You little brat, you're really good at finding trouble for me. I finally got a vacation, but Xiaoshan called me over and asked me to be your babysitter." Tao Ran was also surprised when he saw him. "Hey, aren't you the old man who registered the Qianlong camp? Why are you here?" He almost didn't remember who this old man was. "Why am I here? If I weren't here, you would have been beaten into a pig's head and thrown into the Kyoto Public Security Bureau." Zhang Zhenguo blew a smoke ring in annoyance. "Xiaoshan was worried about you. He knew you were going to force your way in here, so he asked me to come here early to wait for you." Tao Ran touched his nose and felt a warm feeling in his heart. As expected, the instructor who was tough on the outside but soft on the inside had arranged everything. "Don't just stand there like an idiot. Come with me." Zhang Zhengwei turned and walked into the building. "But I have to warn you, once you go in, whether you live or die will depend on your own luck." Tao Ran followed. Entering the A area inpatient building, the atmosphere suddenly changed. There were still people coming and going in the hospital outside, but it was unusually quiet here. A long alloy corridor with no end in sight. Every 10 meters, there is a pair of fully armed soldiers standing guard. Seeing Zhang Zhenghua, all the soldiers stood at attention and saluted, their eyes full of awe. They took a special elevator straight to the top floor. The moment the elevator door opened, an indescribable chill hit me in the face, and goosebumps instantly appeared on my body. The heavenly furnace forged my secret, and Tao Ran's body suddenly accelerated, and a warm current rose from his body, protecting his mind. He frowned. Countless tiny, malicious whispers came from all directions, trying to penetrate his mind. "Die, everyone must die. Give up, there's no point in struggling. Despair, resentment, pain, madness." He took off the soul-fixing orb from the system space and placed it in his pocket, which made him feel more comfortable. "Feel it?" Zhang Zhenghua glanced at him. "This is just the appetizer." He pointed to the heavy alloy door at the end of the corridor, which was as thick as a vault door. "In the past 3 years, 33 of the country's top mental health experts have tried to get in. 17 have gone insane, and 16 have become vegetative. They couldn't even get close to that door. Behind the door lies not a patient, but a source of constant spiritual pollution. A black hole capable of devouring all light and hope." Zhang Zhenghua stopped and looked at Tao Ran seriously. "Boy, it's not too late for you to regret now. Come back with me and pretend you've never been here. This is not the place to be a hero." Tao Ran shook his head. Not only did he not feel fear, but he sensed another completely different aura in the chaotic mental pollution. Deep in the black ocean of despair and resentment, there is a trace of tenderness that is so faint that it is almost extinguished and pure to the extreme. It's like a small white flower struggling to grow under a cliff. The system evaluation is correct. The last tenderness in the world. She was born to purify the world, but was overwhelmed by the filth of the world. "Old man." Tao Ran spoke softly, his voice calm but powerful. "I once lay in a life support capsule, my soul gradually dissipating, listening to the ticking of the instruments and the countdown to my death. I know that feeling." Zhang Zhenghua was stunned for a moment. "I crawled out of that grave." Tao Ran's gaze passed through the long corridor and fell on the door at the end. "So, I want to pull her out too." Zhang Zhenghua was silent for a long time, finally put out the cigarette butt and exhaled the last puff of smoke. "You have no respect for your elders. Don't call me old man. Call me Lao Zhang." He stopped persuading her and took Tao Ran to the end of the corridor. The closer you get to the door, the more terrifying the spiritual pollution becomes. Tao Ran even began to have hallucinations. There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and wailing everywhere. Countless twisted and resentful souls stretched out their claws towards him, letting out silent roars. The heavenly furnace forging my secret in his body was running wildly, as if a furnace was lit in his sea of consciousness, burning all the invading negative energy into nothingness. At the same time, the soul-stabilizing bead in his pocket also exuded a cool and peaceful aura, allowing him to keep his mind clear. Zhang Zhenghua walked in front with steady steps. An invisible aura enveloped him, isolating him from all spiritual pollution. But even so, beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. He turned around and found that Tao Ran looked normal and his eyes were unusually bright. The strength of this kid's soul is simply unbelievable. Finally, the two stood in front of the huge alloy door. There is no handle or keyhole on the door, only a sensing area for iris and palm print recognition. Zhang Zhenghua placed his eyes and palms on it. Ding! Iris recognition passed. Ding! Palm print recognition passed. Ding! Gene sequence verification passed. Warning! You are about to enter the highest risk deep red contaminated area, please confirm. An electronic synthesized sound rang out coldly. Confirmed. Zhang Zhenghua said in a deep voice. Ka ka ka. A series of heavy, teeth-grinding sounds of mechanical movement were heard. The 1-meter-thick alloy door slowly slid open to one side. Inside the door was a huge pure white room. In the center of the room, a transparent cylindrical life support capsule stood quietly. Countless wires and tubes flashing with various colors of light connected to the life support cabin from the ceiling and floor. The life support capsule was filled with light blue life support fluid. A girl, quietly suspended in it. She was wearing a spotless white hospital gown, and her long hair floated gently in the liquid like seaweed. Her face was pale and her eyes were closed, like a delicate porcelain doll about to break. Around her, countless tiny, almost invisible gray-black threads were converging from all directions and continuously drilling into her body. Those are the most filthy evil thoughts, curses and despair in this world. She is like a magnet, involuntarily attracting all the negative energy in the world. This is the fate of the pure world spirit. Use your body to overcome adversity and use your soul to purify the world. Tao Ran's heart was tightly gripped at that moment. He finally understood what Nightingale meant by grave of the living. Here, it is not the patients who are imprisoned, but all the sins and punishments of this era. And the girl who was supposed to purify everything became the container of all this, sinking alone in the endless darkness. He seemed to have returned to the time when he was lying in the life support cabin, feeling the biting cold, the boundless loneliness, and the ultimate fear of his soul being pulled away bit by bit and his consciousness gradually returning to nothingness. Boy, you see, this is hell. Zhang Zhenghua sighed, let's go back. Before he could finish his words, Tao Ran actually stepped into the door. He ignored the horrific pollution that was enough to drive even a master crazy, and walked firmly to the life support cabin step by step. Then, under Zhang Zhenghua's horrified gaze, Tao Ran reached out and gently placed his palm on the cold cabin. My name is Tao Ran. His voice was soft, as if he was whispering to a sleeping person. Don't be afraid, I'll take you to see the sunshine. Chapter 73 Your world should not be filled with darkness. At the moment when Tao Ran's palm touched the life support capsule, the long-lost system prompt sound in his mind suddenly exploded. Ding! Detected that the host has made first contact with Daughter of National Destiny Qin Euro. Special mission has been triggered. Mission name, Ignite Soul Fire. Mission description, Qin Euro Pure World Spirit is carrying the filth of the world, and her soul is about to collapse. Please use yourself as a guide to dispel the mental curse surrounding her body, stabilize her soul that is about to dissipate, and ignite the fire of hope for her. Quest reward, soul strength is greatly increased, and the solidity of the golden dragon of national fortune is increased by plus 5%. Failure penalty, there will be no more tenderness in the world. Almost at the same time when the system panel popped up, the invisible spiritual pollution in the room suddenly rioted like an angry swarm of bees. Get out! You don't belong here. Rot with her. This time, it was no longer the faint whispers that impacted Tao Ran's sea of consciousness. Countless roars filled with resentment and madness turned into sharp spiritual thorns, stabbing madly into the depths of Tao Ran's sea of consciousness. Zhang Zhenghua's face outside the door changed drastically. He could clearly sense that the intensity of the mental pollution had increased more than tenfold at this moment. That was no longer a simple energy shock, but a malicious curse at the law level. Just standing at the door, he felt a splitting headache and hallucinations. Boy! Get out of here! This thing can destroy your soul. Zhang Zhenghua roared with bloodshot eyes. However, Tao Ran seemed not to hear it. His body stood there, motionless. The moment those sharp spiritual spikes invaded his sea of consciousness, the art of forging me with the heavenly furnace began to work. An invisible furnace appeared majestically in his sea of consciousness. As soon as those filthy and resentful spiritual energies approached, they were completely ignited by the magnificent power of the furnace, burned into pure green smoke, and then transformed into the most original soul power, which was completely absorbed by Tao Ran's soul. Tao Ran couldn't help but let out a sigh of extreme comfort, as if he had drunk a bottle of ice-cold soda in the hottest days of summer. Every thought was filled with a refreshing coolness. He could clearly feel that his soul, which was already extremely solid, was now becoming brighter and more solid at a speed visible to the naked eye. This spiritual pollution, why does it feel like a great tonic? While he was enjoying this unexpected soul spa, deeper pollution ensued. The scene in front of his eyes suddenly changed. He returned to the cold life support cabin, his body bound by countless tubes, his soul being extracted bit by bit, his consciousness sinking into the endless dark abyss. It was the deepest despair he had ever experienced. Then, the scene changed again. He saw Xia Yue, Yi Feishuet, Shin Duoduo, Han Feng, Liamo. They fell in a pool of blood one by one, their eyes filled with unwillingness and pleading. The army of all races trampled over their corpses and turned the entire city into a sea of fire. See? This is the outcome of your incompetence. You can't save anyone. Give up and sink with us. A cacophony of malicious voices echoed in his mind, trying to destroy all his will. However, Tao Ran was not frightened by fear, but instead burned with anger. You want to use their images to sway me? You don't deserve it. Roar! Before he could react, the phantom of the golden dragon of national destiny lurking deep in his sea of consciousness suddenly opened its majestic dragon eyes. A silent dragon roar, with the supreme majesty to eliminate all evil, instantly swept across the entire sea of consciousness. All illusions are shattered like flowers in the mirror and moon in the water. The noisy and clamorous malicious voices, along with screams of extreme terror, disappeared into thin air. Tao Ran's eyes regained clarity. He looked at the girl who was still sleeping in the life support cabin, and his eyes became extremely gentle. So, this is the hell you go through every day? He knew in his heart that defense alone was not enough. The power of the secret of forging me with the heavenly furnace is too overbearing. It is a plundering method of using all things as firewood to forge my immortal body. It can burn pollution, but it cannot dispel the coldness deep in the girl's soul. What she needed was not a destructive fire, but a gentle candlelight to illuminate the darkness. Tao Ran took out the gray bead from his pocket. He held the bead in his palm, his other hand still pressed against the life support capsule. He practiced the heavenly furnace casting my art and carefully injected the energy that had been tempered by the technique into the soul-fixing orb. Buzz. The inconspicuous gray bead trembled slightly in his palm. Immediately afterwards, a ray of light like the newborn moon emanated from inside the bead. This soft light carries an indescribable solemnity and compassion. Wherever the light passed, the violent, crazy, and resentful spiritual pollution in the room, as if encountering a natural enemy, let out silent hissing and quickly melted away and dissipated. They were purified, as if a wicked person who had committed heinous crimes had received the most complete forgiveness and liberation before his death. Zhang Zhenghua, who was outside the door, was completely dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes and pinched his thigh hard. The sharp pain told him that this was not an illusion. He could feel that the malice in the air was dissipating, replaced by a kind of sacred peace and tranquility. That deep red level mental pollution that was enough to drive even the Grandmaster into madness, actually receded like the tide? Was it purified by the broken bead in that boy's hand? Zhang Zhenghua reached into his pocket, took out another cigarette and put it in his mouth. In the room. As the soft and clear light continued to spread, the gray-black threads that were wrapped around Qin Euro like maggots on her tarsal bones began to break and dissipate one by one. The painful expression on the girl's pale face eased a lot. The brows that had been furrowed for a long time slowly relaxed. Tao Ran could feel that the purifying power emitted by the soul-fixing pearl was seeping in through the life support capsule and the cold life-sustaining fluid, soothing her soul that was about to collapse. It works! Tao Ran was delighted and increased his energy output. Under his urging, the art of forging me with the heavenly furnace ran wildly, continuously transforming his blood and energy into the purest spiritual energy, which was infused into the soul-fixing orb. The light of the beads became brighter and brighter. The entire pure white room was enveloped in this compassionate and peaceful light. This is no longer a grave for the living. Time passes by every second. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on Tao Ran's forehead, and his face turned pale. This kind of energy output is also a huge burden for him. But he didn't stop. His eyes were always fixed on the girl in the life support cabin. He saw a crystal teardrop slide down from the corner of her tightly closed eye, and then silently merge into the light blue life-sustaining fluid. At that moment, Tao Ran smiled. He gently rested his forehead against the cold cabin and spoke softly. Don't cry. I was once like you, listening to the countdown of my own life in the darkness. But now, I have climbed out. From today on, your world should not be filled with only darkness. When you get better, I'll take you to see the sunrise. In the life support cabin, the girl's slender white fingers seemed to move. Bite. Target, Chin Euro. Status, severe coma, mental exhaustion resolving, weak vital signs. New status, calm soul weak. Almost at the same time, Chin Euro's life monitoring device issued a piercing red alarm, and a huge beeping sound broke the silence in the room. Beep beep beep. The target's vital signs are fluctuating abnormally. The intensity of the soul fluctuations is changing dramatically. This sudden alarm instantly alarmed the entire Zulong No. 1 medical team, and countless red indicator lights flashed wildly in the central control room. Chapter 74 Reversing 1,000th of Death. A shrill alarm exploded on the quiet top floor of the hospital. Outside the door, Zhang Zhenghua's face turned pale. He was not frightened by the alarm, but by the meaning behind the alarm. Zulong highest alert. This means that the military forces of the entire Kyoto surviving area will be mobilized within 3 minutes. Boom! 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 The sound of military boots rubbing against the floor came from far away, and the entire alloy corridor was shaking violently. A team of 12 people, wearing heavy black exoskeleton armor and holding the latest psychic rifles, instantly blocked the entire top floor. They moved in unison, pointing their guns at Zhang Zhenghua at the door and the figure inside who still had his hands on the life support capsule. The man in the lead was not wearing a helmet, revealing a sharp-edged face that looked intimidating without even being angry. On his epaulets was a shining golden star. Advisor Zhang. The Major General's eyes were sharp and his voice was cold. I need an explanation. Zhang Zhenghua threw the cigarette he had just lit to the ground and crushed it with his foot. Damn it, this is all over. He took a step forward, completely protecting Tao Ran behind him, and said in a deep voice, Yinfeng, put down the gun. The situation in here is not what you imagined. Major General Yinfeng looked over Zhang Zhenghua's shoulder and into the room. At just one glance, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Those eyes that were used to examining everything showed violent fluctuations. The horrific mental pollution that was expected to distort light disappeared. Instead, there was a peaceful atmosphere that made even a tough soldier like him feel calm and peaceful. The real-time data from the central control room made his pupils shrink suddenly. Pollution index, safe. Target vital signs, stable. Soul fluctuation, tends to be stable. How is this possible? In the past 3 years, the pollution index in this room has never been lower than extremely dangerous. How could the vital signs of the girl who was diagnosed as brain dead and whose soul was about to completely collapse stabilize? Explain? Zhang Zhenghua sneered and pointed at Tao Ran in the room. The explanation is that it took 33 of your top experts at Zulong 3 years to accomplish something, but this guy managed it in less than 10 minutes. Now, are you still going to point a gun at our Xian nation's heroes? Major General Yen? Yen Feng's brows were tightly furrowed. He certainly saw the changes in the data, but that was no reason to violate the supreme injunction. Regardless of the situation, it's a fact that he trespassed into the restricted area. Yen Feng's voice remained icy. Advisor Zhang, please move aside. I must take him back for questioning. Investigation? Zhang Zhenghua laughed angrily. You've finished the investigation? You're going to leave her here alone, waiting for her spirit to completely dissipate, and then declare the treatment a failure and cremate her? That's the rule. Bullshit rules. Zhang Zhenghua was completely furious. He pointed at Yin Feng's nose and cursed, when I was fighting the Beast King on the front lines, you didn't even know where to play in the mud. Rules are dead, but people are alive. If you dare to touch him today, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Zhang Zhenghua's aura burst out, and the master-level pressure pressed towards Yinfeng and his team like a mountain torrent and tsunami. The 12 battle-hardened warriors were forced to take a step back together by this pressure, and their exoskeleton armor made a creaking sound as they could not bear the heavy burden. Yinfeng stood at the front, resisting the pressure with his face flushed red. He knew that Zhang Zhenghua really wanted to kill him. Just when the atmosphere was at its most tense, a slightly weak voice came from behind Zhang Zhenghua. Lao Shang, forget it. Tao Ran slowly lowered his hand from the life support capsule. The continuous output of energy made his face pale and his forehead covered with sweat. He ignored the tension at the door and looked back at the girl in the life support cabin. The look of pain on that pale face had completely disappeared, replaced by a baby-like serenity. That's enough. He turned around, looked at Yin Feng calmly, and said, I'll go with you. Zhang Zhenghua was stunned and said anxiously, Boy, are you crazy? If you enter the interrogation room of Zhulong, you will be skinned alive if you don't die. It's okay. Tao Ran smiled, and that smile revealed a calmness that seemed to understand everything. I believe they are reasonable. As he spoke, he quietly put the soul-fixing bead, whose light had dimmed, back into his pocket. Yin Feng looked at Tao Ran deeply, then looked at the furious Zhang Zhenghua, and finally waved his hand. Collect the troops. The 12 soldiers immediately put down their weapons as if they had been pardoned. But, Yin Feng changed the subject, pointing at Tao Ran, from now on, he will be taken care of by us, Zhulong. Until the matter is fully investigated, he cannot leave this hospital, and no one is allowed to visit him. This is the biggest concession Yin Feng can make. Boy, you. Zhang Zhenghua wanted to say something. Don't worry, Lao Zhang. Tao Ran patted his shoulder. I'll be back soon. Zhang Zhenghua sighed and nodded. 2 soldiers came forward and prepared to escort Tao Ran away. Tao Ran did not resist and walked towards the door. Just as he was about to step out of the room, a young researcher's extremely excited scream suddenly came from the communication channel of the central control room. Oh my God! It's moving! The data is moving! What data? Yin Feng frowned and asked impatiently. Soul activity. Soul activity index, the researcher yelled incoherently, it's been 0 for 3 years. Absolutely 0. Just now, it jumped from 0 to 1.2%. He seemed to be out of breath due to excessive excitement. He paused for 2 seconds, then roared in an almost pilgrim-like vibrato. And, it's still growing steadily at a rate of 0.001% per minute. This isn't a last gasp. This is life resurgence. General, we are witnessing a resurrection from the dead at the spiritual level. Yin Feng turned around suddenly, his sharp eyes fixed on Tao Ran who had already walked to the door. His jawline, which was as firm as a sculpture, was actually trembling slightly at this moment. Reports of Zhulong's countless failures over the past 3 years flashed through his mind. The tragic scenes of the 33 top experts, some crazy and some stupid, flashed by. The final pessimistic tone of the congressional leadership regarding the purification of the world spirit plan flashed across my mind. At this moment, all the despair and failure were completely shattered by the young man in front of them who intruded in less than 10 minutes. He instantly realized that what he was about to take away might be the hope that would change the destiny of the Xia kingdom. Zhang Zhenghua opened his mouth wide, his mind was blank, and only the 4 words resurrection from the dead were echoing wildly. He knew that Tao Ran was no ordinary person, but he didn't expect that this kid could be so amazing. That's not treatment. That was snatching a person back from the hands of death. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Tao Ran's mind. Ding! Special mission, ignite the soul fire, completed. Quest reward, soul strength is greatly increased, and the solidity of the golden dragon of national fortune plus 5%. Tao Ran stopped and turned around to look at the girl sleeping peacefully in the thick cabin again. He could feel that the shadow of the golden dragon of national destiny in his sea of consciousness became a little more solid, and a warm power returned to his body, washing away the fatigue he had just felt. So this is what salvation feels like. Pulling his soul out of the abyss, this kind of satisfaction is far more exciting than breaking through the realm. A gentle smile came from the heart on his face. Did you see that? Your world shouldn't be filled with only darkness. The sun is about to rise. Chapter 75 National Defense Level Privileges. The young researcher's hoarse roar echoed throughout the entire top floor through the communicator. We are witnessing a resurrection from the dead at the spiritual level. At this moment, a burst of footsteps, more rapid and heavier than before, came from the direction of the elevator entrance. Quick! Quick! Get out of my way! An old man with gray hair, wearing a white coat and reading glasses, ran while pushing away the soldiers blocking his way. Behind him were 7 or 8 researchers dressed in the same attire. Behind this group of people in white coats, a burly old man with two shining golden stars on his shoulders walked towards them with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, surrounded by a team of personal guards. When Yin Feng saw the person coming, his pupils shrank, he straightened his body suddenly and gave an impeccable military salute. Dragon Marshal. All the soldiers around saluted in unison, their roars shaking the sky. Hello, Long Shuai. The old man called Long Shuai is one of the three giants of the Xia Kingdom's military, Long Qingtian. Long Qingtian didn't even look at Yin Feng. His gaze penetrated the crowd and fell on the young man in the center of the room. When he saw Tao Ran's face clearly, a ripple finally appeared in his calm eyes. It's him! The SSS level evaluator who nearly caused the system to crash during the final trial of Qianlong Camp. That file was classified as the highest national defense level secret of Xia country, a monster. The top secret report flashed through Long Qingtian's mind. Name, Tao Ran. Evaluation, SSS level immeasurable potential. Suggestion, protect and guide at all costs. His personal value may protect the nation. It turned out that the kid from Shashan contacted him as if he was in a hurry, saying that he was going to break into the forbidden area of Zhulong. The old man in the white coat who was rushing in the front had already rushed to the central control console. With trembling hands, he looked at the green data line on the screen that was climbing up tenaciously, and two lines of hot tears welled up in his cloudy eyes. Alive, really alive. Mr. Lin, please slow down. The researcher behind him hurriedly supported him. The old man called Mr. Lin is the chief expert of the Zhulong No. 1 medical team and the general person in charge of the Qin Euro project. For 3 years, he has almost regarded this hospital as his home, watching hope turn into despair little by little. Miracle. This is a miracle. Old Lin was so excited that he burst into tears and spoke incoherently. He suddenly looked up and looked at Tao Ran with burning eyes. You did it? Before Tao Ran could answer, Long Qingtian strode in. He first glanced at the life support cabin and confirmed that Qin Euro's condition was indeed improving. Then his gaze fell back on Tao Ran, his face darkened, and his voice was as majestic as thunder. What a courage! Trespassing into the highest military restricted area and ignoring the iron rule of Zhulong. Yin Feng. Here. Yin Feng's body shook. How are you going to deal with this person? Long Qingtian asked coldly. Yin Feng's forehead was covered with sweat as he answered with a stiff upper lip, reporting to Commander Long. According to regulations, he should be killed on the spot. But considering that he seems to have a positive impact on patient A01, I intend to bring him back to the Zhulong headquarters for the highest level of investigation. Investigation? Long Qingtian snorted coldly, and a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire venue. When did it become your turn, Zhulong, to decide the rules of our Xia kingdom? He walked up to Tao Ran. Boy, your name is Tao Ran, right? Yes. Tao Ran nodded, feeling a little nervous. This old man has such a strong aura, he's scarier than Xiao Shan and Zhang Zhengwei combined. From Qianlong camp? Yes. Very good. Long Qingtian nodded, then his face became serious. No organization, no discipline. You rely on your abilities to do whatever you want. Today, I will personally teach you what the rules are. He turned to his guards and shouted, Cuff him. Take him away. Yes. 2 guards stepped forward immediately. Xiaohu protects files from piracy. If you are looking for books or robots, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into any traps. Zhang Zhengguo was anxious and was about to speak, but was glared back by Long Qingtian. Zhang Zhengwei was stunned, and instantly understood something, swallowing back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. This old fox doesn't want to arrest anyone, he clearly wants to use the name of arresting someone to take this hot potato out of Zhulong's hands. It's high, really high. Yin Feng was also stunned. He didn't expect that Long Shuai would intervene personally and with such a tough attitude. Long Shuai, this is against the rules. My words are the rules. Long Qingtian interrupted him in an extremely domineering manner. From now on, all matters concerning Tao Ran and patient A01 will be handled by me personally. The relevant files must be delivered to my office within 30 minutes. As for you, Yin Feng, you've neglected your duties. Go back and write a 10,000-word self-criticism. Yin Feng's face turned pale, and he dared not refute a word. He could only stand at attention and salute. Yes. Tao Ran looked at this incredible plot twist with a confused look on his face. But looking at the old man Zhang Zhenggua's expression that says you're so lucky, it shouldn't be a bad thing. Just as the two guards were about to put special handcuffs on Tao Ran suddenly spoke. Wait a moment. He turned and walked up to Mr. Lin, who was in tears. Under everyone's astonished gaze, he took out the soul-fixing bead that had become dim from his pocket. Old man. Mr. Lin looked at him blankly. Tao Ran handed the beads over. This bead can calm the mind and soul. Although the energy within has been almost consumed by me, as long as it is placed next to her, it can continue to purify the negative energy around her. Put it on a chain and put it around her neck. Everyone was stunned. Through surveillance, they witnessed with their own eyes how the bead purified the horrible spiritual pollution and created the miracle of resurrection from the dead. This is definitely a priceless treasure. But now, this young man actually gave it away casually? Just for a girl you don't even know? Old Lin stretched out his hands tremblingly. When his fingertips touched the warm bead, a breath of peace and tranquility came through his fingertips, calming his heart, which was beating wildly with excitement. This is too valuable. I can't. It's nothing valuable. Tao Ran smiled. Things are dead, but people are alive. Its greatest value is that it can make her better. He paused, glanced at Qin Yuro in the life support cabin, and added. Please. Mr. Lin could no longer control himself and tears welled up in his eyes again. He held the bead tightly and bowed deeply to Tao Ran. On her behalf, thank you. On behalf of everyone she has saved, thank you. Long Qingtian looked at this scene, and the admiration in his eyes could no longer be concealed. He has the ability to defy the heavens, and a kind heart to save the world. With young people like this, there is no need to worry about the prosperity of the human race. Take away. Long Qingtian gave the order again. This time, Tao Ran allowed 2 personal guards to escort him out the door. As he passed by Zhang Zhenggua, he winked at the old man. Zhang Zhenggua rolled his eyes in annoyance. This kid is likely to soar to the sky in the future. Watching Tao Ran's back disappear at the elevator entrance, Yin Feng finally couldn't help but step forward and asked in a low voice, Long Shuai, who is this Tao Ran? Is he worthy of your? Long Qingtian turned around and looked at him deeply. Don't ask if you shouldn't. You just need to know that from today on, his security level is the highest level in Xia country. If anything happens to him, neither you nor I can bear the consequences. After leaving these words, Long Qingtian turned around and strode away with a murderous aura. The only people left on the entire top floor were a group of people from the Zhulong medical team and Yin Feng, who was still in great shock. Elder Lin carefully held the soul-fixing bead and walked to the life support cabin. He looked at the green data line on the screen, which was weak but steadily growing, and then looked at the miracle-creating bead in his hand. The fire of hope from 3 years ago was rekindled in his eyes. Immediately reassess all data on patient A01. Adjust the life support plan. Activate the torch plan. I want to transform this grave into a cradle that can nurture life. Chapter 76 Long Shuai's coincidence. A quiet room without windows. The walls were made of dark gray sound-absorbing material, and the room contained only a metal table and 3 chairs. Tao Ran sat on a chair, facing the terrifying dragon commander, Long Qingtian. Zhang Zhenggua stood obediently behind Long Qingtian like a primary school student who had made a mistake, not even daring to touch the cigarette. Long Qingtian gently pushed a file folder in front of Tao Ran. Let's take a look. Tao Ran opened the file doubtfully, and after just one look, his heart skipped a beat. That's his file. From the time he was born to a few months ago when he was struggling on the edge of becoming a quasi-warrior at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School, all his experiences were recorded clearly. Name, Tao Ran. Talent rating initial, F. Qi in blood, 99 calories. Evaluation, no future in martial arts, recommended to transfer to civilian career. Long Qingtian's slender fingers tapped lightly on the table, and each tap touched Tao Ran's heart. It's a very ordinary file. Every year in Xia country, there are thousands of young people like you who struggle on the threshold of martial arts. Long Qingtian's voice was calm. He paused, his eyes sharpening. And then something interesting happened. 3 months ago, you were in Jiangcheng and had some contact with the little girl from the Xia family named Xia Yue. Then, at the awakening ceremony that the entire city watched, you, an F rank, suddenly transformed yourself and tested a rank, control of extreme cold element. A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on Tao Ran's back. Long Qingtian seemed oblivious to his nervousness and continued to speak calmly. This is a coincidence. After all, when it comes to talent advancement, miracles can occasionally happen. Then, you entered the Qianlong camp. You have met another extremely talented girl, the Yi family's sword prodigy, Yi Feishue. Then, the second coincidence occurred. Long Qingtian leaned forward slightly. In the bloody maze, you unleashed a sword that shook the world. The secret of that sword is so profound that even saints want to get a glimpse of it. Of course, the price you paid was your body's collapse and your soul's depletion. If it weren't for Zhulong's life support technology, you would be dead by now. Tao Ran's breathing became rapid. He felt like he had been stripped naked, with all his secrets exposed. The ice-based abilities of the Ice Phoenix bloodline, the supreme swordsmanship of absolute sword sense. Long Qingtian lowered his voice even more. Guess what the third coincidence is? Today, you once again broke into a living graveyard that even grandmasters would shudder at, just for a girl named Qingyuro. This girl also happens to be the one favored by our Xia nation. He didn't say the words "daughter of national destiny" out loud, but the look in his eyes said it all. Tao Ran, tell me. Why is it that every time you interact with these girls with the greatest luck in Xia country, you gain some astonishing abilities that don't belong to you? Are there so many coincidences in this world? Tao Ran's brain was working rapidly. Acknowledge the system? That's courting death. Deny it completely? That would be an insult to Long Shuai's intelligence. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and spoke in a deep voice. Long Shuai, I can't explain these coincidences. I only know that ever since I was on the verge of death in Qianlong camp and was saved by Zhulong's technology, my body and soul seem to have undergone some incomprehensible mutations. He said half seriously, I can perceive certain special people and objects more keenly. I can even comprehend things when I interact with them. Perhaps this is the price of dying once, or perhaps it's a gift. Looking at Tao Ran's face, which was pretending to be calm but still couldn't hide his nervousness, Long Qingtian suddenly smiled. The majestic aura like a mountain disappeared in an instant. He leaned back in his chair and waved his hand. All right, look how scared you are. I don't care what secrets you have, whether you're the reincarnation of an ancient mighty being or you've picked up some heaven-defying inheritance. He became serious again. I just want to ask you one thing, is your heart with the human race? Tao Ran suddenly raised his head, met Long Qingtian's gaze, and said firmly, yes. Very good. Long Qingtian nodded with satisfaction. In that case, your secret is the top secret of Xia country. No one else will know what we talked about today. He glanced at Zhang Zhenghua next to him. Do you understand? Zhang Zhenghua shuddered and quickly stood at attention. I understand. I didn't hear anything, I was just making up the numbers. You're not just here to make up the numbers. Long Qingtian glanced at him. From today on, your mission is to follow this kid. Wherever he goes, you follow him. If he gets into trouble, you're responsible for cleaning up his mess. If he wants to go up to heaven, you're responsible for building a ladder for him. Ah? Zhang Zhenghua's old face suddenly fell. Long Shuai, I just applied for retirement. Reject. Long Qingtian didn't give him a chance. This is in order. Zhang Zhenghua looked at Tao Ran with a sad face, his eyes full of resentment. I knew that nothing good would happen if I got involved with this guy. I am a great master, but I have fallen to the point of being a nanny? Tao Ran was also a little confused. He looked at Long Qingtian and asked cautiously, Long Shuai, what are you doing? You're such a troublemaker, Long Qingtian said unhappily. This time it was Candle Dragon, but what about next time? Do you still want to hang out at the Sky Sword headquarters? Or do you want to fish out a giant beast from the abyss? Your current value is more important than 100 grandmasters. Your safety is the top priority of the Xia nation. With Lao Zhang following you, at least there's someone who can stop you before you do anything stupid again. Tao Ran touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. It seems. I am indeed quite capable of doing things. Okay, tell me, where do you want to go next? Long Qingtian asked. I want to go back to Jiangcheng. Tao Ran said. Go back to Jiangcheng? Long Qingtian and Zhang Zhenghua looked at each other and saw the understanding of as expected in each other's eyes. Xia Yue is in Jiangcheng. This guy, after saving one person, immediately went to meet another. Okay. Long Qingtian nodded in agreement, but you can't take a military fighter plane. You'll be too conspicuous. Lao Zhang will arrange a civilian maglev airship, forge your identity, and secretly send you back. He stood up, walked to Tao Ran and patted his shoulder. Kid, remember. Your power stems from the genius and fortune of the Xia nation. This means you are born with the responsibility to protect them. This power belongs not only to you, but also to the future of humanity. Don't let us old guys down. After saying that, Long Qingtian strode out of the quiet room. In the room, only Tao Ran and Zhang Zhenghua were left staring at each other. Oh. Zhang Zhenghua sighed deeply, took out a wrinkled cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep puff. You kid, you're my nemesis. He blew out a smoke ring and said unhappily, Tell me, when are you leaving? The sooner the better. Tao Ran also breathed a sigh of relief, as a heavy burden in his heart finally fell to the ground. He looked back at the door of the quiet room, his heart filled with respect and gratitude for the Dragon Marshal. The other party clearly knew everything, but instead of getting to the bottom of it, he chose to protect him in this way. This trust is as heavy as Mount Tai. Oh, Lao Zhang. Tao Ran suddenly remembered something. How is Qin Euro now? Don't worry, Zhang Zhenghua said. Old Lin and his group treasure her very much. They strung the beads you gave her with the most precious heavenly heart-warm jade and hung them around her neck. Her soul activity has been steadily increasing. Although it's still slow, it's completely out of danger of dissipating. That's good. Tao Ran smiled from the heart. The feeling of salvation is indeed much more soothing than fighting and killing. 3 hours later. In the Kyoto survival zone, a civilian luxury airship bound for Zhengcheng slowly took off. In the first-class compartment, Tao Ran changed into casual clothes and looked at the city night scene rapidly receding outside the window with mixed feelings. This trip to Kyoto was truly thrilling. Zhang Zhenghua was lying on the sofa opposite with his legs crossed, drinking an iced drink and humming an unknown tune. He didn't look like a master at all. Boy, let me remind you. Zhang Zhenghua suddenly spoke. Don't think Jiangcheng is your backyard. The water there is quite deep. That little girl from the Xia family, is she of the Ice Phoenix bloodline? The interests behind this top-tier bloodline are much more complicated than you might imagine. When you go back this time, don't rush around like you did in Kyoto. Otherwise, my old bones won't be able to withstand your torment. Tao Ran smiled and said, I understand, Lao Zhang. Chapter 77 A sudden change in the air. The first-class cabin of the luxury airship has excellent sound insulation. Outside the window is a rolling sea of clouds 10,000 meters in the sky, while inside the cabin is a constant temperature of comfort and quiet. Tao Ran leaned on the soft sofa, looking at the scenery outside the window, his thoughts drifting back to Jiangcheng. I don't know how Xia Yuwei is doing now. Although the trip to Kyoto saved Qin Euro, it also made him realize more deeply that his fate and the fate of these daughters of national destiny had long been closely linked. Boy, what are you thinking about? Zhang Zhenghua opposite was sitting with his legs crossed, holding a glass of expensive juice in his hand, drinking it with slurping sounds. You look distracted. Are you thinking about that little girl in Zhangcheng? Tao Ran's face flushed and he coughed twice. Old Zhang, can you be more serious? Isn't this serious enough? Zhang Zhenghua slammed his cup on the table. I'm a master, and now I'm your full-time nanny and driver. What a serious job. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and blew out a smoke ring. Let me tell you, don't think that just because Marshal Long values you, you can do whatever you want. The Xia family is a mess, and the words Ice Phoenix bloodline are like a walking treasure trove in the eyes of some people. When you go back this time, you'd better behave yourself and don't cause any trouble for me. Tao Ran smiled and was about to say something when his heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if a needle had pricked his brow. Boom! With a dull thud, the entire airship suddenly shook and rocked violently. The shrill red alarm instantly rang throughout the cabin. Warning! Warning! Locked onto by an unknown psychic weapon. Right energy shield damaged by 30%. Warning! Evasive action in progress. The lights in the cabin flickered, and the cup on the table fell to the ground with a clang, spilling juice all over the floor. A sharp feeling of weightlessness came over me, and everything in the private room was rolling. There were bursts of terrified screams and cries coming from the economy cabin outside. This sudden change made everyone fall into fear. Tao Ran's face changed and he sat up straight in an instant. The energy and blood in his body circulated violently, nailing him firmly to the sofa. He could clearly feel that a force of energy filled with a destructive aura was locking onto the airship from a great distance. It's so noisy. Zhang Zhenghua, however, scratched his ears impatiently. He stood up slowly, walked to the porthole, and glanced at the rapidly approaching light on the skyline outside. TSK, what blind little country is this? They don't even realize they're being used as a pawn. He stretched out 2 fingers, pointed at the window, and flicked them casually, his movements nonchalant. Tao Ran's pupils contracted, and with his perception far beyond that of ordinary people, he saw it. A strand of extremely condensed energy popped out from Zhang Zhenghua's fingertips. It vibrated at a specific frequency, instantly crossed the space, and accurately cut into the energy core of the missile. Outside the window, the psychic missile with a long tail flame, which was enough to blow the airship into pieces, suddenly stopped in the air 1,000 meters away from the airship. Then, like a popped soap bubble, it disappeared silently and turned into spots of light in the sky. This kind of junk isn't even bright enough to be used as fireworks for my grandson. Zhang Zhenghua curled his lips with a look of disgust. The alarm in the airship suddenly stopped. The airship pilot's incoherent thanks came over the radio. Thank you to the unknown strongman for helping us. We are safe. Tao Ran was stunned. After a long while, he managed to utter, Lao Zhang, that's awesome. Is this the power of a grandmaster? In the blink of an eye, the masts and oars were reduced to ashes? It's just a small scene, don't make a fuss. Zhang Zhenghua sat back on the sofa and poured himself another glass of juice, looking calm. Thinking back to when I was on the front lines. He was just about to start bragging about his glorious history when his expression suddenly froze. The hand holding the cup stopped in mid-air. The originally lazy and casual eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle. Tao Ran's heart also skipped a beat. He felt a pressure 100 times more terrifying than the missile just now, coming from all directions. It was a terrifying pressure that made even the soul tremble. It was as if 3 invisible mountains fell from the sky and pressed down on the airship. The alloy shell of the airship made a creaking sound as it could not bear the weight. The Ice Phoenix bloodline shared by Xia Yue and the sword origin of Yi Feishui and Tao Ran's body were simultaneously activated at this moment. An extreme sense of coldness and unparalleled sharpness emanated from his body uncontrollably, trying to resist this pressure. But in front of those 3 mountains, he was like a firefly compared to the bright moon, and was instantly suppressed back into the body. Dumb. His mind raced, and the dark odd eye instantly disappeared from the system space and was held in his hand. Even though he knew that he was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, he did not retreat, and his eyes showed the determination to fight to the death. Warning! Warning! 3 7th grade Grandmaster level lifeforms detected. Threat level, extinction. It is recommended that the owner give up all resistance and wait for rescue. Survival probability, 0.01%. Hold. Zhang Zhenghua cursed softly and slammed the cup on the table. That's too much. Lao Zhang, what's wrong? Tao Ran asked in a deep voice. There was no panic in his eyes, only extreme solemnity. The missile just now was just an appetizer. Zhang Zhenghua's face became completely gloomy, and there was no trace of joking anymore. The real master is here. He raised his head, his eyes penetrating the transparent wall of the airship and looking at the void outside. These 3 old immortal guys are all 7th grade masters. They're coming for us. Tao Ran's pupils suddenly shrank. 7th grade grandmaster. They actually sent out 3 of them at once just to kill me? Who? I don't know. Zhang Zhenghua shook his head, his eyes cold. But no matter who it is, if they dare to attack Long Shuibao's men in Xia country's airspace, they are here to die. As soon as the words fell, 3 figures appeared outside the airship's window without any warning. They were just floating quietly in the air 10,000 meters high, with nothing beneath their feet. The violent air currents blowing on them could not even lift the corners of their clothes. The man on the left was wearing a black robe and a strange bronze mask on his face. The patterns on the mask looked like crying and laughing, constantly changing. The person on the right is a skinny old man, carrying a huge sword on his back that is taller than him. The sword has not been unsheathed, but the murderous aura that is full of blood is already coming towards him. The leader in the middle was an old woman with a haggard face and sunken eye sockets. In her hand, she held a pale cane made from the spine of some creature. 2 soul flames flickered in the dark green skull embedded on the top. The old woman's gaze seemed to penetrate through layers of obstacles and fell directly on Tao Ran. A cold and hoarse voice sounded directly in Tao Ran and Zhang Zhenggua's minds. Zhang Zhenghua, ranked 37th on the Xia Kingdom Grandmaster rankings, famous for his unique skill, Big Stone Tablet Smasher. Not bad, not bad. This little creature smells like firewood. Hand him over, and I can make the decision to save you and all these ants on this boat. Then you can go away. The voice was full of arrogance and murderous intent. Zhang Zhenghua slowly stood up and straightened his wrinkled casual clothes. His body, which usually looked a bit lazy, stood straight at this moment. An equally majestic and vast aura rose from his body into the sky, like a magic needle that stabilized the sea, and forcefully pushed back the three forces of pressure that were pressing down on the airship. The creaking airship regained its stability in an instant. Three cowards who are hiding their heads and showing their tails, dare you to shout in front of me? Zhang Zhenghua sneered, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Want to touch him? Sure. Ask these fists of mine first if they agree. He turned his head to look at Tao Ran and grinned, revealing a mouthful of teeth yellowed by smoke. Hold on tight, kid. He took a step forward, and his figure instantly penetrated the alloy shell of the airship, appearing 10,000 meters in the sky, confronting the three masters from a distance. Today, I, old Zhang, will help you fight your way out. Chapter 78. You still owe me a retirement drink. 10,000 meters high, the wind is as strong as a knife. Zhang Zhenggua's cheap casual clothes rustled. He alone stood between three masters of the same level and the crumbling airship. Zhang Zhenghua, you're not going to take my toast, the old woman holding the bone staff said in a hoarse voice. Is it worth it to risk your life for a young boy? Whether it's worth it or not is not up to you to decide. Zhang Zhenghua twisted his neck, making a crisp crackling sound. All I know is that Xia country's airspace is not the place for you scumbags to act recklessly. He cursed harshly, but his heart was as clear as a mirror. 1 against 3, no chance of winning. The other party was obviously well prepared and had a clear purpose, which was Tao Ran. All he could do was not to win, but to delay the battle until Long Shuai's support arrived. Do it! The old woman lost her patience and suddenly stopped the pale bone staff in her hand. An invisible dark green ripple spread out instantly. This is a curse that goes straight to the soul. At the same time, the skinny old man carrying the huge sword moved. He took a step forward, and his figure merged into the wind. The next second, a blood-red sword force that was powerful enough to cut through mountains came crashing down on his head. The black-robed man wearing a bronze mask turned into a ghost and moved silently behind Zhang Zhenghua. In his hands, there appeared 2 black daggers that were tempered with deadly poison and stabbed straight into his back. The three of them worked in perfect harmony and blocked all escape routes in an instant. Inside the airship, Tao Ran's eyes instantly turned red. He could clearly sense how terrifying the 3 attacks were. Any one of them was enough to leave him with nothing but corpse. But Zhang Zhenghua has to face 3 at the same time. Lao Zhang! He roared, the blood and energy in his body surged wildly, and he wanted to rush out. Stay here! Zhang Zhenggua's roar exploded directly in his mind. In a flash, Zhang Zhenghua did not retreat but advanced, facing the blood-red sword energy and punched out. The Great Stone Smasher. This punch had no earth-shattering light effects, just an ordinary fist. But when the fist came into contact with the sword energy, the violent blood-red sword energy shattered into pieces like fragile glass. The skinny old man groaned and retreated violently. But Zhang Zhenghua also paid a price for this. The power of the old woman's curse had already penetrated his body, causing his blood and energy to stagnate and his movements to slow down. Puff! The 2 ghostly daggers pierced his lower back accurately. The dark poison instantly spread along the wound. We got it! The bronze-masked man let out a strange, smug laugh. Really? Zhang Zhenghua turned around suddenly and grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. I'm waiting for you. He ignored his injuries and grabbed the wrist of the Qingtong masked man with his backhand like an iron clamp. Oh no! The masked man was horrified and wanted to retreat, but found that his wrists seemed to be welded and he could not move. An extremely domineering force surged into Zhang Zhenggua's body from his palm. Crack crack. The masked man's bones cracked with a teeth-grinding sound. He was horrified to find that his protective energy was like a thin layer of paper in front of the opponent's unreasonable strength. Save me, he screamed miserably. Waste, the old woman cursed angrily, and swung the bone staff again, and a thicker black gas shot towards Zhang Zhenghua. The skinny old man also regrouped, unsheathed his giant sword, and slashed across with a 100-meter-long sword beam. Zhang Zhenggui ignored all this and poured all his strength into his hands. Die, for me. Bang! With a muffled sound, the bronze-masked man was crushed alive by him and turned into a ball of bloody mist. A 7th-grade master died on the spot. But Zhang Zhenggui's back was also hit hard by the old man's sword. A wound deep enough to see the bone extended from his left shoulder to his right waist, and blood gushed out. The entire airship was affected by this force and shook violently, and one side of the wing was directly cut off. The airship let out a shrill wail, began to lose control, and plummeted rapidly towards the ground. Old Zhang. Tao Ran's eyes were bloodshot and his heart was broken. Kid, don't look so sad. It's so ugly. Zhang Zhenggui's voice sounded in his mind. Remember, you still owe me a retirement drink. Zhang Zhenggui was breathing heavily, his face had turned pale due to poisoning and blood loss. But he still stood straight and stood in front of the other two masters. We've got one. He spat out a mouthful of blood foam, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. There are two more. The old woman and the skinny old man both stopped, their eyes full of fear. They didn't expect that this guy who ranked 37th on the Grandmaster list would be so fearless. He traded his injury for his life and lost a companion. Madman, the old woman cursed with gritted teeth. Thank you for the compliment. Zhang Zhenggui smiled. Now, it's your turn. He took a deep breath, and his shriveled body swelled up again at a speed visible to the naked eye. A momentum that was even more violent and resolute than before burst out from his body. Every drop of blood, every inch of bones, and even every wisp of soul in his body began to burn most thoroughly at this moment. His entire body was emitting a dazzling golden light, like a sun that was about to explode. Oh no! He's going to self-destruct the Grandmaster's origin. Let's go! The old man's face changed drastically, fear entered his eyes, and he turned and ran away. But the old woman ran away earlier than him, and only a black dot remained of her fleeing figure. They were completely terrified. They are not afraid of a master's dying counterattack, but when a madman sacrifices everything he has without any regrets, the destructive power generated is enough to completely wipe out those of the same level. Want to leave? It's too late. Zhang Zhenggui laughed loudly, and finally turned back to look deeply in the direction of the airship wreckage. Long Shui. My retirement application. This time, you must approve it. Hey kid, watch this. I used to be your babysitter. The moment he finished speaking, he gathered all the burning light into his right fist and punched into the void. The most brilliant move of his life. Big. Smashing. Stone. Hand. This is a punch to vent his will to the whole world, without any target or direction. Boom. An extremely dazzling golden mushroom cloud exploded at an altitude of 10,000 meters. An invisible inscription made of pure power instantly shattered the space. The skinny old man didn't even have time to scream before he was instantly vaporized in the golden light, and along with his giant sword, he turned into dust in the universe. The old woman who had already escaped thousands of meters away was also caught up by the terrifying energy shock wave, and her protective energy was shattered like paper. He let out a shrill scream and was thrown out like a kite with a broken string, with no one knowing whether he was alive or dead. The rapidly falling airship could no longer maintain its shape under the shock wave. Boom! The entire airship disintegrated in the air. Countless fragments, mixed with the screams of passengers, turned into a deadly meteor shower, sprinkling towards the earth. The moment the golden light came on, Tao Ran's world suddenly dimmed. Hold on tight. In my mind, Zhang Zhenggui's last words of advice, spoken with a smile, seemed to still echo. He could no longer control his tears and they burst out. But he had no time to grieve. He kicked open the twisted cabin door and roared at the terrified passengers in first class, "If you don't want to die, go find your parachute packs. Quick!" In the chaos, the instinct for survival overcame fear. People began frantically searching for life-saving equipment. Tao Ran rushed to the cockpit. The driver's internal organs had been shattered by the shockwave just now. Tao Ran found a red emergency lever in the cockpit and pulled it down hard. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of emergency life capsules were ejected from various corners of the airship wreckage, each containing several parachute packs. After doing all this, Tao Ran grabbed an umbrella bag beside him and glanced at the golden firework outside the window that had not yet dissipated. There was no sadness in his eyes anymore, only the endless coldness and overwhelming hatred that had frozen for eternity. He seemed to see again the old man who was smoking a cigarette, looking impatient, but always standing in front of him at the critical moment. The old man who cursed but paved the way for him with his life. Old Zhang. Tao Ran muttered to himself, his voice as hoarse as sandpaper. I swear, I will find them, and all the people behind them. I will personally tear off their heads and place them on your grave. Use their blood to warm up the pot of retirement wine you didn't get to drink. He put on his parachute pack and jumped out of the broken airship. The cold wind blew repeatedly on his face. He opened his arms and let his body fall rapidly in the air. Chapter 79. Chapter 79. No one can save you. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the air is thin. Tao Ran had great difficulty breathing. His body was falling rapidly, and the only sound in his ears was the whistling wind. The golden firework that had not yet completely dissipated on the skyline stung his eyes. Old Zhang. Tao Ran murmured, and the old man's last voice echoed repeatedly in his mind. Hold on tight, kid. Remember, you still owe me a retirement drink. Long Shui. My retirement application. This time, you must approve it. Hey kid, watch this. I used to be your babysitter. That lazy old man who always looks impatient. The old man who cursed at him but silently helped him settle everything after he got into trouble. The old man who stood tall and proud in front of 3 7th-grade masters and held up the sky for himself. He blew himself up. In order to protect himself, an almost unrelated young man burned out the essence of his master and the last glory of his life. Old liar. Tao Ran gritted his teeth, the taste of blood filling his mouth. The immense sadness and anger rolled and collided in his chest, almost tearing him apart. He hates it. Hate those 3 masters who are hiding their true selves. Hate the organization behind them. I hate my own weakness even more. If he was strong enough, if he was also a master, Lao Zhang would not have to die. Ah! Tao Ran let out an extremely suppressed roar. The blood and energy in his body were running wildly uncontrollably, and the power of Xia Youwei's Ice Phoenix bloodline was shared, forming a circle of ice crystals visible to the naked eye around him. His voice was fragmented in the strong wind, but the deep hatred he felt wanted to freeze the sky. The falling speed is getting faster and faster, and the scenery on the ground is gradually becoming clearer. Tao Ran suddenly opened the parachute bag. With a bang, the parachute unfolded under the huge pulling force, causing his falling speed to suddenly slow down. But he was not a professional paratrooper after all, and he was too emotional to open his parachute until a little later. Tao Ran's body was shaking violently in the air. He had no control over the direction at all and could only be blown by the wind towards a dark dense forest. Crack! Crackle! His body broke several thick branches in succession, and his parachute was also caught and torn. Finally, he fell heavily on the rotten leaves at the roots of the tree. Cough, cough, cough. He struggled to get up. Fortunately, he has a strong body. If it were an ordinary person, his bones would be broken into dozens of pieces if he fell like this. He untied the parachute cords wrapped around him and looked around. The wild jungle under the night sky is eerie and mysterious. The tall trees blocked out the sun and blocked the moonlight at the treetops. In the distance, the wreckage of the airship that had fallen after disintegrating was still burning fiercely, turning half the sky an ominous red. That fire is a striking beacon in this dark wilderness. The strange beasts in this area will soon be attracted by the sound of explosions and the smell of blood. We must leave here as soon as possible. Tao Ran took out a die from the system space and held it tightly in his hand. The cold hilt of the sword calmed his turbulent emotions a little. He identified the direction and prepared to break out in a direction away from the crash site. But as soon as he took a step, he stopped. Rustle, rustle. There was a slight noise coming from the surrounding bushes. The sound came from far away, becoming more and more frequent. Soon, pairs of eyes emitting a faint green light lit up in the darkness. 2 pairs, 10 pairs, 50 pairs. In the blink of an eye, dense green light had surrounded him. Rotten wolf? This is a low-level exotic beast that is very common in the wilderness. Its strength is roughly equivalent to that of a quasi-warrior, and it likes to act in groups. They are not scary individually, but when their numbers reach hundreds or thousands, even formal warriors have to retreat. Ouch! An exceptionally strong rotten wolf howled towards the sky. The other rotten wolves received the signal to attack and simultaneously turned into green lightning and pounced towards Tao Ran. A foul-smelling wind blew in my face. Tao Ran's eyes turned cold. He is now filled with anger and hatred, and has nowhere to vent. Just in time. He growled, and the ice hard heart mixed with overwhelming hatred exploded. A bone-chilling chill instantly spread out from him. Caw caw caw. The dozen or so rotten wolves rushing in the front were frozen into lifelike ice sculptures before they could even get within 10 meters of him. Then, the die in his hand moved. The pitch-black sword body was covered with a layer of black ice crystals as thin as a cicada's wing. Pitch-black sword light suddenly appeared in the dark forest. Every flash of sword light brought up a string of black ice chips. The rotten wolf that was hit by the sword light had its wound instantly frozen by black ice, and then exploded into ice chips all over the sky with a bang. Tao Ran was like a tireless killing machine, charging madly into the wolf pack. He completely gave up on defense and dodging, allowing the rotten wolf's sharp claws to grab his body, but it could only leave fleeting white marks. The evil spirit on him became more and more serious. The overwhelming hatred found an outlet. It was as if he was not killing the wolf, but the murderers who killed Lao Zhang. He didn't know how long he killed them, but when the last rotten wolf was nailed to the ground by his sword and turned into broken ice, the whole forest suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Even the chirping of insects disappeared. Tao Ran leaned on his sword and gasped for breath. There were no wounds on his body, but the consumption of his energy, blood, and physical strength was real. Looking around, the area within 100 meters below his feet had turned into a purgatory of broken ice and corpses. At this moment, his eyebrows twitched, and a cold feeling as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake made his soul tremble. Without thinking, he rolled forward. Laugh. The ground where he was standing cracked silently into a dark crack. A cold curse power flashed by. Tao Ran was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He turned around suddenly and looked in the direction where the power came from. Under the dark shadows of the trees, a withered figure, leaning on a pale bone staff, slowly walked out. It was the old woman who was severely injured by Zhang Zhenghua before his death. She looked extremely miserable at this moment. Half of his body was charred, one arm was twisted unnaturally, and his face was covered with horrific scars burned by energy. He looked like a demon crawling out of hell. Her breath was also countless times weaker than before, and it was obvious that she had suffered a serious injury. But the look in her deep-set eye sockets was filled with resentment and pleasure. He he. She let out a laugh as unpleasant as a night owl. Little thing, your nanny died in a spectacular way. Tao Ran's pupils shrank slightly, and the murderous intent could no longer be suppressed and burst out from him. That idiot Zhang Zhenghua sacrificed his life, but all he did was let you live for a dozen more minutes. The old woman's voice was hoarse and vicious. Now, in these desolate mountains and wilderness, no one can save you. She looked at Tao Ran, raised the bone staff in her hand slightly, and two pale green soul fires lit up on the skull on top. Don't even think about running away. Your soul has been marked by my bone erosion curse, but just surrender and follow me, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I will make you a new soul on my bone staff and make you suffer endless torture for eternity. Tao Ran slowly raised the die in his hand, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the old woman's eyebrows. That cold murderous intent was condensed to the extreme. Old witch. Tao Ran's voice suddenly became calm. You're right. There's really no one who can save you here. Chapter 80 Old Witch, your death is coming. The old woman forced a smile uglier than a ghost on her burned face. She admired Tao Ran's expression as if he wanted to eat her alive, and a morbid pleasure surged in her heart. What? You want to kill me? She tapped the ground lightly with her bone staff and laughed hoarsely. Little thing, don't even mention that you're only a second-rank master now. Even if you were a 7th-rank master like Zhang Zhenghua, if you were hit by my bone-eroding curse, your soul would be eaten away bit by bit. Soon, you'll be on your knees, begging me to kill you. As soon as she finished speaking, the dark green soul fire in her eyes suddenly lit up. An invisible cold force crossed the space and invaded Tao Ran's mind. Tao Ran only felt a buzzing sound in his head and a sharp pain came, which made his eyes go black and he almost fell to the ground. This is a master-level soul attack. Ha, enjoy it. The old woman looked at his shaky appearance and laughed triumphantly. However, her laughter stopped abruptly. Tao Ran just shook his head, and his red eyes locked onto her again. The murderous intent in his eyes became even stronger. How is it possible? The old woman's face was full of disbelief. Just now, in the depths of Tao Ran's sea of consciousness, the shadow of the golden dragon of national destiny, which had been sleeping, suddenly opened its eyes. A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through his sea of consciousness, and the sinister curse power that had invaded his soul was instantly purified. In fact, because of the overwhelming hatred for revenge in Tao Ran's heart at this moment, the power of the golden dragon of national destiny is more active than ever before. Old witch, is this all you can do? Tao Ran's voice was icy cold. I don't believe it. The old woman was completely enraged. How could a seriously injured 7th rank master like her be unable to even destroy the soul of a 2nd rank junior? This was a profound shame and humiliation. She raised the pale bone staff high up, and the 2 soul fires in the skull on top of it boomed and burned into 2 balls of pale green flames. Soul-searching technique. A spiritual shock that was more than 10 times stronger than the previous one turned into an invisible ghost claw and grabbed Tao Ran on the head. This time, Tao Ran clearly saw the attack. In his vision, the trajectory of the ghost claw and the composition of its energy turned into clear streams of data. A die, analyze and counterattack. Command confirmed. Analyzing the law level. Energy nodes discovered. Almost at the same time, the golden dragon of national destiny in Tao Ran's sea of consciousness roared again. The golden dragon stretched out its claws and slapped the invading green ghost claw hard. Puff! The old woman was hit hard and suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. She staggered back several steps. The horror on her face could no longer be described in words. Her spiritual attack was actually countered. You, what kind of monster are you? A monster that collects your corpse. Tao Ran's answer made her completely give up the idea of using her soul to attack. This kid's spiritual defense ability is too weird. If I continue to fight with him, it will only aggravate my injuries. Since the spiritual methods have no effect on you, I will break your bones into pieces. The old woman roared angrily, stomped her feet hard, and her withered figure disappeared instantly. The next second, she appeared in front of Tao Ran, and the bone staff in her hand, with a fishy wind, smashed down on Tao Ran's head. Even if a 7th grade master is seriously injured, his speed is not comparable to that of a 2nd grade warrior. This attack was extremely fast. But in Tao Ran's eyes, the world seemed to slow down. The moment the old woman moved, the absolute sword sense shared from Yi Feishue was already operating at full capacity, and the perception was infinitely amplified. At the same time, the power of Xiaoyue's Ice Phoenix bloodline transformed into an invisible field of extreme cold and spread to the surroundings as soon as he thought about it. The old woman only felt that the air around her suddenly became sticky, and her movements were delayed for an insignificant moment. When masters compete, a slight difference can lead to a huge mistake. It was this insignificant moment that gave Tao Ran the opportunity. His body leaned back at an incredible angle, his entire back almost touching the ground. Call! The pale bone staff almost brushed past his nose, and the violent wind made his cheek hurt. The attack missed, and a look of surprise flashed in the old woman's eyes, but she continued to attack. She turned her wrist and swept the bone staff across, sweeping towards Tao Ran at the waist. Tao Ran slapped the ground with both palms, used the force to bounce up, and with a light roll in mid-air, he narrowly avoided it again. Boom! The bone staff hit the place where Tao Ran was just standing, and a half-meter deep hole exploded in the ground, with soil flying everywhere. Hide? I wonder how long you can hide. The old woman went completely crazy. The bone staff in her hand danced into a pale phantom, covering everything within a radius of 10 meters. In an instant, trees broke and the ground cracked. Tao Ran was like a small boat in the raging waves, maneuvering and turning in the devastating attack. Every dodge was extremely precise, as if it had been calculated thousands of times. His body always avoided the fatal attack with the smallest possible margin just before the bone staff hit him. Several times, the sharp wind from the staff had torn his clothes, but with his strong body, not even a white mark was left. A die, how's the recording going? Tao Ran asked calmly in his heart. The target attack mode is single, mainly relying on speed and strength to suppress. Due to the severe damage to the left side of his body, every attack launched from the left side will cause the energy flow to stagnate for 0.03 seconds. After the 7th, 13th, and 19th attacks, you need to recover for 0.2 seconds. Suggestion: keep dodging to consume its stamina and wait for the best opportunity to counterattack. New. Tao Ran looked at the old woman who looked like she was mad, and he already had a plan in mind. In the eyes of others, he is in danger and may be smashed into a pulp at any time. Only he himself knew that the initiative of this battle had been in his hands from the very beginning. He was using his own body as bait in the opponent's attacks to verify dice calculations. He is waiting. Waiting for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Little bastard. Don't hide if you have the guts. The old woman couldn't defeat him for a long time, and she screamed in anger, and her attacks became more and more disorganized. The injury she suffered from Zhang Zhenghua's self-explosion began to show up. Every time she stimulated her qi and blood, she felt a tearing pain in the left half of her body. Her physical strength was being consumed rapidly. Boom! Another powerful blow missed, and the old woman staggered and became briefly stiff. Now is the time. A cold light flashed in Tao Ran's eyes. He stopped dodging and exerted force on his feet. Like an arrow shot from a bow, he rushed towards the old woman's arms. The prey, who had been passively beaten, finally showed his fangs. Court death. Seeing that he dared to fight back, the old woman showed a grim smile on her face. Regardless of the stiffness of her body, she forcibly twisted the bone staff and stabbed towards Tao Ran. However, Tao Ran's target was not her body at all. Just when the two were about to touch, Tao Ran's figure flashed strangely and went around to the left side of the old woman. That was where she was most injured and her defense was weakest. Dumb! Tao Ran roared, and the dark sword in his hand, which had been silent all this time, suddenly shone brightly. The ice-blue cold air and the black thunder intertwined in an instant. He poured all the energy and blood in his body, the overwhelming hatred in his heart for the old witch, and the painful memory of Lao Zhang's words, "I owe you a retirement drink," into this sword that surpassed his limits. Old witch, your time of death has come. This sword, as fast as lightning, pierced the old woman's charred left rib. Chapter 81 Zhan Tian reappears. Die. Tao Ran's roar was filled with endless grief for Zhang Zhenghua's death and immense hatred for the enemy before him. The sword light, intertwined with ice and lightning, tore through the night sky and pierced the old woman's unprotected left rib. Faced with this fatal blow, the old woman's face, which was burned beyond recognition, showed a strange and twisted grin. Little bastard, you slippery fish finally took the bait. Just when the tip of the sword was about to touch his body, something strange happened. A layer of thick, inky black light burst out from the old woman's body. Qi and blood transform into energy. The light quickly condensed and formed a set of pitch-black qi armor on her body. Clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing resounded throughout the jungle. Tao Ran's sword, which was infused with all his blood and endless hatred, pierced firmly into the gangqi armor. The violent power of ice and thunder raged wildly, but it could only stir up ripples on the dark energy and could not advance an inch. Ha, you thought a 7th-rank grandmaster was so easy to kill. The old woman laughed a sinister laugh, a look of triumph. Even though I'm seriously injured and not good at close combat, it's still easy to take down a mere 2nd-rank grandmaster like you. The indestructible touch made Tao Ran's heart sink to the bottom in an instant. I was fooled. The old woman's so-called flaw was, from the beginning to the end, a trap to lure him into attacking. Even though he used the Grandmaster's unique ability to transform his qi and blood into energy as his trump card and used his body as bait, he still felt anxious. Game over. The old woman ignored the long sword that was still in a stalemate, and suddenly raised her other intact arm. She swung the pale bone staff in her hand into a perfect arc, and with a sharp scream that tore through the air, she smashed hard into Tao Ran's chest, which was wide open due to the full-strength attack. Too close. This distance, this timing, is unavoidable. The shadow of death hangs over my whole body. Tao Ran's pupils reflected the pale bone staff that was rapidly enlarging in his field of vision, but his mind was filled with unprecedented calmness. Dumb. Core Competency 3, Initiation. In my mind, Dai's mechanical voice is like the sound of nature. Earth Barrier. At the critical moment, an energy shield with ochre color dotted with emerald green magnetic energy halo appeared out of thin air, protecting Tao Ran in the center. Boom! The bone staff hit the shield hard. The violent shockwave spread out with the two of them as the center. The trees within a radius of dozens of meters were uprooted and fell to the ground. Tao Ran only felt a huge force coming, as if he was hit head-on by a maglev train running at full speed. But the severe pain of broken bones and tendons that he expected did not appear. The moment that destructive force came into contact with the Earth Barrier, 90% of the magnetic energy granted by the Earth Barrier was forcibly transferred underground. Crack boom! The earth beneath Tao Ran's feet bore everything it shouldn't have to bear. The ground collapsed with him as the center, forming a huge pit with a diameter of more than 5 meters, and spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly in all directions. Tao Ran was so shocked by the remaining 10% of the aftermath that his blood boiled and his throat felt sweet. He flew backwards like a cannonball, knocking down 7 or 8 big trees in succession before falling to the ground in a mess. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, but this injury was almost negligible for his abnormal body. The heavenly furnace forged my art ran madly, quickly restoring his physical strength and spirit. Puff. On the other side, the old woman looked at her arm, which was numbed by the recoil, and then looked at Tao Ran, who looked a little embarrassed but unharmed. The smug grin on her face quickly turned into a ghostly horror and fear. No. Impossible, she screamed. Even though he couldn't exert half of his strength right now, if he struck out in anger, even a 5th-grade martial artist would be seriously injured. But this second-rank kid in front of him just spit out blood? What kind of monster is this? Tao Ran got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He took a look at the huge deep pit under his feet and felt a little scared. Dai's magical skill of saving his life was finally saved. He looked at the old woman again. The murderous intent in his heart had not diminished. The situation has temporarily fallen into a strange stalemate. He couldn't break the old woman's protective aura, and the old woman's attacks were restrained by his earth barrier. But Tao Ran knew very well that this stalemate was extremely disadvantageous to him. Every time the earth barrier was activated, his own energy, blood, and mental strength were consumed. And the other party is a 7th-grade master. Even though he was seriously injured, his strength was far beyond his own. If we keep on fighting, he will definitely be the first to fall. Can't delay. She must be killed before she reacts and figures out a way to break the earth barrier. But, how to kill? Tao Ran's mind uncontrollably emerged the image of the old man who was smoking a cigarette, had an impatient look on his face, but had burned his life out for him. Hold on tight, kid. Remember, you still owe me a retirement drink. Old Zheng. Tao Ran's eyes became hot again. The grief and anger that had been forcibly suppressed erupted again like a volcano. No. I can't let his death be in vain. I swear I will use this old witch's head to sacrifice to him. A crazy idea emerged in his mind. He slowly put the sword in his hand back into the scabbard. Seeing this action, the old woman opposite was stunned at first, and then vigilance and confusion flashed in her eyes. Dai, Tao Ran asked in his mind, if I use that again, can I still hold on? Heaven slashing sword art is a forbidden technique. Even at the master's current state, forcibly performing it still carries the risk of exhausting the soul and causing the body to collapse. Dai's answer was as rigorous as ever. I'm not asking about the risks. Tao Ran's voice was extremely calm. I'm only asking if I can still stand this time. Calculating, deducing the optimal solution. Combining the master's current state and talent integration, the simplified version execution plan has been deduced. Burning 30% of the Ice Phoenix bloodline essence, 30% of the swordsmanship essence, and 50% of the master's blood, spirit and soul. It is expected that the sword moves can produce 30% of the power of the original. Survival rate, 49%. Do you want to execute it? 49%. The chance of survival is less than half. Tao Ran smiled. He remembered the survival rate given by the system when he faced the giant lizard that exploded on its own in the bloody maze. 0.001%. Compared to that, 49% is simply fantastic news. That's enough. He didn't need the earth-shattering power of the original version. He only needed a sword that could cut open the turtle shell of the old witch in front of him. Implement. Tao Ran gave the order in his heart. He held the scabbard with his left hand, placed his right hand on the hilt, and lowered his body slightly. A simple and ancient sword drawing posture, which contains the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, was displayed again. The moment he struck this pose, the entire jungle seemed to have stopped. The wind stopped, the chirping of insects disappeared, and the flames burning in the distance stopped swaying. An indescribable fear, coming from the depths of her soul, gripped the old woman's mind. At this moment, her body was fixed by an invisible force, unable to move. Even her soul was frozen and stopped functioning. The pitch-black night was distorted and blurry in the old woman's eyes. At this moment, she once again faced the most desperate abyss in her life. She saw herself as a child, abandoned in the wilderness during a tribal conflict, lonely and helpless, waiting for death. She saw how, in her youth, she had mistakenly entered a forbidden area in order to break through her realm, narrowly escaping death and watching her companions die tragically one by one in front of her. She saw in the folded space the ancient sword that could cut through mountains and wipe out an elite army in an instant. It was an ultimate nothingness that transcended all her cognition and was above all living things. The sword was clearly not unsheathed, but it seemed to have already severed everything in the world and wiped out all life. Deep in her consciousness, screams that could not be stopped echoed one after another, and fear and despair overwhelmed her like a tide. No, no. The old woman's soul completely collapsed at this moment. She no longer had the composure and pride of a 7th-rank grandmaster. On that ugly face, only the most primitive fear of death remained. She wanted to escape, her survival instinct made her scream madly and want to escape. However, her body and her soul were unable to move, frozen in place by an unknown force. Tao Ran slowly raised his head, his cold eyes penetrating the space and locking onto the old woman's frozen body. His voice echoed in the dead night sky. Old witch. This sword is to bid farewell to old Zhang. As he finished speaking, his right hand, which was holding the hilt of the sword, moved slightly. A tiny, dark track flashed by. Chapter 82 Reverse Killing the 7th-rank Grandmaster. The sound of wind, the chirping of insects, the crackling of burning flames, everything returns at this moment. The old woman's fear and despair were forever fixed on her ugly face. A black line appeared on her body, starting from her eyebrows. Black lines spread downwards, across the bridge of the nose, lips, neck, chest. Plop. Her body, covered in burns and cracks, silently split apart, turning into 2 charred pieces that fell into the mud. The incision was as smooth as a mirror and no blood flowed out. All life, including the protective energy of the 7th-grade master, was completely annihilated by that sword. Cough, cough, cough. A violent cough broke the silence in the forest. Tao Ran knelt on one knee, inserted the Adai sword in his hand deeply into the ground, and used the hilt of the sword to support his shaky body. He gasped for air, each breath painful and his throat filled with the taste of blood. In the sea of consciousness, the phantom of the golden dragon of national destiny, which was once so majestic, was now dim and almost transparent. It curled up into a ball and fell into a deep sleep. 30% of the original power of his Ice Phoenix bloodline and swordsmanship talent was forcibly drained away, causing him to feel a weakness deep in his soul. Adai, what is the survival rate, now? Tao Ran asked bitterly in his heart. Calculating. Because the host's physical strength far exceeded expectations, the damage to his soul was less than expected. Current survival rate, 78%. 78%. Tao Ran twitched the corners of his mouth, trying to smile, but it aggravated the injuries in his internal organs, causing another burst of excruciating pain. Old Zhang, did you see it? He raised his head, looked at the place where the golden fireworks dissipated in the night sky, and muttered to himself. I'll kill this old witch for you. Your retirement wine, I haven't forgotten. Tears, mixed with the blood that gushed from his mouth, dripped down his chin, spreading a dark red on the dirt in front of him. He won. With a 2nd-rank body, he defeated a 7th-rank master. But he could not feel any joy at all, only endless emptiness and sadness in his heart. He wanted to stand up, but his legs wouldn't respond at all. He could only hold Adai tightly and maintain his final vigilance. He didn't know whether there were any beasts more dangerous than the rotten wolf in the depths of the wild jungle. Now, he doesn't even have the strength to stand up. High in the sky, a dark green ghost bat assault boat was tearing through the clouds at a speed exceeding the speed of sound and flying towards the airspace where the incident occurred. Inside the boat, Yan Pejuan, Lord of Jiangcheng, and Qin Lai, Chief Commander of the Jingye Bureau, both had ashen faces. Faster. Yan Pejuan growled at the driver. City Lord, this is the maximum speed. If it goes any faster, the airship will disintegrate. The pilot was sweating profusely. Qin Lai said nothing. He stared at the rapidly receding sea of clouds outside the porthole, his fists clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. After receiving the emergency communication from Kyoto, they rushed to Jiangcheng Military Airport as soon as possible. But no matter how hard we tried, we were still delayed for more than 10 minutes. Just these 10 minutes became the biggest regret in their hearts at the moment. Report. Violet residual energy detected in the airspace ahead. Energy level determination, Grandmaster level self-destruction. Upon hearing this report, Yan Pejuan and Qin Lai's bodies froze at the same time. Grandmaster self-destructs. Almost at the same time, they thought of the old soldier who was harsh in his words but always loyal to his duty. Asshole. Yan Pejuan punched the alloy table in front of him, and the solid table surface instantly dented, leaving a clear fist mark. Qin Lai closed his eyes, and the hideous scar on his brow bone looked even more terrifying at this moment. Lower altitude and prepare for airborne. Soon, the airship arrived at its destination. When they looked down from 10,000 meters in the air, even the 2 big guys who were used to big scenes couldn't help but gasp. Below, the originally dense jungle looked like it had been hit by a giant meteorite. A huge pit with a diameter of more than 100 meters is shocking. Around the giant pit, the ground cracked, trees fell down in large numbers, and countless burning airship wreckages looked like fireflies scattered on the ground. Not far from the giant pit, there is another devastated battlefield, where there is also no good land. We are late. Yen Pejuan's voice was hoarse. Such horrific destruction, let alone a second-grade warrior, even he himself, being at the center of the explosion, would have no chance of survival. Let's go down and take a look. Xinlai jumped out of the hatch first. Yen Pejuan followed closely behind. The two of them landed gracefully on the ground and arrived at the battlefield where a strong smell of curse lingered. A charred corpse, neatly split in half, came into view. Xinlai squatted down and carefully examined the body, a flash of horror in his eyes. A 7th-rank master specializing in the ways of the soul and curses. Judging from the remaining aura, it should be the ghost mother Posha. He said in a deep voice, on the Xia Kingdom's most wanted list, she's ranked 19th. He was killed by a single sword, and his soul was completely destroyed. Yen Pejuan's frown deepened. Who was it that killed the ghost mother with a single blow? Could it be that Zhang Zhanghua dragged someone down with him before he blew himself up? Xinlai shook his head and pointed at the smooth cut on the corpse. No, Zhang Zhenghua's stone-smashing hand is extremely domineering and can only beat people into a pulp. This wound is a sword wound. At this moment, Xinlai's attention was attracted by a half-kneeling figure not far away. The figure leaned against a pitch-black sword, motionless. There's someone over there. The two of them felt a tightness in their hearts and immediately dodged. When they saw the face covered in blood and dust, they were struck by lightning and froze in place. It's Tao Ran. He is still alive. The despair and regret in the two people's hearts were completely washed away by this great news. When they saw Tao Ran's current state, their ecstasy turned into biting cold and raging anger. The young man half knelt there, breathing weakly, his energy and blood almost drained out. His body was covered with fine bloodstains. What frightened them the most was that they could feel that Tao Ran's soul was extremely weak. This is a sign that can only appear when the source of life is overdrawn. Tao Ran. Yen Pejuan rushed over and tried to help him up. Don't touch me. Tao Ran raised his head weakly, his voice so hoarse that it was almost inaudible. I'm afraid, if I move, it will fall apart. He forced a smile towards the two bosses that was uglier than crying. Xinlai quickly walked to the master's body and looked at the half-dead Tao Ran. An idea so absurd that he himself could not believe it emerged in his mind. He stretched out his finger and lightly touched the smooth cut, feeling the remaining cold sword intent that made his heart palpitate. His eyes darted back and forth between the Grandmaster's corpse, the huge explosion crater in the distance, and the backlash scars on Tao Ran's body. Tao Ran tilted his head, looking at the huge explosion pit, and calmly stated the facts with all his strength. Lao Zhang he is gone. In order to protect me, he blew himself up and killed two masters, severely injuring the old witch. He said, I still owe him a retirement drink. He paused, then looked at the body that had been split in half, his voice filled with uncontrollable hatred. Then, I killed her. I killed her. These few short words brought tears to the eyes of Yen Pejuan and Xinlai, two 6th-grade martial artists who had seen life and death and had wills as hard as steel. They finally understood. Zhang Zhanghua blew himself up, killed two masters, and severely injured the ghost mother. Then, this young man, who was only 18 years old and had only the 2nd-grade cultivation, dragged his seriously injured body and forcibly exhausted a 7th-grade sect master to death, and finally killed him. What a brutal battle this was. What an incredible achievement. Ah! Yen Pejuan could no longer suppress the anger and guilt in his heart, and let out an earth-shaking roar towards the sky. The entire jungle trembled wildly under his roar, and countless birds and beasts fled in terror. Xinlai walked to Tao Ran and slowly squatted down. He took off his black uniform that represented the glory of the Jingye Bureau and gently draped it over Tao Ran. Then he carefully checked Tao Ran's pulse. The more he investigated, the more serious his expression became and the more his hands shook. His energy and blood are exhausted, his body and soul are on the verge of collapse. He didn't fall down. Tao Ran looked at Xinlai's trembling hands and comforted him. It's okay. You'll be back in 2 days. After all, we survived a more serious and dangerous situation last time. Chapter 83 Forced to return to Beijing, Tao Ran's request. 2 days? Xinlai and Yen Pejuan looked at each other and saw indescribable shock in each other's eyes. Was it worse than this last time? What is going on? Xinlai's fingers rested on Tao Ran's pulse, causing it to tremble even more violently. This guy is not bragging. He could clearly feel that an astonishingly resilient vitality was stubbornly running through Tao Ran's nearly exhausted body. What frightened him even more was that deep within that weak pulse, there seemed to be a dormant volcano lurking, and a domineering aura, like a miniature furnace of heaven and earth, extracting and absorbing chi and blood, and repairing the collapsed vitality. If an ordinary warrior suffered such an injury, his soul and body would have collapsed long ago. But Tao Ran was not only alive, he could even think clearly and force out a smile that was uglier than crying. This is really your usual style. In addition to the anger and guilt in Yan Pujuan's heart, there is also an indescribable heartache. Stop talking nonsense and take him back to the city immediately. Activate the best medical resources. Xinlai bent down and wanted to pick up Tao Ran. Bear with it. It's okay, Commander Qin, just treat it as moving a piece of rotten meat. Tao Ran grinned, and blood foam overflowed from the corner of his mouth again. Just as Xinlai was about to exert force, the communicator on his waist suddenly made a rapid beeping sound. Xinlai paused, his brows furrowed in knots. At this critical juncture, who would contact him with the highest emergency authority? He freed one hand and pressed the connect button. A holographic projection popped up, and Longshui Longqingtian's awe-inspiring face appeared in front of the three people. Longshui's face was ashen, and a storm of destruction was suppressed in his eyes. He had obviously learned some information through some channel. How are they doing? Longshui suppressed his fatigue and sadness. General Long, I'm sorry for your trust. Xinlai lowered his head. It's none of your business. Long Qingtian interrupted him. I underestimated the madness of those bastards. His gaze passed through the projection and fell on the dying young man in Xinlai's arms. How is Tao Ran? His energy, blood, spirit and soul are on the verge of exhaustion, and his body is severely damaged. But he is still alive. Xinlai reported concisely. It's good to be alive. Long Qingtian seemed relieved. I'll take him back to Jiangqing for treatment right now. Yan Pujuan said anxiously. No. Long Qingtian directly denied, I can't go back to Jiangqing. Yan Pujuan and Xinlai were both stunned. This attack is just the beginning. Long Qingtian's voice was icy cold. Since they dared to kill someone on the Grandmaster ranking within Xia's territory, it proves that they have already torn apart their reputations. Jiangqing is now the center of the storm and the focus of the world's attention. Taking him back is like putting him on the fire. What should we do then? Yan Pujuan was anxious. Long Qingtian's gaze was fixed on Xinlai's face. Xinlai. Arrive. Your mission has been changed. Abandon all matters in Jiangqing, personally escort Tao Ran, and return to Kyoto headquarters immediately. Remember, it's escort, not escort, Longshui emphasized. He's not a prisoner. He's the hope for the future of Xia Nation, a hero who just lost his comrades. Mobilize all resources, no matter the cost, to bring him back alive. After the order was given, Long Qingtian looked at Tao Ran deeply, and the projection disappeared with a pop. Return to Longjing. Tao Ran's heart sank suddenly. He fought for 3 days of vacation and returned to Jiangqing with the intention of improving Xia You's Ice Phoenix bloodline. Although he fought hard to kill the old witch, he still failed to accomplish the main task. He let Lao Zhang's sacrifice down. Commander Qin, Tao Ran wanted to refuse. This is an order. Xinlai interrupted him, but the hand that was holding Tao Ran subconsciously tightened a little, as if he was afraid that he would fall. Tao Ran knew that military orders were as heavy as a mountain. Xinlai is a soldier, and he himself is now considered half a soldier. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the struggle in his eyes had disappeared. He turned his head and looked at Yan Pujuan, who was standing beside him with an anxious look on his face. Lord City Lord. Can I ask you for a favor? Tao Ran asked solemnly. You say. Not just one, even 100 will do. Yan Pujuan patted his chest and promised. I believe you. Tao Ran looked into Yan Pujuan's eyes and said seriously. These 3 words made Yan Pujuan, the city lord who had spent half his life in military service, feel teary-eyed. He nodded heavily. I, Yan Pujuan, swear in the name of the guardian god of Jiangqing that I will do what you ask of me, even if it costs me my life. Tao Ran breathed a sigh of relief after getting the promise. He faced Xinlai and spoke with difficulty, Commander Qin, please, put me down for a moment. I need to get something. Xinlai hesitated for a moment, but still did as he was told. He carefully put him back on the ground, letting him lean against a relatively intact piece of airship wreckage. Tao Ran was panting, his mind moving slightly. The next second, 3 objects appeared out of thin air on the ground in front of him. It was a crystal that was round, white, and radiated a warm glow. A diamond-shaped crystal that is as black as ink and seems to absorb all light. There is also a heart-shaped fragment, only the size of a fingernail, but emitting an extremely cold aura. It was the fragments of Sun Crystal, Shadow Marrow, and Ice Phoenix Heart. As soon as these 3 things appeared, the temperature of the surrounding air changed strangely, sometimes warm as spring, sometimes freezing cold. Yen Pijuan and Xinlai's pupils suddenly shrank. They were all connoisseurs, and they could tell at a glance that each of these 3 items was a priceless treasure, a rare gem that would drive even a master crazy. Xinlai's heart was filled with huge waves. Could that heart-shaped fragment be the legendary Ice Phoenix Heart that had long been extinct? That is a supreme holy object that can allow those with ice talent to reach heaven in one step. How many secrets does this kid have? Lord City Lord. Tao Ran's voice was intermittent. Find a way to connect these 3 things and give them to Xia Yue. It should allow her bloodline to advance to a higher level. After saying this, Tao Ran started coughing violently, and blood stained his chest. Yen Pijuan stared blankly at the 3 treasures on the ground, then looked at Tao Ran's pale face, his heart in turmoil. He finally understood that Tao Ran was trying so hard to return to Jiangqing not for himself, but for the girl named Xia Yue. Even when his life was hanging by a thread, this young man was still thinking about others. Okay. I've got it. Yen Pijuan squatted down, carefully put away the 3 items with trembling hands, and placed them solemnly in his arms. Tao Ran, don't worry. I will definitely hand the things over to the girl from the Xia family myself. Thank you. Tao Ran got a positive answer, relaxed, and used all his strength to practice the heavenly furnace casts me to continue recovering his body and soul. Seeing that Tao Ran had finished his confession, Xinlai picked Tao Ran up horizontally with quick and steady movements. Lao Yen, Jiang Cheng, and Lao Zhang's funeral arrangements are now in your hands. Go ahead and don't worry. Yen Pijuan stood up and patted Xinlai on the shoulder with a firm look in his eyes. Tell those gentlemen in Kyoto that the people of Jiangcheng and the geniuses of Xia country are not something that anyone can touch. Whoever moves will pay with his life. Xinlai nodded heavily, hugged Tao Ran, turned around and strode towards the ghost bat assault boat. Yen Pijuan stood where he was and watched them leave. He watched the hatch of the assault boat slowly close, its engine roaring as it soared into the sky and disappeared into the pitch-black night. After a long time, he lowered his head and touched the 3 treasures in his arms that still retained the boy's body temperature, then looked at the huge explosion pit and the master's body that was split in half. He sighed deeply, his voice filled with endless desolation and sadness. Lao Zhang, this retirement dinner was damn worth it. Chapter 84 The tip of the iceberg. Inside the ghost bat assault boat, it was so quiet that one could hear the low hum of the energy core. Tao Ran was fixed on the medical couch, and Xinlai sat next to him without saying a word. The occasional look from the chief commander of the Jingya Bureau in Jiangcheng, as if he were looking at a monster, made him laugh and cry. Commander Qin, Tao Ran said weakly, please don't look at me like that. It makes me cringe. I'm not dead yet, and you're looking at me like I'm at a memorial service. The corners of Xinlai's mouth twitched, and he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, shut up and heal your wounds. I'm recovering, Tao Ran grinned, coughing up another mouthful of blood foam, but the recovery process is a bit difficult. There's no place on my body that doesn't hurt. Although he was joking, Xinlai couldn't laugh. He could sense that the vitality in Tao Ran's body was recovering at an incredible speed, but this recovery process was inevitably accompanied by unimaginable pain. When you arrive in Kyoto, you will receive the best treatment. Xinlai can only comfort you in this way. Whether the treatment is effective or not is secondary. Tao Ran looked through the porthole at the dark night sky outside. I just want to know where those bastards came from. Xinlai was silent for a while. The answer to this question will soon be revealed. In the western suburbs of Kyoto, there is a secret military base that is not open to the public. The ghost bat assault boat landed under guidance. The hatch opened, and a murderous aura hit us in the face. On the tarmac, 3 people stood upright in front, with fully armed special guards on their left and right. The leader was none other than Dragon Commander Long Qingtian. He was only wearing a simple black combat uniform, but his iron-blooded power was even more shocking than what he had seen in the projection before. Standing to his left was a gentle, middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was Wei Song, the supreme commander of the Jingya Bureau and Qin Lai's immediate superior. On the right was an old man with a stern face and sharp eyes. He was the highest official of the Xia State Security Department, Situ Hong. The leaders of the three highest violent institutions in Xia country appeared here at the same time, just to greet an 18-year-old boy. Qin Lai carried Tao Ran out of the cabin, and his heart sank when he saw this scene. He walked quickly forward and bowed his head heavily to the three of them. Long Shuai, Commander-in-Chief, Minister. I've brought the people back. Long Qingtian's gaze fell on the blood-stained young man in Qin Lai's arms. When he saw Tao Ran's pale face and the ugly smile he was trying hard to force, the iron-blooded marshal's eyes couldn't help but turn red. Thank you for your hard work. Long Qingtian nodded to Qin Lai and then waved his hand. The medical team that had been waiting nearby immediately pushed forward a suspended life support capsule. Don't bother, Tao Ran said with a struggle, I can walk by myself. As he said this, he actually wanted to get out of Qin Lai's arms. Don't try to be so arrogant. Long Qingtian stepped forward and shouted softly, his voice filled with suppressed heartache and fear. You are now a National Guardian-level protected person in Xia country, not a thug who doesn't care about his life in a street fight. He personally stepped forward and carefully and steadily moved Tao Ran into the life support cabin together with Qin Lai. Tao Ran lay in the warm nutrient solution, and the severe pain all over his body was immediately relieved a lot. He looked at the three big men in front of him, who could make the country of Xia tremble with just a stomp of their feet, and smiled self-deprecatingly. If Lao Zhang saw this treatment, he would definitely curse me with a cigarette in his mouth, calling me fancy and then be extremely envious. When Lao Zhang was mentioned, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became solemn and sad. I will personally preside over his memorial service. Long Qingtian's voice was low and hoarse. I will posthumously award him the highest honor of Hero of Xia country and induct him into the Hall of Heroes. He has no family, but we are all his family. He is a hero. Minister Situ Hong spoke slowly, his old voice resounding. The life support capsule was slowly pushed towards the medical center deep within the base. Long Qingtian, the other two, and Qin Lai followed alongside. We've identified the attackers this time, said Wei Song, the Jingya Bureau's chief commander, pushing up his glasses. They're a secret unit of the ancient wolf nation, the Blood Wolf Guards. Ancient wolf country? Tao Ran frowned. He had heard of it. It was a small country in the west of Xia country. It was not very powerful, but its people were tough. They're just pawns pushed out into the open, Security Minister Situ Hong took over. According to our intercepted intelligence analysis, there's an even more terrifying shadow behind the Blood Wolf Guards. They call themselves the Society of Divine Revelation, but Shinchi Society? Tao Ran muttered the name silently, and a chill rose from the bottom of his heart. A multinational organization composed of complete lunatics. Long Qingtian's voice was filled with cold disgust and murderous intent. They believe that talent and bloodline are divine revelations bestowed by heaven, freestanding parts that can be plundered and integrated. They are like a group of hyenas that have smelled blood, frantically hunting down warriors with high talents around the world. Hunting. Tao Ran's heart skipped a beat. He remembered the smell of firewood that Ghost Mother had mentioned before her death. A terrifying guess came to his mind, and then extract it? Wei Song's eyes flashed with surprise, and he nodded. That's right, extraction. They possess a sinister technology unknown to us. It could be a prehistoric relic unearthed from a folded dimension, or it could be a devilish bargain reached with the Abyss Demon Clan. This technology can forcibly extract the essence of talent and bloodline power from a living person, creating something called Divine Revelation Crystal for subsequent transplantation and enhancement. Living exfoliation. Tao Ran's head buzzed, and the tragic golden fireworks when Lao Zhang exploded flashed before his eyes. He understood completely. Why would that old witch and her accomplices kill me at any cost? It's not because he is so strong, but because he is contaminated with Xia UASS level Ice Phoenix bloodline and Yi Feishu ASSSS level Absolute Sword Sense. In their eyes, he is a walking, fragrant raw material of divine enlightenment crystal. So, they targeted me because of Xia Yue and Yi Feishu? Yes, but not entirely. Situ Hong looked at him with a complicated expression. Your own uniqueness may attract them more. A young man, recorded in the archives as an F-level talent, can unleash power far beyond common sense, and even forge some mysterious connection with the nation's destiny. To them, this unknown is a more tempting research sample than the Ice Phoenix bloodline. Tao Ran's heart sank completely. Divine Revelation Society, talent extraction. This is no longer a simple war between countries, but a hunt for geniuses of all mankind. Zhang Zhenggua's sacrifice was to lure out these bastards? Tao Ran asked. Long Qingtian shook his head, with deep self-blame and regret appearing on his face. No, Zhang Zhenggua and you were both accidents. There was a major error in our intelligence. We knew about the existence of the Divine Revelation Society, but we never thought they would dare to attack someone on the Grandmaster list within the borders of Xia country. Old Zhang, he became a victim of our intelligence failure. Now, the ancient wolf nation has torn up the armistice agreement and started fighting on the entire western border. This is just a smokescreen thrown by the Divine Revelation Society to attract our attention. We don't know what they really want to do yet. While we were talking, we arrived at the medical center. Tao Ran was placed in the top-level ecological medical cabin. Nanoscale repair robots, mixed with the purest life energy liquid, began to fully repair his body that was on the verge of collapse. Long Qingtian and the other two stood outside the cabin, watching the young man close his eyes and fall into a deep sleep. How is he? Long Qingtian asked the medical expert beside him. Don't worry, Marshal. This is a miracle. The expert looked at the data with a look of disbelief. His physical strength and self-healing ability are beyond our understanding of a third-grade warrior. At this rate of recovery, he should be able to regain his mobility in 2 days at most. 2 days. The three bosses looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Keep an eye on him. Long Qingtian left the order and turned to leave. 2 days later, Tao Ran sat up from the medical cabin. He moved his hands and feet, feeling the energy and strength refilling his body. His body had been repaired and strengthened by that heavenly furnace cast me secret, so if he used that reduced version of the sword move again, he would definitely not collapse and be exhausted like before. But he didn't feel any joy at all. He called up the system panel. Host, Tao Ran. Realm, 2nd rank warrior peak. Qi and blood, 2,150 calories. Talent rating, a level control of extreme cold elements shared with Xia Yue. Bound Object 1, Xia Yue's rank, Ice Phoenix bloodline favorability 95, sharing ratio 80%. Bound Object 2, Yi Feishu ASSS rank, Absolute Sword Sense favorability 85, sharing ratio 40%. Kung Fu, Dao Yen Ju, Bing Xan Ju, Tianlu Zhua Ju. Tao Ran's gaze lingered on the talent rating column for a long time. A level. This is just a disguise displayed by the system to the outside world. He knew better than anyone that, apart from the shared talent of Xia Yue and Yi Feishu, his true talent was still that pathetic F level. This also means that he has already reached the bottleneck of his talent and cannot increase his qi and blood through practice like a normal warrior. All his strength comes from sharing with the daughter of national destiny. This is a foundation that seems strong but is extremely fragile. Once the connection with the daughter of national destiny is severed, he will be reduced to his original form. And now, a shadow called Divine Revelation Society is hanging over the heads of all geniuses. Xia Yue and Yi Feishu will both become the targets of the other party's hunting. Hiding in a safe zone in Kyoto, being protected like a national treasure? That's not protection, that's waiting for death. He will never forget the golden fireworks that shot up into the sky when Lao Zhan blew himself up. I also can't forget the words "you still owe me a retirement drink." This wine must be warmed with the blood of the enemy. Divine Revelation Society, Ancient Wolf Nation. Tao Ran's eyes gradually became colder and more determined. He put on a clean combat uniform and walked out of the medical room. Xin Lai was waiting for him outside the door. Recovered? Xin Lai looked at him with a complicated look. Well, 2 days is 2 days, no more, no less. Long Shui and the others have made arrangements for you. Next, you will be sent to the Candle Dragon's Base 0, which is the safest place in Xia country. I'm not going. Tao Ran refused directly. Xin Lai was stunned. What did you say? This is an order. Commander Qin, Tao Ran looked at him and said word by word, no matter how safe a cage is, it's still just a cage. True safety lies in killing all the hunters who want to cage you. He paused, a war fire burning in his eyes. Hiding will only make me and them become static targets, at the mercy of others. Only by going out, to the most dangerous places, can I change from being the prey to being the hunter. I'm going to the front. Chapter 85 Tao Ran is dead. Xin Lai looked at Tao Ran in front of him and didn't know what to say for a moment. This guy just crawled out of the medical cabin, and the smell of medicine on his body hasn't even dissipated yet, but he's going to the front line? Are you crazy? Xinlai lowered his voice. Do you know what the front line is? It's a meat grinder where even a grandmaster could perish. You, a second rank. What happened to the second rank? Tao Ran interrupted him. The second rank just killed a 7th rank grandmaster. Although he was seriously injured, he was still a 7th rank. Xinlai was choked to death by his words. No one would believe this record if I told them, but it is the fact. This is in order. Xinlai brought out his trump card. Long Shui and the others said they wanted you to go to base 0 to protect you. Protect? Tao Ran smiled, but there was a chill in his smile. Commander Qin, how did Lao Zhang die? Xinlai's pupils shrank and he was speechless. He died to protect me. Tao Ran argued, you sent him to me, and what happened? He died, and I almost died too. This proves that your protection was completely useless. That's different. It was an intelligence error. Xinlai argued. What about next time? Another intelligence blunder? Tao Ran took a step forward and stared into Xinlai's eyes. I don't want to see anyone explode into a ball of fireworks in front of me again because of the ridiculous reason of protecting me. Hiding in a cage only gives the hunter more time to figure out how to open the cage and kill the prey inside with less effort. So, I have to go out. I want to change from being the prey to being the hunter. Xinlai had to admit that every word Tao Ran said touched his heart. He understood the principle, but an order was just an order. No, Xinlai shook his head with difficulty, I can't let you go to die. If I go, I'll risk my life. If I don't go, I'll be in constant fear and even more people will die. Tao Ran refused to budge. There's no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Commander Qin, you two crawled out of a sea of blood and corpses. You understand this principle better than I do. Just as the two were in a stalemate, a steady voice came from the end of the corridor. Let him continue. Long Shui Long Qingtian had been standing there without him noticing when. Behind him followed Wei Song, the chief commander of the Jingya Bureau, and Sito Hong, the security minister. The appearance of the three big guys made the atmosphere solemn. Xinlai immediately stood at attention and saluted, Long Shui. Long Qingtian waved his hand, his eyes fixed on Tao Ran. Why do you want to go to the front line? Because I am the best bait and the sharpest knife. Tao Ran met Long Qingtian's gaze without any retreat. The Divine Revelation Society's target is me. Wherever I appear, they will follow. Instead of letting you go through all the trouble to find them, why not let me lure them out? Luring him out? Then what? Let them kill you again? Security Minister Sito Hong frowned. He did not quite agree with this risky plan. No. Tao Ran shook his head. Find them out and find a way to kill them. Nonsense. Sito Hong's voice turned harsh. You are being arrogant and playing with fire. You are using Xia Nation's once-in-a-century hope as a personal gamble for your revenge. This is not arrogance, it is the fact. Tao Ran looked at Sito Hong. I was able to surpass my level and kill a 7th grade grandmaster. It wasn't luck. The secret I hold is my biggest trump card. As long as they dare to come, I will make sure they never return. He paused, his voice filled with endless sorrow. Old Zhang risked his life to give me a chance to survive. He didn't tell me how to live, but I know he definitely didn't want me to live like a coward. He hasn't had his retirement wine yet. If the blood of those bastards isn't poured into the wine glass, this wine won't be drinkable. These last few words shocked everyone present. A thick mist appeared in Long Qingtian's iron-blooded eyes. He remembered the old soldier who always had a cigarette in his mouth, looked frivolous, but always kept his back to his comrades. Yes, how could a soldier like Zhang Zhenguo want the hope he exchanged for his life to be kept in a cage? Long Qingtian was silent for a long time, then turned to look at Wei Song and Sito Hong. What do you think? Wei Song pushed his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses sharp. The risks are extremely high, but the rewards are equally enormous. We know too little about the Divine Revelation Society. A passive defense will only lead to attacks at every turn. Let him become a surprise force, penetrate deep behind enemy lines, and perhaps he can tear open a gap. Sito Hong sighed deeply, I object. A son of a wealthy family should not sit idle in the hall. His value is too high, and we cannot afford any mishaps. The intelligence error can be compensated with more lives, but he only has one life. We can't afford to gamble. No, we have no more bets. Long Qingtian interrupted him. From the moment Lao Zhang sacrificed his life, we were already sitting at the gambling table. The question now is not whether to gamble or not, but how to place the bet to win. His gaze returned to Tao Ran. Boy, let me ask you again, are you sure? Once you've taken this path, there's no turning back. You'll be facing the world's most insane vicious dog in unimaginable darkness. I'm sure. Tao Ran answered firmly. Long Qingtian closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, only determination remained in his eyes. Good. From today on, you will have the highest operational authority. Establish a special operations team independent of all military systems. The codename is, you can come up with it yourself. Long Qingtian actually gave him the naming rights. Tao Ran thought about it, and several names popped into his mind: Avengers? Justice League? Or, was everything Lao Zhang said right? He felt that neither was appropriate. Let's call him Undertaker, Tao Ran said softly. I'll go and bury them. Okay. Long Qingtian nodded. Your team will be directly responsible to me, Commander Wei, and Minister Situ. If you need any resources, intelligence, equipment, or personnel, we will provide you with them. I don't need any team members for now. Tao Ran shook his head. The more people there are, the bigger the target will be. It will be more convenient for me to act alone. Are you alone? Wei Tsong frowned. No, it's too dangerous. You need help, at least an intelligence analyst and a logistics support staff. I'm the best intelligence analyst. Tao Ran pointed to his head. As for logistics, just give me enough authority and money. His Adai is more powerful than any intelligence analyst. Seeing Tao Ran's insistence, the three bosses looked at each other and stopped forcing him. One last question, Security Minister Sito Hong said slowly, what about your identity? The name Tao Ran is now the center of a storm. Yes, the eyes of the whole world are on it. Xia country has produced a genius who can make the Grandmaster self-destruct for protection. The Divine Enlightenment Society must be keeping an eye on it as well. Wei Tsong added. This is the most critical issue. With the name Tao Ran under his belt, he couldn't move forward. A cold light flashed in Long Qingtian's eyes. It's very simple. As of today, Tao Ran died from his injuries on the way back to Kyoto. What? Xin Lai exclaimed in surprise. Even Tao Ran himself was stunned. His heart skipped a beat. Die? The first thing that came to his mind when he saw this word was the icy girl in Jiangcheng and the unique and independent white figure in Qianlong camp. How would they react when they heard the news of their own death? He could almost imagine that Xia Youwei's face, which was pretending to be cold, would lose all its color in an instant. Would Jifeishua's calm eyes be disturbed? More importantly, it is the National Destiny Redlines system in his sea of consciousness. The foundation of the system is his favorability with the daughter of National Destiny. Their trust and emotions are the source of all his power. Once they think they are dead, will the favorability levels of 95 and 85 collapse due to endless sadness and misunderstanding? Once he falls below a certain threshold, will his shared Ice Phoenix bloodline and absolute sword sense be taken away? By then, he will be reduced to his original form of F-level talent. Not to mention revenge, he probably won't even be able to protect himself. This is a shocking gamble in which you bet all your strength and future. However, since I have chosen to face it alone, I will put this concern behind me for the time being. The worst result is that my foundation will be damaged and I will have to start all over again. Long Shuai, this is the best way to protect you. Wei Tsong immediately understood Long Qingtian's intention. He continued, we will announce your death, hold a state funeral of the highest standard for you, posthumously award you a hero of the Xia Kingdom, and bury you alongside Zhang Zhenggui in the Hall of Heroes. A fake funeral will make the whole world believe that you are dead. The Divine Revelation Society will naturally lower their guard and shift their target away from you. And you, with a brand new identity, will live in the shadows. Become a sharp knife piercing their hearts. Tao Ran opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Hold a funeral for yourself? This way of playing is really unheard of. This is too. Tao Ran felt it was a bit absurd. It's settled. Long Qingtian made the final decision. Xin Lai. Arrive. You handle this matter yourself. Prepare an obituary, notify Jiangcheng, and contact Tao Ran's family. No, he has no family. Long Qingtian changed his words and said, then notify his college and friends. Yes. Qin Lai accepted the order with an extremely complicated expression. As for you, Long Qingtian looked at Tao Ran, from the moment you walked out of this door, you are no longer Tao Ran. Wei Song took out a file bag from his arms and handed it to Tao Ran. This is your new identity. It was originally a backup plan for you just in case, but now it's being used. Jia Shanliang, 20 years old, orphan, wandering hunter from the unruly borderland, third-rank cultivator. His file is flawless, no one can find any flaws. Tao Ran took the file bag and opened it. Inside was a brand new file record and a thin file. The photo in the file shows him after some minor adjustments, with sharper edges and a colder look in his eyes. Jia Shanliang. Tao Ran chewed over the name and smiled bitterly at himself. Fake kindness? Perhaps an avenger whose hands are about to be stained with blood really needs a sufficiently kind name to disguise himself. From now on, there will be no more Tao Ran in the world. Long Qingtian's voice, like the loud sound of a huge bell, echoed in Tao Ran's ears. Tao Ran is dead. Chapter 86 My Own Cloud Funeral. Kyoto, western suburbs, 300 meters underground. In a pure white single-person training room, Tao Ran sat cross-legged on the ground with a light curtain floating in front of him. His name is now Jia Shanliang. A name that sounds harmless and ready to help an old lady cross the street at any time. It's really hard for the commander-in-chief to come up with such a brilliant pseudonym. Tao Ran complained in his heart. On the light screen, a live broadcast of a cloud funeral covering the entire territory of Xia country has just begun. Xia Nation's Jiangqing's 36th martial arts champion, Jiangqing's hero, a member of the 182nd winning team of the Qianlong Special Training Camp, and a second-rank martial artist, Tao Ran. On the way back to Beijing, they were ambushed by the evil organization Shenqiwi. Their protector, 7th-rank Grandmaster Zhang Zhenghua, sacrificed his life for his country. Student Tao Ran was seriously injured and died in the early hours of this morning despite medical treatment. The nation has lost its pillar, and the human race is in great pain. The low and sullen voice of the announcement echoed in the room. The picture shows Tao Ran's high-spirited profile at the Qianlong Special Training Camp Award ceremony. It's black and white, and quite photogenic. Tisk, even the posthumous portrait is so handsome. Tao Ran touched his chin, feeling a little weird. Watching the live broadcast of your own funeral is an experience that is unmatched anywhere else in the world. The scene changed and they arrived at the square outside the Xia Kingdom's Hall of Heroes. The sky was overcast and a cold drizzle was falling. Countless people dressed in black, holding black umbrellas, gathered into a sea of silence. The camera swept across the crowd, and Tao Ran saw many familiar faces. All the students from Class 5 of Jiangcheng No. 1 Martial Arts Academy are here. Fatty Chang Lishuan stood at the front. He didn't hold an umbrella and let the cold rain mixed with tears roll down his fat cheeks. He bit his lips hard, trying not to cry out loud, like a child abandoned by the whole world. Next to him, the students in Class 5 all had red eyes. On the high platform, Qin Lai, dressed in a neat black uniform, delivered a eulogy in person. His voice passed through the loudspeaker, reaching every corner of the square and also reaching Tao Ran's ears. His life was short, like a shooting star, illuminating the sky of Jiangcheng at its brightest moment. With his second-rank body, he furiously killed a 7th-rank grandmaster and protected the dignity of the human race. Qin Lai's voice was a little hoarse. Tao Ran could see sadness on the tough guy's face even through the light curtain. He knew that half of this sadness was performed for the whole world to see, and the other half was real. For the veteran named Zhang Zhenghua. The camera moved again, showing another group of people. The talented students of the same period in Qianlong training camp. Xian Duoduo, Li Mo and Han Feng stood together with their bodies straight. Xian Duoduo, who was always talkative, lively and active, is now silent. He clenched his fists tightly, letting his nails dig deep into his palms. The iconic pair of glasses were wet by the rain, and the lens was blurry, making it hard to tell whether it was rain or tears. His lips trembled, and he used all his strength to suppress the confusion and despair that followed the collapse of logic and shattered faith. He couldn't understand how his brother, who could flatten a cliff with one punch and whose body could withstand the blade of a knife, could lie silently in the cold hall of heroes. Li Mo, like an iron tower, stood beside Xian Duoduo. His tall body became the most solid support, but also the carrier of the heaviest sadness. He didn't shed any tears, nor did he show much expression. His eyes stared blankly at the black and white portrait on the platform. His shoulders, trembling slightly from exertion, betrayed his inner collapse. Han Feng, who always existed like a shadow, stood at the end. He lowered his head slightly, letting the cold rain slide down his thin cheeks. His sadness was different from that of everyone else. It was a kind of loss that was almost like a broken heart. For him, what fell was not just a comrade in arms, but also the sword in his dream, the punch that shattered the stone, and a fulcrum that was enough to shake the future of the entire world. His grief was deep and lonely. Even Weijia, the wealthy young man from Kyoto who always disliked him and was later deposed, put away all his arrogance at this moment, with a complicated expression on his face. At this moment, the camera gave 2 close-ups. In the crowd, 2 beautiful figures became the only scenery in this black and white tones. Xia Yue. She was wearing a long black dress. The face that was always as cold as an iceberg was now completely bloodless and pale. The rain wet her long hair, and strands of it stuck to her cheeks, but she seemed unaware of it. Those eyes, which were usually extremely clear, were now staring blankly at the huge black and white portrait on the podium, and big tears rolled down uncontrollably from his eye sockets. The classmates around her wanted to support her, but she gently pushed them away. She stood straight, but her violently shaking shoulders betrayed all her strength. Tao Ran's heart seemed to be grasped tightly by an invisible hand. Pain. It fucking hurts. This fool, doesn't he know to hold an umbrella when it rains? You will catch a cold. He thought subconsciously. Then he laughed at himself. How could a person with the Ice Phoenix bloodline catch a cold? Another close-up was given to Yi Feishue not far away. She was still dressed in white, and she stood out in the crowd of black people. She didn't cry. There wasn't even any expression on his face. He was as cold as ever. She stood there quietly, holding the ancient long sword that she never left in her hand tightly. I don't know if it's because I was holding it too tightly, but my fingers are shaking slightly. The rain slid down her smooth forehead, flowed over her long eyelashes, and fell silently. She looked at the photo. There was no sadness or pain in her eyes, only a kind of dead silence. It was as if a part of her world had died with the disappearance of the person in the photo. Tao Ran couldn't bear to watch it any longer. He raised his hand, wanting to turn off the screen, but his fingers froze in mid-air. He remembered Lao Zhang's grin on the airship. Boy, when you retire, you have to treat me to a good meal. He remembered Xia You's red ears when she handed him the ugly wooden sculpture at the station. The top scholar is mine. You are just keeping it for me temporarily. He remembered Yi Feishue and Qianlong camp, the grace of his sword, and the cold words, "You are very strong." Every picture is like a knife, cutting back and forth in his heart. Lao Zhang. Brothers. 2 fools. Tao Ran lowered his head and clenched his fists. A drop of scalding liquid slid from the corner of his eye and hit the floor with a slight pop sound. At this moment, he really felt that the boy named Tao Ran was dead. Died in the rain in Kyoto. He died in the tears of his relatives and friends. Bite. Xia Yue, the daughter of the nation's destiny, was detected. She was heartbroken by the host's sacrifice and believed that the host was the eternal light who fell to protect the Xia kingdom. Her emotions were sublimated to the extreme, and her fateful bond with the host reached its peak. Favorability +4. Current favorability, 99 intertwined fates. Bite. It was detected that Yi Feishue, the daughter of national destiny, was deeply shaken by the host's fall and her sword heart was obscured. In the midst of sorrow and silence, she discovered her true heart and confirmed that the host held an irreplaceable position in her heart. Favorability +14. Current favorability, 99 intertwined fates. Shared talent ratio increased to 80%. Chi in blood plus 1,400, current Chi in blood 2,500 cards. Warning. The host's current realm 2nd grade warrior is no longer able to bear such a vast amount of Chi in blood and innate essence. The energy has reached a critical point. Please break through to the 3rd level as soon as possible, otherwise the overflowing energy will forcibly tear through the meridians or dissipate and disappear. A series of system prompt sounds exploded wildly in Tao Ran's mind. He suddenly raised his head, his face full of disbelief. What's going on? Favorability increased? Moreover, the increase is so outrageous. He imagined countless possibilities. His favorability plummeted, his talent was revoked, and the system crashed. But I never expected that the result would be like this. His death not only failed to sever the red thread, but instead caused this bond to burn to an unprecedented peak. Xia Yue and Yi Feishue both have 99 points of favorability, and only the last point is missing to make it perfect. Yi Feishue's sharing ratio soared from 40% to 80%. This means that the innate power of absolute sword sense that he can now use has doubled. The chi and blood value has reached the peak of the second level, and is even overflowing. What a terrifying improvement this is! The cold system notification sound, with a kind of absurd black humor, pulled him out of the quagmire of sadness. He looked at the two girls on the screen whose hearts were broken for him, and felt mixed emotions. What is this? Use their tears to add some to yourself? This fucking thing is too inhuman. A powerful and pure power of innate origin surged from the void and poured into his limbs and bones. That was the absolute sword sense from Yi Feishue. As the sharing ratio increased, it was washing and transforming his soul and body with overwhelming strength. His perception became extremely sharp at this moment. His sight seemed to penetrate the surface of matter. He could see the molecular structure of the room's walls, the entanglement and repulsion of particles of different energies in the air, and hear the slight wriggling of the rock layers deep underground. In his eyes, everything is broken down into the most basic principles and laws, with incredible clarity. The power is growing wildly. But his heart grew colder and colder. He suddenly understood. Guilt and self-blame are worthless in the face of revenge. Since their sorrow can make the sword in his hand sharper, let this sword drink the blood of the enemies to comfort their tears. In the light curtain, the funeral was nearing its end. Amid the sound of funeral music, two neatly folded Xia Kingdom war flags covered the two empty coffins. One belongs to Zhang Zhenghua. One belongs to Tao Ran. They will be sent to Valhalla together to enjoy the highest honor of the human race. Tao Ran watched silently. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked Xia Yue's tear-stained face on the light screen. Wait for me. He looked at the lonely white figure again. Wait for me. He turned off the screen. The pure white room fell into silence again. Tao Ran slowly stood up and stretched his muscles. The bones made a series of crisp popping sounds. The cheerful and youthful Tao Ran was buried with the heavy rain. The one who survived was Jia Shanliang, an avenger with a deep blood feud. One who will bring fear to the whole world. Undertaker. The Divine Enlightenment Meeting. He whispered the name, and two clusters of blue flames ignited in his eyes. It's time to start preparing for your funeral. Chapter 87 The Third Level Realm. In the pure white room, Tao Ran's body was like a burning stove, with an abnormal red light shining from under his skin. The warning on the system panel that energy has reached critical point is no joke. The vast energy, blood, and source of talent, like an uncontrolled flood, rushed through his weak meridians. Tearing pain came from all over my limbs. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Tao Ran's body began to twitch uncontrollably. He had no doubt that in a few seconds, he would be blown to pieces by this pie falling from the sky. I can't die. It's so damn unfair to die here. Tao Ran gritted his teeth and forced himself to sit cross-legged. He ignored the system's suggestion to break through to the third level, as that was the path for ordinary warriors. He has better ones. The heavenly furnace forged my secret, pass it on to me. As soon as he thought of it, the fundamental method that integrated 1,372 body refining techniques and 965 spirit refining techniques began to operate. Use your body as the furnace, your soul as the fire, and all things in the universe as the firewood. Forge an immortal body and forge an indestructible soul. If his body is a pressure cooker that is about to explode, then the art of the heavenly furnace that forged me is like a flood vent at the bottom of the pot, while at the same time building a furnace that melts everything. The violet energy that did not belong to him finally found a channel to vent and poured madly into this invisible furnace of heaven and earth. Not enough, not enough. The piercing pain did not get relieved, but instead became more concentrated due to the practice of the exercises. His soul became unprecedentedly sharp with the blessing of Yi Feishue's absolute sword sense, which shared 80% of his power. He could see the surging of qi and blood, and feel the wailing of the meridians. The pain was magnified 1,000-fold. Anyone with a weaker will would have been driven crazy by this inhuman torture. But Tao Ran didn't. He clung to the clarity of his mind and devoted all his perception to organizing and controlling the energy in his body. The talent of absolute sword sense is no longer just a combat aid at this moment. It becomes a delicate scalpel. Tao Ran used his soul as a guide to dismantle and peel off the surging torrent of energy bit by bit, and then carefully sent it into the heavenly furnace to calcine it. This process is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, your soul will be destroyed and your body will turn into ashes. Time passes by every second. In the room, Tao Ran's body turned into a contradictory aggregate. On one side, the chilling cold brought by the Ice Phoenix bloodline condensed a thin layer of ice on the ground. On the other side, when the heavenly furnace forged my art was running, the scorching heat waves emanating from his body caused the air to distort. Ice and fire achieved a strange balance in him. I don't know how long it took. BOT document file anti-piracy, find, book machine people select, stable, reliable, don't step, pit. When the last wisp of violent energy was completely refined by the heavenly furnace, Tao Ran suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! A powerful aura far beyond that of a second-grade warrior rushed up from him and slammed into the wall of the room with a dull sound. On the wall, runes made of an unknown alloy lit up, absorbing all the power. Call! Tao Ran exhaled a long breath, which condensed into a white ice arrow in mid-air and flew several meters before slowly dissipating. He looked down at his hands, which had distinct joints and were full of explosive power. Done. He immediately called up the system panel. Host, Tao Ran. Identity, Jia Shanliang. Realm, 3rd rank warrior. Qi and blood, 3,550 calories. Talent rating, a level control of extreme cold elements shared with Xia Yue. Bound Object 1, Xia Yue's rank, Ice Phoenix bloodline favorability 99, sharing ratio 80%. Bound Object 2, Yi Fei Shui SSS rank, Absolute Sword Sense favorability 99, sharing ratio 80%. Kung Fu, Dao Yen Ju, Bing Xan Ju, Tianlu Zhua Ju. In the realm column, he has already stepped into the ranks of 3rd grade warrior from 2nd grade warrior peak. The Qi and blood value soared directly to 3,550 calories. You know, for an ordinary warrior who has just broken through to the 3rd level and has a Qi and blood value of 2,500 calories, he is considered a genius with a solid foundation. This is the terrifying increase brought about by the 2 daughters of national destiny with a favorability of 99. This power. Tao Ran clenched his fists, feeling the vigorous energy and blood flowing through his body. This is no longer a false, borrowed power, but a power that has been tempered by the heavenly furnace casting the art and completely integrated into his bones and blood, and belongs to him alone. Although the root still comes from those 2 girls. Thinking of the 2 girls who were heartbroken and crying for him, the joy that had just risen in his heart was suppressed by a heavy sense of guilt. When I come back, I will definitely double your compensation. Tao Ran muttered to himself. He stood up and walked over to the training equipment in the center of the room. This is a strength tester. He didn't use any martial arts, just threw a punch in an ordinary way. Bang! There was a loud bang. The screen on the tester flickered wildly, finally freezing on a number. Punch force, 180 tons. A puff of green smoke came out, and the tester reached the highest threshold and was declared scrapped. 180 tons. The limit of a normal 3rd grade, initial stage warrior's punching force is only about 60 tons. His strength is almost 3 times that of warriors of the same level. Good. Tao Ran retracted his fist, but there was not much expression on his face. He knew that this little bit of strength was still not enough in front of a truly strong person. He remembered the heaven-cutting sword technique in which he burned everything and unleashed it. That is true power. The heaven-slaying sword technique is powerful enough, but the price is too high. He didn't want to experience the feeling of having his soul drained and his body turned to ashes again. Xiao Hu but anti-theft document book search robot, just choose it, it's stable and reliable without any pitfalls. That move can only be regarded as the last trump card for mutual destruction. Although using the reduced version of that move now would not cause his physical body to collapse, it is still better not to use it if possible. We must find a conventional and sufficiently powerful means of attack. His eyes fell on the long sword beside him, which was completely black and covered with strange patterns. With the blessing of absolute sword sense, his talent in swordsmanship is unparalleled. But his fighting style is still at the most primitive stage, relying entirely on strength and speed to crush the enemy. This is simply an insult to the SSS level talent of absolute sword sense. I need a sword technique that can allow Adai to embody his true value. Tao Ran walked to the control console in the corner of the room, where there was a terminal connected to Xia Country's highest martial arts database. With the highest authority granted by Martial Long, he can check any martial arts in the Xia Kingdom's arsenal except for those national martial arts. He entered 2 words in the search bar. Imperial Sword. Hundreds of related martial arts techniques instantly popped up on the screen. Wind control sword technique, flowing sword shadow, 100-step flying sword. The names are more fancy than each other. Tao Ran quickly screened through the terrifying intuition brought by his absolute sword sense. Most of these sword techniques use chi and blood to wrap the sword and throw it out, pursuing momentary burst in speed, and are not very technical. It's not these. He continued down. Finally, at the bottom of the database, he found a technique marked as incomplete and high risk. The true explanation of controlling the sword with divine mind. This technique has no grades, only a brief introduction. Ancient relics unearthed are suspected to be exclusive to spiritualists. Those who are not spiritualists and force themselves to practice this technique will suffer damage to their souls at best, or even collapse their sea of consciousness and become idiots at worst. In the 182nd year of the Xia Kingdom's martial arts era, 3 grandmasters and 72 martial artists have died or been crippled by this technique. Warning: this technique has been banned. Access is prohibited without special approval. Ordinary people would have been scared away after seeing this introduction. But Tao Ran's eyes lit up. Sword control with divine consciousness, spiritual mind master. He himself is not a psychic. But Yi Fei Xue is. 80% of the absolute sword sense is shared, which also contains a trace of the faint origin of spiritual power. That's it. Tao Ran chose to download without hesitation. Warning: you are downloading the highly dangerous and banned technique, the true explanation of controlling the sword with divine mind. Please confirm again. Confirm. Please enter the authorization password. Tao Ran entered the long string of highest authority passwords that Long Shui gave him. Authorization approved, download starts. An obscure and incomplete ancient method flooded into his mind. Almost at the same time, the Daoyan Ju in his body started to operate automatically. Detected an incomplete technique, the true explanation of controlling the sword with divine mind. Analysis of the law level. Discovering the soul resonance node. Deducing the core operating logic. Highly compatible with the host's talent absolute sword sense. Beginning completion and optimization. Deduction completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level sword controlling technique, Heart Sword technique. A whole new section of Dharma mantras was engraved deeply in Tao Ran's sea of consciousness like a brand. Compared to the obscure original version, this Heart Sword art is clear and goes straight to the core. It perfectly combines the absolute sword sense with the art of sword control. One can control the flying sword with one's mind, as easy as using one's arm, and take people's heads from thousands of miles away. Nice one. Tao Ran was overjoyed. But when he saw the last line of system notes, the smile on his face froze again. Note: to control a physical flying sword, one must nourish the sword body with one's own chi and blood, establishing a deep connection. This process requires the host to have reached the level of a 4th-grade martial artist, achieving the ability to release chi and blood. A 4th-grade martial artist, releasing his chi and blood. Tao Ran felt a little upset. After all this time, it's still a futures contract. However, this also pointed out his next goal. He carried a dai on his back, put on a clean black combat uniform, and put on a hood that covered most of his face. In the mirror, there was a strange young man with a tall figure and cold eyes. Jia is kind. He is ready to embrace his new identity and new life. Squeak. The door was pushed open. Xin Lai was leaning against the wall outside the door. When he saw him come out, he looked him up and down with complicated eyes. 3rd rank? It was just luck. Tao Ran answered calmly. Xin Lai's mouth twitched. The bottleneck that others may not be able to break through even after months of seclusion, in this kid's mouth, becomes lucky. Long Shui asked me to bring you a message. Xin Lai handed over a metal box, your first intelligence and your equipment. He said that the Blood Wolf Guards of the ancient Wolf Nation have been very active recently on the southwestern border. They are the intelligence executors who ambushed you and Lao Zhang. Tao Ran took the box and opened it. Inside was a new set of identification, a stack of anonymous credit cards, a specially made encrypted communicator, and a detailed map of the southwestern border of Xia State. On the map, a city located at the border between Xia State and Gulang State was marked with a red circle. Black Rock City. I understand. Tao Ran closed the box. Boy. Xin Lai looked at him, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Are you really sure of yourself? Tao Ran, no, it should be called Jia Shanliang. He raised his head, and in the eyes beneath his hood, there was not a trace of the youthful impulse and passion, but only cold silence. I'm not going to fight them. His voice was hoarse. I'm going to collect the bodies. Chapter 88 Departure. SSS Level Healing System? Xinlai looked at his lonely back and finally said nothing. Thousands of words turned into heavy silence. He knew that from the moment Tao Ran died, the young man had embarked on a path of no return. It was a dark path leading to hell, paved with thorns and blood. Take care of yourself. Xinlai whispered these two words only after the figure completely disappeared around the corner of the corridor. 3 days later. On a wild long-distance armored train bound for the southwest border. Tao Ran, oh no, Jia Shanliang, chose a corner by the window and sat down. He was wearing an old combat uniform that had been washed out and a pair of large sunglasses that covered half of his face. He deliberately pulled the brim of his hat down to disguise himself as an inconspicuous wandering hunter. This civilian train departs from Kyoto and ends at Korwashi City, the largest border transit station in the southwest. The carriage was a mixed crowd. There are warriors carrying huge bags and full of murderous aura, ordinary people with families and sad faces, and well-dressed businessmen heading to the border to pan for gold. Tao Ran likes this feeling very much. Only when he hid in the crowd did he feel that he was alive, rather than a cold tablet being worshipped. He withdrew his gaze from the ruins that were rapidly passing by outside the window and observed the passengers in the carriage boredly. Sitting opposite was a family of 3. The young parents were holding a child who had a fever, their faces filled with anxiety. Not far away, several warriors were loudly boasting about their experiences of hunting exotic beasts in the wilderness, attracting waves of envious glances from the surroundings. Everything is full of fireworks. At this moment, a gentle female voice sounded beside him. Sir, are you feeling unwell? Tao Ran turned his head. A girl about 18 or 19 years old was standing next to his seat, holding a cup of hot water in her hand, with concern in her eyes. The girl was wearing a plain white shirt and jeans, with her long hair tied into a simple ponytail. She had no makeup on her face, but her clean look was very appealing. Her eyes were bright, like a clear spring, revealing a pure and innocent look. I'm fine. Tao Ran shook his head, his voice deliberately made hoarse. He was not used to communicating with strangers, especially a girl who looked so innocent. But, you don't look well. The girl handed over the cup of water and said stubbornly, drink some hot water, maybe you'll feel better. Tao Ran was stunned for a moment. His current disguise, coupled with the restrained aura tempered by the heavenly furnace casting me art, is so real that not only ordinary people but even 4th or 5th rank martial artists cannot tell his true depth. How did this girl? He subconsciously looked at the girl, and almost at the same time, the system prompt sound that had been silent for a long time suddenly exploded in his mind without any warning. Bite. A high concentration of National Destiny energy reaction has been detected. Tianjiao identification is in progress. Target locked. The system's light curtain suddenly unfolded on Tao Ran's retina. Target, Wenwan, daughter of National Destiny, candidate for Destiny. Qi and blood? Not a combat system, cannot be evaluated. Realm? Not a combat system, cannot be evaluated. Talent rating, SSS level ode to life. National Fortune Index, 92. A blessing from the nation brings prosperity to all things. System review, she is the spring that walks through the world, the flower of hope that blooms amidst despair. Her tears can bring spring back to the dead, and her smile can bring peace to the dead. Bind to her, and you will gain eternal life from the brink of death. Boom! Tao Ran's mind was blank. SSS level. Another SSS level. Moreover, it is a healing talent that has never been seen before. A tribute to life. Just by hearing the name, you can feel the majestic breath of life. His eyes were fixed on the system evaluation. Gain eternal life on the brink of death. What does this sentence mean to him? This means that his heaven-cutting sword technique, which can only be used as a last resort, may become a regular killing move. It means that he can fight and seek revenge more crazily and unscrupulously, without having to worry about ending up on the verge of death after every extreme outburst. This girl named Wenwan is simply a mobile fountain tailor-made for him, the perfect war supply. His heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. Bind her. She must be bound. This thought, like a wildfire, instantly occupied his entire mind. But his gaze fell on the girl's clear and pure eyes. There is no impurity in it, only the purest kindness and concern. Tao Ran's heart suddenly tightened, and he remembered the cold rain in Kyoto. I remembered Xia Youwei's face as pale as paper and Yifeishua's dead and silent eyes. He had used his death to carve indelible scars in the hearts of the two girls. Now, is he going to drag this third innocent girl into this bloody quagmire? Once bound, her fate will be completely tied to this dead man herself. What she will face is the pursuit of the Divine Revelation Society, the coveting of all races, and endless danger in darkness. And she knew nothing about it. This is not fair. Sir? Sir? The girl's voice pulled him back from his complicated emotions. When Juan looked at the man in sunglasses in front of him with some surprise. There was a very strange aura about him, as if he had just crawled out of a grave, cold, dead, and mixed with an inextricable sadness. As a medical warrior, her perception of life energy is far more acute than that of ordinary people. That's why she took the initiative to step forward. I'm really fine, thank you. Tao Ran took a deep breath and took the cup of hot water. The hot water seeps through the wall of the cup, giving off a warm touch. Two thoughts were fighting fiercely in his mind. A voice said, "Let her go, you already owe her enough, don't owe her another one." Another voice screamed, "Coward. Soft-hearted. How can you seek revenge without her? How can you face the Divine Revelation Society? Do you want to die again? Do you want old Zhang to die in vain?" Old Zhang. He remembered the old soldier grinning before he blew himself up. "Kid, stay alive. Yes, survive. Only by surviving can you take revenge." In order to survive and for revenge, he can do anything. The so-called guilt and the so-called fairness are worthless in the face of blood feud. He is Jia Shanliang, a villain who can pretend to be kind in order to get revenge. Tao Ran raised his head, and the look in his eyes behind his sunglasses became cold and resolute. System, how many can I bind? Host's current available binding quota, 1-3. Each time the human race's national destiny level advances to a higher level, or the host's own realm breaks through a major bottleneck, a new binding quota will be unlocked. Good. Tao Ran muttered to himself. Bound target, 1-1. Bite. The red line of national destiny is being drawn. Binding successful. Congratulations to the host for completing the binding and receiving special rewards. Rewards distributed successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Immortal Heart Prototype. Immortal Heart Prototype, based on the Ode to Life talent, the system condenses a life core in the host's heart. Effect, the host gains super fast regeneration capabilities. All non-fatal injuries will heal in a very short time. Note, this ability continuously depletes the host's chi and health. The more severe the injury, the greater the depletion. The talent Ode to Life has been detected. The Dao Yanju has automatically begun to operate and begin deduction. Deduction successful. Obtain skill, Spring Breeze and Rain passive. Spring Breeze and Rain passive greatly increases physical and spiritual recovery speed, reduces chi and blood consumption. A warm energy instantly surged into Tao Ran's heart. He could clearly see that his heart was wrapped in a layer of light green halo. Every beat is filled with unprecedented vitality. Some minor damage that remained in the meridians due to the previous breakthrough was quickly repaired at this moment and was as good as new. Is this the embodiment of the SSS level healing talent? It's simply unbelievable. Bite. The Daughter of National Destiny, 1-1. Favorability, 5 a chance encounter. Current sharing ratio, 1%. New data popped up on the system panel. Only 5 points of favorability. Tao Ran was not surprised. After all, they just met by chance. It was already good enough to get 5 points from the other party for a kind greeting. He put down his water cup, stood up, and smiled at the girl in front of him for the first time. Although he was wearing sunglasses, Wen still felt that the cold and dead aura of the man in front of him seemed to have dissipated a little. "Thank you for the water," Tao Ran said. "No. You're welcome." Wen was a little overwhelmed by his sudden change, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Tao Ran turned around and walked to the other end of the carriage. "Now that I've dragged her into the water, from now on, her safety will be my responsibility." He first needed to find out the identity of this girl named Wen and why she appeared alone on this train heading to the border. However, he had only taken 2 steps. Wow! A shrill baby cry came from the front of the carriage. It was the young couple holding the child from before. Baby! Baby, what's wrong with you? Don't scare mommy. The woman's cries were filled with despair. The baby in the cradle was twitching all over, his lips were purple, and his breathing was extremely weak. Doctor! Who is the doctor? Save my child. The man held the child and shouted like crazy in the carriage. The conductor on the train rushed over quickly, but was helpless in the face of the situation. Acute cardiopulmonary failure. This person needs to be rushed to the hospital immediately. But there's no village or shop here. Everyone's heart sank. As we watched, that little life was about to disappear in full view of everyone. At this moment, a figure rushed over quickly. Wen pushed through the crowd and came to the couple. Don't be afraid, I'm a medical warrior, let me see. Chapter 89 Simple Wen, moving spring water. I'm a medical warrior, let me see. Wen's clear voice drowned out the noise in the carriage. The desperate couple immediately made way as if they had grabbed their last straw. Wen didn't hesitate. She half knelt on the ground and gently covered the baby's chest with her hands. She closed her eyes. The next second, a soft, light green halo, like a newly sprouted bud, spread from her palm and enveloped the entire baby. Tao Ran stood outside the crowd, his pupils suddenly shrinking under his sunglasses. It is a life energy that is pure to the extreme. He could see that under the cover of the green halo, the baby's failing organs were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fire of life that was so weak that it was about to go out was rekindled by a powerful force. He had never seen this kind of treatment before. In the old days, even with the most advanced medical equipment, the chances of rescuing patients with acute cardiopulmonary failure were slim. But Wen only took a few seconds. Wow! A loud cry broke the silence in the carriage. The baby's originally purple lips regained their rosy color, and his little hands and feet waved, full of energy. Alive! Thank you! Thank you! You are our family's savior. The young mother hugged her child, sobbing uncontrollably, and was about to kneel down to Wen on the spot. Get up quickly, this won't happen. Wen quickly supported her. Her face turned pale and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Obviously, the treatment just now took a huge toll on her. The passengers around burst into thunderous applause, looking at Wen with eyes full of awe and gratitude. Tao Ran watched this scene silently, his heart was shocked beyond words. Is this the power of the SSS level ode to life? It is simply unreasonable to forcibly reverse life and death. He subconsciously felt the immortal heart at the location of his heart, and the spring breeze and rain that was constantly restoring himself. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. The version optimized and deduced by Dao Yanju will only be more effective than Wen's most original source power and consume less energy. If Wen is a spring that can bring the dead back to life, then I am like putting this spring water into a portable water bottle so that I can drink it anytime and anywhere. This is simply the strongest logistical support tailor-made for an Avenger like him who is ready to dance on the edge of a knife. Thinking of this, the remaining sense of guilt in his heart faded a little. The crowd gradually dispersed. Wen politely declined the couple's generous reward and returned to her seat alone, her face pale and looking a little exhausted. Tao Ran walked over, handed her the cup of hot water, and sat down opposite her. Are you okay? He asked. It's okay, just a little tired. Wen shook her head and gave him a somewhat weak smile. I'll be fine after a rest. Are you a medical warrior? Are you going to Blackstone City? Tao Ran went straight to the point. Yes. Wen's eyes lit up again when he mentioned his own affairs. My name is Wen. I go to the Rinshin Medical Station in Blackstone City to assist my teacher. Tao Ran sighed inwardly. This girl is like a blank sheet of paper. She answers whatever others ask her without any defense. With this kind of personality, running to a place like the southwestern border where all kinds of people gather is like a little white rabbit running into a wolf's den. The southwest border has been quite unstable lately. The warriors who were bragging nearby happened to hear their conversation. One of the bearded men grinned and said, "Little girl, you are so delicate and timid, going to Blackstone City alone? You are quite brave." Another tall, thin man stood up and said, "It's more than just unrest. I just came from over there. The ancient wolf nation's blood wolf guards are biting people everywhere like mad dogs. Blackstone City is now under semi-martial law, making it difficult to enter or exit." Martial law? Wen's face turned pale again. That's right. The bearded man slapped his thigh. To enter the city now, you either need a special permit from the military or the Jingya Bureau, or you must be a certified B-level hunter or above from the Hunters Guild. Ordinary people? Hey, the guards at the door won't even look at you. Then, what should I do? I have to go see my teacher. Wenwan was so anxious that she was about to cry, and a layer of mist covered her clear eyes. She obviously hadn't expected the situation to be so complicated. It's not completely impossible. The tall and thin man winked at her. If you can give 100,000 credit points to the captain of the city gate guard, perhaps he will turn a blind eye. 100,000. Wenwan's mouth opened into an O shape. When she went out this time, all her assets added up to less than 20,000 credit points, which she had saved for several years. Seeing the girl at a loss and about to cry, Tao Rant's last hesitation disappeared. Since he dragged this innocent girl into the water, he has the responsibility to protect her. At least, until she was safely delivered to her destination. He knocked on the table, attracting everyone's attention. The two warriors were about to continue threatening when they met Tao Rant's gaze behind his sunglasses. Although Tao Ran didn't say anything, a cold murderous aura that was as solid as a sword instantly locked onto the two of them. That murderous aura was the aura condensed from death when he killed a 7th grade master. The smile on the bearded and tall man's face froze, and all the hairs on his body stood up. They felt as if they were being stared at by a ferocious beast from ancient times. If they dared to say one more word, they would be torn to pieces in the next second. The two men's faces turned pale, and they quickly retreated to their seats, sitting upright, wishing they could squeeze themselves into the cracks in the ground. After doing all this, Tao Ran looked at Wenwan again. You want to go into town? Yeah. Wenwan nodded vigorously, like a little animal seeking help. I can take you in. Tao Ran said in a flat tone. Really? Hope rekindled in Wenwan's eyes. But Tao Ran changed the subject, his eyes behind his sunglasses becoming greedy. I'm not doing charity. I'll charge you a fee to bring you in. He must play the role of Jia Shanliang well. A lone, mercenary wandering hunter. How much does it cost? Wenwan asked timidly, clutching the corner of her clothes nervously with her small hands. She was afraid that the other party would also offer a sky-high price of 100,000. Tao Ran stretched out a finger. One day, 10,000 credits. From now on, until you safely enter Black Rock City and meet your teacher. 10,000? Wenwan was stunned. Although this price is still very high, it seems to be within an acceptable range compared to the unattainable 100,000 just now. The bearded man and the tall and thin man next to them looked at each other and saw ridicule in each other's eyes. Heh, kid, there's a limit to bragging. Just you? Bringing people into Black Rock City? Do you think you can open the city gates? 10,000 a day, why don't you just rob? I think you're trying to cheat the little girl out of her money. Tao Ran ignored their noise. He looked at Wenwan quietly, waiting for her answer. Wenwan bit her lip. She looked at the cold man in front of her. Although he was wearing sunglasses and looked difficult to approach, the cup of hot water he handed her just now and his calm eyes now made her feel that he was not a bad person. Besides, she had no other choice. Okay. I promise you. Wenwan made up his mind, but I don't have enough credit points. Can I owe you some first? I'll pay you back as soon as I see the teacher. Okay. Tao Ran nodded decisively. What he wanted was never money. Thank you. You are such a good person. Wenwan let out a long sigh, and finally a sincere smile appeared on his face. That smile was clean and pure, like the sunshine after the rain. Nice guy card? Tao Ran smiled self-deprecatingly in his heart. No, I'm not. I'm just a bastard who steps on your tears and sorrow, step by step towards the abyss of revenge. He withdrew his gaze, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes and said no more. A simple deal was concluded. Wenwan looked at his stern profile, her heart filled with gratitude and a little curiosity. Does this person really have the ability to lead himself into that heavily guarded city? Chapter 90 Entering Blackstone City. The long-distance armored train in the wilderness blew a long whistle, and amid the harsh sound of metal friction, it slowly stopped at the platform against the setting sun. Black Rock City, here we are. The car door opened, and a cold air mixed with the smell of gunpowder and dust rushed in, silencing the noisy voices in the car. Tao Ran pulled the brim of his hat and got off the bus with Wenwan. On the platform, there is a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. The fully armed soldiers had stern expressions on their faces and scanned the crowd getting off the bus. The badges on their chests indicate that they belong to the Southwest Military Region of Xia State and are true veterans of many battles. The air was filled with a sense of oppression, as if a storm was about to come. Wen followed Tao Ran closely, clutching the corner of her clothes in her little hands. Looking at the scene, her pretty face turned even paler. She had never seen such a tense atmosphere before, and she felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. The bearded man and the tall and thin warrior who had been boasting all the way in the car now shrank their necks, without any arrogance at all, blending into the crowd and queuing stealthily. When they saw Tao Ran and Wen, they looked like they were waiting for a good show. "Ha, 10,000 a day, I wonder how he can get in." The bearded man sneered in a low voice. "Just wait, he'll be obedient after being hit in the face by the guard's gun but..." The tall and thin man echoed. The exit is divided into several narrow passages by iron railings. At the end of each passage, there are soldiers strictly checking identification documents. The long queue moved extremely slowly. From time to time, people were roughly pushed aside because of incomplete documents or suspicious identities, argued loudly, and then were taken away even more impatiently. Do we have to queue too?" Wen didn't dare to speak loudly. Tao Ran didn't answer. He led Wen to the door of a nearby sentry office with a sign that read Special Affairs Handling. "Stop." The guard at the door immediately reached out to stop them. "We're not responsible for regular entry registration here. If you need anything, please queue over there." Wen was so frightened that he shuddered and subconsciously hid behind Tao Ran. The people queuing around also cast strange glances at him, mixed with a sense of schadenfreude. In Black Rock City, those who don't follow the rules will not have a good ending. Tao Ran still didn't say anything. He took something out of his pocket and waved it at the people in the office through the glass window. It was an ordinary-looking black communicator. On the back of the communicator, a complex emblem was branded. In the office, an officer who was sitting with his legs crossed and drinking tea caught a glimpse of the emblem out of the corner of his eye. His hand holding the teacup suddenly froze. The next second, he jumped up from his chair as if his butt was on fire, and hurriedly put the teacup on the table with a clanging sound. He rushed to the door in 2 steps, with an expression of horror and fanaticism on his face, and almost shouted at the guards at the door, "Open the door! Open the door quickly! Please let this gentleman in!" The guard at the door was stunned, but he subconsciously opened the door. "Sir, you..." The officer walked quickly to Tao Ran, his body straight but his waist unconsciously bent. In a voice almost whispering, he said respectfully, "Sir, I didn't know you were coming. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Please come inside and talk." His voice was trembling. As the garrison captain of Black Rock City Station, he certainly recognized what the emblem represented. Highest authority. In the entire Xia country, there are no more than 2 digits of people who have this authority. Each one of them is a towering monster that can make the entire southwestern border tremble. He never dreamed that such a person would disguise himself as a wandering hunter and come to Black Rock City on a civilian train. "I need to go into the city and don't want anyone to know." Tao Ran lowered his voice and spoke in a flat tone. "Understood. Understood." The captain nodded frantically, cold sweat already seeping out of his forehead. "Please follow me. We'll go through the inner passage. No one will notice." After saying this, he personally led the way, taking Tao Ran and the completely stunned Wen through the office, and walked out of the station unimpeded through a hidden internal employee passage. No one noticed the whole thing. The people in the queue only saw the 2 men being called into the office and then never coming out, and they thought they were detained. The bearded man and the tall and thin man looked at each other and both showed a mocking expression of "as expected." As you enter Blackstone City, the aura of solemnity and murderousness becomes even more intense. This place looks more like a huge military fortress. The streets are wide, making it easy for armored vehicles to pass through. The buildings on both sides were low and solid, with scorch marks from energy weapons still remaining on the walls. There were few pedestrians on the street, and teams of patrolling soldiers were watching the surroundings vigilantly. Tao Ran led Wen into an empty alley. He stopped and turned around. Wen was still immersed in the experience just now, his mind was blank. She still didn't understand why the seemingly arrogant officer suddenly became so respectful to this man, and even a little fearful. "What are you thinking about?" Tao Ran's voice brought her back to reality. When Wan came back to her senses and met his gaze behind his sunglasses, her face flushing. Tao Ran stretched out his hand. Simple and direct. What? When Wan didn't react. The first day's reward is 10,000 credit points. Tao Ran's tone was calm, as if he was not the one who made the garrison captain bow and scrape just now. Oh. Yes, I'm sorry. When Wan just remembered this and frantically searched her bag. I said before, I don't have enough money. I have to wait until I see the teacher. The more she spoke, the lower her voice became. She looked at Tao Ran nervously, afraid that he would get angry and abandon her in this unfamiliar alley. Tao Ran just looked at her quietly. The atmosphere in the alley became increasingly solemn. 1 second, 2 seconds. When Wan was about to cry, Tao Ran slowly withdrew his hand. Renshin Medical Station, which district is it in? He asked. Wan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect him to suddenly change the subject, so he quickly replied, in the East 3rd District, near the inner city wall. Tao Ran raised his hand and pointed to the end of the main road outside the alley. Go straight along this road until you see the tallest watchtower. Turn left and you'll reach East District 3. Can you contact your teacher before tonight? It should be possible. When Wan nodded vigorously. Very good. Tao Ran nodded. Transfer 10,000 credit points to me before tonight. Otherwise. He didn't finish his words, but the coldness in his tone made Wan shiver. I've got that. Thank you. Wan thanked him while thinking that this man was very strange. He clearly has so much power, yet he still cares about these 10,000 credit points. Moreover, he was clearly threatening her, but for some reason, she did not feel much fear in her heart, but instead had an inexplicable sense of security. One more thing. Tao Ran turned and prepared to leave, but then seemed to remember something and paused. This city is not peaceful. Don't run around until you find your teacher. He paused and added. A walking miracle of life is worth a lot of money. After saying this, he didn't stop, and his hooded figure quickly blended into the shadows of the alley and disappeared. A miracle of life? When Wan stood there in a daze, chewing on this strange word, feeling that the other parties seemed to have a hidden meaning. She shook her head, put aside these confusing things for the time being, tightened the straps of her backpack, took a deep breath, and walked quickly towards the East 3rd District. Tao Ran reappeared in the shadows of the alley. He silently followed Wan, locking onto her with the keen perception afforded by his absolute sword sense from a distance of several hundred meters. He didn't want this moving spring water to be taken away by some blind wolf before she met her teacher. He couldn't start his own action until he was sure she had arrived safely at her destination. At this moment, the special communicator in his pocket vibrated slightly. Tao Ran's eyes narrowed, and he slipped into another more secluded alley and took out his communicator. An encrypted message came from the communicator and projected onto his retina. Target information has been updated. Codename, Blood Wolf Number 3. Identity, Captain of the Ancient Wolf Nation's Blood Wolf Guard Undercover Team, 4th Grade Martial Artist Peak. Current location, Wildfire Bar, West 6th District, Black Rock City. Mission, tonight at midnight, destroy the Earth Dragon Energy Hub in the west of the city. After reading the message, a cold flame ignited in Tao Ran's eyes. He turned off the communicator and looked up at the sky. The sky gradually darkened. Blood Wolf Guard. He whispered softly, his hoarse voice filled with uncontrollable murderous intent. Your funeral begins tonight. Chapter 91, Black Eats Black. The night in Black Rock City comes quickly and coldly. When Wan clutched the strap of his backpack tightly and trotted through the unfamiliar streets. Everything here frightened her, and the gazes from the shadows made her feel uncomfortable. More than once she felt as if someone was watching her in the dark. At a corner, 2 sloppy warriors blocked her way with malicious smiles on their faces. Little sister, are you alone? Where are you going? Will your brothers give you a ride? When Wan was so frightened that his face turned pale and he stepped back repeatedly. At this moment, a dull thud of something heavy falling to the ground came from deep in the alley, as if something had fallen from a high place and smashed to pieces. The 2 warriors were startled and looked back subconsciously. At this moment, a bone-chilling chill rushed from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying. They looked at each other, not daring to even fart, and turned around and ran away. When Wan stood there blankly, completely confused as to what was happening. She just felt that the creepy feeling of being watched seemed to have disappeared. In the shadow at the end of the alley, Tao Ran slowly withdrew his gaze. Just a hint of murderous intent from him was enough to scare away these low-class thugs. Seriously, is this girl Tang Monk's flesh? Everywhere she goes, there are demons who want to take a bite. He followed Wan from a distance, making sure she was always within his perception range. This feeling is very strange, just like playing a difficult escort game, while the NPC that needs protection is completely unaware. Finally, after many twists and turns, Wan found a small courtyard deep in the alley with a sign that read Rinshin Medical Station. She pushed open the door and saw a white-haired old man picking herbs in the yard. Teacher! Wan's eyes suddenly turned red, as if he had found his backbone. All the grievances and fears surged up at this moment. You're finally here, little girl. The white-haired old man put down his work and patted her head lovingly. Did you encounter any trouble on the way? I met. When Wan told everything that happened on the road, including the strange man who brought her into the city. I charged you 10,000 yuan a day for protection, but I also quietly helped you deal with the big trouble you had entering the city? After hearing this, the old man shook his head and said to her, this isn't some wandering hunter, but more like someone with a story. He warned, the waters of Black Rock City are deep. Stay away from people like this in the future. I'll transfer the credit points to you. We won't owe you any favors. Yeah. Wan nodded vigorously, but for some reason, he didn't feel any ill feeling towards the cold-faced man wearing sunglasses. She always felt that he was not a bad person. Hundreds of meters away, in the shadow of a rooftop, Tao Ran confirmed Wan's safety and finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Bite. Ding. Wan, the daughter of national destiny, expresses her gratitude and trust in you. Favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 15 curious. Congratulations to the host. Favorability level increased. The sharing rate of the talent owed to life increased to 5%. A warm energy that was richer than before surged out from the immortal heart in the heart and quickly flowed through every part of the body. He could feel that his body's self-healing ability had reached a new level. Tao Ran was a little amused and helpless. This is a friend? This favorability is too easy to gain. I just played a cold-blooded toll collector and was given a friend card. He touched his chin and wondered if this girl knew his name was Jia Shanliang, would it add some points to his image as a good person? The night deepens. Tao Ran's figure completely blended into the night of Blackstone City. West 6th District, Wildfire Bar. This place is a mixed bag of people, and it is the most chaotic place in Black Rock City. Tao Ran pushed the door open and walked in, and was hit by a noisy wave of sound. He was still wearing the same washed-out old combat uniform, with his hat pulled down low. He was inconspicuous in the bar filled with mercenaries, hunters, and drunks. He ordered a glass of the cheapest ale, sat down in the corner of the bar, and scanned the room calmly. Soon, he locked onto the target. In a semi-enclosed booth blocked by a high backrest, a man of medium build was talking in a low voice with several of his men. He looks very ordinary, the kind that you wouldn't be able to find in a crowd. But Tao Ran could still sense a suppressed murderous aura from him. Blood Wolf No. 3, captain of the Blood Wolf Guard undercover team of the Ancient Wolf Nation, a 4th-grade peak martial artist. It's him. The keen perception brought by the absolute sword-sensed talent was used to the extreme at this moment, allowing him to easily capture the faint fluctuations in the air. Even through the noisy crowd, he could still hear the conversation over there. Blood Wolf No. 3 was rapidly issuing instructions in the language of the Ancient Wolf Nation, his voice extremely low. At midnight, target Earth Dragon No. 3. Follow the plan and evacuate through the North Gate immediately after the attack. The contact will take care of the aftermath. One of his men asked, Captain, are the traders in the city reliable? That guy surnamed Wang? Humph, he's just a hungry hyena. As long as he has money, he's more reliable than anyone else. Blood Wolf No. 3 snorted coldly, as usual, he will help us divert the main patrol force from East City. Your last name is Wang? Tao Ran frowned slightly. The intelligence did not mention that the Blood Wolf Guards had a liaison named Wang in the city. Just as he was thinking about this, a man in ordinary casual clothes walked into the bar. He walked through the crowd and went straight to the booth where Blood Wolf No. 3 was. He slid into the booth with a shrewd businessman smile on his face. Brother Wolf, I've been waiting for a long time. Captain Wang is always on time. Blood Wolf number 3 looked up at him. I know the rules. Captain Wang lowered his voice and nodded at the table. There's going to be a fireworks show in the East 3rd District tonight at midnight, which will be enough to keep the city patrols busy for a while. I've brought the route map, at the usual price. He pulled a data chip from his pocket, held it between two fingers, and pushed it across the table. Blood Wolf number 3's men immediately took the chip and inserted it into a micro device for verification. Blood Wolf number 3 took out a small metal box from his arms, placed it under the table, and kicked it lightly with his toes. This is the deposit. After the deal is done, the balance will be sent to the old place. Captain Wang bent down calmly, as if picking up something he had dropped. He opened a tiny gap to take a look, then put the metal box into his pocket. It's a pleasure working with you. He picked up the wine glass on the table, drank it all, and then stood up. I still have official business to attend to, so I'll leave first. Captain Wang walked out of the bar with confidence. His movements were neither hurried nor impatient, and he was relaxed and casual. The subordinate in the booth asked worriedly, Captain, is that abandoned slaughterhouse in the north of the city still safe? Blood Wolf number 3 thought for a moment and said, after this job, it's time to move to a new safe house. In the north of the city, an abandoned slaughterhouse. Tao Ran picked up the wine glass, took a sip of the spicy beer, and his eyes were cold. Captain Wang? A bribed traitor, and apparently a repeat offender. This man seems to act casually, but he is actually cautious and experienced. No wonder Long Shuai and his intelligence network failed to dig him out. His original plan was to wait for Blood Wolf number 3 to leave the bar and then kill him on the way. A quick and decisive battle, leaving no trace. But now, with the addition of a shrewd traitor, things have become tricky. Even if he only killed Blood Wolf number 3, the guard captain surnamed Wan would still be a cancer buried in Blackrock City. He can sell patrol routes for money today, and open the city gates for greater benefits tomorrow. But if we deal with him as well, it would make too much noise. Given the other party's vigilance, it would be difficult for him not to leave clues and easily expose his identity. Tao Ran's brain was working rapidly. A greedy, clever and conceited traitor, a vicious and arrogant wolf. Maybe I can take advantage of this opportunity to play a thief-eating thief game. Not only can I kill these wolves, I can pull out the snail, and by the way, make a fortune. After all, he is now a money-hungry wandering hunter named Jia Shanliang. He put down his glass, took out a credit coin and knocked it on the table, making a crisp sound. The bartender came over. Sir, what can I do for you? Give me a bottle of fire. Tao Ran's voice was hoarse and no emotion could be heard. Also, help me find your boss here and tell him, there's a big deal to discuss. Chapter 92, The Deal Between the Hunter and the Fox. The bartender's eyes were filled with disdain and vigilance. The owner of the Wildfire Bar is not someone anyone can meet. Especially a poor wandering hunter. He was about to open his mouth to refuse, but he saw the man raise his hand and gently pinch a badge on his chest with 2 fingers. It was a most common F-class hunter badge, made of brass and extremely rough. But the moment the man's fingers touched it, a layer of white frost visible to the naked eye quickly spread across the surface of the badge, centered on his fingertips, making a crisp click sound of freezing. An extremely cold sword intent that almost froze the soul followed the bartender's line of sight and pierced into his brain like an ice needle. The bartender shuddered violently, feeling his blood flow slow down, and the disdain on his face instantly turned into fear that penetrated deep into his bones. He nodded repeatedly, turned around, and ran towards the small door behind the bar. Soon, a slightly plump middle-aged man wearing a floral shirt and flip-flops, who looked like he was on vacation at the beach, walked out of the door. He had a toothpick in his mouth, and there was a sharp gleam hidden in his squinting eyes. He looked lazily at Tao Ran in the corner with a stylized smile on his face. Friend, looking for me? He is the owner of the Wildfire Bar, known as Old Knife, a man who can run a chaotic bar in the powder keg of Blackrock City and make it flourish. Let's discuss business. Tao Ran said in a hoarse voice as he pushed the unopened bottle of Liehua over. Lao Dao was not polite either. He picked up the bottle and poured himself a glass. He took a sip and smacked his lips. Every day, people here want to discuss big business deals. But most of them can't even afford a bottle of Agni. His implication was clear: if you want to talk business, you should first show us your capital and wait. Tao Ran went straight to the point. A voice that only he could hear rang in Lao Dao's ears. Blood Wolf number 3, here you are. The smile on Lao Dao's face froze, the corner of his mouth holding the toothpick twitched slightly, a terrifying gleam flashed in his squinting eyes, but he quickly returned to his lazy look. Bloody wolf? What kind of wolf is that? I only sell wine, not wolf meat. He laughed, but his tone became 3 points colder. Tao Ran remained unmoved and continued, tonight at midnight, he's going to blow up the Earth Dragon energy hub in the west of the city. Am I right? Boom! The smile on Lao Dao's face completely disappeared, replaced by an extreme solemnity and vigilance. His hand, placed under the bar, had already quietly grasped the cold handle of a short-handled energy pistol. Blow up the energy hub? This is not a small matter, it is a huge event in Blackrock City. Friend, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. Lao Dao's voice turned cold. Do you know what you are saying? Slandering the members of the ancient Wolf Nation's delegation is a serious crime. Embassy? Tao Ran looked as if he had heard some huge joke, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. Then let me tell you one more thing. The one who facilitated their efforts and diverted the patrol was Captain Wang of the City Guard. Lao Dao's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. If the first piece of news was a bomb, then the second one was simply tying his bar to the bomb. Not only did he harbor terrorists, he was also involved with traitors. He knew that Captain Wang, the greedy and cautious guy, often came to him to sell stolen goods, and the two of them had some friendship. He knew even more clearly that once the matter was exposed, he, the bar owner who knew about it but did not report it, would definitely be the first to be liquidated. Who is this mysterious person in front of me? A military spy? Or a madman from the Jingya Bureau? How could he know so clearly? What on earth do you want to do? Lao Dao finally dropped all his disguises, his voice filled with the fierceness of being pushed to the edge of a cliff. I told you, let's talk business. Tao Ran leaned forward, lowering his voice. The Blood Wolf Guard's lives are mine. The rest are yours. Lao Dao was stunned. He imagined countless possibilities, blackmail, threats, asking him to cooperate with the military. However, he never expected that the other party was looking for him to partner and make money. You mean, thieves robbing thieves? Lao Dao's eyes changed from vigilance and fear to extremely greedy scrutiny. Smart man. Tao Ran nodded. Lao Dao's brain started working rapidly. This is a huge risk, but at the same time, it is also a huge opportunity that can make him rich. The Blood Wolf Guard team is composed of elite soldiers, and they must be carrying valuable equipment and funds. And Captain Wang, that old fox, has made an astronomical amount of money over the years. If we could finish it all in one go. The most important thing is that this plan can perfectly get him out of trouble. Two black-hearted guys had their deal broken down and died in a fight. This was completely normal news in Blackrock City. Why should I trust you? Lao Dao asked the most crucial question, staring at Tao Ran intently. Can you, by yourself, take down an entire team of Blood Wolf Guards, plus a cunning Captain Wang? Tao Ran stretched out a finger and tapped the empty wineglass on the bar. No sound, no light. Lao Dao only felt as if an invisible cold sharp blade flashed through the air, making the hairs on his neck stand up. The thick glass wineglass in front of him broke silently in half. The cut was as smooth as a mirror and even had a thin layer of white frost on it. Lao Dao's eyelids twitched wildly and his heart skipped a beat. Is this telekinesis fused with the power of extreme cold? Or is it some kind of exquisitely refined sword intent? No matter what it was, it meant that the man in front of him possessed terrifying strength far beyond his appearance, enough to easily crush him. At the very least, he was at the peak of the 4th rank, or even higher. Only with this kind of strength can one be qualified to say the 3 words black eats black. Okay. I'll do this deal. The greed in Lao Dao's eyes completely overwhelmed his reason and fear. He said word by word, how do we divide it? The lives of the Blood Wolf Guards and everything they have belong to me. Tao Ran's conditions were simple and clear, full of unquestionable tyranny. Where is Captain Wang? What about the money he has on him, as well as the deposit and balance paid to him by the Blood Wolf Guard? Lao Dao's breathing became a little heavy. It's all yours. Lao Dao could almost hear the sound of countless credits hitting his face. He knew how wealthy Captain Wang was. This deal was like a mountain of gold falling from the sky. Deal. Lao Dao slammed the bar, making the bottles buzz. Tell me, how do we do it? It's simple. Tao Ran's plan was clear and ruthless. We wait for the Blood Wolf Guards to blow up the Earth Dragon, and for Captain Wang to help them divert the pursuers. We'll wait until they've completed the transaction, are relaxed, and think the job is done, then we'll take action. The location is right where they always trade, the abandoned slaughterhouse in the north of the city. Your people are responsible for clearing the area and sealing off the perimeter. Don't let even a fly escape. I'll do the work. Lao Dao looked at Tao Ran's face shrouded in the shadow of the hood, and felt a chill all over his body. This guy is not only terrifyingly powerful, but also extremely meticulous and vicious, calculating everyone to pieces. No problem. Lao Dao agreed very readily. I know that area around the slaughterhouse very well. I guarantee they won't be able to escape. It's a pleasure working with you. Tao Ran stood up. Wait. Lao Dao stopped him, took out a black metal mask from under the bar, and threw it to him. People in our line of work need a new face. This one is for you. It was a black metal mask with a hideous shape, like a demon, with only a pair of eyes exposed. Thank you. Tao Ran took the mask and put it on his face. The cool metal felt perfectly against his face. The mask not only hides his cold face, but also a heart beating for revenge. He is the Undertaker walking in the dark night of Black Rock City. Tao Ran's figure quickly disappeared in the noisy crowd in the bar. Lao Dao sat alone at the bar and drank the liquor in his glass in one gulp. The spicy liquid burned his throat, but it made him feel extremely excited. He licked his cracked lips, his eyes flashing with the cunning of a fox and the greed of a hungry wolf. Someone come. Boss, your orders. Call Wildfire's best mad dogs over here. Tell them there's a big job tonight, let's go eat some meat. Chapter 93, Slaughterhouse Performance. Midnight. Boom. A dull explosion sounded suddenly. The sky in the western area of Black Rock City suddenly became as bright as day. A huge cloud of fire rolled up and rose. Even across half of the city, the scorching air could still be felt. The whole city was awakened by the loud noise. The shrill sound of alarms cut through the night sky, and countless military assault boats roared up from various camps, leaving behind trails of energy flames, and rushed towards the western district where flames were soaring into the sky. For a moment, there was chaos. On the rooftop of a residential building in the East District, Tao Ran stood quietly, the night wind blowing the corners of his clothes. He was wearing the ferocious mask given to him by Lao Dao, and the firelight made the evil ghost patterns on the mask flicker. It's quite spectacular. He commented in a voice that only he could hear. This commotion was enough to attract 90% of the patrol forces in the city. The captain surnamed Wang is actually a trustworthy businessman. He moved his feet, and his whole body floated down from the roof silently like a weightless fallen leaf, blending into the shadows of the street. His absolute sword sense talent was fully activated, and any movement within a radius of several kilometers turned into tiny lines, forming a three-dimensional dynamic map in his mind. He could see three sneaky figures taking advantage of the chaos to sneak out of the back door of the Wildfire bar. They avoided all bright lights and main roads, traveling at high speed through the maze of back alleys, heading straight for the north of the city. The man leading the group had a calm and fierce aura. He was none other than Blood Wolf number 3. In another direction, an equally shrewd and cautious aura broke away from the city guards and quietly headed towards the same destination. Captain Wang also set off. A wonderful dog-eat-dog fight is about to take place. Tao Ran followed slowly behind, like a patient hunter, following his prey towards the cemetery that had been chosen for them long ago. In the north of the city, there is an abandoned slaughterhouse. This was once the largest meat supply point in Black Rock City, but it was completely abandoned after a plague of alien beasts several years ago. The air was filled with an indelible smell of blood and the stench of rotting flesh. Huge iron hooks hung from the high beams, swaying in the night wind and making creaking sounds. Blood Wolf number 3, along with 2 of his men, cautiously walked into the cutting workshop in the center of the slaughterhouse. Captain, it's so eerie here. Is that guy trying to cheat? One of his men looked around nervously, holding an energy gun. Blood Wolf number 3 snorted coldly, he wouldn't dare. He's more afraid of being exposed than we are. He's a fool who values money over his life. Check your surroundings and stay alert. Yes. Not long after, a figure in the uniform of the city guard emerged from the shadows at the other end. It was Captain Wang. He wore a greedy smile and rubbed his hands as he said, "Third Brother Wolf, I'm doing a good job here, right? I've reassigned the entire Southwest Military Region Patrol to the east to watch the fireworks. Your evacuation route is clear." Blood Wolf number 3 looked at him sinisterly, "Where's the stuff? What's the rush?" Captain Wang chuckled. As usual, let's inspect the goods first. This move is quite a big deal, and the risk I'm taking is also high. The price. Blood Wolf number 3 didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. He just took out a heavy metal suitcase from his arms and threw it over. I'll pay you the balance you asked for, not a penny less. But if you try to play tricks on me, I guarantee you won't see the sun tomorrow. Captain Wang skillfully caught the box, placed it on the ground and opened it. Inside were rows of energy crystal rods emitting a faint blue light. The light reflected on his face, making his smile even more distorted. Happy cooperation, happy cooperation. He caressed the crystal rod greedily, and all his vigilance was at its lowest point at this moment. A satisfied smile appeared on the corner of Blood Wolf number 3's mouth. As long as they wait for this idiot to leave, they can immediately evacuate along the planned route. Mission accomplished, flawlessly. However, at this moment when both sides believed that the situation was settled and their minds were most relaxed. Call out. There was a barely audible sound breaking through the air. A spike made entirely of black ice, wrapped in extremely cold death energy, shot out from nowhere and accurately nailed the metal box at Captain Wang's feet. Snap! The cold black ice spread at a speed visible to the naked eye, freezing half of the box in an instant. The expensive energy crystal rods made cracking sounds under the weight. This sudden scene stunned everyone present. What are you doing? Captain Wang reacted and pointed at Blood Wolf number 3 in shock and anger, shouting, "Are you trying to silence us?" Blood Wolf number 3 was also stunned, and the two men behind him immediately raised their guns and pointed them at Captain Wang. Bullshit! Our people didn't move at all. Blood Wolf number 3 roared. A sense of unease flashed through his mind. This method was too weird. But he was more inclined to believe that this was a trick directed and acted by Captain Wang himself, trying to find a way to keep them. This kind of thing is not uncommon in Black Rock City. Who else could it be if not you? Captain Wang also drew his own pistol, his face grim. Thinking of robbing your fellow thieves? You're still a little naive. Just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight and suspicious of each other. Another attack is coming. An invisible sword energy, as thin as a cicada's wing and invisible to the naked eye, flashed past the ground like a ghost. Phew! One of the men beside Blood Wolf number 3 let out a scream. His ankle was cut off and blood gushed out. He shot. Captain, he wants to kill us. The Blood Wolf guard with a broken leg lost his judgment due to severe pain and fear, and pulled the trigger while roaring. Bang! 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 The dense energy beams instantly illuminated the entire workshop. Asshole! How dare you start it first? Captain Wang was thrown into confusion by the sudden attack. He roared and looked for cover while fighting back frantically. A chaotic fight broke out inexplicably. Deep in the shadows of the workshop beams, Tao Ran, wearing a mask, stared indifferently at the show below that he had ignited with his own hands. He likes this feeling. Let the enemy die at the hands of their own people, and die in endless suspicion and regret. This is the art that a funeral director should possess. The battle below intensified. The Blood Wolf guards were worthy of being the elite of the ancient wolf nation. Even though there were only two of them, their tactical coordination was tacit and their firepower was fierce, making Captain Wang unable to raise his head. But Captain Wang is no pushover either. He was able to reach the position of captain in Black Stone City because he is a 4th-grade martial artist with extremely rich combat experience. He took advantage of the complex environment of the slaughterhouse, moving around constantly and firing deadly cold shots from time to time. For a while, the two sides fought on equal terms. Tao Ran fell silently from the beam and merged into the interlaced shadows, like the god of death, waiting for the moment of harvest. The Blood Wolf guard was replacing the energy magazine. Suddenly, he felt a chill behind him. He turned around suddenly, but only saw a rusty iron chain hanging in the air. His pupils rapidly enlarged and it was put around his neck. A huge force came and his cervical vertebrae were instantly broken. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. On the other side, Captain Wang had just dodged a round of gunfire and was about to lean forward to fire back. A pool of sticky blood that appeared at his feet suddenly turned into a piece of ice, freezing his feet. He was horrified and had no time to break free. The attack from Blood Wolf number 3 on the opposite side has arrived. No! Captain Wang was instantly pierced by several energy beams while roaring in despair, and his body exploded into a ball of bloody mist. Blood Wolf number 3 gasped and looked at Captain Wang's torn body, a sense of pleasure surged in his heart. But before he could be happy, he felt something was wrong. It's too quiet. It was so quiet that the only sound I could hear was my own heartbeat. He turned around suddenly, only to find that his last subordinate had fallen in a pool of blood, with an iron hook that had fallen from the beam stuck in his neck, and he died with his eyes open. In an instant, he was the only one left in the entire slaughterhouse. A bone-chilling chill rushed from his tailbone to the top of his head. Wrong. None of this is right. Starting from that strange black ice spike, everything is weird. This is not a shootout. Here, there is a fifth person. He finally realized that he and Captain Wang had become puppets in the hands of others. Who? Blood Wolf number 3's voice was hoarse, his body tense, and he looked around vigilantly in the darkness. Get out! Pop! 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 Crisp applause rang out from the entrance of the workshop, neither hurried nor slow. A figure wearing a hideous black mask slowly walked out from the shadows. As he walked, the blood remaining on the ground solidified into a thin layer of blood-colored frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was a wonderful cannibalism. As a viewer, I was very satisfied. His voice was hoarse, as if he was reciting a funeral poem. Blood Wolf number 3 stared at the figure, and an unprecedented fear penetrated his heart. That person stood there casually, yet seemed to be the center of the entire darkness. Now, the show is over. Tao Ran stopped clapping, and his eyes behind the mask revealed cold murderous intent. It's your turn, pay your ticket. P.S. All the manuscripts in stock have been released. Starting from today, I will post them as soon as they are ready. The update time is not fixed. I will update at least twice a day, and no longer guarantee 3 times if readers give enough rewards. 3 or 4 updates are not impossible. Chapter 94 Chapter 94 My name is Jia Shanliang, a kind-hearted wandering hunter. Pay for the ticket? Blood Wolf number 3 seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. After the fear, there was madness on the verge of despair. He suddenly raised the energy gun in his hand, and a destructive light burst out from the muzzle, aiming at Tao Ran. Go to hell! Bang! 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 The blazing energy beam poured out like a rainstorm, completely covering the place where Tao Ran was standing. The ground was blown into charred holes, with debris flying everywhere and smoke and dust filling the air. However, Blood Wolf number 3's pupils suddenly contracted. In his perception, the masked man did not move at all. No, he moved. At 0.1 second before Blood Wolf number 3 pulled the trigger, the figure had already moved a step ahead like a fleeting shadow. With every step he took, he accurately predicted the trajectory and walked calmly between the cracks of death. The absolute sword sense talent brings more than just extraordinary intuition in swordsmanship. It is also an insight into all the trends around, including murderous intent, ballistics, and even the flow of air. In Tao Ran's vision, those deadly energy beams turned into clearly visible red lines with fixed trajectories. All he had to do was take a walk before the red line arrived. Blood Wolf number 3 had never seen such strange movements. That masked man wasn't very fast, but he was able to avoid the energy beam just right. Could this be foresight? He roared again in disbelief, turned the gun around, and fired wildly at the ghostly figure. But the result is exactly the same. The masked man was like a ghost, strolling leisurely in the garden and dodging all his attacks. Each energy bullet seemed to be under a spell, flying past the corner of his clothes but unable to touch him at all. What? No more bullets? Tao Ran stopped and tilted his head, a hint of teasing in his hoarse voice. Blood Wolf number 3 looked down and saw that the indicator light of the energy gun had turned red and issued a short alarm sound. His face turned pale and he slammed the gun, which had lost its energy, to the ground. He understood that long-range attacks were ineffective against this monster. Very good. Blood Wolf number 3 squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, his body sank slightly, and he slowly pulled out 2 dark green daggers from behind his waist. The dagger's blade was long and narrow, emitting a faint glow, and was obviously extremely sharp. The moment he held the dagger in his hand, Blood Wolf number 3's entire aura changed. The panic caused by fear disappeared, replaced by the calmness and concentration of a top assassin. Your perception is indeed strong. Blood Wolf number 3 said in a low voice, but can your body keep up? Before he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot. Too fast. Tao Ran raised his brows slightly under the mask. In the feedback of absolute sword sense, Blood Wolf number 3 turned into a blurred afterimage, attacking from his right rib at an extremely tricky angle. The brain reacted instantly, dodging to the left while swinging the sword to block. However, the body's reaction speed is a beat slower than the mind. This is his current shortcoming. Although Tao Ran's realm soared, the strength of his body and soul was greatly enhanced. But he was only a third-grade warrior, and facing this fourth-grade peak warrior who specialized in speed, his disadvantage in speed was undoubtedly exposed. After all, he was still a step slow. Swish! The sharp dagger cut through his washed-out combat uniform, leaving a long bloody wound on his waist. After a successful attack, Blood Wolf No. 3 did not rest on his laurels. His figure separated into two parts and merged into the shadows again, looking for the next opportunity. He licked his lips, a hint of cruel pleasure in his eyes. See? This is the gap. Blood Wolf No. 3 found the opponent's weakness with one strike. Although the strike did not cause fatal injuries, he was confident of winning. This arrogant guy is dead. Tao Ran lowered his head and glanced at his wound. It hurts so much. Blood oozed out, staining the clothes red. Oh, so you're so fast just to tickle me? Tao Ran stretched his waist, and his expression under the mask looked a little strange. The immortal heart in his body beat with the beat of his heart, and a tremendous amount of life energy instantly rushed to the wound. Immediately afterwards, under the horrified gaze of Blood Wolf No. 3, the wound that was originally deep enough to see the bone began to wriggle and heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. But just 3 seconds. The wound disappeared. The skin was as smooth as before, as if the previous moment was just an illusion. What kind of monster is this? Blood Wolf No. 3's voice changed tone. The other party's terrifying recovery ability was simply unheard of. Your reaction makes me a little disappointed. Tao Ran shook a die off from his hand and said, I thought it would hurt a lot. He finally understood. This guy's speed is indeed his advantage, and it is difficult to block him perfectly. But at the same time, this guy's attack power is also his weakness. A full-strength attack from a peak 4th-grade cultivator could only scratch his skin? Even Tao Ran himself was a little surprised by the strength of his physical body. He knew that he had a strong body, but he had never had a suitable opportunity to test it. The opponents he had fought before were several levels higher than him, and their attacks were life or death situations, so he could only struggle desperately. If that is the case, then what is there to be afraid of? A fight is just you punching and me kicking. If you can't break the defense, it's useless to play any fancy tricks. Come on, continue. Tao Ran hooked his finger at Blood Wolf No. 3. This time, I'll give you 3 moves. This provocation completely ignited the ferocity of Blood Wolf No. 3. He roared angrily and turned into a phantom again, even faster than before. The dagger drew 2 deadly cold rays in the air, aiming straight at Tao Ran's neck and heart. This time, Tao Ran did not dodge or evade. He didn't even bother to block the knife that was stabbing at his heart. Instead, he poured all his strength into the sword in his hand and chopped it down fiercely at the head of Blood Wolf No. 3. Exchange injury for life. No, to him, it's not even an injury. This is called scraping to save life. Blood Wolf No. 3's pupils trembled violently. He had never expected that the opponent would use such a crazy tactic that would hurt both sides. Can his dagger pierce the opponent's heart? He doesn't know. But he knew very well that his head could not withstand the opponent's powerful sword. In a split second, the instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. Blood Wolf No. 3 twisted his body forcefully, gave up the attack, and rolled to the side in a panic. Boom! Tao Ran's sword missed and slashed heavily on the ground, leaving a terrifying sword mark more than half a meter deep on the hard concrete floor. Blood Wolf No. 3's scalp tingled when he saw this. If this were to happen to me. Before he could catch his breath, a dark shadow followed him closely. Tao Ran didn't give him any chance at all. He took advantage of the situation and chased him with a set of disorganized and aggressive sword techniques, slashing wildly. Bang! Bang! Clang! For a moment, the entire slaughterhouse was filled with the loud noise of metal colliding and the sound of Blood Wolf No. 3 dodging in a panic. The speed that he was proud of completely lost its advantage in the face of Tao Ran's unreasonable playing style. He is fast, but the opponent doesn't care where you attack from. He will just chop you with the sword and force you to dodge. Occasionally, he would be unable to dodge and be swept by the sword wind, causing a surge of blood and energy. And the wound he took the opportunity to leave on Tao Ran would heal in the next second. As one side gained strength while the other lost, Blood Wolf No. 3's mentality completely collapsed. He felt like he was fighting for his life with an invincible and tireless ancient beast. Puff! Blood Wolf number 3 was unable to dodge and was kicked by Tao Ran on the shoulder. He flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit a row of iron hooks hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ahem, who are you? He struggled to stand up and looked at the evil ghost mask approaching step by step, with only despair in his eyes. Tao Ran stopped and said playfully, "My name is Jia Shanliang, a kind-hearted wandering hunter passing by." Puff! When Blood Wolf number 3 heard the name, he became furious and spat out another mouthful of blood. Kind? He had never seen such cruel and unreasonable kindness. No, I can't beat him. If the fight continues, I will definitely be exhausted to death. Escape! You must escape. A trace of determination flashed in the eyes of Blood Wolf number 3. He bit the tip of his tongue fiercely, and a stream of blood spurted out, turning into a blood mist in front of him. The secret method of blood escape. He used his most powerful life-saving skill, and his entire aura weakened instantly, but his speed increased several times at this moment. Call out! His figure turned into a line of blood, instantly broke through the wall of the slaughterhouse, and fled frantically towards the outside of the city. Tao Ran looked at the big hole and did not chase after it immediately. He looked down at his tattered clothes and sighed. Oh, I have to buy new clothes again. The prices in Black Rock City are not cheap. He muttered to himself as he slowly walked out of the slaughterhouse. Under the cover of night, the streak of blood that was fleeing in panic disappeared into the roadside alley. Chapter 95 Blood Pill. The bloodline shuttled madly through the complex alleys, so fast that it left a trail of afterimages. Blood Wolf number 3 had only one thought at this moment: escape. He burned 30% of his blood and energy in exchange for this brief burst of power. As long as he can escape from the city and return to the territory of the ancient Wolf Kingdom, he will have hope of survival. There was a T-junction ahead, and he chose the darker alley on the left without hesitation. However, as soon as he turned in, his heart sank to the bottom. At the end of the alley, the traffic was blocked by several modified heavy trucks. On the roof of the car, a dozen strong men holding heavy energy guns were staring at him coldly with a look as if they were looking at a dead person. Black gun muzzles also appeared on the roofs on both sides of the alley. A familiar figure walked out from the back of the truck. Wearing a flowered shirt, flip-flops, and holding a toothpick in his mouth, he was none other than Lao Dao, the owner of the Wildfire Bar. Captain Wolf 3, are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you have a drink before you go? Lao Dao had a fox-like smile on his face. Blood Wolf number 3's face turned pale in an instant. Trap. From the very beginning, this was a perfect trap set for him. That masked monster and this bar owner are in cahoots. Why? He asked in a hoarse voice. He didn't understand when he had offended this person. Lao Dao slowly spat out the toothpick and said with a smile, "No reason, I just don't like you." Blood Wolf number 3 didn't waste any more words. He knew that begging for mercy was useless. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and his body turned into a blood shadow again, rushing towards the roof on the left side where the defense line was the weakest. He will fight his way out at the risk of his life. Open fire. Lao Dao gave the order. Da-da-day. In an instant, bullets rained down, and energy beams intertwined into a huge net of death, enveloping Blood Wolf number 3. Blood Wolf number 3 is worthy of being a peak 4th grade assassin. Even when his energy and blood are depleted, his movements are still cunning. He dodged and moved in the dense fire net, his body constantly exploding into clouds of blood mist. He endured the attacks and rushed to the roof. The two mad dogs in charge of the blockade had their throats slashed by the dagger in his hand before they could react. Waste. Lao Dao cursed inwardly. He didn't expect that this guy was still so fierce even in this state. Just as Blood Wolf number 3 was about to escape through the roof, a cold and hoarse voice sounded behind him. Why are you running? I haven't had enough fun yet. Blood Wolf number 3 turned his head stiffly and saw the evil ghost mask that he would never forget. Tao Ran was standing not far behind him, as if he was taking a walk in his own backyard. You? Blood Wolf number 3's eyes turned red and bloodshot. Who are you? Like I said, my name is Jia Shanliang. Tao Ran spread his hands. I'm a kind-hearted wandering hunter. I admit defeat. Blood Wolf number 3 gave up on escaping. He turned to face Tao Ran and raised his hands high. Lao Dao and his men were all stunned. Tao Ran also looked at him with interest, but did not take action immediately. I have a document here. Blood Wolf number 3 tremblingly took out a waterproof metal file box from his arms. This contains confidential information about our Blood Wolf Guards on the southwestern border of Xia country, as well as news about the Divine Revelation Society. After these words were spoken, even Lao Dao's breathing became heavier. He had no idea what kind of organization the Spiritual Revelation Society was, but the value of the Blood Wolf Guard's confidential information was immeasurable. As long as you let me live, this document will be yours. Blood Wolf number 3 panted and raised the document box high. This thing is enough to buy you wealth and status that you can't spend in your lifetime. Looking at the greed in the eyes of the people around him, he suddenly threw the file box towards Lao Dao. Then, Lao Dao and his men were subconsciously focused on the document. Now is the time. A crazy light burst out from Blood Wolf number 3's eyes, and he rushed towards Tao Ran, who was close at hand like a cannonball. His body continued to expand during the sprint, a magma-like red light shone from under his skin, and a destructive energy was brewing wildly in his body. Let's go to hell together. Burning blood explosion. This is the most brutal forbidden technique of the Blood Wolf Guard. At the cost of burning all of its own blood, energy, and soul, it unleashes a fatal blow that exceeds its own realm. It's so close, there's no way to avoid it. Old Dao was so frightened by this sudden change that he yelled, "Get out of the way!" He watched helplessly as Jia Shanliang was hit hard by the human bomb transformed by Blood Wolf number 3. Boom! A loud noise even more terrifying than the one that destroyed the energy hub before exploded in the alley. The destructive blood-red shockwave swept in all directions, creating spiderweb-like cracks on the walls on both sides. Several mad dogs who were close to it were blown away by the airwave, spitting blood from their mouths and fainting. The entire alley was completely shrouded in thick blood-red smoke. It's over. Lao Dao collapsed to the ground, his face pale. Such a horrific self-explosion, let alone a 4th grade, even a 5th grade king would be seriously injured and dying if hit head-on without any preparation. That mysterious and powerful Jia Shanliang is gone just like that? Is his huge deal also ruined? The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. A huge deep pit appeared at the center of the explosion. In the center of the deep pit, a figure still stood upright. Tao Ran was covered with an ochre shield, and emerald green energy ripples flowed up and down the shield. The impact just now was offset by 90% by the magnetic shield and directed into the deep pit under the feet. His combat uniform had completely turned to ashes, revealing his muscular upper body. There were 3 wounds on his chest that were deep enough to see the bone. The edges of the wound were charred, and a trace of destructive blood-colored energy remained. But strangely, not a drop of blood came out of the wound. Inside Tao Ran's body, the immortal heart built by the majestic life energy was emitting a bright green light. Countless granulations are growing, interweaving, and filling the wound edge at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, the horrific wound that seemed fatal was completely healed. Tao Ran looked down at his smooth chest, then turned his head to look at his clothes that were blown to ashes, and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, I managed to save my pants. His nonchalant look made the people who were still awake in the alley feel as if their souls were trembling. Is this guy still a human? He resisted the self-destruction of a 4th grade peak martial artist, but in the end, only a piece of clothing exploded? Lao Dao climbed up from the ground trembling, looking at the unharmed monster. He no longer had any greed. He was glad that he had not been overwhelmed by the document just now. Not far away, the file box thrown out by Blood Wolf number 3 was lying quietly on the ground. One of Lao Dao's men was just about to go over and pick it up. Don't move. Tao Ran's hoarse voice sounded. The man's body stiffened and cold sweat broke out instantly. Tao Ran walked over, picked up the file box, waited, and then looked at Lao Dao, who was lying limp on the ground. The deal is done, you'll handle the rest of the finishing touches. Yes. Don't worry. Lao Dao nodded and bowed like the humblest servant. I promise to handle it cleanly. Tao Ran walked back to the center of the explosion. Blood Wolf number 3 has completely disappeared, not even a bone is left. But at the place where he blew himself up, something was left behind. It was a pill the size of a longdon, blood red in color, and emitting rich energy and blood. There are mysterious lines on the surface of the pill, as if it contains endless energy. Tao Ran bent down and picked up this unexpected surprise. The pill felt warm to the touch, and he could feel that it contained all the essence of a peak 4th grade martial artist. Tao Ran suddenly trembled, turned around and walked into the darkness. He held the blood-colored pill in one hand and the mysterious document box in the other, and his figure quickly disappeared. Only Lao Dao and his men were left standing in the night wind, looking at each other and shivering. Lao Dao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered to himself with lingering fear. Jia Shanlian, this is not kindness at all, this is a fucking locomotive in human skin. Chapter 96 Burning Blood Evil Pill. Tao Ran did not return to Lao Dao's wildfire bar. He walked through the shadows of Black Rock City. He needs a place where he can be absolutely quiet and not be disturbed. What Black Rock City lacks the least is cheap hotels that do not require identity registration and can be stayed in by paying money. He found an inn called Heominglai in a remote alley. The boss was a sleepy fat man. After taking a few credit notes from Tao Ran, he threw him a greasy key and never looked at him again. The room was small and the air was filled with a damp, musty smell. Tao Ran locked the door, drew the curtains, sat quietly on the edge of the bed, and spread out his palms. The blood-colored pill, the size of a longan, emitted a strange red light in the darkness, like a beating heart. He recalled the prompt the system gave when he got the pill. Ding! High-energy polymer detected, analyzing. Item name, Burning Blood Evil Pill. Type, Special Consumables. Source, Flesh and Blood Demon Seed planted by a senior member of the Divine Revelation Society. When the host dies, the demon seed will automatically activate, using the host's lifelong cultivation, flesh and blood essence, and even part of the soul as fuel to refine this pill. Effect, if consumed by those with talents below a level, there is a certain chance of breaking through talent barriers and raising talent level. This is ineffective for those with talents of a level or above. System warning, this pill contains a huge amount of resentment and violent energy. If the user's spirit is not strong, they are likely to be devoured and turn into a mad demon who only knows how to kill. Tao Ran's pupils suddenly shrank. The Divine Revelation Society. The Divine Revelation Society again. These lunatics actually treated living people as medicine fields for growing medicinal pills. The ancient wolf kingdom is not their ally, but a crop that they can harvest at any time. He took out the waterproof metal document box and opened it with force. There were several documents made of special materials, soaked in some oily liquid. Tao Ran took out the document, which was written in the ancient Wolf Kingdom language. Fortunately, the system has a built-in translation function, and the content is clearly presented in his mind. This is the contact record between Blood Wolf number 3 and his superiors, as well as some information he compiled about the flesh and blood demon species. The content of the file is even more shocking than the system prompts. Not only in the ancient wolf country, the Divine Revelation Society has also planted this kind of demon species in dozens of small and medium-sized countries. They are like skilled shepherds, raising a large group of lambs that can be sacrificed at any time. The reason why Blood Wolf number 3 knew all this was because one of his close friends was seriously injured and on the verge of death after a mission failed. The demon seed in his body was accidentally stimulated prematurely and melted into a blood-burning evil pill in front of him. From that day on, Blood Wolf number 3 began to investigate secretly, and prepared to use this information as his final bargaining chip and trump card. Unfortunately, he didn't live to see that day. Tao Ran put the document away again, but the chill in his heart grew heavier. The Divine Revelation Society is like an invisible net, covering the entire world. He looked at the blood-burning evil pill in his hand again. It is no longer a pill, but a warrior's desperate wail, the last residue left after a life has been drained of all its value. Let him eat this? A strong feeling of nausea came over me. What's the difference between this and cannibalism? Tao Ran threw it on the bed as if it were a hot potato. He stood up and paced back and forth in the small room, feeling upset. Don't eat? Then he will always be just a waste with F-level talent. Once the connection with Xia Yuwei and the others is severed, he will be reduced to his original form and won't even be able to protect himself. Not to mention revenge and protecting them. Eat? He couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. He could not forget the tragic self-explosion of Blood Wolf number 3 before his death, nor could he imagine the pain of a person being refined into a pill alive. Oh shit. Tao Ran cursed softly and punched the mottled wall. If you want to become a hunter, you must have your own power. Even if this power is dirty, bloody, and full of sin. Tao Ran's eyes gradually became more resolute. He sat back down on the bed and picked up the blood-burning evil pill. A flicker of struggle crossed his face, but in the end, it turned into cold determination. He closed his eyes and shoved the pill into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth, and a torrent of sweet and hot taste flowed down his throat and rushed into his limbs and bones in an instant. Ugh! Tao Ran let out a suppressed roar of pain and fell heavily onto the bed, his body twitching violently. Violence. Chaos. Full of destruction and malice. Countless chaotic memory fragments, mixed with all the unwillingness and madness of Blood Wolf number 3 before his death, madly attacked his soul. Kill. 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 I won't give up. Why? Why am I a captive animal? Tao Ran's eyes were instantly bloodshot, and his rationality seemed to be completely devoured by this resentment. He bit the tip of his tongue tightly, and the severe pain brought him back to a state of clarity. Get out of here! He roared angrily, and the heavenly furnace casting me art in his body began to operate spontaneously. His body seemed to have transformed into a gigantic furnace, and the violent blood-colored energy was the inferior or thrown into the furnace. What the secret of my creation by the heavenly furnace needs to do is to remove the dross and retain the essence. Strands of black impurities, mixed with smelly sweat, continuously discharged from his pores. And that most refined source of life force was carefully guided towards the deepest part of his body, the invisible shackles called talent. This process is extremely painful and long. From dawn to dusk, and then to dawn. When the light of the morning sun on the third day shone into the room through the gaps in the curtains, Tao Ran, who was lying on the bed, suddenly shook his body. He seemed to hear a crisp click. It sounded like an eggshell breaking, or like the sound of shackles breaking. An unprecedented sense of relaxation spread throughout my body. Here it comes. He could clearly feel that the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was actively flowing towards him with an unprecedented friendly attitude. Tao Ran suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed across his eyes. He sat up from the bed, the black dirt on his body had formed a hard crust and fell off with his movements. Ignoring the stench all over his body, he immediately called up the system panel. Host, Tao Ran. Realm, 3rd rank warrior. Chi and blood, 3,900 calories. Talent rating, a level control of extreme cold elements actual talent, E level basic elemental affinity. Bound object 1, Xia UAS rank, Ice Phoenix bloodline favorability 99, sharing ratio 80%. Bound object 2, Yi Feishu ASSS rank, absolute sword sense favorability 99, sharing ratio 80%. Bound object 3, Wenwan SSS rank ode to life favorability 15, sharing ratio 5%. Kung Fu, Dao Yen Ju, Bing Xan Ju, Tianlu Zhua Ju. Skills, Heaven Slaying Sword Technique, Heart Sword Technique, Spring Breeze and Rain, Passive, Immortal Heart, Prototype. His eyes were fixed on the talent rating column. F level became E level. Although it was just a small step, for him it meant a leap from 0 to 1. This means that he is no longer a parasite who relies solely on shared talents. He also has his own future in which he can grow. 3,550 calories of chi and blood became 3,900 calories. This extra 350 calories is the most direct benefit brought by the talent promotion. Tao Ran let out a long breath, and the depression in his chest was swept away. This dirty deal is worth it. He jumped out of bed, rushed into the simple bathroom, and took a nice cold shower to wash away all the dirt and fatigue on his body. After changing into a cheap combat uniform bought at a roadside stall, he opened the door and walked out.